Still May 19th, 2022, just after 11 p.m. Time for some dangerous malinformation, misinformation, and disinformation. This is Lucifer Tim's 33rd degree. We'll be right back. Alright, so I assume most of you here received the text alert. We sent out the penguin signal. Eventually I want to be able to afford 88 spotlights like they have at the ground zero. We can actually blast a literal penguin onto the ionosphere. But for now we're going to use text alerts. If you want text alerts, go to infiniteplanesociety.com. Also the newsletter. The newsletter is a place where you will get live alerts. And infiniteplanesociety.com has most of the recent links where you can find us. We're on 14 different platforms right now. 16 if you count the audio only platforms like radio.net and a couple of others. The title of tonight's live stream: Elongate, Space Sex, and Alex Jones's Shrinking Junk. So let's go ahead and start with Alex Jones's Shrinking Junk. Now I don't have audio for this, but it's coming. Alex Jones tells InfoWars viewers of rapid shrinkage in men's genital size. Far-right podcaster, conspiracy promoter Alex Jones claims that men's size is only a quarter of their grandfathers during a segment on. Anyway, this is he used to talk about the frogs and how the frogs are all being changed by whatever it is in the water. But he's just basically saying, quote, they're targeting all of us. We're being hit by chemical and biological attacks. Anyone that has survived COVID or the shots is a survivor of a nanotech, genetically engineered synthetic biological system. So he goes into detail, in which I'm not going to read this, so I'm going to wait until I can get the audio, but he says basically that things are a third of the size they were in the 1960s, which I think is an absurd proposition. Like, what is he saying here? It's absurd. But anyway, I guess I could play a short clip here from an earlier thing he said about frogs, but I think we've all heard this, but this is deranged.
They can put in the
fuel. Here it is. Here it is.
But they choose atrazine because it specifically causes complete feminization and chemical castration in male African clawed frogs and other frogs. And why is that? Well, the frogs live in the water. The frogs have thin skin. It gets into their bloodstream. But it does the same thing to different degrees to every single species that this happens to,
including us. Unless you take super male vitality, which will actually contradict those side effects. So the chemical assault that's going to shrink your gonads can be combated with copious amounts of super male vitality, which is just a white label product also known as Sex Scoop, Gwyneth Paltrow's. Anyway, that's one part of this. So the second part of this here has to do with Elon Musk. So the title of tonight's live stream, Elongate. So Elon Musk has kind of stepped in it here, and it's probably theater. I've been thinking about this. Lately we've been inundated with what apparently seems to be people hijacking the media with their personal dramas, like, for example, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Well, here now we're looking at a new situation, again, similar and possibly analogous. So Elon Musk is kind of on the cover of the Drudge Report right now, and I believe their title is Space Sex XXX, because of some present accusations. Well, these are actually from like 2016, and somebody signed an NDA and got a lot of money, but somebody's friend decided to talk about it. So Space XXX, Musk accused of sex harassment, cash payoff. So this is why Elongate is trending on Twitter right now.
It's like, we're all going to die someday. And if you're going to pick some place to die, then why not Mars? Okay. If we're born on Earth, why not die on Mars? Seems like maybe it'd be kind of exciting. But so I think given the choice of dying on Earth or dying on Mars, I'd say, yeah, sure, I'll die on Mars.
I've got to say, that is the worst pitch for dying on another planet that I've ever heard. This is One-Eyed Jack and the Shells, Pope Elon. We'll be back here in just a moment.
Father, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come. Give us each our daily bread, and forgive us our sins. For we ourselves forgive everyone who is indebted to us. And lead us not into temptation.
Drive your car to Mars. Do yourself a space. Hiding behind a Tesla's name. Afraid the sheep will wait. Will you save us from our sins? Will you help us to begin to build a place we can call home? The Mars colony of our own.
Hey everyone, thank you for joining. 6/4/2022. This would be another infinite plane Saturn day. Again, I'm not sold on dying on Mars. Musk has a bit more, I don't know, they glamorize it a bit more, but right now Mars looks like a death trap. We've been inundated with bots, and they're getting really bad, very personal, and I'm almost convinced now that these bots are actually disgruntled YouTube employees. I'm convinced of it. They've got to have some Telegram, and they're sharing links, and they're targeting us. Because I remember there was one point where, in order to stop the dangerous misinformation spreaders, YouTube hired tens of thousands of basically snowflakes. So it just seems to me that maybe they repurposed them, and they're actually assaulting us. I mean, they're literally harassing. They're sexually harassing people in the chats, these bots. And they're all caps. I don't even want them on the screen. Alright, let's see who's here. Salty Siren. Again, Naked HD, it's a bot. 737, David Hoaxme, Rusty. It's hard to see the real out of the bots here. AJ206, Frank Murr, Osher, Linda Curtis. Okay, I see some sentience out there, so I can guess we can get started here. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. And also, Skype is open. So I opened up Skype for those of you who are wondering. If you're not in the States, you're on the other side of the disk, you can use Skype. Rusty says, I can't read anything. I'm driving until 8 a.m. tomorrow morning back home. I can half-ass type my current location. Southern area, Mississippi, near Kessler Space Center. Yeah, no need to text and drive. Just be eyes and ears, and then you can brief us when you arrive. Look at this picture someone sent me. This is Elvis. Aloha from Hawaii via satellite, 1973. So I think there's something very significant about this, and this would really tie into the conversation that I was having with JL regarding the scripted world stage character of Elvis Presley. And we've talked about Elvis Presley in the context of David Bowie and his Kanye West prophecy. Fascinating topic. We may get back into that. But I think the significance of it was 1973, Elvis Presley makes the satellite broadcast. I guess it was the first international broadcast that was live. The first satellite concert, 1967, Our World. Now, the significance of this, in my view, would be the meaning of satellite, really just the reference of satellite combined with Elvis, this icon, of course, rock star, but the occult meaning here is very significant. So we'll get into this as well. when you get into what the cube, Saturn, and what satellite actually means if you look at the subtext, and why all these space popes are obsessed with the number 42. I mean, that's the reason why Bezos spent $42 million on a clock, and Elon Musk puts 42s all over everything. Well, it has to do with this symbol, which I think is more or less, I would say, representative of the primary deity or god that this cult worships. And so Elvis, in many ways, embodies this. And the satellite is, I think, kind of symbolic, more or less, of this deity, of those who fell from above, the elders, the elite, and the L itself, EL, within their symbolic language, figures prominently in this. So we will get into this. All right, let me go through the notes. A number of interesting things have come up here in the last few hours. And if you want to follow the notes that we're on, it's minds.com/Infinite Plane Society. Another reason to get on the newsletter is you get these links. Minds.com is sort of like a, I don't know, social media, but to me, I use it as a data dump. I mean, this is where I just throw everything out there that I know is not going to be deleted. It's pretty much impervious, but we live in the age of, really, this is book burning. There's book burning on an unprecedented scale here. I had a caller last night talking about the space station and the Mars, and the moon landing and everything else. A true believer in everything, but from a different perspective. And so we're probably going to follow up on that very soon as well if you missed it. Evolvement had posted this. May 22nd, 2022 marked the end of The Simpsons, season 33. You know, one of the points that I had brought up last night with the caller is that the ISS has to be seen to be disbelieved. So most people believe it by default, and their argumentation against the proposition that it's a hoax is usually based on just an argument from a memory or what they saw on a screen, but they don't have detailed explanations. And it's because you have to actually see it. You can't debunk a green screen glitch if you haven't seen the footage. You can't just say, oh, it can't be. Shouldn't be, so it can't be. Well, that's not a good standard. And I'm saying that if you look, it debunks itself. And I've often, pondered why would some of these conspiracy authors who debunk the moon landing still fall for the ISS? Which to me is, if you're following the same thought process and looking at things from the same eyes, you would arrive at the same conclusion. So it's very curious to me. But anyway, you wouldn't be able to know for sure if it was real if you hadn't really looked at it. That's one of my points. And so too, you wouldn't be able to argue against my disbelief without studying it as well. I'm joined by Crypto Freedom Media. MC Dirty Work, Dave Hoax me over there in DLive. So hey, we're on Rofkin as well as Odyssey, DLive, and YouTube. So I'm going to go ahead and open up. So anyone there, if you're on Rofkin, you want to comment or anything like that, participate. Even though your chat's not mingled with the other chat, we will be going back and forth and referencing this. Something we didn't get to yesterday is the Johnny Depp's Demons video, which is probably worth looking to in context of everything else. We're starting to delve into the topic of the Hollywood Satanism connection to several major psyops, including the Manson killings and, of course, the Richard Ramirez, but also the interesting parallels to a cast of characters today. And Johnny Depp is a very interesting one in this because he ties a few things together, specifically because of his relationship with Roman Polanski, who, again, we're getting into the area where it's like fiction and reality, or quote reality, somewhat mixed, because he has a movie, Rosemary's Baby. Rosemary is drugged, impregnated by the devil. In real life, his pregnant wife is killed by the Mansonite cult, but the killer, Susan Atkins, was literally from the Church of Satan. Rosemary's Baby is about Satanists. Real Satanists kill the director's wife. I mean, it's just so scripted. I'll put a link in the chat. Infinite Plane Radio. Again, we are on Rofkin. If you want to join in there, we have, let's see, Copacetic, Red Blouse, Battery Creek so far, Thirst HJH, Red Balls, and okay. So anyway, you will not be ignored if you're over there on the fringe, and I think it's a secure place. Cap M Trip says, "What did I miss?" Well, lately we've been talking about the recent fake shootings and their mass media tie-ins, specifically Netflix, and the upcoming March for Our Lives protests on 6/11, and the build-up towards the release of the Kraken, whatever that's going to be. There's been an uptick in climate hysteria, and I've been saying, without even exaggerating, that the doomsday cult of the day has its members out with signs saying the end is near. Well, as we speak, there are climate activists out there disrupting events with signs that say the world's going to end in 1,028 days. It's pretty precise. And it reminds me of this church I used to walk by on the way to school that would have the date that the world is going to end. And they would just move the goalpost forward. Well, global warming's 33. 33 in a couple of weeks. It's almost 34. So I figured if anything's going to happen with global warming, it's going to be soon. Fake as it will most likely be. And of course, it has a tie-in on a couple of levels to the meta scripted story. Crypto Freedom says big false flag on 6/11, probably Seattle. Well, that's part of it. The Batman movie ends with a flood. Again, the Kraken being released is tied into this narrative on November the 6th or 11/6. But if you notice, these numbers in this symbolic system are often mirrored up and down, horizontally. There's ambigrams. Rusty says, can you receive messages and replies from the text message notification? Yes, you can reply to any text and I will get the message and I'll make a note to start replying. You can also text me at the regular call-in number. And then we're also available on Skype. Just search Infinite Plane Radio. I think I have it up on the screen. Okay, just search it on Skype. You can add us there. And we will be doing some group calls, some conference calls, some roundtables very soon. In fact, we are working on a documentary about the Mandela effect. It's no longer a secret. And we're going to be using Skype to organize many of our production meetings, but we actually have a release date, January 18th. Nelson Mandela's birthday. Cam M. Tripp says, I'm a fully automatic auto hoaxer now, Tim. Well, that's going to bring your stress levels down. You're not going to have the up and down. I mean, some people are easy to manipulate, sadly. And they see tears, crocodile tears, and they just cave in. And then if maybe you know someone, maybe you've been like this, where someone could pull your strings with fake tears. And it takes you on a roller coaster up and down until you realize it's a game. And if you didn't have the immediacy of that emotion with its implicit demand for a response, like it's a bleeding wound that you have to stimulate the flow of blood, it wouldn't have any power. And the media wants you to respond immediately. Immediately respond. Take sides. Vote. Get some politician to take action. And I'm just like, no, we're going to go ahead and wait for more facts to come out. There's a discovery period. And this is what the public is being conditioned to ignore. The need for due process. That's why I refer to the way that the media prosecutes these shooters. It's kind of what they do. It's like Scooby-Doo justice. Something happened. Who did it? They unmask him. And by the end of the episode, you know everything. Backstory, their motivation, their manifesto. It's always the same. It's super predictable. And yes, you can call in. The number is 833-311-1984. And if that's not convenient, you can also use the Skype and just look up Infinite Plane Radio. All right, I have a couple of voicemails. Let me go ahead and play them.
Hey, Tim. Jerry Albert here again. I just want to call in and talk about whatever subjects you were talking about. I was curious. All right, bro.
I would say go to infiniteplainsociety.com if you want to be on the inside, because you have to understand, we are one of the most banned, and I would say, yeah, one of the most prohibited groups out here on these different platforms. We were just kicked off of Twitch. They went through my sock drawers. They got rid of all my other Twitch accounts that were dormant. They said I was guilty of attempted ban evasion. Like, oh, you were thinking about backing up these accounts and going back on. I've been kicked off of a number of platforms. YouTube has probably wiped us out 120 times plus. Amazon is yanking us down. So we have a system, and our system is what you see. We never go quiet. That's kind of it. But the thing is, sometimes it's difficult to pinpoint when and where. So we use the signal. So if you can't see the penguin head projected onto the ionosphere from where you are, get on the text alerts. Go to infiniteplainsociety.com, get on the newsletter, get the text alerts, or join Discord, and you'll never miss a thing. Okay, next we have another voicemail.
I just wanted to bring your attention to my comment. This is Coyote Smoking Mirror, your Twitter buddy. My thesis is Revelation is not prophetic, but rather it is their blueprint. So they impose this as a structure for their overreaching psyop, if that makes sense.
That makes perfect sense. Like pretty much everything tweeted by Smoking Mirror, and we'll have to get his link in here. It makes perfect sense because if you think about it, Revelation is an account of how everything's just going to turn into the stuff that Kim Kardashian said she's going to eat if it can help her look younger. Excrement. She literally said that. But you have this story about how everything's just going to go to hell. And climate change is the exact same thing. They write the story, this is how it's going to end. And then whether the facts match the script, they still report on it. Oh, things are getting hotter. Ocean levels are rising. Polar bears are drowning because of cow flatulence. And their stories just pile up, and we're like, it's not really happening. But of course, we get punished because we are non-believers. But to his point, yes, Revelation in all likelihood is a script. It's what I would call a meta script. So it's through the news, through the movies, the comics, through the video games. It's everywhere. Thank you, Battery79. We at IPS appreciate the support. He said, loved the JL stream. If you have any comments on that stream, leave in there in the section or email me if you have any questions, because I'm going to be speaking with them again on the 9th. Crypto Freedom says Dr. Evil was from Seattle. That's new to me. And he lived in the Space Needle. See, that's huge. So we talk about these different space popes. Like Elon Musk isn't Elon Musk. Elon Musk is Werner von Braun mixed with Willy Wonka mixed with Tony Stark Iron Man. He's an amalgamation of several characters, and I can show you all the various media tie-ins that create these composites. Jeff Bezos is the man who fell to Earth, and along with that, he's Dr. Evil. He's also Nimrod, the builder of the Tower of Babel. But again, they're composite characters. So the Dr. Evil connection with Bezos is, I guess, now even further underscored by the fact that the Space Needle connection in Seattle would link him up pretty well with, of course, Bezos, Amazon, and everything else. And the Space Needle symbolically represents the same thing that the rocket represents, by the way. The Space Needle, like the word for obelisk, I believe it means touches the sky or needle sky. There's a space needle connotation there, and space is heaven. It's the replacement for the heavens. And so the symbolic trip to space is really not about some distant journey. It's actually something based on these older religions and this new stylized obelisk, which has certain connotations. The spaceship descending, the elevation, the elevated ones, the rapture, the ones that get beamed up. And the number 42 I'm referencing because it's constantly tied into the space program and this new age space rapture. And it's not a coincidence that Musk is putting 42,000 CubeSats into space. Not a coincidence that Washington State number 42 Space Needle takes 42 seconds to ride the elevator. Again, you go in this cube, 42 seconds, get to the top. The saucer shape of the top is 42 meters wide, and that's just scratching the surface. I found all kinds of stuff encoded into this thing. I believe it was built by the Pentagram Corp, but if you didn't know, there is more predictive programming for the takedown, the spectacular takedown of the Space Needle, than there is for 9/11. And we're still digging up new 9/11 references all the time. And much of this is pointing to Seattle being the location for this upcoming Kraken, which ties into the location of the Space Needle. And these things do integrate, as you will see. Cap says Scooby-Doo justice is a great term. Yeah, we have to use terms to describe what we're actually seeing because they don't give us accurate words. Language is one of their weapons, and what they have done is they've flooded the zone with terms that lead us to the wrong conclusions or help them hide in plain sight. One of the culprits in the Psy War, the main culprit, is the media. However, they have this illusion of being objective, of being neutral, if not completely objective. Maybe they're biased because the reporters have opinions left or right, but people think that their cameras are recording things. No, there's a filter there. They're more about producing than merely faithfully presenting what's out there. So, in other words, the media is not neutral and showing up on scenes, and if it's a staged event, they're getting tricked. Otherwise, they would be exposing all these events. You think these reporters are dumb? They'd say, hey, these guys are smirking, and there's no blood. No, they never say this stuff, and it's because they're part of the production company. That's how deep it goes. Okay, busy signal, interesting. I'll see if I can address that. The backup number is also open. You can see it up on the screen. It's the 213. I don't know why there would be a busy signal. Okay, now again, to address the last message, I agree with him. Revelation is some kind of script. I may have to do something about the phone. Not quite sure what the deal is, but I'll get it straightened out. Skype is also open. And the other number is the newsroom, where people can leave tips. And, of course, sometimes I just use it as a backup. Thank you, Travis Cloud. It says, shill spotting is so 2017. Yeah, it kind of is in a way. Although, the existence of shills is a thing. Rusty says Revelation reads like a newspaper. Well, there's some interesting takes on it. You know, like the QAnoners believe that the part of Revelation about the beast with the head wound is about JFK. And that he survived. And that when he comes back, it's going to shock the world and they're going to worship him. Any day now. Any day now, that's going to happen. Oh, now we've been looking into the subtext in the news and throughout the culture, throughout all of the entertainment with this emerging Kraken, which reminds me I need to watch Doctor Strange. Someone said there's a significant Kraken presence there, but the meaning of this Kraken thing I think also has to do with the political schism, the ideological divide. And on 6/11 there's going to be a nationwide protest against guns, and I'm seeing all kinds of anti-gun propaganda, somewhat video of a 10-year-old robbing a convenience store, staged or not. These things are obviously being put front and center because I'm expecting fireworks. But let me get back to the 11/6, the end of Batman, which I think relates to this 6/11, which might be a 9/11 event. And the mirroring is a big part of the symbolism. The movie ends with Gotham underwater because of the QAnon-like Riddler sending his troops to flood the election, to flood the polls. And in the real world, and this is the mirroring, All the GOP is chanting, flood the polls, and they have been since November, since before the Batman movie. They've been saying flood the polls. And the movie is about how they literally flood the polls. They create a flood because of the election. To me, that's the Kraken being released. That's one of the main symbols. And of course, the Kraken is released by Hades, and Pluto's return, which Pluto and Hades are synonymous, was just this last February. And I think this is what it's going to be. And most of the symbolism regarding this Kraken does in fact point to not only Seattle, but as the commenter mentioned, Bezos out there, rather Dr. Evil in the Space Needle. Well, the symbol of the Space Needle is pretty much the same symbol as the Titanic or the Tower of Babel. You know, we're talking about this too big to fail mentality that's going to cause some kind of divine retribution. You know, Godsmack knocks down the tower. Well, Dr. Evil slash Bezos has a mega yacht. This is when it became obvious to me that he's Nimrod. Like Nimrod flaunts God, builds his tower, encroaches into the heavens. Jeff Bezos, at 9:11 a.m., on the last anniversary of Apollo 11, launched into the heavens, poked his head up there into God's territory. So he's flaunting this, looks down, he sees the world that he helped pollute. He's one of the main polluters. His carbon footprint dwarfs anything that any of us could ever do. And it's because, of course, what he represents. Amazon, A to Z, Tower of Babel, all the languages. The space program is all mankind united in one mission to go up. And this unity is about to break. That's the Kraken. That's what I'm looking at here with this symbol here of not just the Space Needle, but the yacht in the Titanic. All very significant. So Jeff Bezos, on his mega yacht, right there, is flaunting the god of the day like Nimrod did. Only the god today is the globe. And he's not really intimidated by the threat of global warming or climate change, obviously, or he would change his ways. But he doesn't. And he's continuing to encroach into space, and he's planning asteroid mining so he can become a trillionaire. So this is the point where Nimrod Bezos will be taken down. The tower will fall. And sure enough, and again, he launched at 9:11 a.m. into space on the anniversary of Apollo 11. So there's a TV show on Netflix called Inside Job, a 9/11 reference. Episode 6 of Inside Job has Jeff Bezos on his yacht getting eaten by a Kraken.
Tow your yacht into shore. I got a better plan. Look. Is that a Kraken? Hell yes. I'm about to collect on my yacht insurance policy.
Hey, has anyone seen Jeff Bezos?
Is the fight over, guys? This is why I don't allow bathroom breaks!
I never get tired of watching that. But I had to preface this scene with the significance of the Kraken eating Bezos. The Seattle Kraken has a 1 minute 13-second trailer that preceded all this mainstream talk of the Kraken, where it's basically a Kraken attacking Seattle, EMP, a flood. Their logo has a Kraken built around the Space Needle. I mean, there's all kinds of symbolism here correlating these things. And I think it's also notable that recently Amazon relocated 1,800 of its employees from downtown Seattle because of a, quote, crime wave. All I hear is wave. There's some other indicators. Hunt for Red October references built into the Rust shooting. And again, the Rust is at a Western. A lot of stuff about the destruction of the West. The Rust shooting ties in the Hunt for Red October in several significant ways, which implies a submarine, an attack likely on the West, which is specifically what Putin is threatening right now. But the symbolism of Bezos, Dr. Evil, being eaten by the Kraken, very, very significant. Rusty says, it's that Kabbalistic ones that are running all these psyops and keeping it in line. They're engineering everything in order to bring their Moshiach, what is that, some kind of a Messiah? Yeah, I think what you're looking at here is, for the most part, accurate. There is a Messiah, a Savior. I think that's already being templated in the minds of the masses. Like I've been saying, they conditioned us with space junk, stuff falling from the sky in the big movie productions, and then it started happening in real life. The mirroring, as I was pointing out at the time. Now I'm calling it concurrent programming. But it's been consistent. They've been programming us for what is about to come. So then, of course, Stranger Things opens up with a warning about how this has some relation to a shooting in Texas, and the whole season is inundated with imagery of dead kids. In addition to another subtext of the youth kind of rising up to handle the monster, which I think is just a symbol for the Second Amendment, and the whole series is about America's undiagnosed mental problem. So these movies have concurrent real-time media links, stories, psyops that tie into the news. Even the guy who shot up the Buffalo supermarket was supposedly inspired by something promulgated by Tucker Carlson. This Tucker thing is very significant because the Riddler, again, is another real world tie-in. In this movie, he pretty much represents the QAnon archetype, or Q, and promulgating quote hateful ideologies behind a mask, and this is what the media is promulgating. So the idea that a shooter would be inspired by Tucker has a very notable tie-in to the Riddler, who sends out his killers, because the Riddler kills the mayor with a Tucker. His weapon is a Tucker. If you look at the toy, he's always carrying a Tucker, which is a carpet tucking tool. So my point is, as we've been prepared for every single significant psyop thus far, we're also being prepared, in my view, for the emergence of some kind of world unifying savior. And I have some pretty specific ideas on where it's going. There's a lot of clues in The Man Who Fell to Earth, a lot of clues at the Dawn Day 2 event. I mean, this whole Second Coming narrative is fascinating to me because it's reaching everybody in various ways. The Great Reset is the main one. Then you have competing visions, the Great Awakening. We have the Pluto return, which has all this Second Coming encoded into it, although the return of some kind of underworldly deity, Hades, not necessarily, Christ. But personally, yes, I think there's quite a lot to point out here that we're about to have, not necessarily somebody to come out and walk on water, but I think that there may be some unifying figure very soon. Cap M Trip says, why are the space things so phallic? It's because they're obelisks first. Obelisk means balls, shaft of bell. It's basically the symbol of the earth god who has his thing cut off. So he's buried. This is the story of Osiris, which is ritualistically represented, where when they represent him with the obelisk, because that was the missing piece. So they put that on his grave, and then of course he's born again the next day. So it becomes a symbol of resurrection, and the rockets are named after, Saturn V, the Apollo mission. You have all these various rockets and probes, Osiris Rex, sun god names, for a reason. So the reason why is because that's what they are primarily. It's not an incidental resemblance. It's their main point. Battery 79 says the think tank, not group think tank. Yes, group think's probably very difficult to maintain today. It's one of the reasons why they're censoring the internet. It's too easy for people to find competing ideas. No, the Penguinzilla, the Pengcrackgwin, it's some kind of Godzilla penguin thing. Yeah, it's there. I hear it. All right, let's see. Going through your comments. Okay, so the number's busy. Try the alternate number. It's on the screen. If that doesn't work, you can also try Skype. Okay, if you want to call in, I see some comments about the recent Flash movie. Oh, Flash movie is expected 2023. Old internet died, some say, when Adobe Flash was killed off around 2009. Death of Geocities as well. Well, I think that one of the points I make here is that I think there's been this deliberate dumbing down of the visual literacy of the average person so that people are becoming easy to program because they're losing the ability to distinguish between CGI and the real thing. And the less time you spend in the meatverse, the more your frame of reference is the metaverse. And I think the less it matters what you see. And again, I think we're looking at a new form of indoctrination, a new form of delusion. It's fascinating. But it's not irreversible. I think you can fix it. I think. I'm not quite sure. I mean, to me, I think I have this background in video editing and Photoshop, so I look at these things and it's like, this is obvious. I see the green screen. I can see the bad acting. Conspiracy Thug says they have achieved conscious transfer many years ago. None of the elites die. They transfer their consciousness to another body and continue the great plan. There was a voicemail yesterday where someone was asking about this, and I was going to say that. I was going to say, when I look at the long-range planning, and I have this mind map, and I can point back to like 1906 is where I would say you could even say 9/11 was planned. It goes that far back, and I thought, are we dealing with some kind of elite that reincarnate in a serial fashion without losing consciousness? And that's a story, or rather a subplot in every major Netflix science fiction. The 100 has it, where they're able to have their consciousness put into some kind of a device that goes in the back of the head. They link up to this metaverse and serial reincarnation by having the soul more or less uploaded and then downloaded, like into a junk drive. Now, can they do that? That's fascinating. I mean, when do we see something in the movies that isn't something they're conditioning us to accept? Doesn't mean it's real, but there's definitely a lot suggesting it. And I wonder, is this just a replacement for the older religions, for transcendence? Like they're replacing older concepts, traditional concepts of transcendence, with a digital version. But can they do it? I mean, if they can, then it's conceivable they could trap you. I mean, wouldn't that be horrible if at the end of the day, your soul just goes into the nearest iPhone 13, just magnetically? I mean, I watched this series, David Bowie hosted it. I believe it's called Things That Go Bump in the Night. And it's a series of kind of Black Mirror type stuff, all about souls trapped in like genie type situations or souls trapped in computers. Even one was about souls jumping bodies, where the killer would hijack the other person's body, force their soul out. It was just kind of this theme. And this is a theme in a David Bowie video game called Omicron, I believe, after that last virus strain. And the whole thing was about demons hijacking humans, like basically possession, you could say. And so, I mean, I'm not totally closed to the possibility of some sort of technology facilitated and enhanced demonic possession. I mean, it's not off the table, but when we say demon, I don't mean the Hollywood demon. I'm just talking about non-corporeal intelligence. Maybe there's a possibility there. It's really kind of fleshed out in the Sprawl trilogy by William Gibson. Neuromancer, Count Zero, Mona Lisa Overdrive. Count Zero has this interface, this cyberspace where people are interacting with ghosts or with spirits that you would normally interact with through traditional voodoo or ritual magic, and they start manifesting in cyberspace. Kind of an interesting link there of these parallel concepts. But I tend to think, without evidence, I don't really look for supernatural explanations. I tend to think everything supernatural, everything spiritual, everything religious is being replaced by something approved by the technocracy that has the veneer of science. Like they replace the angry God that punishes the sinners with global warming that punishes the polluters. They've replaced these things. And so digital transcendence, though, is a huge theme, reoccurring. There's a number of series like on Amazon. There's one called Upload, where you can die and have an organic death and your soul just goes to heaven, or you can pay and your family can pay and you can go into this metaverse like heaven and you can actually interact with people still on earth. It's It's kind of like a purgatory. And then, of course, to have better features up there, your family has to pay more. It's an interesting series, and I'm pretty sure if it does become a reality, Amazon's going to be the one selling it. Okay, let's continue. Phones are the phone number's on the screen. If the main 833 number isn't working, I will fix it. This is Infinite Plane Saturday for 6/4/2022. The Kingdom is Within says the NBA Warriors are in the finals and are yellow and blue. More of that. We says we've been dumbed down by the public school system for a very long time. Oh yes, I mean it's clear to me that the entire thing's been compromised. But to me the big key here is the visual illiteracy. That's the part that escapes people who are true believers in this thing. And as Mark Twain said, it's easier to fool a person than convince them they've been fooled. But I find it, I don't know, just kind of enlightening to show true believers in the CGI obvious examples of hoaxery and just watch them make excuses for their psychological abusers. It's like, okay, you got Stockholm Syndrome. There's no way you believe this cartoon to be real. It's faker than what we see in the movies, and they dodge it. All right, let me check in on our Rothgeners. Again, we are on Rockfin, just Infinite Plane Radio, and I'll be posting all of the archives there most likely first. So I premiere the video of these live streams later, but I am uploading it here. So just a heads up, one reason to go over to Rockfin. You'll get primary or first, unless you're on Spotify, which now is also hosting video. But we have 10 people over there, and I will be reading the comments off and on. And hopefully at some point it integrates. Let's continue. I want to talk a little bit here, or go through this video, Johnny Depp's Demons. It's almost a separate discussion, but we spent a lot of time talking about this Marilyn Manson controversy with Evan Woods and how it paralleled her character Dolores in Westworld. So there's all kinds of correlations here between Westworld, the Kanye West Donda events, the Rust shooting, and these are all, of course, events that center around these chapels very conspicuously. And again, Marilyn Manson was there at the Donda 2 event, and in the Westworld, it centers around this chapel, and the primary character Dolores is in this struggle with this man in black, which has a parallel to her relationship with Marilyn Manson. So this, again, I think has some importance considering Marilyn Manson's connections to Johnny Depp. So that's probably the starting point here that we'll go into. This is Johnny Depp's Demons. I'll put a link to the video in the chat. I'm just going to kind of peruse the video. We'll skip through it and find... Kill the bots, please. Sorry about these things. These all caps bots. Again, these are disgruntled YouTube employees taking revenge on us. You know, it's likely that. Anyway, let's not get distracted. Just cover your eyes.
Now, I want to clarify, I'm not an actor. I lie for a living.
I will her burnt core.
Okay, so one thing, the hats are also significant when you look at these actors, and one of the things I first started noting when I started paying attention to the subtext and symbolism in these movies is that they will often carry a trait, a characteristic across multiple movies. A good example of this is Jim Carrey, the movie The Truman Show. His awakening to the deception is triggered by the dog star that falls from the sky. Other movies with Jim Carrey have references to this dog star. So the same types of symbols kind of connect the same actor through different movies. So Johnny Depp and hats are a thing, just a detail. I think he even did the Mad Hatter in Alice in Wonderland. And Alice in Wonderland has many significant connections to all of this. Specifically, she gets drugged, goes into Wonderland. And then, of course, we can go into the side topic here of Epstein and the Epstein-Barr virus. The Epstein-Barr virus is an STD which gives you this Alice in Wonderland syndrome. which is some kind of distortion that one feels with the size of objects and the distances and the sense of time, like Alice in Wonderland. Also, when Marilyn Manson started dating this Evan Woods, who later became Dolores in Westworld, they were working on a script called Alice in Wonderland. Not insignificant, Alice was the name of Nicole Kidman's character in Eyes Wide Shut, a movie about mind control that had all the usual details. But again, it's not insignificant here that he plays such a role. So let us continue.
I lie for a living.
I will her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure.
Now, I watched the trial. I watched his recent music performance. To me, it's all theater. But here we go. This is where you have the connection to Marilyn Manson I kind of wanted to delve into. So apparently they have matching tattoos. So there's some kind of connection here. And again, the connections I'm getting at is there's a parallel situation that mirrors the situation leading up to the Manson killings. And you have this character here, Johnny Depp, who is connected to Roman Polanski, whose wife was killed by Susan Atkins, the witch from the Church of Satan. Marilyn Manson gives you the direct Church of Satan connection, which is notable, and his name, Manson. And the target of the upcoming Charles Manson-esque massacre that I've been talking about is, of course, Pete Davidson and Kim Kardashian. So we're looking at this storyline. Well, Marilyn Manson's first name comes from Marilyn Monroe. Kim Kardashian's been wearing the dresses of Marilyn Monroe, sleeping with locks of her hair, associating her character with this icon who died a mysterious death. So there's quite a lot here to unpack, but this connection is very significant. And again, when you bring in the Roman Polanski, the Ninth Gate connection, Polanski is also connected to very Pizzagate-like activities, drugged underage victims, but drugged victims, Alice in Wonderland, Alice in Wonderland syndrome. It all has these deeper implications. Penny Gwynn says, I've never been kissed like this picture. Alright, they also have matching tats. And all I'm saying is, these connections are worth exploring in the bigger context. Johnny Depp's a key player, and now he's on TV. And part of this is this court TV thing. And obviously, as Crypto Freedom Media said, the Manson killing was fake. Absolutely. The Manson killing was fake. The one that's coming up is going to be fake. But there's been this narrative building up of comedians dying, and then you have Pete Davidson insulting Kanye. Penny Gwynn says, Travis lost the bet, allegedly. Alright, so let us continue. This is Johnny Depp's Demons. Johnny Depp and Marilyn Manson have matching friendship tattoos. Now, he also had matching tattoos with Evan Wood, and I believe it was an EWMM. And you got to look at the symbolism and ambigrams and the mirroring of their characters. It's all witchcraft, it's all occult. So MM is obviously you turn it 90 degrees counterclockwise, and it's 33. You know, WW, Westworld. Then you also have, you know, these are all just ways that they're encoding the 33s in plain sight. Marilyn Manson is part of the PSYOP entertainment complex. I'm not going to call him a crisis actor, but I think he's playing a role here. In fact, his entire interaction with Evan Woods, I think, is all contrived, which makes me think this thing with Amber Heard is also similarly contrived. And I say this based on the obvious scripting. We watched the documentary. The scripting is Evan Woods and her relationship with Marilyn Manson framed her as a Persephone, and this Persephone being kidnapped by Hades. That was the main story. In Westworld, she plays this character named Dolores. In a Marilyn Manson video that was brought up in the documentary, she plays Dolores from Lolita. So Dolores from Lolita being exploited by Marilyn Manson. Dolores in Westworld being exploited by the Man in Black. There's this parallel story, though. Again, it has to do with this role of a Persephone-like character. It's so scripted. Again, Persephone is the personification of Virgo, and she goes into the underworld at the autumn equinox. This is all connects, even goes back to the story of Gabby Petito. This summer we were looking at the story of the kidnapping of Persephone. Anyway, the way the story is evolving here, I want to get to is this. It looks to me like this is some kind of bigger psyop made to take over TV, and it harkens back to the whole O.J. Simpson thing. And again, you can't separate the Kardashians from the Simpson thing. And of course, in recent months, and I'm not the only one saying this, there has been this obvious and open, what I've been calling the O.J. Simpsonification of Kanye West. And it has to do with this Pete Davidson thing. Conspiracy Thug says the world is a stage, none of it's real. Once you realize that, you can start to live. Well, you can start to get censored. You can start to be castigated. You can start to be hunted down, like in Blade Runner. All right, let's continue. Okay, they're describing Marilyn Manson's bedroom. Apparently he spray painted the word AIDS above his bed. What is that exactly? I don't know. Some kind of... I don't even want to speculate. We'll just move on. Okay, here's what I wanted to get into. This is Marilyn Manson and the association with the Church of Satan. And now let's look at Susan Atkins in this context. Because Susan Atkins, again, we're talking about the one who actually killed Sharon Tate, wife of Roman Polanski. And Roman Polanski directing Ninth Gate with Johnny Depp. Well, let's continue through here. Marilyn Manson and Johnny Depp play God and the Devil in the video Say 10. So the two of them are in a music video together playing the role of God and Satan, some kind of symbolism, which, spirals and triangles, you can make of it what you will. Why is the spiral associated with Pizzagate? If 99.9% of the people who use a symbol don't use it for that purpose, but it's there. All right, I'm going through some comments. Celestial Wonder says it's more like a creepy carnival show. Yeah, the world stage. It's definitely like a creepy carnival. It's not safe for work. Okay, let us continue. Here's Johnny Depp making all the usual symbols, the one eye symbolism. And then he does have connection to the scene of the death of River Phoenix, brother of, this is all really convoluted, but brother of the Joker, Joaquin Phoenix. But we're adding some clarification. And we do have plans in the near future, and you'll see it in our upcoming documentary. There's a collaborative effort, a documentary, a work that we are putting together on the Mandela effect, and we're making extensive use of mind mapping, which you'll find it's a very useful tool, especially when you're decoding movies and contiguous subtexts. Penguin says, mass shooters are ramped, so stay home and stay safe. Oh yeah, and space junk, keep your helmets on, get your masks on. I mean, they're going to get us into space suits before this thing's over. I think they may even use some kind of nuke fallout narrative to get you back into lockdowns. If you're walking around, they'll say you're spreading the fallout. We'll see, but it's coming. Again, all the same hand signs. Keith Richards and Johnny Depp's blood brothers. And Keith Richards, of course, I believe he talked about selling his soul. Common story here. Not a new story at all. It really begins back with probably Robert Johnson. Again, I'm scrolling through a video. Now, here's an interesting picture. And a very, very important character in light of everything that we discuss. So this is Kenneth Anger. Kenneth Anger was a Mickey Mouseketeer and a first-hand witness to the behaviors of Walt Disney. So that's all true. The worst you've heard about Walt Disney is most likely true, in my opinion, and it's probably worse than that. But anyway, I mean, he's a Nazi collaborator. I mean, can you say that? Can you say Walt Disney was a Nazi collaborator for making friends with Werner von Braun. Okay, but anyway, my point is, he was the one who filmed the movie Invocation of My Demon Brother. I believe that one had Mick Jagger in it. But the other one was Inauguration of the Pleasure Dome with Marjorie Cameron. Marjorie Cameron was the Scarlet Woman, the Scarlet Witch for Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard at the founding of NASA. Well, rather, the founding of JPL, the beginning of this merging, I think, of rocket science and Mystery Babylon and its new iteration with the OTO. So anyway, this person is a behind-the-scenes influencer, and also, if you read his writings, he's very explicit about how cinema, how Hollywood, is the pageantry of the new religion. He's the author of the book Hollywood Babylon, which I believe puts it out there pretty straightforward, and that this is quite literally the religion of the masses, the gods and goddesses of the masses, and he is openly espousing the belief that film is actually a form of ritual magic. And so there's, you can make of that what you will, but given the context of this bigger script, the new age, the great work, the great reset, along with the PSYOP entertainment complex and this fixation on this type of symbolism, the fact that you have this man, of course, who's one of the co-founders of the Church of Satan, in the middle of all this. And of course, he was very influential in the advent of the music video, rock videos, and of course was known to many rock musicians. So interesting character, and I'm just bringing him up because he is referenced in this video. Let me see what we have here. Here we go. The appeal of it might have been his ego as much as anything. Certain members of the occult subculture would come to see Jagger as an expression of Satan himself. More brash and open of his appreciation of Anger and Crowley was Keith Richards, who told Rolling Stone magazine that he was Anger's right-hand man and that everyone should give Satan a try. Quote, "There are black magicians who think we're acting as unknown agents of Lucifer and others who think we are Lucifer. Everybody is Lucifer." Interesting material, but I'm bringing up this character because this topic, Disney and this, what they're really about. Now, you got to see this. So, Kenneth Anger is in the Abbey of Thelema, one of Aleister Crowley's, sex dungeons. And he's there with Kinsley. Alfred Kinsley, the guy who did the sex studies on all kinds of people, which is really just systematic abuse. So here you have Kinsey, of all people, hanging out with this Kenneth Anger I've been describing to you in one of Aleister Crowley's sex magic dungeons. And the reason he was there is he was gathering information for his studies on sex. So he went to Aleister Crowley. I mean, it's really a twisted story when you get down to it, but there on the right is Anger. Linda Curtis says, "Show your wrinkled chest." Okay, let's just move past that. All right, people are so critical. All right, let's see here. Open phones 213-537-9983. I'm connecting some dots here that need to be connected. And I've seen these dots before, but this is hugely significant, and we will probably delve into it some more. But you have to look at all these characters separately. And again, Anger needs to be examined, I think, in the context of the PSYOP entertainment complex and this idea of film. Okay, here's another connection. Most of you here already know about Michael Aquinos. And of course, Michael Aquinos was another high up member in the Church of Satan. Not only that, but he had a schism where Michael Aquinos was apparently more about literally worshiping Satan in the form of a literal deity Set, the Egyptian version. So Michael Aquinos had a schism and formed the Temple of Set. He wrote a book called Mind Wars, which I have here. I have a picture of the guy. You can see him on the left. My point being, he wrote a book about how the future would be nothing but ceaseless war through psychological operations, through mind wars, rather than actually destroying things. His manual, Mind Wars, was heavily circulated to the Pentagon. Interesting paper, easy to find. But all of these characters around Hollywood, movies, and Satanism is all very interesting to me, considering how I do think there are indicators that our media makes full use of whatever you would call this. What the word magic gets maligned, but there's stage magic, there's illusion, there's misdirection, there's all kinds of subliminal manipulation, but there's something else as well. Celestial Wonder says, is this comic tragedy or a tragic comedy? Good question. You know, the closer you are to it, the less funny it is. But it really depends. I mean, it's a mix of fake and real, but the whole point of Mind Wars was that they would be using fake to control the real. It doesn't mean that nothing's real. This isn't, no, I'm not someone who believes in like the Mandela effect or reality shifting or nothing matters. No, I think all of this matters. I don't say everything's fake. I'm saying that there's a new tool of managing the minds of the masses. It's theater as a tool of governance, specifically film now, movies. And so that's why it's significant that you have characters like Michael Aquinos, author of Mind War, and Kenneth Anger, associated with this church that was center stage at the Manson killings. And of course, we're bringing up the Manson killings in the context of what appears to be the buildup for a commensurate massacre. Hopefully as entertaining. Could you imagine Kanye West as Charles Manson? Or as O.J. Simpson? And it's not hard because they make it easy. They put it out in the imagery. Look at the new Kendrick Lamar video where O.J. morphs into Kanye, morphs into Will Smith. I mean, interesting stuff. Okay, so this is Mind War by Michael Aquino. It says, attempts to end violent war by negotiated or imposed peace have only brought brief respite. On the premise that war is endemic to the human disposition, Mind War presupposes to supersede its killing and destruction with a more civilized focus on the mind. So in other words, what he's positing here is that instead of us breaking everything, just have us fight it out in the realm of ideas. But not necessarily like open ideas and philosophically breaking things down, but more about using superstition to control us. That's actually what he's talking about. That's really what it seems to impose here. You know, you're inventing things that don't exist in order to frighten people. Not a new concept in governance. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, mic check. Is there an echo on your end?
Not at all. You sound actually louder and clearer and more crisper than you did last time.
Crisper cream. I'm calling about Buffalo and the shooting. I've done some research and I've called every company within like 5 square blocks, and the people that I've contacted over the phone that were working that day says they cannot say anything about it. And the library, the fire department, and one other business said they were going to direct me to their manager news media outlet type thing.
Okay,
So no,
do you think this might just be to prevent people who aren't in media from gaining access to information readily? But have you been stonewalled, or are you still making progress? Do you think you might actually get somewhere?
I've gotten a case number and a district attorney case number. So there's 2 numbers. So I've got it, and I've started the Freedom of Information Act, but it has to be through email. But I'm going to be there in Buffalo on Tuesday, and I'm going to the Tops Market, and I'm going to record. And I'm curious if they pressure wash the parking lot or replace the window,
You know,
or
that's a
I'm just
good
going to.
question. Good questions. I remember after one of these events, I had these same exact questions because at the time I was working for a company that did, fire restoration, haunted virus remediation, blood cleanup, and I just was like, wait, when you have an atrocity like that, you don't just take a regular mop and bucket. There's a process You're dealing with bloodborne pathogens. The people who clean it have to have like their Hep C shots. So there's a whole other company that has to be involved, and there's time that it takes, and you generally don't see it. It's done by the end of the episode.
You've had a lot of morbid jobs, but yeah, it's like I'm curious if I take like a black light, but I'm only gonna be there for about 3 hours free time, so it's not gonna be nighttime to where I can take like a portable black light and scan the parking lot for DNA residue.
Well, I would be
But
interested in go in, turn left, go all the way down, take right past the coin star, and look for the wall of pixels, or whatever that was there. I want to see.
I thought it was a Space Invader. Are you sure it wasn't a Space Invader game, arcade game, and like it came to life?
Just make sure you don't like trip and fall there because you'll levitate like that guy was. I mean, if anyone doesn't know what we're talking about, there was such a it was such a bad video glitch. It was AVR. It was like an animated Grand Theft Auto character that just glitched.
I uh I'm kind of like deterred a little bit because I've called everyone and I've tried calling a few companies in Uvalde, but there was like a tire shop or mechanic, but they didn't speak English that well. And so after calling all these people in Buffalo, I just think it's going to be like a dead end. Like they sign like non-disclosure, but I recorded all the phone calls, which are kind of funny to listen to. So I'm going to record boots on the ground, just footage,
Yeah,
and
you
then
can
I'm like,
ask for their
I'm
media person. You can probably get interviews. Have you ordered a, or have I sent you a press pass? If I haven't, email me. I'll send you a new one. I have them going out. Um, if you don't want to order directly from me, I can send you a link to the printer. But I'm making these press passes available, and like 15 people have them now.
yeah, I'm calling it IP media. So I am saying that I'm with IP media, and no one's really asked like what IP stands for. So I'm just saying IP media.
Well, yeah. You know what? Here's how I explain it. Without even getting into cosmography or alternate cosmography, is that the new media is a level playing field where you have the ability to report as much as anybody else. And so it's a flat plane. And is it limited? No, it's infinite. You can go as far as you can possibly take it. So you can look at it in different ways. You don't have to bring up cosmography. I'm just saying, in many ways, this idea of the Earth is flat was being promulgated in terms of economics thanks to the internet and just information in general. And this whole Freedom of Information Act thing is an example of it. You're a regular person and you're looking for information that, is really problematic. And this is the stuff they would prefer out of the hands of the common people who are supposed to believe the news literally.
Yeah, it's I actually got a well, they said the fire chief is going to call me on Wednesday um before 3. So um there's that.
Okay, here's a
I've
question I would
gotten
ask
I
him.
was on the phone
If
for
you get
about
it,
20 minutes.
you get him on the phone, I would ask him this. Say, how come the two
You didn't
bodies,
cover the body?
how
You
come
didn't cover the body, right?
yeah, say, why didn't you cover the bodies? And then why was the body on her side and not rolled on the back? And why is there no indication of any kind of life-saving techniques? Did you even check for a pulse? And why were your firemen standing around in the presence of dead bodies uncovered on the ground being televised on Instagram? Like, he needs to own that. Somebody
Yeah,
does.
the bystander video, I guess it was like a TikTok video. They were rolling out caution tape or um the yellow caution tape or whatever for police scene, crime scene. And so they could roll out crime scene tape and block off the area, but they can't cover the body.
Oh yeah, that was so dramatic too. When she ran across the street rolling out the tape, like she was running, like it was like a kite she was pulling. It's like this lady's running with the crime tape, like really in a hurry to put up a line. It was obvious that those people who were streaming it were actors allowed to stream it. The interviews there were all narrative
Because
filled.
they were so shaky. They were so shaky and not like I'm kind of worried. I'm like insecure about me recording when I go there because I'm going to be trying to do it on the down low a little bit. But these people recording at the time, it's just shaky videos, and they're not really zooming in and looking at stuff. It's just like shaky. Um, did you see the guy on the stretcher like covering his own bullet wound in his shoulder that I sent you?
Yeah, so obviously, a mass casualty drill with really really bad actors. But this is what we're doing here, though. Truth should fear no investigation, right? We're talking about assessing facts. You don't have a partisan bias. You're not pro or anti anything here. You're just trying to figure out what is. And there's some narrative structure here that leads me to think the whole thing was fake. The shooter is always pictured with this halo behind his head, and there have been associations of, oh, the right wing is calling shooters saints now. And apparently there's some shady character named Saint something who is communicating to him and the school shooter. I mean, there's just all kinds of nonsense with these two shooters, and it's easy to mix. There were twin shootings back to back, and anyway, the public isn't
Yeah,
really demanding
yeah. I made a
evidence.
comment. I made a comment on your Minds account saying that in the month of May they did a shooting in a subway for transit. And they did a shooting in a grocery store. And they did a shooting in a school. Then they did a shooting at a hospital. So the best thing you can do is just stay home and be safe. Like you won't be mass murdered if you just stay home, locked down at home. Like they hit all the boxes. So like all they missed was entertainment. So I was guessing they might do like a 31st shooting at like a zoo or something entertainment
Great
wise.
points. Great points. It's about fostering a sense of insecurity, and the right wing feels like, oh, well, we protect ourselves, so they don't have the same sense of insecurity. So then what happens? Vegas, borderline. Now the
Yeah,
country music shows, and
yeah.
now
Well, that's entertainment. Yeah, entertainment.
and it's country, so they're pro Second Amendment, and now they're victims of their own ideals and their own attachment to the guns. And now recently, country music stars are distancing themselves from the NRA. So this is all part of a culture war in many ways when it comes to who they target with these events, but they want to make sure that they affect everybody. And now that school's out, grocery stores.
Yeah, anywhere. Just stay home, online shop, and you'll be safe. Get rid of your guns. But hey, that borderline shooting, I haven't really looked into it or heard about much of it. Besides, like you say, 50 people are still there. But like, what was the? Did the shooter shoot from afar? Or did he go up in there and start blasting away allegedly?
Supposedly he killed the security, went in and started blasting away. The footage is hilarious because it's empty when they show the footage. The acting is bad. There's no indication anything happened, but
There's like 10 cars in the parking lot of a 2,000 people venue.
and there's even a situation where I think one of the mothers from the Aurora shooting showed up with blankets for everybody there who was in shock. The story, like all the others, doesn't add up. It introduced the specter of the PTSD shooter again, and this was again a Trump era thing where all the right wing pundits always they blame mental illness. They never say it's fake. They say it's mental illness or MK Ultra mind control. The left wing say it's guns or it's racism, but nobody ever says it's fake except for those of us who are actually paying attention. Now, if you want,
Have you oh,
I'll,
hey, have you seen the ambush interview with Ted Cruz, where these reporters were trying to ask him why is it that only in America there's mass shootings?
I heard about it, haven't seen it, but you've heard me say this for the last few weeks that, and I put this in my last newsletter, that mass shootings, specifically in schools, has been framed as a specifically American phenomenon. And this is the subtext in the Stranger Days, where there's some monster that's been plaguing America, and the youth are being victimized, and the adult and the authorities don't know how to handle it, and they don't see it. And the whole movie or the series, has a hog like character. And so I don't think it's a coincidence that now here we are 7 days away from 6/11 when March for Our Lives, which is a youth movement, is going to go marching. And they're the ones who are, of course, being victimized by the Second Amendment, according to this story of school shootings.
I wouldn't be surprised if they pulled the whole vehicle running into a crowd during the march type card that they sometimes play.
They did it pretty well in 2020, which I thought was hilarious because they were calling it the Summer of Love. And then
Oh,
you had a
those two
car
girls.
run over those two girls. It was Summer Diaz and something Love. Their names were Summer and Love, and they got ran over by a white car, which is even better.
Okay. I'm not calling that an auto hoax. I think that was they might have misnamed the names of the people, but that looked real to me. I don't. It could have been fake, I guess, but to
Well, the
say
thing is,
auto
okay,
hoax and everything
this they
is
called it Summer of Love, And then these people
Yeah, the
named Summer of
odds.
Love
Yeah.
die, and they were doing some kind of dance in the street. It was Summer Taylor and Diaz Love. Now, I watched the video again and again and again in slow motion and broke it down, and the EMT footage on the ground, that person's thick leg did not belong to the person that was supposedly hit. The person was already
Oh, I always
Instagramming.
saw. Yeah, I didn't see that footage. I only saw from like the original one from Up a High.
Right. Well, they were dancing in the street. I forgot what the song was called. I think it was called the Cupid Shuffle, and it was under the full moon. They're out there like zombies doing this dance like they're possessed, and this truck comes through. Now, one of the ones that was hit though, from the video, looked rotund, like a big ball of a person, and it looked like they expertly rolled off the car and it looked nothing like the person in the hospital. And so I'm looking at this from, I was looking at stunts where stunt devils get hit by cars. It looked like a couple of stunt actors. And then, of course, the story attached to it. And the whole idea was, hey, the summer of love became the summer of hate because some guy in a white car had to kill Summer in love. It's just story.
Well, I mean, if it keeps people off the highway protesting, then I'm kind of for that.
Oh, Mind War then. Mind Wars is for you. If we can reduce carnage just by, mind warring people. And that's kind of how they look at things, I guess. You can't coerce people with force, but you can do it with entertaining and believable stories.
Yeah, like the only thing that made me think it was fake was their names on that one.
Well, if it wasn't for the fact that Nancy Pelosi was calling it the summer of love, and they were trying to frame the peaceful protesters as peaceful protesters. Meanwhile, they're kicking heads, burning police precincts. They were exhibiting violent brutality, racism, everything that they accused the other side of was being exhibited by all these protesters. So they have a small control group off to the side, and oh, this is us. This represents all of us. And they're just dancing in the street like it's innocent, and they get hit by a car. I think it's
All
just
right, actually, can we actually backpedal and say that we actually know that that's what their names were, or could it be like pissed on breadcrumbs to make us look stupid?
no. Actually, those are their names: Summer Taylor and Diaz Love. I mean, I did an extensive look into this thing, and I specifically can recall photographs of the body surrounded by onlookers and EMTs, and the leg was a thick, thick leg, and it was not the same as
Well,
the.
okay, yeah, you looked into it a lot more than I did. All I did was just see the footage and then their names. But on the Buffalo thing, uh, the whole that there was a guy that made a water engine or an engine that ran on water. I think that might just be a fake narrative to where people that are, I guess, quote unquote truthers are like, oh, the CIA wanted to stop it, so they sent in the Utopia Village MK Ultra and to shoot everyone just to get him type narrative.
I think so, and I also think it ties into the bigger meta script where the world's ending because of climate change caused by white racist Western chauvinists, and so basically, the scapegoat for the world being destroyed by global warming is the West and capitalism, and of course, Western chauvinism. So it makes sense that someone who's 18 goes on a website, gets radicalized by this, goes out and commits this atrocity, and then it's ironic that he kills a guy who invented the thing that could save the world, quite literally. An engine that runs on water, no more fossil fuels, no more coal, which is what the environmentalists are protesting against now. Yeah, he killed the guy that could have saved the world. And then what's more, it ties in to the recent movie, the series, The Man Who Fell to Earth, which is about an alien savior to save us from ourselves. And he comes
Have
down
you
for,
watched that
yes,
series yet?
and he starts off with water. He's talking about the need for water. Yeah,
Is it pretty good?
it's the first one probably wasn't good either. It's just really bizarre science fiction, but I'm just watching it for the subtext, and it's all about water. He's an alien savior on his way to Seattle for some reason, as far as I've gotten into it. But the point is, killing the savior, and it was a white supremacist shooting, a white terrorist shooting, and so he kills a guy who's also a cop, a retired cop, so a good cop. So you can kind of see here. I think it's a multi-leveled story.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think Utopia was the best thing I've seen in like a couple years.
Utopia is the only movie I've seen that clearly depicts what predictive programming looks like. And the main characters are kind of like our think tank, where they're looking at comics and like, hey, these comics are actually relating to what's actually happening in the news with nuance and detail. And they realize there's a predictive capability by looking at the future issue. And when they find out the information that's in that issue, now they're in possession of sensitive information and they're being hunted down. And that's kind of where we are.
Yeah, yeah. Instead of comics, it's I guess Hollywood entertainment
It's yeah,
for the
it's
most
all of
part.
it, and of course the comics these days have all just become Netflix. That's the source for a lot of it, and it's always been this way though. Looking back, and I'm looking forward to whatever goes down in Seattle based on the predictive programming, which is 7 days away. And what do you think of all this Kraken stuff? I mean, do you think that I'm putting this together accurately with Pluto returns, release of the Kraken, the Batman movie, the Riddler's people flood the election? You think that the Kraken releases some kind of right wing driven attack?
Well, my what prediction for 2022 was a tsunami, so I'm still hoping for one, just so I could be like, oh, I said it. But Kraken's been popping up everywhere. There's this. I listen to audiobooks a lot, and there's this. It's called James Axler Deathlands, and they're on like episode 145. But this new one was called Kraken, and it was about uh, a squid that lays baby squids, and they go out and attach to humans, and they do mind control. And I guess the main Kraken is locked in a cage, and at the end they release the Kraken back into the wild. So it was like kind of a release the Kraken type whole narrative, and it's
Fascinating.
just
I used
maybe
to
it's just
I used to sell books on Amazon, and I would often sometimes I'd get boxes of books cheap and then move them out there. But I had a couple James Axler, his Outlander series, and so
yeah. There you
Outlanders,
go.
Deathlands. I've read a couple of those. I don't have the titles off the top of my head, but I used to really like all this dystopian post-apocalypse future
Yeah.
type
Okay. So you know who
situations.
I'm talking about? Yeah. Exactly. I never got into the Outlanders because it was kind of more futuristic, but the Deathland series was. I listened to audiobooks a lot, but it was just interesting that the Kraken came out this year, and
This year,
it's kind of Ghost Writers that are doing it now. It's not the same original writer, but it's just weird that it came out.
well, and that's kind of what I've been suggesting here is with this concurrent programming thing is that when they're going to do something in the news, they make sure it saturates everyone's mind. So this is what the main point of Stranger Things this season was. It saturated millions and millions and millions of people's minds with the imagery of dead, mangled children, which, unless you've seen it, it'd be hard to conceptualize it in a visceral way. And they put it out there and they start off the season with a warning that this might remind you of the shooting. So they don't ever show you the bodies in the shootings, but you have a pretty good idea of what's there. And so this is, I think, just concurrent programming, and it's in Netflix. It's got to be in books and novels to some level. I think if it makes any sort of mass distribution, it's either going to be directly or derivative of what is being directly promulgated from central control.
Yeah, it's like how they roll out the TVs during mass trauma events in schools. Like I'm class of 2006, and so in 2001 they rolled out the TVs and made us watch the footage of 2001 September stuff. But they also rolled out Columbine footage and made us watch Columbine footage in like 1999. So anytime there's tragic events, they universally just roll out the footage and make everyone watch it. It's like trauma based mind control type thing.
Fascinating. Yes, absolutely. And so the Challenger explosion wasn't live, and yet they gave the appearance that we were all shocked by it. Like, oh, we don't know. Like, when they wheeled it out for everyone to watch it, your teacher probably made you see it, but no, it wasn't really live. So there was an option. Hey, do we show the children 7 people burning up in the sky.
That wasn't live. I thought that was live.
No, it was not. It was broadcast after, so it wasn't something
I
they
guess
had.
it was like 1970 or something, right?
Well, it was 86, and they didn't have to show it, was my point, though. They didn't have to. And of course, but back then you had no way of knowing what was real or fake. And you see 9/11, of course, you're probably going to cry. Somebody's going to know somebody because everybody knows somebody who died in 9/11.
Yeah, and then like after Columbine, like some people think it was real, and then like after that they faked it. But I think even Columbine was fake because they mass produced it. They did a Scooby Doo episode on it basically, and then every school banned trench coats for like you can't wear a trench coat to school anymore.
Right, because
I
you're
don't
going to be
know.
hiding a gun under it. And that, of course, was what happened in The Matrix. And The Matrix came out just weeks before. So there you have a media tie in. And this is where they really started the narrative that Matrix breakers, the people who see through the system, are an armed insurrectionary force. If you see through the fake news, you're a terrorist now. They started it back then. And they glamorize guns. And at the same time, they're trying to ban guns. And I'm like, wait, the Wachowskis hate guns, yet they rely on guns for their stories. So I think this is part of the turning the public against guns because I think they've actually slandered guns. They've libeled guns. Guns are misrepresented and villainized. But again, yeah, I would say that, like you said here, Columbine is obviously fake 'cause it's way too tied into everything. Marilyn Manson was involved in that whole psyop too.
He was involved in Columbine.
Yeah, his music, along with KMFDM, were kind of scapegoated, and then he had a song, I believe, Lunchbox, about retaliation against the bullies in school. So yeah, definitely they were inspirations for the shooters, or cited as inspirations.
Eh,
I mean, that was a
Yeah, it's
controversial year for Marilyn Manson because after that, he releases a video called Coma White, where he plays JFK dying, and he releases the video.
1999.
And
Yeah.
after he releases the video, MTV has to stall it because JFK Jr. dies. And the video
Yeah, he had
is
to
a
put out the Netflix cautionary before you watch this. Just know that this was recorded before this thing happened.
yeah, he's like, I had no idea JFK Jr. was going to die. When the theme of the video is that JFK
Was his
Jr.
dad dying?
is the savior, and it's just like coincidences.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Hey, real quick before I go, hey, uh, what's your biggest suggestion if you were to go to Topps supermarket? Like, what would you want to look at?
Oh, okay. I would want to just basically see the entire left side of the store where he went because what we got was heavily pixelated nonsense. And I'm just kind of very much curious to see if it actually matches up or if what we saw was just augmented virtual reality, how much of it. So that's what I would want, just
What,
verification that
like,
it exists.
see if the coin star looks new. If they replaced the coin star already.
Yep, exactly. And whatever's behind
Um,
the coin star.
the windows. Yeah, because like the shots that he like, I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna like put a camera on my head and film it, but I'm just gonna put a camera out and just kind of just retrace his steps and try to see if like maybe those two women were trying to walk up the. I don't. It's
Now,
just
one thing I
it.
would advise though, I would advise talking to the manager and saying, "Hey, I'm an independent reporter."
No, they won't. They won't. They won't. They won't answer anything.
Well,
If I ask about it, they'll kick me out.
because
They'll
here's why.
say I'm trespassing.
Here's why. Because there was an individual who got arrested for looking too closely at some Sandy Hook shrine, with the teddy bears or something. It's the first time I ever heard about conspiracy theorists being like problematic. It was like on Fox News. Bill O'Reilly was like, "How dare this guy?" But anyway, they say that the Buffalo shooter went shopping there several times scouting. So if you go in there on reconnaissance,
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna
it,
look for Black King, the guy with the T-shirt that says Black King on it. I'm gonna hope he's still there, and if he's there, then I'll talk to him. But I'm gonna record everything before I start talking to
yeah,
people
as long as
because
as
I
long as
know.
you're, yeah, I don't. I mean, in my opinion, I think it's easier to be upfront that you want an interview rather than ambushing people and getting chased off by an angry mob. But it's your call.
Well, yeah, I'm saying I'm gonna like just re re. I'm gonna film. I'm gonna like retrace his steps in a recording, and then I'm going to ask people, because I'm pretty sure as soon as I start asking people if they were there, I'm going to be ran off the scene.
It should be interesting to see then. And you know what they're going to do with the school, by the way, and I predicted this because the school, the follow-up shooting, had the brick wall and it said "Rise," and I'm like, it's just like we will rise. It's like you guys haven't died yet. But anyway, they're going to quote raise the school. They're going to burn it down and build it back up. But they didn't say demolish it. We're not going to knock it over and build a new one. They said they're going to raise it, which implies burning it down, which obviously they're not going to do. It's just symbolic language.
Yeah, yeah, I'm getting ads to donate money to Uvalde to help their community. I'm like, why would I donate money to help their community just because a mass shooting did or did not happen over there?
Money cures everything. Money's what stopped the globe from flooding us. You just got to throw money in the volcanoes or it'll burn the villages. Like, this is how they program people. Money is like this universal cure.
It's clean. All right, man. Take it easy, Tim. I gotta go.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. All right. Very interesting research. Very, very interesting research on the ground. So we're going to have more of that in the future, by the way. So I mentioned earlier 14 press passes. I meant this week. We must have sent out more than 150 during the empty hospital fiasco. Celestial Wonder says, glamorize violence in the movies, condemn it in media. Crazy. Glamorize movie violence as a hero in a movie, and then publicly say guns are bad. Publicly say guns are bad, but walk around with private security with guns. You see, I think this cognitive dissonance is so bad, it literally breaks people's minds and makes them crazy. You know, just like in Mystery Science Theater 3000, where the captive audience is forced to watch bad science fiction until they go crazy. Well, that's where we are. And we're the ones that didn't go crazy. And when I say crazy, I mean the schizophrenic break from reality. We're not the ones through the screen. We're not in this fictional universe. We're actually objectively analyzing from the outside and throwing popcorn at the screen. And in Mystery Science Theater, what keeps them sane is the mockery and ridicule and popcorn throwing at the screen. All right, NA Literalist says boots on the ground. Yes, and that's just the beginning. Knockout Bear says, I love my press pass. InfinitePlane.media. InfinitePlane.media is where you can go to get the press passes. Also, they're at the store. Not hard to find. But I've been working on the sites, updating everything. Everything's being prepared for the future. And here at InfinitePlane.media, it has the information you would need. So if somebody asks, where does this press pass lead us? And it's a pretty basic site with articles, text alerts for live streams, and a link to purchase the press pass, as well as listening links and the phone numbers. So you click press pass and it takes you over to the shop. And I'm getting them from a printer that has, well, both two sides, but also the option of lanyard and, of course, retractable cord. Or you can just get the card itself and put it in your wallet. And if you ordered them, the orders have been processed. And what's more, I also have tracking numbers available. So if anybody's wondering, we have them going all over the plane. So I put a link in the chat if you want to order a press pass. I'm selling them at cost. And again, this is your freedom pass. This makes you essential. You're now media. All right, checking in on Rofkin. Joined there by Red Balls and a few others, 8 people watching. Again, Rofkin is also where I'm going to be posting the archive. So if you missed this, you can catch the replay over there most likely first. It'll just be posted there first before anywhere else. Ashy Dog says, I want a press pass. Absolutely. And actually we have press pass shirts, shirts with basically press wear. You'll see. Our designers are working on a few things. And again, it's just a matter of being essential. You're out there, you're an observer. We're not doing ambush journalism. We're not paparazzi, although I do have plans to make that part of what we do in terms of, well, it's a tactic that you may need to reach to. All right, let's go ahead and continue. We're looking at Johnny Depp's Demons. we got sidetracked. Not really. I mean, it's an important tangent. Looking into the character of Kenneth Anger and then Michael Aquinos and their role in the modern Psy-War and the connection between magic, specifically black magic Satanism, and cinema. And this guy's connection to magic, black magic, Satan, and cinema goes back. He did the film with Marjorie Cameron, who was the Scarlet Woman with Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard, years before. So anyway, let's continue.
A satanic text.
The 9 gates of the kingdom of shadows.
An obsessed millionaire.
I want you to get it for me, at all costs.
A mercenary collector descends into a labyrinth of evil to face the ultimate seduction. The 9th Gate. Artisan Entertainment brings to the screen this...
Now, he was also in From Hell, about the Jack the Ripper killer. And the movie made it pretty clear that Jack the Ripper was committing some kind of Masonic ritualistic murders, and they had a mix of 5-pointed star pentagrams and Freemasonic symbolism. Again, very interesting tie-in there, but let's go ahead. We're looking at Johnny Depp's Demons. The channel is J Wilderness.
Haunting new thriller from award-winning director Roman Polanski.
Roman Polanski. So Roman Polanski is where we get into the Pizzagate-like activity, Eyes Wide Shut style parties, underage people, drugged victims, a common theme with these people.
The 9 Gates is a book that plays the central part in the picture. It's the title of the book. It's the 9 Gates of the Kingdoms of Shadows.
Only 3 copies survived.
Only one is authentic.
It's an ancient book which has supernatural power.
Starring the versatile and critically acclaimed actor Johnny Depp.
Corso is a very charming guy, but you instantly get the feeling that there's something wrong.
All right, again, Roman Polanski, March 10th, 1977. He was then 43. He was arrested and charged in Los Angeles with 6 offenses. Terrible stuff, drugs and everything else. Terrible stuff. Anyway, basically, this is the guy who was accused of something very similar to what happened to Rosemary and Rosemary's Baby. And this does tie into the whole Alice in Wonderland thing, and the whole Epstein Island and the Epstein Bar and the Alice in Wonderland syndrome connection, and the connection to these various Persephone archetypes. Persephone kidnapped by Hades. Alright, so let's go ahead and continue. Roman Polanski and Sharon Tate's connection to Charles Manson. Serial killer and director cross paths in shocking murders. Now, another thing about this. We've been talking on this channel, we've been speaking about this meta-scripted view and how the news is largely scripted. And I've noticed a pattern of templating, and thank you, Ashy. I believe we have a newly minted field reporter. Newly minted field reporter, appreciate it, and you are now unlockdownable. You don't have to stay home anymore. Do whatever you want because you are gathering intel. You're doing reconnaissance. Alright, so the meaning to this here. Roman Polanski and Sharon Tate's connection to Charles Manson, the serial killer and director, cross paths in shocking murders. So I was looking back at how 2020 mirrored 1968 in many of the storylines. They were bringing storylines back. They were actually bringing back specific lines. Like, you could bring up this one. Trump, when the looting starts. The shooting starts. Just some random tweet. Made it up on the fly. Well, no, not really. When the looting starts, the shooting starts is a phrase used by Walter Headley, the police chief in Miami. And this was kind of a slogan for segregationists. So basically, someone who's anti-civil rights makes these statements, and so Trump using the statement was really ill-advised. But I guess it was just a coincidence. NPR.org, the history behind when the looting starts, the shooting starts. Now, when I saw this, and this is the summer of 2020, right after the Floyd's death and everything else, I said, hey, wait, Trump is tweeting something right out of the late 60s. And then other things started piling up until it's pretty clear that there's this composite picture of 1968 is being grafted onto 2020. Spike Lee's movie The Five Bloods, which predicted the kneeling, had Chadwick Boseman in it, who died later that summer, was set in 1968 and 2020. It was kind of in these flashback movies. So I'm like, okay, so if this is the case, we should see 1969 reflected in 2021. And sure enough, 1969 saw a repeat of the space race, a repeat of the July 20th walk on the moon, but this time it was Bezos launching off at 9/11. Looking at this bigger picture, I was noticing Marilyn Manson's in the news like crazy all throughout 2021. Stories of torture, knife sex, mind control, cult like mind control. And I'm like, wait, what's going on here? They're bringing back the Manson meme. So I'm thinking, okay, Charles Manson is going to reappear in some way here. So then I'm looking forward to August of 2021, and on the anniversary of the Manson-esque killings, there was a killing in California, and it was a QAnon inspired killer who said that Q sent him to do it. So there's this theme of a cult leader and some deranged person doing something. But the anniversary date, and he stabs the kid 17 times. Horrific story. But I was just looking at this as they're kind of repeating atrocities, and this was used, like Manson and his cult really put a bad face on hippies and on the anti-establishment types and the anti-war types, the people who were, it made hippies look crazy. Well, look what this guy did. He helped make the anti-establishment QAnoners, the right-wing hippies of the day, look crazy. And this was another theme that emerged last year, 2021, where big media sources were remarking that, look, right-wing extremists are today's hippies. National Review, the American right hits its hippie phase. Hippies of the religious right from countercultures of, Nazi hippies, where the New Age and far right overlap. The rise of hippie conservatives. Column, Chicago Tribune. Has America's right wing entered its hippie phase? So my point is, this guy was doing to QAnon what Manson did to the hippies. And so it was a repeated story. So anyway, this is a continuing narrative. I'm just suggesting here that I'm not surprised that there seems to be a build-up for some kind of Manson-esque thing. So let's go ahead and continue here. Okay, so we're looking at some kind of connection. Oh, here we go. Polanski and Depp, and then of course Polanski crossing paths with Charles Manson. This video is called Johnny Depp's Demons, and it's by a channel called Jay Wilderness. And I'll go ahead and put Jay Wilderness's link in the chat. Yeah, thank you everyone for killing the bots. They're really bad, and I'm 99.9% sure the bots are all, in fact, disgruntled YouTube employees. Okay, now here's another interesting connection. Hunter S. Thompson and his link to Johnny Depp. And Hunter S. Thompson has some very bizarre connection to the Franklin cover-up, which was kind of a, let's say, here we go. The Franklin cover-up was kind of a Pizzagate thing back then. Let's see if we can find anything on this. Very strange. The controversial author, Hunter Thompson, was linked to a Larry King as implicated in Paul Bonacci's testimony. Franklin cover-up, child abuse, Satanism, murder in high places, snuff films. Hunter Thompson, snuff film director at Bohemian Grove. So there's this story that we could probably look into. And it makes more sense now when you look at Hunter S. Thompson as played by Johnny Depp with the adrenochrome thing. And this is what really popularized this notion of adrenochrome use.
I was researching Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, and I was living in his basement, you know.
As your attorney, I advise you to take a hit out of the little brown bottle in my shaving kit. You won't need much.
By the way, side note here. That's Benicio del Toro. And there's a pretty compelling conspiracy theory that would have it that Benicio del Toro does not exist. And what I mean by does not exist, I mean that what you're looking at is actually a character played by the actor Brad Pitt. That Brad Pitt is wearing one of these skin masks and he's portraying Benicio and always has. So therefore Benicio does not exist. All right, let us continue.
What is this shit? That stuff makes pure mescaline seem like ginger beer, man. Adrenochrome.
What do you do for recreation there? That's what recreation. I work. You ever hike up into the mountains? Oh yeah, I do that for. I like to kill.
You ever go hiking? Yeah, I like to kill. So he likes to kill. I mean, that's kind of a weird thing to say on David Letterman. And he's not laughing or smirking. Like maybe he's being honest. And if you're a snuff film director at the Bohemian Grove, it wouldn't even surprise you to say that. It'd be so commonplace. You'd just be like, yeah, I'm killing people out in the woods. It's just the people he's around. You can tell who a person is, by who they've been around in many ways. Not guilt by association necessarily, but it kind of gives you an idea of where they're coming from. So he doesn't sound surprised by that question, and nor does Letterman seem surprised by his answer. Johnny Depp helping out with the arrested satanic murderers, the West Memphis Three. Kind of an interesting side note. I think he had tattoos and salt. Here we go. Matching tattoos with Marilyn Manson. More evidences of occultism, which we could probably dabble into here. A lot of stuff showing up in Los Angeles. And this is not a minor thing when you get into the OTO and their rituals, because this is the origin of the symbols that you see. The hand signs, the one eye stuff, the new age, the Great Reset is actually right out of the OTO's great work of ages. Anyway, fascinating connections. We'll keep going deeper into it. Linda Kata says, Brad Pitt, Johnny Depp, great actresses. If you're right, then they are. We're talking about people playing roles of people. Like here's a question. Is Tom Cruise Tom Cruise? Or is Tom Cruise somebody who plays Tom Cruise? And is the person that you see off the screen any less of an actor than the person you see on the screen? I like to think that these people are getting the money that they claim and that they're just independent actors and artists, but I get the idea that they're constructs. Like, for all you know, Tom Cruise makes $30,000 a year and he's just a full-time puppet. Kind of like that guy Dave in that movie. The movie Dave with Kevin Kline. So if you haven't seen it, it kind of relates to last year and kind of makes me think about CGI Joe, our current president. Dave is a 1993 American political comedy with Kevin Kline, and it's about an actor who plays the role of the president. Not a body double, but an actor. So basically, he has to fill in for the president. I think the president has a major stroke, so he has to take over. He makes the president more popular. He improves the president's persona and everything else. So anyway, the movie Dave is about a fake president. And I'm like, well, that's kind of what I'm suggesting here. A bunch of puppets everywhere. That SOB said Harry Houdini ended up being a spy. I would suggest that most actors at a certain level are spies, especially if they're involved with a major psyops. It guarantees it. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, are you live?
Yes, welcome to the think tank.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Just covering the news of the day. Today's the 33rd anniversary of Tiananmen Square. Let me ask you a question. What happened to your recollection?
Where the guy stepped in front of the tank? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, and to the best of your recollection, what happened to the guy?
I think, honestly, I can't really remember. Did he set himself on fire?
Interesting theory, interesting question, or a speculation. Because
or did he get shot?
See, I ask this because the Mandela affected among us believe that he was run over by the tank 33 years ago today.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
Okay,
That's
well,
something I don't remember.
the Mandela affected people, even the Mandela affectees that are less than 33 years old, they remember Tank Man getting run over. I don't know
Yeah,
how
I'm
they do,
almost
but
60. I'm almost 60, and the guy wasn't run over.
no.
Something happened to him. I think he set himself on fire. Now I could be wrong about that, but
See,
I
this is
think
how
he
I
did.
know that you're not Mandoozled because you said I could be wrong about that.
It could be.
No Mandela affected person will utter that sentence. I could be wrong about this. I could be wrong about that. You will never hear them say that.
Well, the only thing I'm mandoozled about is the scriptures, and I talked to Seth about this, and he said, Jerry, don't even go there with Tim because, the scriptures doesn't really matter much to him. Seth is the one that hooked me up with you.
Well, how would he know? I mean, that's kind of presumptuous. I would say this. Um, how do I know that
Well,
Seth's connection to the Creator is closer than mine? I mean, I've been saying
I
my new
hear you,
policy
brother.
is, well, I mean,
I hear you.
that's
But
what
I
I'm.
can tell you this. There is a lot of residual proof, that it said the lion shall lie down with the lamb. A lot of residual proof about that because there's ministries all across the country that are called the Lion and Lamb Ministries.
I
But
guess
now, if you
I.
read the
It doesn't
scriptures,
impact me very much. It doesn't hit me really hard when I hear these quote the
I hear
Bible
you.
change, mainly because there's like, well, one, the Mandela effect would say that Jesus hanged on a tree. And if that changed, then how come people aren't wearing trees around their necks?
Well, I was pretty sure he was hung on a tree on the Mount of Golgotha.
But then
They
why do we
they
have
hung him
crosses
on a
on top of
tree.
churches and not trees?
Well, the cross thing, I'm kind of confused about that, and especially in America because so many people are all about the cross. They wear crosses around their neck. They have crosses in their homes. And it's like, well, if you really pay attention to what the scriptures say, it says, have no graven image. And to me, a cross is like a graven image.
Right,
Why
but
would
we say
you?
the scriptures say, but the scriptures don't speak. It's ink on paper, and you're imbuing it
Right.
with this authority, which I understand where you're coming from. You accept it as an authority, which again, that's the primary point here where I find it's like, well, for one, religion tends to be evil, in my opinion. Media and religion are inseparable, and I think media has supplanted religion, mass media, that is.
I really hate to agree with you on this. I really hate to agree with you, but I do. I agree with you that religion seems very evil.
But look, I like churches. I think it's cool when people gather and they're friends, and I don't have any problems with religion as far as like or churches and organizations. But I'm saying the idea that this book gives somebody some kind of special insight. Look, I mean, I don't mean to be. It's like I'm not trying to be irreverent, but the
Mm.
Bible has as much authority to me as a stack of tarot cards or a Ouija board. Like I don't agree that it's coming from a supernatural source.
Yeah,
It
and
seems like
I
it's
understand that.
like the iPhone. Was that invented by an
But
alien? Did God give it to us? No, it's man.
just,
And
just to say, I understand your perspective on it. I really do. I understand your perspective because you don't think that it was inspired by the Creator.
well,
You
when was it
think
written?
that,
Like, look, I don't trust. Like, how far back do you trust the history books? How far back do you think our written history?
well,
Like,
history, oh man, I've changed my mind so much on history now. Because history is only what man writes down, and I now I get where you're coming from on the scriptures. I don't call it the Bible. Sounds too much like babble to me.
And let me ask you another question too. This is just like a serious question too. So the character, the God that you're suggesting that I should start worshiping, is the one that murdered everybody, except for the people that got on Noah's ark, right?
Noah's rocket. Yeah, what is that, an Elon Musk reference?
Yeah, because I think there's a similar thing here. It's a dynamic of listen to our
Yeah, but
priesthood or you're all going to die.
yeah, but you do understand that those lights in the sky are not solid objects. I mean,
No,
it's
I get
pretty
that. No, but
obvious.
I'm saying, just to get to the point though, I think the God of the Bible is portrayed as a psychopath, a narcissist, and pretty much man's enemy. I don't see any benevolence from it. And they kind of soft sell it with Jesus. I understand, but it's two separate characters as far as I can tell. But how do you explain the
Yeah.
flood? Like, do you really side? Like, do you side with the God that destroyed everybody? Like, does that?
I don't know. To be honest, there's a lot of people who are pushing the mud flood thing. So, I mean, if there really was a mud flood, if there was a society that existed with a bunch of buildings and all these things, and then they were mud flooded, the only excuse I can come up with is the flood actually did happen. Seems to me like it probably did happen. And then them people that want to say there's a dome over top of this, nah.
Nobody's saying that anymore. Mark Sargent's a more lander now as well. But anyway, I'm
Is
not
there
really
what?
look. I'm not really into. I'm not converting into a religion. Not anytime soon.
Well, that's cool.
And by the way, I'm. I
That's
mean, I
cool.
appreciate the effort and your
No,
insights on
but
it.
I
Like, if you have a
really
different.
called you. I really called you to see what you were talking about tonight. What are your topics?
Oh well, we've been
What do you,
talking about a few things. Like, see, I'm always critical of the climate hysterics, and I don't know if you've seen this, but the climate hysterics are actually basically protesting events, and they're saying the world's going to end in 1,000 days. And so I see this as a repeat of this narrative that if we don't change our ways, God's going to flood us, God's going to judge us. And so I don't see religion as separate from the mainstream media. That's why you're going to have a hard time converting me. I would sooner become
yeah, I
a
don't buy
CNN
that.
convert than anything.
I'm
Like,
not buying that. What, we're going to get flooded in 1,000 days? Is that what people are saying now?
well, the thing is, I'm saying here is that the argument for we're going to be flooded, that the world's going to end, is no different than the argument or the situation in the Old Testament. And so I don't trust the Old Testament any more than I trust the MSM's Testament, and it's programmed to save mankind. You know this.
Right.
So like, I don't trust religion, is what I'm saying, and
Well,
my contention is that
okay.
the media is
I'll,
replacing the
I'll,
Bible, but it's the same program, in my opinion.
I'll get on the same page with you. I don't trust religion either. I don't. I don't believe in religion. I think the religions are, I think the scriptures exist, but I also think that a bunch of different men read those scriptures and said, this is what
Wait,
you're
see,
supposed
I
to
think this is
understand.
disingenuous, and I hear this from this. I really think it's disingenuous to say I don't believe in religion, but I use their handbook. Like, if you're using their book as a source, you can't say you're not part of that religion unless you're an intellectual property thief and you're miscontextualizing it. Like, what gives you the authority? Is what I'm asking. What gives you the authority to interpret
Are you
their
asking
book
me
from yeah, I mean, exactly. Like, I
me
couldn't
what
speak.
gives me the authority?
Like, I couldn't speak for the Freemasons. I couldn't speak for the Catholics. How are you speaking for this religious faith if you're not part of an organized religion? Like, self-styled Christians.
Well,
I,
I'm not. I'm not. I'm not a part of a religion at all.
okay, anyway, I'm just saying if you're not
What
part of a
I am,
religion, but you follow the book, and so
what I
I have a hard time separating the books from the religion.
well,
And
it's not really that I follow the book. I just want to be clear here. I believe we have a creator.
but
I
the
believe
creator that you name
something.
is not the creator in the book. You will not find.
No, I don't name that one. I don't name the creator in the book. I
So how
don't
can you
believe.
recommend that I follow a religious path and you recommend the scriptures and you cite the scriptures and the God you're recommending isn't even
Tim,
included?
I'm not even going there with you now. I'm not. I see where you're coming from about this meta script and how the rulers of the realm, which there's like several people who think that they have rule over us. I mean, Rockefeller's one of the biggest ones.
Well,
This
look,
guy's
I'm
worth like
definitely into this
hundreds,
idea though that
hundreds of trillions.
they're
Rockefeller's probably worth hundreds of trillions of dollars, and the Rothschilds have
well, I don't
probably
know. I mean,
hundreds.
look, people say Rothschilds, Rockefellers. They say George Soros, Bill Gates, and at this point, they repeat these things like a
George
mantra. But
George ain't got that much. That guy's only got like 35, 40 billion. So he's not even a bigwig in the game.
well, whatever it is, look, I'm not looking for any James Bond, and I really look. I'm not anti-religion, so people don't know, but at the same time, I have this attitude that if your religion is the truth, then you should have a thick skin. It should protect you from any doubters, and you should thank me for having not you specifically, but they should be thankful that there are doubters who can help them affirm why they believe what they believe. So I'm pretty open with my doubts. I say I don't
Brother.
believe. I say I believe that the Pope is sitting on the throne of
Okay.
Jupiter because I think the Vatican is really just a continuation of the Roman polytheistic construct.
Yeah,
And
that's all it is. I mean, that's what the Catholic Church is. It's just a continuation. You do understand we have a black pope and a white pope, right? You know about the black pope and the white pope?
yeah, I've
The white
heard, but
pope
what
is
is the
supposed to
Black Pope?
be
What's his name?
now that I think it's Adolfo something. I saw his name the other day. But he's the one that runs the military arm of the Catholic Church, and then this Jesuit Pope Francis. He runs he's kind of the mouthpiece
Okay,
for
okay.
the
Pope
Catholic Church.
Francis is a Jesuit, but Pope Francis's religion is global warming. He worships the
Yeah, and that's
globe.
a
He's
bunch
a
of
global
crap.
warmist. He's a communist, and he's also a green. I mean, the green thing, but he's also a believer in the idea of the pandemic lockdown model for the future, and he even said that not wearing a mask is a sin and that it's vanity and that it's selfish and that selfishness and individualism are a problem. So, no, I mean, you can't really point to the Vatican and say they're the bad guy. The bad guy is clearly monolithic and it encompasses the Vatican and everything else.
Well, Pope Francis pushes all the agendas that I disagree with. I disagree with global warming and yeah, we should all lock ourselves
Well,
down
then, do
and
you believe that God is so mad that if man doesn't change, that the world will be flooded? Do you not find that believable?
hmm.
Like,
Do I think the
because listen,
world, do I
there are
think the
some who,
realm
do you think that,
actually flooded? Do I think the realm
no,
actually
that's not what I'm
flooded
asking you. I'm
at a
asking you, do you
certain
think
point?
it's
Yes.
plausible that God is so mad right now at America that he's going to flood us?
I don't think. No, that's not even what's going to happen.
Wait, but do you think it's even likely? I mean, this would be in God's character. Can you not say that this is Sodom and Gomorrah? Can you not say that this is the
So
wicked times?
I'm just curious. I'm curious. Since you say that America's going to be flooded, how are they going to flood America? How's that even going to be
Well,
possible?
God's going to do it. But I'm saying is, how can you believe in Bible literalism and the literal Noah's flood, but then you don't believe that God could do it again? Oh,
Because
that's
he
right,
promised
rainbows,
he wouldn't.
rainbows. Never mind. Maxwell Cooper said, "The rainbows are the
Yeah,
promise he won't do it again." Thank you.
right. Yeah, he promised I won't flood this realm again, but he will the next time. It's going to be burned up by fire. I mean, the next time it happens, I, brother, I believe we have a creator. I believe that.
Well, he sounds like a
I can't
devil if
see
he's going to
space
destroy us.
aliens.
I mean, this is my point here.
I can't.
I think
I
that
can't.
religions take the basic fears that we have and they kind of personify it, like the Wizard of Oz.
Well, and I've already stated this. I don't believe in religion at all. I don't believe religion. I believe what's written on me and in me. That's what I believe.
Now, I don't want to get too
So as
personal, but
far
have
as
you had any
religion,
direct interactions with supernatural beings?
have I ever had any interactions personally?
Yeah, I mean, it could be
Yeah, I
intuition,
have.
telepathy, or physical.
I can state pretty plainly. Hey, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and spit this out. And I don't care who hears it. I was a crackhead. I mean, I was a crackhead. I picked up this girl.
Hey, no shame. The fact is, this Psywar also encompasses drugs. I mean, there's an
Of
all-out
course it does.
assault on human
Of course it does.
consciousness.
But you need to let me tell you this story. I picked up this crackhead. We were out on the highway. I freaked out. I thought there was guys in the back. I thought they were hitting me. So I went crazy. I started driving this car like 130, 140 miles an hour. Then I drove off into the ditches. Well, the car flew like 140 feet through the air, flipped several times, crashed. I ended up in a creek. Well, I was pinned in the car. I was pinned in. I'm not going to lie. Cop showed up trying to get me out of the car. And I was like, screw you. And I was pinned in. I had my seatbelt on. Well, I said, help me, sweet Jesus. And do I think his name is Jesus? No, I don't. I know that's bullshit.
But the intention, you said, the intention that you put out there.
But the intention was, help me, sweet Jesus. Next thing you know, I busted my seatbelt in half and crawled out the passenger side of the car. And needless to say, the car blew up and burnt to the ground. I mean, it did. It blew up and burnt to the ground. So do I think there's some kind of supernatural power? I obviously do.
Okay, good. I was curious where you were
went out in
coming
the
from. I
country.
really was. I was wondering, where's this guy coming from? He doesn't have a church. He doesn't have some strip mall, little, corner church. He's not trying to recruit me into this, but he's got some foundation for why he's certain that the scriptures are telling him something. So you had a moment there where
Oh
it's
yeah.
divine
Well, that's not
intervention,
the only
or
one. Brother, I can tell you several times in my life when I had something happen. I went out in the country one time with a bunch of guys. Over somebody stole something from me, it belonged to someone else, and words were said. So we all drove out into the country to settle this. And what happened was the guy that I went and borrowed this pistol from my buddy's dad because he wouldn't give it to him. So we go to the country. All hell breaks loose. I mean, there's a fight between two guys. Well, this little skinny guy who I just so happened to have cracked his head with a baseball bat earlier that day. I mean, it was a crazy time.
pre-internet.
And I busted this guy's head, man. I put a softball on his head with a
Pre-internet,
lightning
you all
bolt.
did Grand Theft Auto for real. It seems like.
Yeah, this was for real. So we get to the country. Guy gets the gun, and he was so pissed off. He had a .357 Magnum in his hand, and he was like, "Now I got a weapon, dude." That wasn't actually the language. I'm trying to be nice with the language, but he had this gun in his hand, and he comes at me and pointed at me. Well, I take off running. I ran. We're out in the middle of the country. So I take off running, and all of a sudden he starts popping shots. And I missed all the shots. I mean, I even heard the whistles of the bullets go by my head. So do I think there's something that is keeping me here for a reason, I'm still here now. That was like 40 years ago when that happened. The other one was like 30 years ago.
Okay, so this reminds me of that scene in Pulp Fiction where Samuel L. Jackson has uh, this spiritual conversion because he gets shot at. Every bullet misses, and it transforms him. He renounces his lifestyle and becomes a wandering bum. And then John
Yeah.
Travolta's like, that was nothing. It was a coincidence. And that's how these things are, though. These experiences are always so subjective that from your perspective, you might see the meaningfulness of it, but to others, it's just a coincidence. But in this case, yeah. Well, thanks for sharing
To
that
me, it
one.
was very meaningful. I didn't get shot with the 357. Why that happened, I have no idea.
Do you think you have another purpose that you are? Maybe your purpose
I,
is
I'm
something in the.
here. I'm here. I have a reason to be here, and that's the only reason I'm still here. Oh, and guess what? You know, I've been talking about this a lot lately. Well, I fell in my bathroom the other night. I mean, I did. I fell in my bathroom. And now I can't even hardly walk. I don't know what's going on with that, but I can't even walk. I mean, I'm in so much pain. My body, I don't know if I broke my ribs or
Have you been
hurt
checked?
my kidneys.
I'm not an ER line here. You should probably get it checked because you don't know. I mean, honestly, you probably should. It wouldn't hurt. And if you're bored in the
Yeah.
ER room waiting, call in. But anyway, yeah,
Yeah,
you
but
can't
the
take that
problem is
stuff.
I can't get there. I can't walk far enough to actually go do that. I'm telling you, I can't walk anymore.
If you need someone
I
to
walk
call
5
your
feet
locals
and
to
I'm
help you
crying.
out, just let me know in an email, timosmond007@gmail.com. I don't want to give out your private information live, but yeah, I mean, that sounds very
Well, I don't
problematic, and I'd
care.
hate to leave you stranded
I
like
don't
that.
care. I don't care. I've shared my information live several times
Okay, I'll
now.
hit you up by email,
I don't
and we're not going to leave you
care.
stranded here, okay? If you're stranded on your floor, that's terrible. I'm sorry you're in pain,
No,
but
I'm
stay on the
okay.
line.
I mean, I'm in my
Keep
chair.
listening. Okay,
I'm
good.
in my chair.
Well, anyway,
I'm good.
take care. Thanks for calling, and
Yeah.
thanks for sharing the stories. And again, I'm not hypercritical of you or your beliefs. I'm hypercritical of religion as an institution, and so I like to hear how people interpret it in their own
And
ways.
I
And thanks for
am
sharing.
too.
All right,
I am too. I
cool.
don't believe any religions at all. I don't believe any of them. I think they are what they say they are. They're
Yeah, but
man's
the experience you
interpretation.
described, very fascinating. Thanks for sharing, and we will probably continue along these lines. Have a great evening.
All right. Thanks, Tim.
All right, thanks, Jerry, for calling on Infinite Plane Saturday. All right, let's see here. Do we need to send him an Uber Eats? I think we might. But yes, he can go ahead and message me here, and we can arrange something if need be. If somebody needs to help somebody get to the door. 5 Minutes of Fame says, I can't walk about 90 days a year. Well, that's good, though. It's good for your carbon footprint. Anyway, thanks, Jerry, for calling in. The sensitive topic of religion is only sensitive because we haven't talked about it. And I think that when you really break it down, you find that it's so diverse and unique to the level of almost the individual that you can't just make a blanket statement and say, all Christians fill in the blank. It's just too diverse. All right, let us continue. And as I've said before, I have no issue with it. Church-going people are generally nice people. It's just like it's the New World Order's imposed religion that we're hypercritical of, and we've been commenting on how this new religion is templated off the other one, the older ones. All right, so going through some recent headlines. Let's go ahead and cancel Kim Kardashian or hope that Kanye cancels her. She's literally trying to look young by drinking something worse than adrenochrome. Well, eating it, I guess. Worse than Soylent Green. And maybe that's part of it. Do you know how it's like a form of argument, like the Overton window, where you expand the parameters of the conversation and you get somebody to contemplate something extraordinary. So they're more likely to accept something that's not extraordinary, but that they wouldn't have accepted otherwise. So the idea of eating human flesh, well, you would probably never accept that. But then compared to what Kim Kardashian is talking about eating, it doesn't look so bad by comparison. So maybe they're just like walking us, step by step towards that Soylent Green, totally recyclable population ideal, everything sustainable. Penny Gwynn says, is Kim Kardashian 17 again? Right. I know Madonna has been regressing in age. She's probably 10 now, which won't keep her out of the drag queen clubs in Colorado. Did you see that Alex Stein video? It's amazing. This culture war is going into some very fascinating places. And Stein went into this thing, and the main thing that stood out was young people. I mean, this is just like cuties all over again, the Netflix controversy. But young people in situations that are generally reserved for adults, and it's weirdly political where only the right wing sees a problem with it, and they're making a mountain out of a molehill. But then you look at the video and it's like, well, there are slogans on the wall. And another thing too, I would have thought that the political left would be against strippers being given dollar bills because it's dehumanizing. It seems like a sexist dynamic inherently to have a woman groveling for cash, dirty money from some man who has a strategic advantage. He's economically, socially higher up and he's able to exploit this difference. And yet at these drag queen clubs that Alex Stein went into, they're having children giving money to strippers. So I'm like, this is really mixed up. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's like an ideological word salad. Like put all these different beliefs in there, they're all contradictory and just spit it out. So what's going on? We'll see though. It's going to blow up and things are getting worse. And worse, they're getting more entertaining, but Maxwell Cooper says a bunch of conservative influencers are sharing the Primetime Stein vids from today. Yeah, I only brought it up because it's unavoidable. I've said it before. I designated him Alex Stein because he's never going to go away. And he is front lines, cutting edge here in this culture war thing. And whatever you think about this thing, it's a very it's a very strange situation we're looking at here. It's surreal. It's like cooties come to life. And haven't I said that everything you see on Netflix happens in real life? Like we're just about there. I think we're already there with this thing. Penny Gwynn says, I haven't seen Alex since he quit his Flat Earth YouTube friends. He went back to the ball. You don't get into the mainstream unless you get on your knees and you kiss a globe. For the most part. Because if you don't have a globe, you don't have global warming, and that's a main thing. All right, let's see here. Linda Curtis says, who watches Tucker? The only people who watch Tucker are the people in the left-wing perpetual outrage machine. People looking to be offended. By the way, in real life, Tucker Carlson is best friends forever with Hunter Biden. No doubt. Hunter Biden wrote a letter of recommendation to Tucker Carlson's son to get into some school. I wouldn't be, I don't know. I mean, it's also stagey. Nothing surprises me. Sun Rabbit says Paul Joseph Watson is Alex Jones's cousin. Few people know that. I said it before, though. It's a very shallow gene pool at the top of the Illuminati dung heap. So none of that would surprise me. They don't even hide it. 33 bullets, Frank James, Inside Edition. Yep, 33 bullets. It's a gang sign. It's what it actually is. We're looking at gang signs. Leslie Bell posted this. I think I got this from my Instagram. Because I go across every platform. And so what I do, I'm on Discord, we're live on YouTube, we go to these different platforms. I consolidate all of the puzzle pieces here at minds.com. So what do we have here? No blood, no bodies, no kids died. Border Patrol agent went in the back door past the cops and encountered one person. Border Patrol agent killed the shooter. New York Times published the school shooting an hour before it happened. Now, if you didn't know this, the Border Patrol agent who was off duty was getting a haircut. He grabbed the barber's shotgun and saved the day. This has a parallel to the season finale of FBI, which was canceled, didn't air, because it was about FBI agents stopping a shooting by kicking down a door and executing a warrantless search. So you have this similar theme of crossing the line of due process in order to save a situation, to save lives. But anyway, New York Times published the shooting an hour before it happened. White crosses were up an hour after the shooting with students' names who are not students at the school. Now, these are all just facts. They already had crosses up. I thought, well, and I think Moo and Chad had pointed out, there's a lot of money to be made if you're in the flower and devotional candle business. Who puts these shrines up so fast? It reminds me of Sinbad Tees after the Borderline shooting. It's like the shooting happens, and then you can go online and you can buy a shirt with the names of all the victims on the back, have it delivered to your house before the bodies even assume room temperature. That's service. And look at this. Head of Sheriff Department was personal friends of Hillary Clinton. Nothing to see here. All right, going through the chat. We says Alex Jones is far from the top. It depends on how you look at it. It may not be top, but as far as how far back behind the curtain. And I would say the official designated MSM heel and conspiracy guardrail gatekeeper false flag promoter Alex Jones has got to be pretty deep in the wilderness of mirrors. He's probably the leader of the Illuminati. No, he's definitely funnier than Bill Hicks. Alex Jones, I mean, you shouldn't compare him. It's not fair. Apples and oranges. One guy's not around anymore. But my point is simply that it's the same comedian, and we all know it. The joke's on us, or it's meant to be, but you know, it's not an isolated thing. The fakery is not isolated with just Alex Jones, Bill Hicks. The entire world stage is nothing but deep fakers and dupes. All right, let's see here. Going through comments and notes. Yesterday we talked about the Joker killers, the Dog Star, the symbolism of the Dog Star conspicuously connected to the Coptic New Year of 9/11, the New Year's Day where Sirius reaches the highest point and then it drops at midnight, and then the flood, the Sirius rising above the sun, announcing the flood of the Nile, marking the beginning of the year in the Egyptian calendar. So one of the things we were talking about was I would say the central placement of the Dog Star on various calendars is one of the key reasons why it's probably so important to the astrotheological cult that runs the world. Penny Gwyn says, thanks for taking my call earlier. Let's take IP media into the meatverse. Exactly. It's exactly what we're doing. The press pass holders are really the vanguard of what is the infinite plane media, a parallel media. We're not competing necessarily. I'm not trying to debunk the news for the people who believe it. You know, it's like you don't go to church and then try to convert people en masse to a different religion. You know, what we're doing is completely separate and parallel. We have an objective distance. We're not on their stage. That's what I mean by parallel. We don't intersect. We don't plan to. We're close enough that our popcorn hits their screens, but that's about it. Close enough to get the fake blood on our cameras. I mean, we're close enough, almost. We are having people going to the scenes, though. Garrett says, Tim, do you believe in the gematria connections? Also MK Ultra and clone. Okay, so I would say clones and MK Ultra are both cover stories for deepfakes, skin masks, hyper-realistic masks that enable them to create characters, like Benicio del Toro. So, no, I think that the clone is a misdirection to hide that. MK Ultra too. MK Ultra would also explain the dynamic of the programmer and the programmed. And I'm sure you're referring to the multiple personality MK Ultra mind controlled slave as posited by Fritz Springmeier in his book about creating undetectable mind controlled slaves. But no, that would be explained by deep fakes and the people around each deep faker. Whoever provides the scripts would be the programmer, the costume department. So no, I think that there's a mundane explanation for things that are science fiction-y. But I do believe in trauma-induced mind control. I do believe that hyper-realistic school shooting drills are used to give children Stockholm Syndrome and convert them into Democrats. It's all trauma-induced mind control is real. But the multiple personality mind-controlled slave, I think, is a hoax. As far as geometric connections, I believe in, well, I know that there are patterns. It's not even about belief. It's not something you can choose to believe, choose not to believe. These patterns exist. And it's a coded language that you can decipher. And it tells you that there's a script writer, there's a scribe, there's an author. The only question is, who's writing it? An alien, the devil, artificial intelligence, a group of government employees in some basement in Hollywood, like who knows? Pete Shea says Elvis and Michael Jackson, king of rock, king of pop. Michael Jackson married Elvis's daughter. Fascinating. Ashy Dog says, cool, great to see this great show growing. You know, at this time, a couple years ago, we had 11,000 subs, sometimes 1,500 people live. And what's changed? If anything, the think tank is better now. Everything we do is more streamlined. We're better organized offline. So what's changed? The opposition. All right, let's see what else we have here. Travis Cloud says MK Ultra is what they claim was going on in one of Stranger Things. Yes, exactly. I think it's a good way to distract people from agents who play multiple roles, who have some kind of infrastructure to support them. Oh, it's a clone. Deepfakes also could be hidden beneath the explanation of reptilian shapeshifters. Like David Icke pushing reptiles might be a convenient way to also, hey, if you're noticing people look a little weird, especially around Hollywood and politics, yeah, it's because they're reptoids. Well, maybe the truth is, again, a little bit more mundane. You have to look into Jonah Mendez. And, you know, just a little background. She's the one who was interviewed about much of the disguise technology used by the CIA. But the main thing about it was this technology was suppressed. It was not even declassified until like 2015. And I noticed too that at the exact same time that digital deepfakes started trending, these things were being declassed. And I'm thinking, maybe they've gone from actual stagecraft, you know, theatrical masks, special effects to all CGI, which could be the case. But here is a short video. A CIA operative explains how spies use disguise. And this explains how QAnon shaman could actually be Owen Schroyer, especially when she gets into the mouths. And so we'll look into that too. Let me play a few clips here.
Whether you're building it or whether you're peeling it off. It's almost transparent layers. And when you get enough of them going, you disappear and this other person is in the room.
Transparent layers, layers of skin. Again, we're talking about hyper-realistic masks that are 100% undetectable. Now here's where she gets into how they change features in your profile using things like plumpers in the mouth over the gums, false teeth.
You want to do with it. If he has curly hair, you want to go straight. If he has dark hair, you might want to go light. If he's young, you might want to throw in some gray. If he's old, you might want to cover up the gray. Do you present with facial hair If you don't, maybe we're going to give you some. If you're going to be somewhere for a while, maybe we're going to have you grow some. We have made prostheses on occasion. You could actually change cheekbones. You can add something here. You can add
Now, here's the main part, the part of the plumper I wanted to get to.
a forehead. You can do a nose. We could do what we call dental facades. We can change actually the shape of your face with the right dental facade. This piece is called a plumper because it increases the plumpness of your gums. And when it does that, it changes the profile of your face. The last thing is artificial palate.
Now, again, there's so much here, but that's the part I wanted to bring up because I've been looking at Owen Schroyer, the guy from InfoWars Tip of the Spear, and how he looks very similar to the QAnon shaman with the spear. So if you put the two side by side, QAnon shaman, again, you all know this guy, he was the face of the 1/6 insurrection. Well, the only difference that I can really discern between the two is that Owen Schroyer's gums aren't as thick. Like, he's got kind of like the shaman has a slightly different look to his face, but it's not a huge difference. And so I'll put the two side by side here in a second if you haven't seen it. But my main point is, when you're looking at what they have as far as the elite, the elite intel agencies, the deep fakers actually have available to them, it's simple stuff, but it's stuff that if you don't know it exists, maybe you wouldn't notice it being used. And so it could make the difference between two different people. From outside observers, they wouldn't know it's the same person. If it's just as simple as a little dental facade, or with the facial hair being slightly reconfigured. Penny Gwynn says, I want to join and infiltrate the crisis actor military that's being promoted. Yeah, I recommend becoming a mass casualty performance artist for these various events, and then find the highest ranking person at each event. And I guess at that point, you'd be able to, I don't know, maybe find out if there's anything else going on. You'd have to give them some kind of a sly, like, Masonic handshake. Try to get in one of these gigs where it becomes, quote, real. I don't know where they get their pool of crisis actors from. One of the best examples, and the first caller brought this up, was the movie Utopia, where the crisis actors were coming from an actual, like an island, a place. They called it Utopia. Well, here's some pictures. Is Owen Schroyer of InfoWars playing the role of QAnon shaman? I mean, they have the same build, the same gesticulation, and aside from the face paint, there's very little at all that you could point to here if you wanted to say they're two different people. But maybe the only distinction here is at the very at the top gums. There's just like a little bit of a thickness there. Very slight though. And again, I've been saying for some time it makes sense. Tip of the spear, InfoWars. Guy with the spear, 1/6, the face of QAnon, face of the right. But now if you look at the QAnon shaman, look at his upper lip, how it's kind of sticking out like he's doing duck lips, like he's taking a selfie for Instagram. Yeah, to me that looks like he's got some fake teeth in there. And I look over at Owen Schroyer, a little bit different here on the facial hair, but the ear has a heavy earring pulling it down. So I'm still like 99% sure it's the same guy. All right, so let us continue here. Yeah, just as usual, all the world's a stage. Again, thanks everyone on Rofkin for sticking with us there, even though we don't have like an integrated chat. I am bouncing back and forth, so if you say anything on Rofkin, it won't be missed. The WHO gave 50 million smallpox vaccines laced with AIDS to Africans on 3/11/87. Sounds like fake news, like a made-up headline, but if it's real, it's exactly 33 years prior to the pandemic's declaration, if anybody wants to fact check that. Michigan man arrested outside the Capitol with a BB gun and high-capacity magazines. Look at all this. And by the way, just to make this clear, tank man from Tiananmen Square that happened 33 years ago. And I brought it up with the caller. I said, what do you remember? Because I didn't want to influence him. I didn't want to say, did Tank Man live or die? I didn't want to do the Mandela effect interrogation. I simply wanted to see what he could organically produce as a memory. Well, anyway, here is the story. The story of the Tank Man. June 5th, 1989, Chinese government suppressed the Tiananmen Square protest using military force. Later nicknamed the Tank Man was an unnamed protester. This is where history gets messy, and this is where the Mandela effect comes into it. Many people remember the Tank Man getting run over and killed by the tank, but he survived, and he climbed on top of the tank. So it says here, the Mandela effect strikes again. Now again, most of the people who are Mandela affected were babies, if not even conceived yet when this happened, but they all remember he died. They look at this picture, and so I think what we have here is a popular misconception, but they all, quote, remember it. But again, this is the anniversary, 33 years ago, he didn't die. All right, phones are still open, and of course Skype is open. I have a few people who have reached out to me there. I'm going to try to get Fakeologist on the phone here very soon. I wanted to catch up with him. So 2 Sundays ago, Fakeologist JLB and I had a bit of a panel. So we're going to do something similar this Sunday. I'm going to try to assemble something, and if I can get him on board. And I did a favor to a lot of the Mandela affected people who are still struggling with reverse engineering this. I actually debunked a very common one. Again, so Ed McMahon is supposed to have worked for Publishers Clearinghouse, and he gave out big checks. And the Mandela effect pushers really cling to this one. It's really a cornerstone of their faith. The reason why is that most of them don't remember Nelson Mandela. So this one has a more personal connection to them. And I believe Publishers Clearinghouse or Ed McMahon is in the proximity, or was in the same city of in the city of Centerville, which is where Brian Stavely, leading Mandela affectee, used to reside. So to the point, he brought this video up as evidence of the Mandela effect being real. And it's an interview with Tom Green, where Ed McMahon and Tom Green are discussing Ed McMahon's career, and they get into the prize patrol thing. And Ed McMahon says, yeah, he handed out big checks. And here's the discrepancy here. When he says he handed out big checks, did he say he handed out big giant checks? No, he said big checks, like millions of dollars. He handed out $110 million worth of checks. So here's the thing. This video is brought up where Ed McMahon says, yeah, I would hand somebody $1 million. But then the next sentence, yes, with Dick Clark, he and I did it together for a while. So they're cherry picking Ed McMahon, saying he handed out these big checks, but they're leaving out the part where he said he did it with Dick Clark. Well, why does that matter? It matters because Dick Clark,
in the weeks just ahead, your doorbell will ring
worked with American Family Publishing, not Publishers Clearinghouse.
lots of times. And one of those times could make you very, very rich. So be sure to enter the American Family Sweepstakes, the only one from us. With the $11 million prize, we'll personally...
So the only time where Ed McMahon says here that he worked for this company and handed out big checks and did the prize patrol thing,
deliver.
And an example cited by Brian Stavely is an instance where he also mentions doing it with Dick Clark. Well, Clark never worked for Publishers Clearinghouse, so what do you make of that? Somebody's cherry picking.
American Family is the greatest place in the world to get magazines, according to Becky Wright.
When I ordered for my son, I never dreamed I'd win millions.
And the Knutsons ordered for their family.
We got our magazines.
And we won $2 million.
You could be next. Grand prize, $10 million. Don't miss out. Watch your mail for the sweepstakes with my picture. Shop American Family's unbeatable magazine values and mail your entry today.
So there you have it. Cure your Mandela effect syndrome today. No reason to cling to that one. Again, here is the evidence. He says, yes, I handed out checks. Yes, I did a prize patrol. Me and Dick Clark. Boom. Nelson Mandela has died a third time. That's the third time we've nailed this thing shut. But I know there's still some people in that muck kind of fighting their way through it. President Biden says today we secured 33 million bottles of safe infant formula from Nestle. It's just another conspicuous 33. Simpsons ended their 33rd season on May 22nd. Again, Bart Simpson is a prisoner of permanent emotional arrested development hell, where he's in the 4th grade for what, 30 years? It's crazy. Another point I raised, the ISS has to be seen to be disbelieved. So someone's incredulity is not enough to say that they don't believe your conspiracy theory, quote unquote. Oh, I don't think that your debunk of this thing counts. Well, what's your counter evidence? It can't just be incredulity. It can't just be arguments from authority. You have to be able to cite evidence to counter what we have brought forth, and nobody has debunked the fake ISS explanation, the explanation that makes more sense, that it's all just a movie. Lights in the sky don't actually fix this problem. Susie Q says, great interview with Jurassic Liars, Elvis Seattle 611, Trump 84 Ohio. Yes, thank you. Susie Q says, great interview, new to your channel, appreciate the truth. It's a rarity these days. It's actually a crime, for the most part. Elon Musk is a Pentagon contractor. I think he got 160 million plus. So just a heads up. Anybody thinking that he's actually a savior, or that he doesn't know about fake space, or that he's some kind of hope, I don't know. I mean, I hate to do this guilt by association thing, but all right, let's see here. All right, I'm going to be answering calls on Skype from here on out. It looks like Fakeologist hit me up about a few days ago. I have a lot of people on this list, and a few people in fact, I could even contact Russian Vids on Skype and see if he's interested in having a conversation. Would anyone here like to hear me speak with Russian Vids? See where he's at? I'll hit him up on Skype. We were on friendly terms before. Sunrabbit says, I think all the Mandela effects are misremembering. I actually caught one of my own from the 70s, and I was honest enough to admit it to myself. Yeah, that's really what it comes down to, is an honest assessment of how your memories are formed. And there's no shame in admitting that you're wrong. But the explanation is something that really shouldn't be on, like, let's say you have any special effect, any special Mandela supernatural effect, whatever you want to call it. We'll say Chick-fil-A used to have a K in it, now it doesn't. Or now it does, or whatever it is. You'd have a list of possible explanations. Reality shift would be like the last thing you would go to. First, you would look for misremembrances, then you'd look into other things first. My point being, reaching for the supernatural is a very fallacious thing, and the people who believe these things, who reach these explanations, are generally people who've already been converted. So you have what are tainted witnesses. The fact that Mandela affected are easily convinced by other Mandela effects shows that they're not even reliable witnesses. They're not exactly objective by any sense. Okay, so this has been great. Thanks everyone for the comments and the calls. Again, the replay will be on later, but I am putting it on Rofkin. We're going to be in Discord for the rest of Infinite Planes Saturn Day. We're working on an episode of South Pole, and it has quite a lot in there. I can't even give you any spoilers. I mean, there's a few in there. We do address the satanic portal above the White House, but as you'll see, the new South Pole is going to be probably a few steps past our last one in terms of I'd say our script writing. It's going to be more dialogue driven, as you'll see. Anyway, thanks everyone for joining. We will be back. Get on the text alerts. This is Fepe Akbar, Allergic to Bullshit, and Lean Dion, featuring the birthday penguin, Fepe, who turned 5 on the 2nd of June. 33 in penguin years.
Keep it real, that's a profession. Like the whole world is pretending. Found the truth around the penguin. Get a gang on with a blessing. All the other gang are stressing. RPSC on a nesting. Only real one's gonna get this. Fake ones only set this. They can miss a message. Timbuktu got bodies, yeah. Find them in our records. Auto host a message. Squad are representing. Killing you with knowledge, yeah. The uppers getting dirty. Oh, you're so effective, cause we're so effective. Let go of your worries, yeah, the whole thing is a setup. We got it and we get it, offering refreshment. Level up your conscience, yeah, it's honestly the essence. This wave is uncontainable, facts are undebatable. You lanes are unrelatable, give a fuck about saving you. We could keep on playing you, you just keep complaining too. Game is unescapable, unless you're with the gang, I know. Messing with the pen. Messing with the penguin. 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 Fucking with the penguins. Yeah, with the penguins. I'm coming with a vengeance, trying to make you come to your senses. Forget the general consensus, just pay attention. The rules are paid for good intentions. I'm clenching my back wrenching, representing only the most superior independent media. We got that real shit fucking encyclopedia. We're bringing an end to this mass hysteria. They wanna know why it's so serious, cause you must be delirious. If you're still believing stuff, get a grip and show some evidence for your own claims. We don't play no games, we stay relentless, exposing our defense. Quick, the IPS are making an entrance. Busting doors down, cause now's the time for interventions that I mentioned. We're affecting so many man across the spectrum. We stand out from the crowd, we don't blend in. Steady gaining tremendous momentum. There's nothing close resembling. Check the emblem, it's a penguin, not a gremlin. Just letting you know you're on an infinite plane, it's never bending. We strike like temping, killing all fears and breaking the tension. Gotta know the hopes on me, digging deep in the trenches. Come and join in, be adventurous. Quit being so sensitive, forget the censorship. We ain't telling fibs. Messing with the penguin. We're messing with the penguin. 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 Fucking with the penguins, yeah.
One of the things that I like to analyze with all these events is, yeah, you can analyze what you don't see, the actual victims. You don't see any evidence of a real mass casualty, the victims.
I'm so COVID-cued, I think I've got a real bad coop. I need to get out of the house instead of doing what you tell me to. I caught the COVID cuties, now my life is like a movie. I'm not staying home. Tell me
smoke screen.
We do not know what we are, so all our knowledge is conjecture. Accept the truth about what we feel. Looking into the feeling that nothing is real. We're all gods with the knowledge of bliss. We're all pussy and except for this. We're really stupid. We're really stupid. We're really stupid. 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 I contradict myself very well. I contradict myself, I am large. I am a multitude, I am a multitude. I contradict myself, I am a joke. I contradict myself very well. I contradict myself, I am large. I am a multitude, I am a multitude.
All right, so we are running on all 33 cylinders tonight. June 3rd, 2022. It is 10:13 p.m. Mountain Time. Thank you everyone for showing up. Blasted out the penguin signal. You might have seen it in the bottom of the clouds. It's actually in the ionosphere. You can see it from pretty much anywhere on the plane. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. Yesterday we had a great conversation with JL26, and I just put that into the archive, so if you're on the podcast platform, SoundCloud, Spotify, any of them, Jurassic Liars 26 and Infinite Plane Radio, discussing his views and just a fraction of, just a glimpse of it, his view on what we talk about here every day. The big picture, the big deception, the script. Alright, so let's see who's here already. This is a brand new stream, of course. I had to restart everything because we're now on Rofkin. So if you're on Rofkin right now, we are monitoring that chat as well. So you're not being left out. So right now I see we have Battery Creek. Red Blouse says, that was fake, not a single drop of blood. At least you are real, Tim. You're right. No blood in Buffalo. Copaesthetic. And yeah, this is a 24/7 stream over here on Rofkin. I don't really intend to stop it. I mean, why would I? It's another place to talk, and by all accounts, they're pretty censorship resistant. So, on the screen, you see a meme: Brian Stavely and Jaronism's fake Mandela effect beef, lab-grown meat, Russian vids approved. You can't actually order that. It's a meme, just in case you were trying. Does look good. Just to comment on something that we observed yesterday, Jaron had it with being called a liar over the Mandela effect, and I said the same thing. I'm kind of offended that I'm a climate change denier, but now I'm a Mandela effect denier, which also makes me a liar according to their views. Well, Jaronism didn't like it. He attacked Brian Stavely. Ad hominem attacks, which I won't repeat. Not that I'm 100% against well-deserved ad hominem, but I think it needs to be more specific so you don't offend a bunch of people who don't deserve it. But whatever the case is, the bottom line is Jaron did not debunk the Mandela effect. He's still stumped. And he's also anti-auto-hoaxer, and he thinks people died at this event and that event. So, no judgment here. I'm just saying, whatever you think about the Mandela effect psyop, weirdly, Stavely is truthier than Jaron, if I had to judge. Joined here by Yurt Mama, Garrett 7, Osher 06, Clockwork 113, that SOB, BDIY, AK All Day 2323, Portal Complex, Rome. I see a lot of people coming in from DLive as well. Victory, Lando Rock 737, Deadbeat from Minneapolis, Jenna Lovecraft Reeves. Garrett says, what a great collab with JL yesterday. Good to hear. Oh yeah, by the way, on the 9th, we're going to talk again. Because we talked for 70 some minutes straight. And it was impromptu, unscripted. He was just willing to just jump onto the phone, but we'll have a week to reflect. And if you have any questions or you want more, I don't know, definitely. I mean, for example, one of the things I brought up was how there's a scene in Donnie Darko where Donnie Darko is watching TV and he's wearing a sweater that says Triumph. And so Donnie Darko, in a way, is like Donald Triumph. And then the screen has a football player at the jersey number 17. So a little detail like that. And so he hadn't heard that part about the football jersey. And I looked it up and found it. So next time we talk, I can actually provide, puzzle pieces and other things. And people will have more questions, I think, than before, because now we have a greater insight into the bigger picture. But you really have to watch his channel, and this gives people a week to check it out. And I share a lot of his videos because on his screen he will show you how he's arriving at these conclusions, and you'll see the alignments between these dates and the significance of the names, and it becomes really engaging to watch the breakdown on the screen. All right, Portal Complex is here. It says the mainstream stole GTFO. The mainstream steals everything. That's their objective here. And I think that the mainstream needs to be called out for its, I would say, it turns a blind eye, its tacit approval of censorship and book burning on an unprecedented scale. If you really think about what's being destroyed and deleted, it's actually it looks like cultural imperialism. It really does. And I'm talking about how ideas are being marginalized and then, of course, pushed off to the side, deleted, and it's like they're scrubbing them out of existence. So we don't even have wrong answers to compare to the right answers. No, you just take the right answers and accept them. So it's like they don't want you to know the difference between right and wrong, which is kind of fascinating if you think about it. It's like leave them dependent on the experts for everything. That SOB got his notification text. Excellent. 737 says gematria hurts. Yeah, well, gematria hurts. It is. It's like math. It requires attention to tedious detail. I don't know about predictive ability. I look at patterns. That's what I'm looking at here. And the fact is, this whole cult is based around Saturn and time and the phoenix, death, rebirth, and astrology, astrotheology. So obviously, birth dates and death dates are tremendously significant. And one of the things I want to talk about with him next time is the whole moonchild thing. And this idea that these occultists are planning the births. They are coordinating these things. All right, let me see. Going through comments. Joined by Linda Curtis, Jungle Jim, David Pryor says Mandela. Yeah, the Mandela effect. Like Nelson Mandela has died 3 times now. He's died once, 30 years before he died officially, and we just nailed it shut again. And by the way, there's a Mandela effect documentary in progress. We actually started putting the production schedule out tonight, so just so you know, it's something to look forward to. And our tentative release date is July 18th, which is actually Nelson Mandela's birthday. And it's going to be an objective analysis of the phenomenon. It's not necessarily pro or anti. That was my problem with the Behind the Curve documentary, is that it was clearly a hit piece. It's like, just show us the truth. Let us decide for ourselves. Deadbeat says, new mass shooting in Ames. Fake until proven real. Joined by Thirst, his other channel was purged. We were purged from Twitch, and then they went through and they went through my sock drawers, and they got rid of all my backup accounts. And they said, oh, you're guilty of ban evasion. And I'm like, you guys are guilty of pre-crime convictions. They pre-convicted me of hate speech and harmful misinformation on accounts that were dormant. They're like, we got to just burn them all. They burn the nest, kill them all. That's their attitude here. And then Amazon, and it's just a coincidence, is pulling books off the shelf, so you can no longer find the book Deep Faked about deep fakes, because Amazon deleted it. I wonder why. And they didn't say what about it specifically. All I'm saying is that the world stage is populated by people wearing masks, spies, stagecraft as a tool of governance. And for that they pulled it, including the audiobook. So, this takes money away from not just me, but the audiobook readers. No big deal though. My response is Infinite Plane Media is going to do all of its publishing in-house. So I'm going through all my books, everything I've ever written, the Metascript decoded, I'm going to update it, and we're going to have it all published and distributed from here. All right, so I spent this morning also sending out a ton of press passes, so I appreciate all those of you who have been going to the Infinite Plane Radio shop and picking out press passes, and I forgot about it, but after the pandemic broke out, I said, here's your freedom pass. Now you're in the media. Now you are essential. You can no longer be confined to your home because you have to go report on things. You're media. And we sent out a ton of press passes, and that's really what accelerated what we were doing. We had people at every riot, every PSYOP that summer. I mean, the summer of 2020 was a summer of PSYOPs. It was a spectacle. My point is, though, at some point, Zazzle contacted me and they said they banned my press passes. They pulled them off the shelves. They said I couldn't sell it for some reason. And they said that I wasn't me. So somebody put in some complaint. But anyway, I had my press passes reapproved. And this time it's ironclad, and I think we had like 8 go out. So reporters are being activated now. A couple other notes here before we get too much further. Yes, we are on Rofkin. Just search Infinite Plane Radio. All right, and by the way, yeah, phones are open, so let's continue here. So yes, I am going to speak with JL26 again very soon. All right, joined by Restless Bear, Rome. David Pryor says Elvis is about to shoot through the Space Needle. As strange as that sounds, yes. T-Dog135, Venus E, the raft is assembling. Yeah, the raft has actually made it into Rofkin. And I said we would never go because I thought we were like banned, but they reached out. Nico Trauma says, is this live? No, actually, this is a coincidence. Not a synchronicity. There's no such thing. It's all just accidental. No meaning to anything. Isn't that the story they try to get you to believe? Rourke66 says, yes, it is. Another weird coincidence. All right, anyway, 833-311-1984. Seems like everyone's shown up. I just wanted to wait for people to show up before we jumped in. And I've done a little bit of research on how to create bots. And I was thinking, this is the exact time of year when this channel started that we started the chat raids, where we would send out hundreds of YouTubers to go spam chat rooms and make them say what we wanted them to say. Oftentimes we would super chat them so they would tolerate it. But YouTube put a stop to that, and now YouTube is letting their bots run amok. All of their bots sexually harassing my guests, and I'm kind of sick of it, so I'm thinking, if bots can get a pass, let's just send out our own. So I've been doing a little bit of, I would say, continuing ed, and I'm learning about Python and macros, and pretty soon I believe we're going to have an army of penguin bots, and there's not going to be any way they can stop us, obviously. It's unethical, but so is the playing field. I mean, they set the rules, and they obviously cheat. Yurt Mama says these death cult rituals are getting old. Yeah, exactly. It's a cycle that they have people in, and it's so repetitious, and they're generational psyops that I'm seeing being rehashed. And I actually think that we're on the precipice of a new 9/11 event and also a new O.J. Simpson level event. I think that this court TV thing is a new thing. What you saw with Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, that's part of I think a bigger operation, which we're going to see very soon. It's going to be like the days of O.J. Simpson and Nicole Brown or Megyn Kelly, depending on how you look at it. Commenter says, the history of prohibition is the history of targeted ethnic leverage of the intel agencies, black budget social engineers. Agreed. Agreed. They create these scapegoats and they just go after it. I mean, it's amazing to me how they flip-flop on everything. Delos Doge is here. IPS, what's good? Toto Cult here. Awesome. Toto Cult, of course, a reference to the dog that pulls the curtain because the people didn't have the sense. And Toto Cult was here back when we were engaging in chat raids. And if you go back and you look at the videos, we were actually targeting alt-right gatekeepers, trying to hold them to their premise of being the real media. And we found them, no, they betrayed the truth right away. And this is an important point here, and this is going to be a point that we're going to drive clear. It's going to be, I think this is going to be made very clear over the next couple of weeks and months, is that if you're still using the false flag explanation, you're using damage control lines for the MSM. So calling something a false flag doesn't challenge the mainstream media. It actually protects their essential narrative, and it exonerates them. So it makes them into neutral observers rather than producers of the PSYOP itself, of the production. And it's a very important point, and there's a reason why the chorus is always chanting false flag, and I'd like to put a stop to it, or at least offer a sensible alternative, and I'm willing to debate it. After listening to Jeranism saying mean things about the Mandela effect and Stavely for like an hour, I think it'd be a good idea maybe even to speak with him if he would be interested, or some representative of the false flagger worldview, people who don't like the auto hoax thing. Because what he does is fascinating, because it's exactly what the globe people do when you talk about the flat earth. They attack a straw man. And so I don't know if it's deliberate or not, but I think it's like what Mark Twain said, you know, it's easier to fool a person than convince them they've been fooled. Well, the media fooled you before. What makes you think you can't be fooled again? And that the false flag is just a way to give another explanation to the people who see through the first layer of bullshit. But guess what? That's just another layer. All right, let's continue here. Going through comments. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. The Rofkin link, just go to Rofkin. It's Infinite Plane Radio. I'll make sure the links are in the newsletter and below the videos. Nico Troma says, if nothing happens on 6/11, my friends are going to think I'm crazy. Oh, wait. You know, I used to walk to school and there was this church and it always had doomsday. It's like, oh, the world ends October 5th. Like, the world ends next year. And then it's like, okay, well, how do they have any credibility? Well, now we have NASA. Oh, an asteroid's going to hit us. It's the exact same size as Trump Tower, and it's going to hit the White House on Election Day. It's always like politicized. It makes a point in some way. But it's always going to hit us next week. Near miss. We're in danger, and it never happens. And it's like some of us have long-term memories. And so I look at these agoraphobic space observers scared of space rocks as the same as these religionists who say that Judgment Day is coming, or the climate change fanatics. And by the way, climate change is 33 years of age. It'll be 34 later this month. So if there's going to be any kind of evidence, fabricated as it may be, most likely, it's going to be soon. So get your rain boots. Joined by Ready or Not 31, Kenny. Yeah, Toto Cult, long time. This is kind of interesting timing, I have to say, because it's June the 3rd. So let's go ahead and go back a little bit here in time. Yesterday was the 5th birthday, 33 in penguin years, the 5th birthday of our mascot. So I believe I have a few cards here. And Toto Cult was probably one of those there when he originally hatched. So I'm getting my scroll on in Discord. If you've been following Discord, you saw this. But yes, the meme itself turned 5 on the 2nd. So I'm like, I wonder if this will send out some kind of a, I don't know, some kind of a signal. Maybe some of these OG beaks will emerge. Some of those who were part of the original disruption. And that is what it is. We set up a disruption. The media had yet to contend with the whole topic. They didn't know that it was like banned to talk about because obviously it's a joke. It's not even worth talking about. So there was no unanimous way to respond to our claim when we put research flat earth on a billboard. And it sent them into kind of a hysteria. At first they're laughing and then it's like, well, wait, they got to ban this. Now it's dangerous. And they've been in damage control mode ever since. But we did the billboard concurrent with the chat streams. And with the chat raids at that time, YouTube was less regulated. In fact, I kind of think they owe us for, kind of exposing weaknesses in the system that they had to patch up. And the way that we distributed wrenches is exactly the way that they have since made it possible to have members-only chats. All right, here we have a few of these. Anyway, a few cards on the screen. We'll go through everything here in a moment. All right, let's see here. Maxwell says LawTube blew up with the Rittenhouse trial. Oh, yes. Now, Kyle Rittenhouse is some kind of a alt-right star. If it was real, he would be in witness protection. I'm certain of it. Mask Off says, bringing up O.J. Simpson and Kanye, they brought the new Ford Bronco back again right on time. So out comes the white horse. So if you haven't been following this, we've been following this on this channel in depth. And there's a very strong storyline and narrative that connects Kanye West to the Charles Manson atrocity in Hollywood. And, whether movie stars were killed, the wife of Roman Polanski, who, by the way, did a film about Satanism with Johnny Depp, Ninth Gate. I was just looking over at that one. But anyway, the Manson killing was probably staged. I mean, probably it was staged. The actress who was killed, Sharon Tate, was the wife of Roman Polanski, the guy who was convicted of giving Quaaludes to a 13-year-old. Really disgusting people, but it's exactly what happens in his movie, Rosemary's Baby, where Rosemary gets drugged and then the devil impregnates her. This is kind of a theme I've noticed with these Hollywood Satanists. It's even a theme with Marilyn Manson and the accusations leveled against him. So there's kind of a story coming out here. But the connection is with Charles Manson. You did have a satanic or Church of Satan connection to the killings because the killer was Susan Atkins, who was a topless dancer witch thing for the Church of Satan. There's pictures of her coming out of a casket. So there's these kind of interesting cast of characters, but it ties Hollywood to Satanism and of course, this type of connection between Hollywood celebrities, their deaths, and organized Satanism is being mirrored today, and there's a parallel cast of characters, and it happens to involve Kanye, Pete Davidson, Kim Kardashian. Now, Kim Kardashian's family is deeply associated with the O.J. Simpson thing, so you already have that reality TV connection right there. Pete Davidson was born in the PSYOP entertainment complex. His dad died at the age of 33 in one of the towers when the Twin Towers burned on 9/11. So it shows you how integrated he is into this. And you've seen Pete die 4 times. If you've paid attention, like Suicide Squad, he gets shot in the face. He dies on Mars on SNL when Musk was hosting it. He takes off his helmet, his head explodes. He dies in Kanye West's music video, Easy, where he gets buried up to his head, and then a rose bush is planted there. And this is followed by, in real life, Kanye West sending a truck over to their house, to Kim Kardashian's house, and the bed of it was full of roses. And the 4th time he was killed is in a movie that he just finished producing, acting in, called The House, where he's covered in blood. So The House really connects, I think, to a few different themes here. But we'll get into all that, but my point being, so there is already this theme of I called it the O.J. Simpsification of Kanye West. You see him getting deranged. You see the public insults. He said it's not harassment that he's moving across the street from his ex and her new boyfriend. No, it's payback. He deleted it, but Kanye called it payback. Payback for jokes that were made about his mental health. So you have the crazy aspect, the mental health, and then finally, look how many comedians have been dying. How many comedians have been then the ones being attacked? Slapped in the face. Chappelle was attacked. And if you look beneath the surface in these stories, Dave Chappelle was attacked. Well, the security was the same security that did Astro World and the Las Vegas hoax. Chris Rock was there. My point being, comedians being slapped has been sending the story of, I think it goes along with censorship, that some jokes go too far, that we are at a point where violence is acceptable as a response to words, which it used to be, I may not agree with what you have to say, but I'll defend your right to say it. That's no longer the thing. And so Pete Davidson getting killed for these jokes would actually fit this story that's been unfolding. It's not just insulting somebody's wife and getting slapped. It's going much further, even tattooing the guy's wife on his arm. And, it's just, there's a whole lot built up there. So, and then finally, that Kendrick Lamar album that just came out has a video where he face morphs into a number of key people here. People like Kobe Bryant, Will Smith, again, the slapper, turns into O.J. Simpson, the stabber, turns into Kanye West, turns into Nipsey Hussle, Death Faker 33, but you have this group of characters that his face morphs into, and I'm seeing a lot here merging OJ with Kanye, the OJ Simpsonification. So I'm describing this thing as likely a Manson-esque atrocity, but I'm thinking more OJ Simpson in terms of the coverage and the overall psywar attached to it, because I think what we're looking at here with Kanye in the bigger picture is Kanye West's world burning. And I think it's all meant to be symbolic of the fall of Babylon, the fall of America. You have Marilyn Monroe, at the time of her mysterious death, one of the most famous faces on Earth. And then you have Kim Kardashian, kind of in that role right now, at the Met Gala wearing a Marilyn Monroe dress. So you even have that association. So Pete Davidson is dying left and right, leaves SNL, they're eulogizing him for the most part. She's wearing the dress of somebody who died under mysterious circumstances. And both of them are publicly incurring the wrath of somebody bent on payback who's been hanging out with Marilyn Manson, who can't be a good influence. But we'll see. I mean, I think that's where it's going. Of course, my contention is all going to be fake. Jenna Lovecraft Reese says, I really admire the new Bronco Sport version. Well, the white horse is a symbol, obviously. Behold a pale horse. Your Mama says, Damien Eccles and Depp got matching tats. I actually have a pretty good video on the Satanism connections to Depp and Marilyn Manson, which might shed a light on some of this stuff. And when you dig, Church of Satan is minimized by people like Alex Jones. They say, oh, it's just cosplay, just a bunch of nerds, trolls. But not really when you scratch beneath the surface, because then you involve characters like Kenneth Anger, who's connected to Marjorie Cameron, who is connected to L. Ron Hubbard, Jack Parsons, and of course that event at the real genesis of the space program and the birth of our New Age religion. So they are key players in this. And then their association with the Manson killings, as in one of their members did the killings, and Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, is also someone who was processed through that particular church. All right, let us continue. Your Mama says Depp got the West Memphis 3 out of prison after they killed 3 boys. Yes, I've seen that. You had these musicians advocating for these killers. Joined by Mason B. Toto Cult says, I still have your penguin paintings. Okay, so here's something. Back when we got organized with the billboard and we started our mass media blitz, we got involved with Mad Mike Hughes, and he was going to put Research Flat Earth on his rocket. And there's a price tag on it because we were also paying for parts for him to do the launch and stuff. So in order to meet the funding goals, I painted like 100 penguins live or something. And so people during the live stream would do a super chat at $20 or something, and then I'd send them a painting. So yes, there are penguins across the plane. Mason B says, what are your thoughts on Bible thumpers? I like people who are passionate about their beliefs, as long as they're not sensitive. I'm not into troll flakes. Either you have a thick skin or you don't. And if you don't, then you can't say things that would provoke a response, and so it really depends on the Bible thumper. I actually think a Bible thumper is an auto believer in the same way as someone who automatically believes what they see on TV. It's just you're arguing from a different authority. Yeah, a meteor the size of Trump Tower, bizarro world. So to me, that's just made up. And they made it, look, I mean, they say it obviously because they're going to be making a political point. I think it was near Election Day. But why would they do this? And they're constantly saying these things, and they never actually hit. And one of the points that I've been making is that NASA is always right when it comes to things that are outbound, but they're always wrong with the inbound. Okay, let's start going through the notes here. Quite a lot has happened in the last few days. Rourke66 says, Rosemary's Baby is a tripped out movie. We should watch that together. Your mama says, your birthday is 6/6. That's coming up in 3 days. Yeah, so Rosemary's Baby is kind of a devil's advocate in a way. It's the same movie, same, for the most part, same story. Husband sells out the wife for a life that's a little more glamorous, but he sells his soul in the process. And it has the same kind of subtext. And one of the things I didn't mention with JL yesterday is that Donald Trump's office was used in Devil's Advocate as Al Pacino, the devil's actual office, his Trump Tower office. But of course, the movie came out in the late 60s or something. But of course, Roman Polanski is associated with this Pizzagate-like party, underage girl, sick stuff, and then he shows up again doing a movie with Johnny Depp. And of course, Johnny Depp and him did Ninth Gate. So we'll get into that too. Maxwell says Rosemary's Baby was #1 for the 4 weeks before 9/11, 1968. 2001: A Space Odyssey, #1, 9/11, 68, and then back. Now this does connect, because 2001: A Space Odyssey is about the birth of the new age, the space age, the Star Child, the man born, or David Bowman descending into the monolith. It's just about the birth of the person, the new age. And there's some kind of connection here because the Church of Satan was founded at the same time Rosemary's Baby came out, and they said it was the birth of the age of fire. Every one of these groups has a different term for what we're in, and it all does tie into the Great Reset. And the Great Work is what the Thelemites have been calling it. So Great Work, Great Reset. Great work comes from Freemasonry, it comes from the New Age, and the great work of ages, and specifically within the Thelemite cult, Aleister Crowley, the OTO, the great work was about burning down the old age or transitioning into the New Age. And if you look at the New Age, it's pretty much just a green overhaul of everything. Greta reset. Penguin Doctor says, happy Friday. Good to see you here. Can't believe it's Friday already. This week has been flying, but we're on Rofkin. A lot of things are being added onto the channel. We're also on Conspiratainment Radio 24/7. A couple audio feeds. Just go to infiniteplane.radio for all the listening options. So let's go ahead and get into the different topics here. I'm just catching up. Like I said, we've been off for a couple of days. Is Godzilla broken? No, Godzilla's back on. I had it off yesterday for a reason. I had a guest on, and I didn't want our conversation to be interrupted. JL26, very rare that I ever hear an interview with him. And if you haven't followed his channel, I provided links, so it should get out there, and he should get a lot of new subs from it. Delos Doge, Toto Cult says, great, mad, Mike Hughes, rip. Yep. I mean, he did what he said he was going to do. Crazy story. Well, I mean, the whole thing was very remarkable, and we'll probably get back into that here soon, too. All right, we're joined by Infinite Muse over in DLive. And even though I've said some mean things about DLive, I love the chat and it's integrated, so it's not going anywhere. And we are on Rofkin again, so I will be monitoring that chat. Battery Creek says, hello, Stavely Lurkers. Battery Creek says, Jaren fakes the ISS transit. Of course he's fake. Okay, so let's say that's true. I mean, I don't want to jump to conclusions, but here's why I would say it's true. I would say it's true because the transits are so easily faked and it's always an insert shot. There's no continuous shots. In fact, I have a voicemail from someone who claims that they've seen the ISS, and one of the problems with that whole proposition is people will say, oh, I looked up and I saw it. And I say, when and where? And if they can't say when and where, if they can't verify the city that they're in, and I can't cross-reference it with the ISS transit site, I have no reason to believe them. And many people off the cuff will just say, yeah, I saw it last night, it was 2 a.m. And I'm like, really? That's kind of late. Because after sunset, it's not going to be reflecting the sun. So how did you see it if it's in low Earth orbit? It's within the umbra of the Earth's shadow, which extends out more than 750,000 miles. So it's just kind of a problematic thing. Like everybody used to say, oh, I know somebody who knows somebody who died on 9/11. It's like, really? If I took everyone at their word, then 5,000 people died in the Twin Towers. And about 1,000 people died in Vegas. Mark C. says, what do you think about the Bilderberg meeting? It's an interesting movie. I think it's mostly theater. Everything's obviously been planned in advance. I mean, they kicked in this great reset with the Great Conjunction. And regardless, the people who cover the Bilderberg meeting are all world stagers. And I think this is an important distinction. But do I think that they're actually people of power in front that we can see? I think the more important thing is the form the power takes, because it's not about people with money in a boardroom somewhere. It's about the way the power is actually exercised, the Psywar itself, and it's so invisible. And if you can't see the Psywar, it doesn't matter if you have a convincing red herring scapegoat for everything. And that's why we're making a distinction between false flags and hoaxed until proven real. Who owns the burden of proof? And the people who assert that the deaths are real are actually giving the media a pass, giving them the illusion of neutrality. And that's very problematic. I'll definitely see what the Bilderberg's about. I mean, I think we know. Green World Order, Greta Reset, getting the world to worship a new god, the Earth god Gaia, under the guise of AI, the Global AI Alliance. That's what the World Economic Forum 666 is bringing us, and it also happens to be the name of the Earth God. So that's not a coincidence, and the 666 is always associated with the god of the Earth, the god of, I say, recycling, death, rebirth. Look, the World Economic Forum launched the Global AI Action Alliance, Gaia, to accelerate the adoption of this AI god, which is just an authority source they're going to argue from. We're joined by Lean Dion, who posts a bomb emoji. It won't be long until they ban those. They already turned the gun into a water gun. Because memes kill. That's the message of the day. Memes kill. Thank you, Nick Strodamus. I don't know why now I know why, actually. I have to turn the audio back on. 100% though, we appreciate the support here. And the Kraken sound will resume shortly. We had to feed it first. Your mama says, what will we do with all the useless people, drugs, and video games? Davos 2022. I think what they're really doing is they're introducing more excuses for lockdowns, perpetual lockdowns. And you know what would give them a great excuse for lockdowns? Fallout. High altitude nuclear blasts, EMP, Pacific Northwest, the winds blow it across the country. They say, put on your masks. A lot of fallout today. Might want to stay in. I don't know if they can make it forced or if they can make it mandatory, but I think they can scare a lot of people. So that's where they may be going. And who knows what else, but I think that's more likely. I don't believe in nukes as they've been presented, but I do think they can simulate it convincingly. And I think they are. I think that's on the table here. And if I have to guess, it's coming from internal threats. And we talked about this quite a lot yesterday. My take on it is simply that the threat that we've been prepared to accept is a right-wing terrorist. And it's coming from all directions. The Batman movie made a big point about it. The QAnon character introduced as the Riddler, they actually do commit a terror attack that caused a flood. And look, check this out. This is just a coincidence, but I love coincidences like this. So the subway shooter, who is just like the Riddler, who even like the Riddler, had a YouTube video excoriating the mayor. Here he is in a picture. And this is from Inside Edition, and it says 33 bullets. Even they acknowledge he shot 33 bullets. Why is that significant? It's just a pattern. I can ask anybody who's ever subscribed to Infinite Plane Radio, hey, you know that shooting at the subway that was obviously fake and coordinated with the Batman movie, which also started with a subway shooting? Yeah. How many bullets did he fire? How many bullets did he fire, according to the news? And most people will say 33. Because they know. It's just super obvious. That number is part of their hoax code. It's the best way to explain it. 33, order out of chaos, the slogan of the highest level of the Freemasons. The Queen of Canada who said you don't have to pay your bills because Nasara and Jasara and Universal Basic Income and everything, who left a lot of her followers literally in the dark. Yeah, top QAnon influencer has now declared herself Queen of the World. So she's at this campground parking lot. This is Queen Ramona. Speaking to the United States Commander-in-Chief via telephone, she says, Queen Ramona is the leader of the world. Now, she's been in the news lately because she has been telling people to just quit paying their bills, that if you do, you're a robot, you're a conformist, I guess you're just not faithful enough in the Queen. But she's taken it up. She's just stepped it up a notch here. Now she's Queen of the world. More than half of the Republicans believe the U.S. is heading into civil war. Please kill the bots. This is, again, that's what I'm saying. The bots are sexually harassing people here. I almost want to sue YouTube over it. They are letting them get away with this. And I actually think it's on purpose. I think they're trying to wreck user experience so people say, we got to do something about the bots. Maxwell Cooper says, hey, my girlfriend just got here. Okay, it's one of yours. Sorry about that. Jump to conclusions, not a bot. Just a guest. Anyway, half of the Republicans believe that the U.S. is heading into civil war. We already are in a perpetual civil war. That's kind of my contention here. Needles versus bullets. There's a schism they've created, which is actually the Kraken that they've been speaking of. It's not letting me remove the bot, says Infinite Muse. Yeah, these things are evolving. Now I didn't want to read this, but I'm going to read it. It's from page6.com, and it has to do with Kim Kardashian, who again is not only wearing the dress of a woman who died under mysterious circumstances, someone connected to the Kennedys, someone already hugely integrated into the PSYOP world, but she actually sleeps with a lock of Marilyn Monroe's hair. I mean, how weird is that? Does she have Marilyn Monroe's prescription? Like, what is it? What is this? I think what it is, it's idol worship, but I think they're kind of transferring, like passing a baton. I actually think we're being set up for this kind of a mashup. They're bringing back a couple of psyops. I'll be handing out wrenches here momentarily. It's on a different computer. And I don't know if Rofkin has wrenches. All right, let me see. There's a few people have joined over there. There's 5 people watching in Rofkin. Yeah, and someone in Rofkin has asserted that the ISS transits are fake, and I would stand by that. And I think I'd be willing to debate the point. I don't know if anybody would be willing to debate it because it comes down to one person's word over another's, but I think we can make some progress. Copaesthetic says Toto Cult used to be the quickest wrench. Yeah, that's true. When we started out, it wasn't bots, but it was trolls that would flood the chats. And so the way that we handled it is we automatically banned everybody. Everybody got banned just to get in. So then what would happen is only the wrenched would remain. And then I would go through the dungeons, and the people who email me say, hey, you banned me. I would say, let me take you out of the dungeon, give you a wrench, and you're clear. So we were able to clear a large number of non-trolls, and it improved the quality of the think tank. And so what you see now in the chat is just a continuation of a think tank that we started 5 years ago. And the wrench has always been a symbol of order. That's it's a symbol of deconstruction. A wrench in the spanner of the NWO machinations. Inconvenient, it's just inconvenient questions. But it's also about order because you got to keep the trolls out, and now we have to keep the bots out. Okay, so anyway, Kim Kardashian, back to Kim Kardashian. So Kim says she would, quote, eat, it's not a direct quote, I'm paraphrasing, she would eat her own excrement daily if it made her look younger. The reality star admitted in a new interview that she just might eat it if it could reverse the signs of aging. So she said it. I'm like, why can't she just drink blood like normal celebrities? Isn't that what normal celebrities do? They just use the adrenochrome stuff. So it's like, yeah, please, go ahead and take her off the stage. I think she's done. I don't know what else she's good at this point. That's a major shark jump there. All right, I put a link in the chat to rofkin.com/infiniteplane-radio. Now, it's Rens33 says autoban, nice. Now, the thing about the autoban was, it was part of the cult. Not the cult, like literally, but the way that the secret society cults work is they bring in the new initiate and symbolically kill them, put a hood over their head, throw them in a casket. They do something, do the background checks, make sure they're clear before they're, brought into the club. So you have to go through that process. So going into the dungeon was your temporary vetting. It's your death, and you're reborn as a fully fledged member of the cult with a wrench. So yeah, it's kind of a cult. But it's been consistent for all this time, and it's now very spread out. And I used to have a P.O. box, and I'm getting another one because people used to send me, like, I don't know who, but I actually have a box of wrenches, big wrenches that have all been painted blue. I could put them all in like a gun case. It looks like I'm armed. Not that not that they're weapons, but it just looks strange. Why would you have a bunch of big blue wrenches? All right, so let us continue. The other day I was analyzing a video called Let's Start World War III by World Order, which I believe is a Japanese boy band. And this video came out on 3/11/2018. So right there, 3/11/2018. 2 years before the pandemic was declared, which I consider to be really the start of World War III. Now, the video takes place in Seattle, which is where the pandemic started. Ground zero was Seattle. So you have the date, you have the Seattle connection. So these are two connections so far. Let's start World War III. The other thing here, though, that is really interesting is that all of the characters are pretending like they're Trump. So you have a bunch of Trump impersonators in the video, and this one scene in question, it looks like a feigned assassination of Donald Trump, where they all fall back in the snow. So I'm not quite sure the symbolism of the snow, why it's winter, if that's what it even means, but whatever it is, this is definitely something suggesting that maybe they're going to kick off World War III, and this could tie into JL-26's something about prophecy. Anyway, the band's called World Order. Also, I want to point this out. The new Top Gun movie, Top Gun sequel trailer drops 33 years after the beloved classic. So, even though the movie just came out, the trailer was 33 years after. Now, in the story itself, the second part actually takes place 33 years later. Helmed by Joseph Kosinski, the sequel takes place 33 years after the events of the original movie. Captain Pete Mitchell. Again, Peter, the Rock connection, very, very significant. So, the helmet that he wears in the movie, I believe it's called HGU 33 in the original one. Again, Top Gun helmet, HGU 33, 33 years apart. Top Gun 1, Top Gun 2, it's like two guns, twin towers. The name Tom Cruise means twin cross. So, what it looks like to me is that Tom Cruise, as I've been saying, is in this meta-scripted story, and this has become very clear since, Vanilla Sky, and even more so since I really considered his role in the Kubrick's film, Eyes Wide Shut, and now his trip to the space station. I think he's destined for a very spectacular world stage ending. And so we'll see very soon, whatever that happens to be. A couple of other interesting coincidences. Top Gun Maverick is supersonic, soaring in its overseas debut, clocking 33 million. Sequel takes place 33 years after. Again, these are not coincidences, especially when you dig into his movies and how these symbols are in all of his movies. The weird thing to me, though, is he divorced his wives at 33. And it's not just the divorcing. It's that each of these wives were like 11 years apart. Tom Cruise divorce pattern, the 33 conspiracy, Mimi Rogers, Nicole Kidman, and Katie Holmes were all 33 when they filed for divorce. Tom's 33 problem. Again, what does the 33 mean? Well, it's connecting Tom to the Burning Man, to the Phoenix, to the Christ, to the one, this dying, resurrecting figure, not the Christ people pray to, but the New World Order symbol here. And this is who he's been represented in different movies as we've been discussing here. Vanilla Sky, he dies at 33, comes back 3 days later. This is, all the symbolism is leading up to something. And so I wanted to bring this up. This is an article from chartword.com. Again, one other thing. His birthday is 7-3. JL has me looking at birthdays. I'm like, well, 7-3? 73 seconds is when the Challenger exploded. And last year, there was a race between Americans and Russians to film the first movie in the ISS. The Russians won. Their movie was called The Challenge. Again, the Challenger, the whole story of the Challenger being destroyed, and the Challenger blows up at 73 seconds. And I believe Tom Cruise is the Challenger in this story. And the Challenger represents the sun, the dying, resurrecting Sun King, challenging the darkness, sacrificing his life so we can live, and then he comes back. It's their story. But there's quite a lot leading me to think that the next 9/11ing is going to be something involving space wars, and specifically something as spectacular as the Twin Towers, and I think it's going to involve the space station. Trey Forrester is here, says another wrench please. I think I have had over 130 of them. Yeah, easily. I will be handing them out. Alright, let's see what else we have here. I'm going through comments. Alright, let's continue. Eyes Wide Shut, Stanley Kubrick and JFK Jr. death hoax. If you have anything about this, feel free to call in. So July 16th, 1969, Apollo 11, the first mission to land astronauts on the moon, is launched from Kennedy Space Center at Cape Kennedy, Florida. July 16th, 1999, JFK Jr. dies off the coast of Martha's Vineyard. July 16th, 1999, also Eyes Wide Shut opens up. So, a Kubrick release timed with the death of a Kennedy is a typical thing. 11/22/63, Dr. Strangelove. Not coincidental. And it's also notable too that, well, we'll get into it, but these Kubrick connections go pretty deep. But the more recent launch of Bezos on the anniversary of Apollo 11, he launched at 9/11. You'll see the signatures all over these things as we continue. So here we go. This is a Kubrick connection with JFK Jr. and Eyes Wide Shut. July 16th, 1999, the exact same day JFK Jr. was killed in a plane crash, Kubrick releases Eyes Wide Shut. What are the odds that Kubrick used the movie Eyes Wide Shut to reveal information involving the Kennedy family and a plane crash near Cape Cod that he could not disclose publicly? JFK Jr., a lawyer and magazine publisher who lived in New York City. Now, magazine publisher is fascinating here too, because what is being suggested in this article here on chartword.com is that Eyes Wide Shut contains a thinly veiled subtext that Tom Cruise is actually portraying the role of JFK Jr. That's what is being brought up here. The movie Vanilla Sky has a very similar subtext, and I would even say that from this perspective, there's a continuity between Eyes Wide Shut and Vanilla Sky, which is originally called Open Your Eyes. So Eyes Wide Shut, Open Your Eyes. And we'll probably go into these movies separately, but I'm going through this article here where he just lays out this premise that Kubrick is in on all these hoaxes, these major league hoaxes, and that specifically the Kennedy ones, and that it's revealed in these various movies. So everyone's heard about The Shining reveals Apollo 11. Well, it also reveals involvement in 9/11. So again, Eyes Wide Shut reveals the JFK Jr. death hoax. And so this is why I don't take the QAnon thing as 100% a serious thing, because obviously the same people who produce these other psyops are part of the Q psyop, as Q is based on JFK Jr., not Trump. Okay, so the main character in Eyes Wide Shut, Dr. Bill Harford, is a doctor who also lives in New York City. The New York Post played a big role in the JFK Jr. death hoax. The day after the plane crash, the Post ran a front page article claiming JFK did not want to fly. This was not substantiated, but this created a narrative that it was an ill-fated flight. JFK Jr. was married to Carolyn Bastet, a statuesque beauty who worked in the fashion industry and who was a recreational drug user. So now if you look at Carolyn and how she dresses, and of course the pot smoking, and you compare her, well, Nicole Kidman does seem to be playing a very similar character. Bill Harford is married to Alice Harford, a statue. Oh, this is another thing too. Alice. The name Alice is very frequently used with mind control. And the movie Eyes Wide Shut had a reference to Under the Rainbow with a costume shop where the owner was selling his children. So there's some kind of connection there with Alice in Wonderland and, of course, The Wizard of Oz. Anyway, she works at an art gallery. She's a drug user, and if you look, she looks very similar. Of course, these are modeled. Like his father, JFK Jr. had a reputation for being attractive to women. 1988, they had him on the cover as Sexiest Man Alive. 2 years later, Tom Cruise, the actor picked by Kubrick to represent JFK Jr. in Eyes Wide Shut, was also named the same by People magazine. It says, as soon as JFK Jr. died, right-wing mouthpiece attributed his death to bad judgment. The rumor mill called him reckless. In Eyes Wide Shut, the character meant to represent JFK Jr. acts recklessly by crashing a private orgy and investigating the events around. Yes, that is all true. Anyway, there are mentions of Cape Cod. There are characters that are clearly based on real life characters. And he makes a pretty strong case throughout this article, and I'll make sure that I link it. The JFK Jr. death hoax, directed by Stanley Kubrick, revealed in Eyes Wide Shut, discovered by Chartist Friend. Just a starting point here, bringing this up because if Stanley Kubrick was involved in Apollo 11 and the space program, and the JFK assassination and 9/11, then it puts Tom Cruise in a different light, given that he's about to go up into space and he's already been closely associated with the guy who really made space real. And then, of course, his movie out right now puts him in the spotlight. All right, so I'm going through comments. 33 Ren says it's an intentional bot appearance. Yeah, I think so. If anybody can go ahead and just kill the bots, unbelievable. They're getting away with this. Okay, we may go back to that if it becomes relevant, but I am referencing that article for a few reasons. Okay, listen to this. Stranger Days posted this in Discord. The Challenger shuttle explosion started at 73 seconds, well, actually 73.191 seconds. They broke it down to the thousandth of a second. So they inserted a, quote, 911-y number. So 73191, which does give you sort of a 911 in there. And, of course, 73 seconds, or 1 minute 13 seconds, is when the Challenger explodes. And these numbers are consistent throughout these events, which is why we're pointing it out. And it all ties into this ritual of the Phoenix, like I was saying. Tom Cruise representing this. Like, it's not a coincidence that 9/11, the Twin Towers, again, twin guns, twin towers. Twin Towers burned down. 13 years later, big Phoenix number, new tower comes up. World Trade Center Phoenix is what it was originally going to be called. They opened it up on 113. So there you have another obvious reference. Here we go. Astronauts likely survived Challenger explosion. This is an article about them not dying when it exploded, not about them being death fakers.
For 73 seconds.
At 73.191 seconds, a flash was observed between the
73.191. Yeah, that's pretty precise. And these things are all precise. And if you think that these are just random rituals and psyops and not astrologically timed, you got to take a look at George Floyd kneeled on for 8:46. The sun sets in the Twin Cities that day, 8:46. 9/11 starts at 8:46 when Mercury was rising. You know, these connections get so intricate and so precise. It's one of the reasons why I like listening to JL26, is he picks up on many, many of these things. I'll make sure I reference that video. I'll put a link in the chat. Another shooting in Oklahoma. Again, anti-gun, very heated psyop season. Okay, I have an article here, a video, Johnny Depp's Demons. I think we'll scroll through that for a moment here. Also, there's a new Cap kneeling on the field. Colin Kaepernick's baton picked up by Gabe Kapler. So Gabe Cap to replace Colin Cap. Baton being passed. Kneeling over gun violence. Also, Coyote Smoke and Mirror made this great point. Got to look out for the double fakes. So apparently, we're so good at this that the PSYOP entertainment complex is having to make counter moves. So they know we're going to call out their hoax. We're going to call out their actors, their staged events. So what do? They release bad leads. Oh, look, this particular victim has 3 different fathers. And I'm like, okay, father, stepfather, and birthing person? The one with the beard? Like, I'm trying to figure out, there's got to be a story here, but they intentionally made it confusing so all kinds of people would say, hey, look, it's a hoax. Then later they can come out and say, no, here's the explanation, which they came out with an explanation. So you got to watch out for those false leads. I don't rush to judgment. And you shouldn't be forced. You shouldn't be coerced into reacting and crying and sending teddy bears and paying money for GoFundMe campaigns. GoFundMe only pays the salaries of crisis actors. I guarantee. I can prove it pretty much. If you're not a crisis actor, good luck getting any money on GoFundMe. All right, let's see. Let's go ahead and go through the headlines of the day. Again, if you missed it yesterday, I'll put a link in the chat. It's going to also, in fact, here's what I'm going to do. After this live stream, I'm going to turn it over to the 24/7, and it'll go right into the replay of the conversation I had with JL26. And if you look at the screen right now, look at the state of Washington, state number 42. One of the things he was pointing out was the shape of the part of the state that looks like it could easily snap off and break off into the ocean, and how it looks like the profile of Elvis Presley, even with the lip curl, looking out into the ocean. I mean, maybe you don't see it. I spend maybe too much time seeing things in clouds, but I'm seeing Elvis Presley's head right there. Anyway, there's been this interesting kind of confluence of narratives of the Kraken, the beast from the sea, Elvis, the Antichrist, quite a lot coming up. And now Seattle's in the news. There's going to be protests across the country. We shall see. We shall see. But when Amazon cleared out 1,800 employees from downtown because of a, quote, crime wave, I heard, or I saw in my mind, a tidal wave, a big wave, and moving a bunch of people so they can stage everything. Lean Down says, dope, I haven't heard the jail chat yet. Yeah, this should be good. And the chat should be interesting as well because we can, people can chime in on what we're discussing because we covered a lot of things. Like I said, it was sort of impromptu, but it was a good 70 minutes or so. And we are going to do a follow-up. If you missed it again, we're going to do a follow-up on the 9th, which is also the day of the J6 committee. Interesting. Looks like the gremlins are chewing the wires over at my newspaper. There it is. No more coal, no more oil, no more gas. Global youth demand fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty. Okay, so these eco-fascists, these are the end of days prophets. These are the religious nuts. You see people on the side of the road with signs to say the end is near, repent. No, you don't anymore. No, you see environmentalists. The end is near, recycle. Stop using fossil fuels. They've replaced it. This is the new secular religion for the whole world, to replace the old one. Wrath of Globe is the new Wrath of God. And look how eclectic it is. They make sure it looks very universal, because it's a universal faith. Every single demographic is represented. Except the flat earther, obviously. But this is the cult that worships the angry God. They want to propitiate the angry God, and that's what it really is. And what they probably don't even know is that if Mount St. Helen erupts, it's been 42 years, it's a good time, it'll do so much damage that all of your recycling, all of your green agendas aren't going to make a difference at all. It cancels it out. All your hard work is for nothing. It's pointless. Unless the point of it is just to get you to genuflect before the altar, the recycling bin, which is, fundamentally an altar. This is globe worship, ball worship, which incidentally is the name of their god. But they're reintroducing this whole earth worship under the guise of environmentalism and worship of the AI as authority, merging it with Gaia. Anyway, you're looking at these brainwashees demanding that you sacrifice to their angry god. You give up of what you have. I would support it if they did it first. I will not take you seriously as an environmentalist if you use coal, oil, or gas. If you aren't locked down for Mother Earth, I can't take you seriously. If you really believe the science, you would already be locked down. You wouldn't be driving a car. You would be minimizing your motion so that you minimize your carbon footprint. If you truly believed it, you'd probably go full-on euthanasia at 60, I think is what the environmentalists agree upon these days. Maybe they can start something else. I've seen human composting, but I don't know. I don't want to say how far it's going to go, but it's going somewhere. No more coal, no more oil, no more gas. And it all started because of a big rock the size of Mount Everest 66.6 million years ago hit the Earth, killed the dinosaurs, allowed humans to replace them as the dominant species, and then look what we've done. So really, we are the end result of that mass extinction event, which is actually a world extinction event. It's going to kill all life. Just took a few different iterations, and we're going to seal the deal. That's what we're supposed to believe. And global warming is 33. So even though we haven't seen any evidence for it yet, maybe it's because they've been setting us up for the biggest I told you so of all time. For 33 years we've been telling you, and now look, Florida's underwater. Like, that's a likelihood, just given the nature of our PSYOP entertainment complex writers and how they put 33 years into everything. And again, climate change is 33 until the end of this month. 737 says, let's build a massive penguin dome village and drink our own Kool-Aid. Well, the think tank concept is actually the opposite of an echo chamber. So the idea of a village as an echo chamber, not going to work. I'm down with the Kool-Aid. I'm tired of the Kool-Aid drinkers, though. That cult has gone so far past any redemption. It's too late. It's too little, too late at this time, and they're going to have to bring some kind of miracle. But there's a lot of dark MAGA going around, and not only dark MAGA, but I think they even said dark Putin. Listen to this: Putin awakened a quote dark nationalism. A dark nationalism that could backfire. So the Batman movie was predictive, as I said. The Joker movie predicted a year of left-wing activism, terrorism, and riots, and we saw it for 2020. Now, the Batman movie comes out, 3-4, and I said, hey, 3-4, March 4th, right-wing terrorists. And that's been the story ever since. And now it's dark Putin. Oh, dark Elon, yep. Dark MAGA. Oh, also there's a new track. Amazing track here, a collaboration between JT33 and Symbia called Nightmare. And I will be playing this track tonight, so let me go ahead and bookmark it. But if you don't, here you go. If you don't want to miss it, I'll put a link in the chat. You can go ahead and just bookmark it on your own as well. Say hello. Retweet it if you still tweet. Again, Kim Kardashian is one step away from from cannibalism. But yes, this is worse than what a lot of the flat Earth health nuts were getting into. Dave Murphy. But anyway, Kim Kardashian, if she said she's willing to eat that to look younger, and this is from HuffPost Entertainment, then obviously she'd be willing to drink baby blood. Think about it. Obviously, she would be willing to drink the Soylent Green. Like, this really does say something. Did she jump the shark with this? Is this forgivable? Or is this when you just turn the person off? Like, can we cancel Kim Kardashian? And you don't think that people will follow suit? Remember Trump said that if you inject yourself with bleach, it cures the you-know-what, and a bunch of people started doing it, reportedly. So now, I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm afraid to look at TikTok. I don't want to Google TikTok and Kim Kardashian's new youth or rejuvenizing diet, whatever it would be. I'm not going to get any of her health supplements. Anyway, let's move on. Intelligence experts say January 6th data is absolutely damning. So on June 6th, the January 6th committee is going to be on TV. So it should be very, very entertaining. I was going to have JL26 on that day. 737 says Kanye dodged a bullet on that one. Yeah, I mean, really. Is it really worth killing Pete Davidson over? Is it worth going OJ over this thing? Not anymore. Like, I'm thinking they're almost going to cancel the whole PSYOP. Kanye dodged a bullet. Yeah, exactly. It wouldn't be nice if people just really told you what was on their mind up front. Okay, let us continue. I can't even believe it's there, but that's page 6 today. MAGA-verse feud brewing between Lin Wood, Mike Lindell, and QAnon John. Now, the first thing I want to point out here is that on the screen on the right you have Mike Lindell, and on the left you have Lin Wood. Lin Wood represented Kyle Rittenhouse and Kate Perry, John Benet Ramsey's parents. He also represented the Olympia Park, was it Century Park bombing suspect. Anyway, this guy's always been tied into the major league psyops. In fact, okay, Lin Wood represented the guy that Elon Musk called a pedo guy. So Wood's been around, attorney to the celebs, and all these various psyops. I think is a highly questionable character. And then Mike Lindell, after Sidney Powell, the Kraken, brought out this claim the election was fraudulent, Lindell took over. His qualifications? Former crackhead. And this was right on the back of Hunter Biden's, not his disclosure, the leaks about his crack smoking. And Hunter Biden, by the way, is literally best friends with Tucker Carlson. So that's just something. We may talk about Tucker Carlson a little bit. Just on the main point is Tucker Carlson was blamed for the Buffalo shooting. And the Buffalo shooting, of course, right-wing terror. And Tucker Carlson was blamed because of the replacement theory thing. But anyway, in the Batman movie, the Riddler's weapon of choice was a Tucker. So the idea of an internet-inspired radical killing people is right out of the Batman movie. And of course, Tucker Carlson would be the Riddler in this instance. But the Riddler used a Tucker, a carpet Tucker. Alright, so anyway, on the right, Mike Lindell is believed by QAnoners to be JFK Jr. in a mask. On the left, Lin Wood is believed by the same people to be JFK in a mask. That's what I mean. I'm like, not sure if it's just mass delusion, insanity. They make the Mandela effect look sane. And it's getting worse by the day. But now there's an internal war here, and this is from Business Insider. Drama in the MAGAverse. Lin Wood, pro-Trump lawyer, took to Telegram to call out Mike Lindell and QAnon John, calling into question their patriotism. And I think there's a point where even Lin Wood called General Flynn a phony, who said QAnon was phony. But, this is so typical. There's been this squabbling really since JFK didn't show up at Dealey Plaza. So Wood said that MAGA movement is being compromised by deep state operatives, patriots who are actually communist infiltrators. This is exactly what you see in every community. Like within the flat earth community, everybody who doesn't agree on everything you say is a shill or works for NASA. It's true with a few people I could name. But my point is every group has a way of automatically turning the non-conformist in the group into some kind of representative of the bad guy. It's always the same thing. I guess here Wood claims that Lindell once offered a 66.6% discount on pillows, and this is a connection to his Satanism and mark of the beast. So this is where they're at. This reminds me of Russian Vid saying, well, Jaron Campanella's last name adds to 33, so he's a Freemason. Or Jake Gibson played football and wore jersey 33, so he can't be trusted. And if you go by that, well, Richie from Boston's Jeep has a 33 on the license plate. I see that here. Okay, Lin Wood is definitely calling out Mike Lindell. Fascinating. Anyway, I'll keep up with that drama. Vladimir Putin, Dark Putin, to unleash ballistic missile in test launch after residents are given a terrifying lockdown warning. So they're going to launch Satan 2 at us, West Coast, East Coast, maybe the ISS, most likely Seattle. And I think this might be a great excuse for lockdowns. So I'm expecting that. QAnon Queen of Canada claims to be Queen of the world. Again, if you're loyal to the Queen, I guess you don't have to pay your bills. I'm going to check out the Top Gun movie. Someone had pointed out that there's a lot of conspicuous 33s built into the story. I'll probably go in and watch it with a notepad. And this predictive programming thing is a thing, like concurrent as well, as I've been saying. Like even most recently with Stranger Things has a lot of concurrent tie-ins to the gun marches that are brewing, which will kick off on 6/11. Okay, let me get to voicemails.
Hey Tim, I'm calling to ask to see if you can reflect on not necessarily the timing, the precise timing of all these metascripted events, but more so like what is your opinion on how important it is that it happens, for instance, now or these days or in our time? And my example to help you answer this question would be to look back and say, well, if we were at a retro auto hoax, Franz Ferdinand, for instance, assassinating or being assassinated by Gavrilo Princip to start off World War I. A lot of retro auto hoaxing there. And at the time, how serious that was in starting World War II or World War I. And then later, I guess, in the start of World War II as well, for us, and then also like 9/11, how does it feel? You know what I mean? And how that, like, really looking back, it doesn't really affect us, right? Maybe 9/11 more so than the others, but like coronavirus, that really changed things because we're like living in it, so I wonder if you can like reflect on the importance of doing things now and making sure that everyone in the newspapers reads it or everyone on the internet sees it and so forth. I'm not sure what I'm getting at, but I think there's something there. So.
Yeah, I've been describing this thing as monolithic because I think what we're going through right now is like the formation of a new Bible, but they've got to curate it. They've got to censor. They've got to say, this is non-canonical. This has to go. This is blasphemy. This is too honest. So they're creating a new paradigm and a worldview. And I believe it was timed and is timed astrologically with the new age, the age of Aquarius. It's just the precession of the equinoxes. And as far as the time frame, I can look back, like 9/11. Clearly, there's coding into the number of years. So it was clearly constructed to be taken down. But looking even further back, I'm finding more indicators of planning. The earliest I can find is 1906, where I would even say that even up to Corona was planned as early as 1906. And I have a few different ways I would arrive at this, but one quick point here. 9/11, as in 911, became an emergency number in America in 1968. Then 33 years later, 9/11 happens. 33 is clearly some kind of hoax code, order out of chaos. So again, there's that correlation, 9/11, 33 years. So I'm looking at these different, correlations. So SOS is an international distress signal. So again, 9/11, national, SOS, quote, global. Well, SOS was instituted in 1906 on November the 3rd. So November the 3rd, 1906, we had SOS begin. And the whole point of this is that these PSYOPs represent emergencies that they create to bring about the new order. So this new order is emerging from these contrived emergencies. So just as there's a code here with 9/11 and 33 years later, 9/11 happening, the 11/3/2020 was exactly to the day 113 years from 11/3/1906. Again, 11/3/2020, go back 113 years, and it's the first time SOS was used. So I'm looking at this correlation between 11/3 and SOS, just like there's a correlation between 9/11. and the 33 years. And so what I'm deriving from this is that there are so many points that illustrate this consistent pattern, the numerology, 11.3, the new tower, of course, coming up on 11.3, that from what I can tell, we're looking at some kind of long-term operation that is all based on nothing arbitrary. I mean, if you didn't know, 9/11 is the new year on the Coptic calendar. January 1st, New Year's Day, isn't just some random holiday. That's the day where, well, at midnight on New Year's, the dog star Sirius reaches its highest point, and then it falls. So on New Year's Eve around the world, people are chanting the countdown, and the ball drops. Well, that represents the dog star Sirius and its energies coming down to Earth. That's the main star that the cults are centered around. So here you have New Year's Day, January 1st. New Year's Day, 9/11, both associated with the dog star. And both these events have these crucial connections, of course, to the timing of these psyops. And then let me bring this up. Bill Clinton, just a side note, but worth looking at. On 9/11, the year 2000, Bill Clinton was hanging out with a dog named Sirius. Again, Sirius is the dog star. And he wrote on a picture of the dog to the dog's owner, Sirius is beautiful, 9/11/2001. 1 year later to the day, this dog Sirius died in the Twin Towers. So Sirius the dog, all kinds of symbolism around this thing, but just pointing it out that this is the reason why they chose 9/11. So everything points to astrological timing. The Great Reset was a conspiracy theory until the great conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter, and then suddenly they talked about it. And all of this ties into the writings of Manly P. Hall, the secret teachings of all ages, the secret destiny of the United States, and this idea that America is part of the great work. And this great reset is really just the realization of the great work. But to get to that point, I believe the final stage is that the challenger must be destroyed. America must be destroyed. America is the challenger. All right, let's see. Going through your comments. AK All Day 2323 says gas masks and helmets are going to be fun. Yeah, I can't wait for the helmet Karens. Your helmet protects me. Lean Dion says, why so serious? Joker. So here's an example of phonetic word magic. Why so serious? Again, Heath Ledger, Death Faker. And I think one of the more significant reasons for this thing, why so serious, tying into the dog star, is that the Joker shooter that shot up Aurora shot it up on, I think it was 7/22. And it was, here we go. Let me find the Aurora shooting. And the poster, the Batman poster. Now, this is also when they started introducing the Batman as Phoenix. Or rather, the Bat as Phoenix. So you'd have the burning bat. And then, of course, a Phoenix represents, you burn down, build back better. Well, the bat was the catalyst for this particular event. The COVID thing. And, even more recently, I brought this up that in front of the Supreme Court, right before this leak from the Supreme Court, Roe v. Wade, there was a guy that set himself on fire in front of the thing, a 50-year-old. He died. His name? Wynn Bruce, as in Bruce Wayne, a bat phoenix. No coincidence. July 20th, 2012, mass shooting occurred in Century 16 movie theater in Aurora, Colorado. Dark Knight Rises, James Holmes. Now, this one had all kinds of things attached to it we could go into. Concurrent drills, the opening scene, the opening trailer of a scene from a movie, a Sean Penn movie, where gangsters are shooting through the movie screen into the stands, into the seats. But anyway, Dark Knight Rises occurred during the dog days of summer. I was like, this is not a coincidence. So here you have a picture from the Dark Knight Rises, and again, behind Batman, and this is years before the bat as Phoenix symbol could really be understood. A fire will rise. And here you have the Batman, and behind him, in the negative space in the buildings, in the flames, there is the shape of a bat, which looks like the shape of the hole in one of the Twin Towers. Also, likely not a coincidence. Okay, so let's go ahead and continue here. Oh, one other thing, and I can probably find a reference for this, but I had a book by Kenneth Grant, who was something of a successor to Aleister Crowley. I think it was Aleister Crowley and the Hidden God. One of his books, where, according to the Thelemites, they maintain that the dog star, they call it the phoenix. And so the phoenix associated with the dog star is also very significant. Lori Borella says, please go into it sometime. My nieces were there. Were they in the theater? Because a lot of people live near events, and then they know somebody who knows somebody, and it becomes hearsay. Because there was a drill concurrent with it. There was also someone who survived a shooting in Canada who died there in the Aurora shooting. Okay, let us continue. So yeah, if I would say this. Anytime somebody says they know somebody that was there, then I would say I need more evidence. Like, if you can't say the names right now, if the names are public, which they usually are, then you're probably not being truthful. Like, I used to have people say, I know someone who died on 9/11. I'm like, what was the name? And they usually couldn't tell me. Or they'd say, I'm not going to say because. It's like, well, who are you protecting? Give me the initials. And even when I'm given the initials, I'm never given the name. So, okay, commenter says Sirius rising occurs at Cairo on July 19th, placing it just before the onset of the floods. Well, that was kind of my point. I remember back then looking into this, and I was thinking, well, if the movie comes out on July 20th, it's right after Sirius rises, which means Sirius from Cairo rises, it's the heliacal rising, so it's directly above the sun. And this marks the new year on the Egyptian calendar. So here's another connection for you. New Year's date, when Sirius rises, July 20th, or whenever it rises above the sun. New Year's date, Coptic calendar, 9/11, Sirius. New Year's date, January 1st, Sirius. Of course, the dog star reaches its highest point. 9/11 and the dog star association with Bill Clinton there and the dog dying. It's just like there's something here, if you've noticed. And also the reason why the dog star is called the dog star, I believe, is because it's the star that's following Orion, like a dog. I've also read somewhere that the dog warns of a danger, and the dog star's position above the sun tells you when the Nile's going to flood. So it warns you of a flood, which is also a very interesting connection. Because in the latest Batman movie, at the end, they flood the poles by breaking the dam, and there's a flood in the poles in the stadium. So a flood is implied. Release the crack in the flood. The GOP right now flood the poles. And now you have Batman Dark Knight Rises just as Dark Maga is rising. And of course the Magas call him Batman. Dark Maga rising, Dark Putin rising. And of course this association here with Sirius. So Sirius does have a flood association, is my point. Okay, I got a link in the chat here. Yeah, thank you for that. That's a poster that shows you the shape of the bat. So in these various movies, we've seen the bat as Phoenix. We've seen the crow, the Brandon Lee movie. The dove is a symbol of a phoenix. It's the post-reset. The mockingjay in the Hunger Games. And these are all significant. Like, this is why Lady Gaga was dressed up like a character from the Hunger Games when she sang at the inauguration of CGI Joe, wearing a Hunger Games uniform with a dove on her shirt. You know, the dove with the olive branch. That's a phoenix post-reset symbol because it's after the flood. You can build back better. It's, after the fires, after the flood, same thing. It means the same thing. And of course, post-reset is very well depicted in the Hunger Games, and that's where the tie-in is there. And in the Hunger Games, you have the Mockingjay with the arrow. So the Phoenix has the olive branch, whereas the Mockingjay has the arrow. Just showing you how these are parallel overlapping symbols. In fact, I'm working now more on these Metascript decodes, and I'll go ahead and do a Metascript decode on that particular symbol. And these are short 10-minute videos I'm planning, TikTokable videos, even shorter than 10 minutes, to make key points and just to show where we're coming from with our symbol interpretation. Okay, so let us continue here. A few different directions we were going. Again, Dark Maga Rising, the Batman movie, The Flood, all very intriguing connections here. And of course, Batman and Joker represent Boaz and Jacob, the pillars, the black and the white, the duality, order and chaos. All right, we are joined in Rofkin by Salty Siren and Thirst, who will never be banned. He will never lose his account here. They killed his YouTube channel. I think he had, I don't know how many videos, but plenty. You know, YouTube is literally burning books. That's how I look at them. But we're moving on to our own parallel thing. We're getting into our own publishing because my books are being pulled left and right from Amazon. Okay, so to answer the voicemail, he was basically asking, you know, about how important is it with the timing. And I think everything is timed to such a minute level here that it's very important. I can give you a random example. So you know that the first patient, the first patient for COVID came down with the symptoms on 1/19. The pandemic was declared on 3/11. So there are so many movies you can find that reference 3/11, that reference these numbers and have connections to the theme of lockdowns. I mean, that alone tells you, I would say, just the predictive programming alone would say, you know what, there's a level of planning here that goes beyond obsessiveness. I mean, I've said that we're obviously run by witches and warlocks that have some kind of obsessive compulsion disorder. How else do you explain it? All right. I think I have another voicemail to get to as well. And I'm open to anybody else's interpretation of this thing. You know, I'm convinced here that we're dealing with human operators. I don't try to argue that there's some kind of a demiurge behind the organization of these events. I mean, it seems so sophisticated that it couldn't possibly be done by man, but that's sort of a fallacy to fall into the explanation of the supernatural when you don't have a more mundane explanation. All right, we're joined by Rocco Calzone. Thanks for joining. 737 says we are buffering on YouTube. Not surprised. Okay, have another voicemail here.
Hi there, Tim. This is an anonymous caller. Listening to your show for a few months and love it, but don't understand all of it. Space is fake. The space station is fake. Okay. I saw the space station, supposedly, traveling overhead in the skies, and I saw it, not the first time, if that's what it was, according to you. What else could it be? A hologram? I don't know. I'd love your take on it. And no tears, no blood, I get that. But to call everything fake, I don't get it.
Yeah, see, this is what I consider this to be an important point, and that's one of the reasons why I talk about it. The existence or non-existence of the ISS is more crucial to getting to the truth than the existence or non-existence of the moon landings or something, because we're talking here about something that cements the existence of something that you can verify with your own eyes on the ground. You can't prove the moon landing from home. You can look outside and see the space station, supposedly. So they've given you this story that you can see it, so you have visual confirmation. Now, I've had many people fib. I'm not going to say they lie just because they lie, but I'll just be easy on them. A lot of fibbers will say that they've seen it. And 9 out of 10 times they say, when and where. I need your latitude, longitude, and time. It's that precise of a thing to see. And generally, they don't know about the Earth's shadow. So they don't know that there are only certain times you can see it. I had one guy say that he sits on his roof and he watches it every 90 minutes. I'm like, there's nowhere in the world where that would even be possible. So I'm like, why are you lying if NASA's not paying you? And I don't know. I mean, Jordan Maxwell, and I'll just take his word for it. He said NASA equals Nazis. So let's just go with that. And you could make the case, Werner von Braun. So let's just hypothetically say that, not that the Nazis won, but that NASA is infused or is run by Nazis or something. Then you could say that anybody shilling on behalf of NASA is a NASA collaborator or a Nazi collaborator. So if you're going to lie and you saw the space station and you didn't, what are you? Is it too strong to say that people who fib about this are Nazi collaborators? I mean, it is pretty bad because you're holding up one of the major psyops of our time. But what did you see? First, I have to ask, did you see it? One, you didn't present any evidence. You asserted you saw it. So we have to start with that. Time and date. Infinite Plane Radio. Hello? Hey, caller, what's up? Do you, have you ever seen a flying space station above your head at night?
Yeah, a couple times.
What time of night did you see it?
Nighttime.
And after midnight, before midnight?
Like 10:30.
10:30? Okay, fair enough. And what time does the sun set, or what time did the sun set that day? Roughly speaking.
Good question. I don't remember.
Did it set earlier? Let's say, did it set earlier than 8 o'clock p.m.?
It's probably close to 8.
Okay, because what I'm saying is this. There's the Terminator line, which is pretty much where sunset is. And since the ISS is about 184 miles above our heads, it's low Earth orbit, which means that it will cross into the shadow of the Earth and not be visible once it passes the Terminator line or sunset. So after 8 p.m., it would be very difficult to see it as it doesn't have a light source. It wouldn't be able to reflect the sun. So 10:30 p.m., it's unlikely that the light that you saw was the ISS. And it's really problematic for saying that a light in the sky after sunset is a satellite because by definition, low Earth orbit is in the umbra. And if it's not in low Earth orbit, it's not going to move fast enough for you to see it moving. So it's kind of a paradox. Did you use an app or was it just a guess? I mean, it could have been a plane, for example.
Well, no, I timed it. So I used the app to see when it was going to be there, and then I just filmed it.
Did you film it with video or did you snap a picture? Do you have a video you can share?
Yeah, I have video of it.
Okay, then that's a great starting point because I'm not going to deny evidence. I don't believe in reality denialism. I am a skeptic. So I would say the first step would be email me the video, timosmond007@gmail, or post it in the chat, and then I would go from there. Now I will say this though.
Sure.
I want to see if you can make I think it was right before Sputnik, there was this thing called Needles in the Sky, where there was this national or global operation where they were sending small planes for astronomers to look at, where the plane has a flashlight behind it. And it was simulating the trajectory of satellites in low Earth orbit. So my point is, it is very fakeable. It is possible to fake satellites using drones or airplanes with flashlights. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, sure, but it depends who you're showing the evidence to.
Now, what do you think about what do you think about the interior of the space station? Like when the astronauts are floating around inside, does that seem real to you, or does it send off any kind of fakeness vibes?
Well, a friend of mine said that that shit was all fake, and then I looked it up, and I watched like a 20-minute thing. I don't think they can do the fake space for 20 minutes, can they?
No, but well, it depends. Anything you can fake in the movies, you can fake on the
Well,
news.
the zero G stuff, they can only do for like 30 seconds at a time, right?
It depends. If they're using movie magic, they can do anything literally, right?
Yeah, sure.
So the idea that they're faking it presumes they're using movie magic and special effects. That's kind of the point here.
Well, I don't know, man. You'd have to go up and check.
Well, my experience on this comes from a lot of years of video editing, Photoshop touch-ups, and I've done a lot of work with green screens. In fact, I actually collaborated on a music videos, inserting people that aren't there, and I would not get paid for my gigs if my editing skills were as sloppy as NASA's. So, in my opinion, from a video editor's perspective, the ISS is a hilarious joke. I don't believe the footage from the ISS, and I can point to other things. So, for example, the ESA, when they show the Earth from space, not only does it look like a CGI ball, but you can see the shadow of the ISS. What do you think about the proposition that the ISS would have a shadow on the Earth 200 miles below?
Well, I don't think it would.
It does. Only when the ESA films it. So, what does that mean? Is the ESA lying? Am I lying? Is it impossible? Is it CGI? I mean, I brought this up to Red's Rhetoric, who presents videos that purport to show the ISS transiting, and you know what he said? It's a smudge on the camera.
Well, yeah, when I shot it, it's like super small. Like, you can get the transit over the moon, and it's like a fraction of the size of the moon, and you can sort of make it out. It looks like a tin can.
Now, you said
Sure.
you caught a lunar transit?
I watched one in person, but I didn't film it. But I've seen people film it.
Which one did you film? I mean, you said you filmed another transit though. You did get on camera the light streaking. Now, did it go from like
Yeah.
Okay, here's a question.
If you give me your info, I can send you the link. It's
Yeah.
on YouTube.
Yeah, actually, that would even be the best place to start. So, when you watched it with your eyes, did it go from horizon to horizon, or did it like when did it like was it a clear sky?
Well, it came into view when it passed the what's that? The ecliptic line, and then it looked like a star basically, and then it just like went right past the moon, and I filmed it.
Interesting.
And I knew the timing. I knew the timing because of an app. You can look it up. It's fuck, I forget what it's called.
Well, look, I know. Look, I heard about the app, but here's an argument this is the argument here is that there's a Pokemon behind the dumpster outside. The app proves it to me. You know, so I don't. It doesn't add up to me. I don't think that's evidence necessarily.
No, but I'm not like I wasn't like pre-planning this. I just wanted to see if it was actually going to happen, and I actually invited my buddy over to watch it.
Do you
but
remember?
He never made it.
Do you remember the date?
Yeah, I can look it up right now if you want.
Okay, cool. As long as you have all that information, that's all I would need. I'll evaluate it before I make any further, little comments. I mean, I'm just asserting here that it's fakeable from the ground, and what we see on the footage above is hilarious. And not only is it hilarious, but it's eminently debunkable. You can see heads going through ceilings, microphones going through mouths, through throats, hands going through microphones, ghosts, crossfades, I would say discrepancies in the size of the astronaut relative to the room. Also, you have AVR errors where people are touching objects that aren't in their hands yet. And you can have one where Scott Kelly is looking at a ball of water bouncing between a couple of ping pong paddles, and his eyes are looking up when it's down and down when it's up because he's obviously looking at a screen and his timing's off.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
But I mean, the thing is, if I'm going to look at your evidence, I'm going to send you some of mine, and then maybe we'll touch base again, and then we'll talk about whether you think what I'm presenting is evidence of hoaxery, and then we can continue from there.
I just don't see what the point is of hoaxing all of that.
What the point of it is?
Just to get more money?
No.
Are they trying to get more money or something?
There's several points to it, I would say. For one major reason is it's worldview warfare, where you're able to cement everybody in the world on one view that involves everybody on the same sheet with regard to global warming. That's a major piece of the puzzle. But yeah, I think it's about consolidation of worldview. I think that the globe, for all intents and purposes, is more of an idol than a map.
But there's so much math to prove that what they're saying is true. Have you looked into it?
Have I looked into it?
Yeah.
Well, look, I went through school like you did. I was in the military. I'm not an ignoramus. Okay, let me ask you this. What is the shape of the solar system?
Pardon?
What is the shape of the solar system?
I imagine it's like a really crazy bunch of barking going on.
Like when you look at the solar system, do you think
know
of
what
it
I
as
mean?
like a bunch of balls
Everything's
flying
in
around a
motion,
sun? Like, is it like a sphere?
Yeah, well, to me, the way it's been explained to me, it looks like an atom, how an atom would work.
Because the truth is, no, the solar system is flat. That's why we have an ecliptic. It's a flat plane. The only deviant would be Pluto, but that's just 17 degrees. So our solar system's flat. The universe is considered to be flat. But just on that point alone, our concept has been skewed. So, the math tells us it's flat. And you ask me, have you looked into it? Well, I'm asking, have you looked into it? And you should know the basic fact. NASA sends nothing up. They send everything out. The solar system is ridiculously flat. So I'm just making this point that, yeah, we're studying the issue, but I think that I'm asserting a conscious deception. So obviously I'm asserting that they're using movie magic and that they're lying on the math. So that's kind of what I'm getting at here.
I totally understand that. And I've looked into that point too, but I just don't buy it, man.
Okay, one more then. So you buy the fakery news on the ground, which makes sense. Psy-war, psychological operations, and propaganda. Now, what about the moon landing? Is that something that you've accepted as real?
No. I'm still on the fence about that. I've been talking to Marcus Allen through email. He's a really smart dude. He's got a lot of great evidence to the contrary for the moon landing.
Oh, okay. So he's
Have you talked to him before?
I have not, but I actually have him. I follow him on Twitter. I've been to his website and I've listened to some of his podcasts. So I'll reach out to him. And
he's a really smart dude. He's awesome to talk to.
Well, in my opinion, we're looking at a mind game and systematic and even systemic gaslighting built into this thing. And I think that the ISS has a very unique role. Like the moon landing cements the idea that, one, it's landable. And then the ISS cements low Earth orbit, which gives them the access to do, or the ability to say, oh, we got Starlink, now we have space. Here's the answer. You said, why would they fake it? Because they're going to do space wars, space junk. They're going to fake asteroids. So in order for them to have a whole other area to fake us from, I think they also have to maintain this illusion. So that's just another answer.
Right.
I think that's part of the setup. But I don't know for sure everything about this thing.
Well, I know where you're coming from. I think you're coming from the aspect of the natural human that thinks he's getting fucked over by the government all the time, and they're just always trying to find ways to steal your money. And that makes perfect sense.
And there's one more aspect to it. And I started my research with William Cooper, where he breaks down the Freemasonic symbolism in Apollo 11 and the space shuttle program. And so what I've looked from this angle, you're like, well, the space program also serves the role of an esoteric and exoteric religion. So the new heaven is space. The new utopian vision that they've given us all to aspire to is what we will have on Mars or the moon. So it's a new universal utopia, a vision, and a destination. And I think also, just like the mainstream religions have an esoteric side, I think this new religion is the same as the old. I don't think there's a difference between a rocket going to space or the obelisk. I think it's just a symbol. So the
Sure,
the occult
but
side of it tells me that it's not about literal travel.
what's the main, I love that you said that, but what's the main power structure behind all of this?
I call it
sort of like central control of all of this. Like, it doesn't make any sense, because I know Masons, and I know I worked with William Cooper. I made a song, and he said I could use lyrics and everything, and there was no problem with that. So what the fuck?
Here's what I've concluded. The best I can say is this. I call it the cult of the monolith. The main theme I see, the obelisk, the Tower of Babel, the unification thing, the universal. The word Catholic means universal. So I've been using the term or the phrase cult of the monolith because Space Odyssey 2001 seems to tell the story, and the NATO monolith also tells the story. And I think it's all about the new monotheism. I think they're creating a new religion for the world based on a template of the old religions, but stripped of tradition, stripped of spirituality, and replaced with science and scientism. I think virus has replaced sin. Your original sin is your carbon footprint. The wrath of God is the wrath of globe and global warming. And so that's what I mean when I say that the ball is like an idol. I think it's ball worship, the original name for this god of the obelisk, this earth god. And so, yeah, I'm saying that the reason they're faking space is it's the new religion.
Well, I don't see any positive to anyone liking that. Sounds horrible.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
What did you do last New Year's Eve?
Cocaine.
Did you do the countdown?
I'm just kidding.
Well, no judgment. I'm just because what I'm saying is whether we know it or not, the world is worshiping at the altar of the NWO religion. The TV is a black cube of Saturn. So is your black screen. On New Year's, the world is celebrating Sirius. I mean, we are part of the astrotheological cult. We're born into it.
Dude, you think way too much. Dude, I love you.
We were born in a doomsday cult. We have environmentalists.
Right?
They're like,
it feels like that, doesn't it?
It does. It really does. But
well, I just don't buy into all that crap. I just make music and have fun with my friends, man.
Good. I'm glad you haven't lost sight of it.
Like, we're trying to be directed into this crazy fucking conversation that doesn't make any sense. But, you know, I think the world is just turning around and we're just flying with it.
Well, you know, I think it's turning around metaphorically. And I think the spinning and the revolution is part of the program.
So what does it matter how it's doing it, really, if you don't believe the scientists?
Yeah, when I say world stage, you know, I could even say world, like it's spinning, WHR LED, because I think what they have done is the whirling is the disconnection from the individual to his innate connection to the universe. And I think that's where all of this hypermediation comes in, and the metaverse, and making us scared of everybody and everybody's breath and social distancing being introduced. Because I think what they are doing is, I think, yeah, we are definitely in a very immersive environment. It's just super hyper-mediated, and it is a doomsday cult. It has an expiration date. If we don't change our ways, we're all going to die. And so what I try to do is objectively observe
that. Like, the whole concept, like the future they want to make is just this fear-mongering bullshit.
It's all on Netflix. It's all on Netflix. It's like, how come every single science fiction about the future starts off negative? Because I have a very optimistic view. And I like to think 20 years ahead. I don't want to assume, oh, we ran out of gas and half the people ate the other half. But that's kind of where they want us to think. And I think it's because they want us to have a low self-opinion about humanity and ourselves, because it makes us easier to control.
Who are these they people? I always wanted to know. Do you know? I wish I knew.
Intraspecies predators, witches, warlocks. I don't know exactly. There's something.
Maybe they're aliens.
Uh,
Because I had this thought that maybe they were always here and they've always been here, and they're just trying to find new ways to control the world and keep us all scared.
I'm with you on that because when people say, like Alex Jones, the New World Order is coming, it's like it's already here. The New World Order is the old one with a new paint job. So I think there's a lot of recycling, that we're actually going through cycles that are templated off previous cycles, and there's nothing new necessarily, but the world's not going to end. That's the good news that I take out of it.
Well, I guess you think the sun's going to rise tomorrow.
Yeah, or circuit above us, or we're going to turn and face it, depending on, what it is.
Yeah. Well, I just don't think it's that big of a deal if it's circling around us or going around us in a sphere.
Okay, here's one reason why it would matter. There's one reason alone, and this is why I chose infinite plane society, because it's an open question to me. It's like, if there's no more land, it doesn't matter.
About that, what else are they lying about? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm suggesting that a motivation for lying about the shape of the world would be to artificially, keep us constrained so that we think there's nothing else there. And I'm suggesting that the elite are so controlling and so deceptive, it wouldn't be beyond them to hide a few continents, unlimited resources, other lands where they hunt dinosaurs, who knows? But I'm thinking, that we're given a scarcity model to control us, and that we're in some kind of quarantine, prison camp, I don't know, but whatever it is, if there's more land, the aliens are just outside, and they're looking in.
Well, I've been looking at the precessional cycle, and I know that the world's constantly changing, so climate change is real, but it's on a very slow scale, and everything's just going to change eventually. So they're always going to try and keep a toe up on everybody else to keep the natural resources for themselves.
Yeah,
and
sure.
Then,
and there may be a natural cyclic change coming soon, and they're going to scapegoat the capitalists for it. They're going to scapegoat the West for any environmental destruction.
Yeah, well, the power elite just does what they do. They always blame somebody, and then they make war with them. That's how the world works.
Yeah, it really does. And we, on this channel, we're always looking at these things from this perspective, the knowledge that there is a difference between the world stage and the real thing. That's why I don't think it's a huge stretch to say that they would fake another miracle like the orbiting space station. And to be quite honest, the CGI footage is self-discrediting. You can find pictures of the Earth from space where the dark side of the Earth, as in night, is dark. Then you can find ISS footage where it's lit up like Christmas. So is the Earth lit up like Christmas at night from space, or is it dark? Depends on which video you look at.
True enough. But if you're a photographer, it depends on your shutter speed and your ISO.
I would contend that any photographer or video editor looking objectively at some of the evidence that I can produce would concur that they're looking at photoshoppery, animation, and augmented virtual reality. So
you don't think they're up there? There's no people up there?
No.
You think they're in like underwater? How can you pull that off underwater though?
Okay, there's a couple of things. One, you're aware that they already have a scale model of the ISS in a desalinated water pool?
Well, I watched the movie Gravity. I'm sure they can pull it off, but
exactly, they can. But the reason why they don't do it, look, in how come the ISS, and you've watched it, you said, how come they don't look as good as they do in the movies like Gravity? How come they don't float around like Sandra Bullock? How come they look like they're hanging?
I don't know, man. I haven't seen that shit.
Okay, I would do this. Juxtapose the ISS astronauts with Sandra Bullock.
What about that crazy chick with her crazy hair? You've seen that, right?
Yes.
And she like goes through the whole thing for like 20 minutes.
Yeah, hairspray.
You can't
Obvious
pull that
hairspray.
off.
Oh, it's corny hairspray.
Hairspray?
You saying you watched it for 20
No
minutes?
way,
Okay,
man.
so
No way.
okay, you say no way. I'd be willing to debate you on this. Have you seen the scene where one of the cosmonauts drops a screw and it audibly hits the floor?
No, I haven't.
That is a
You
that
gotta
that
show me
that, that is a scene. I can show you many scenes
that.
where you're dealing. Look, like there's one of my favorites is where you can
That
see.
would be totally crazy if they were actually faking all of that.
Have you ever heard of bubbles in space?
I've seen some pretty crazy footage.
Have you seen bubbles in space footage?
Like blowing bubbles?
There are videos of spacewalks where there are bubbles around the astronauts. Have you watched the Starman Tesla Roadster in space? Have you watched that video?
I only saw some footage of the Tesla on the way to Mars or whatever.
Okay. I mean, I watched the whole thing. I watched hours and hours of it. And you know what I saw a lot of? Bubbles.
Mm-hmm. Bubbles.
As if maybe they were faking space underwater at times, is what I'm saying. And what I'm saying is this. I'm asserting evidence. I'm referring to evidence I can bring to the table. And so I'm thinking this. Sometimes you may not have enough evidence to say you know something's real. And I'm saying right now, you may not have looked at enough evidence to actually have arrived at the conclusion you believe it's real. And I think if you look at my evidence, you might agree that the ISS is it's an embarrassing joke. And you might even feel slightly ashamed for having believed in it, which I completely get because it is eminently debunkable.
Well, man, I'm not going to be ashamed about any of that because, like, I'm a sucker. You might be a sucker too.
I am too. You know what? Before 2012, I thought the news was real. I just thought it was worse than they said. You know, I believed.
Yeah, but I think your auto hoax thing is like just a little too over the top. It's like there's some shit that's real for sure. You know?
Well, the thing is, it'd be a mischaracterization because there's actually a couple of categories here. I'm asserting that with regard to extraordinary claims, there must be evidence. And so that's all I'm asking for. I'm asking for evidence on extraordinary claims.
Well, yeah, I know. Your podium is totally fair for that because you can't prove to everybody in real time a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, and I wouldn't expect to. And also, if you just took my word for
And
it,
I don't trust the media. I'm definitely not a media truster. I'm probably the most staunch opponent of the media because I think they're a bunch of fucking scam artists trying to get clicks.
And, you know, a lot of them, here's another thing too. There's only a small number of people relative to everyone else that would be privy to some of these deeper operations. So the idea that the astronauts would be faking it, I don't think is that far-fetched. It's a small group of people, and most of the people who report on it are just repeating what they see on a screen. But you have to do the close scrutiny, just like you did with Sandy Hook or any of these other events before you arrived at a conclusion that it was even possible to fake things. I think you have to do the due diligence there, but I'll be happy to look at your ISS transit footage, and then I will respond in kind with some of my own. But ultimately, I don't know. You can't conclude. You can't say ISS is fake, so the Earth is flat. You can't make that leap, but I think you can say they're hiding something.
Oh, they're hiding things for sure. But I mean, to take it to the whole other level that the Earth's flat and like they're lying to us about land, like I don't know. It's a bit too much for me. But I get it. Like, how greedy can people be? They can just they want everything. Like they want to take it all now. Like look at interest rates. They're just gonna take everybody's houses now. In the next couple months, it looks like the hyperinflation is going to go through the roof.
Well, 2020 should have said that they will not only go as far as they possibly can, but I mean 2020 was just showing how power hungry they are and how far they'll go and how compliant people will be. So,
like how much power do you need? Do you know these people? Are you friends with them?
Am I friends with them? Well, I have done interviews with people in media. I spoke with someone who used to write for Huffington Post, and she said, "I'm in the media. Are you saying that I'm lying?" And I'm saying no, but I am saying that if you're just repeating talking points from ABC, CBS, NBC, you're kind of complicit in promulgating lies,
Yeah.
or you're based on an
Yeah.
edifice of lies.
Well, either way, it comes down to like how you're gonna live. That's the base point.
Yeah, well, here's my thing.
So
I'm not going to rush to
hopefully,
judgment and believe a story and make a political decision on that. I wait for more information. And so, auto hoaxing doesn't mean I automatically call it hoax. It means I automatically search for evidence because it's fake until proven real in most instances. And this is actually not extreme. This is actually
no, that's fair.
it's really not, but I think the public has just been by habit, I would say, and tradition. I think they've just become accustomed to trusting the news, like trust the priest, trust the news, but I think it's just habit. I think it's actually a bad habit.
Well, yeah, science is the new religion, but
Yeah,
I mean,
yes, a
you see it
misunderstood.
already. Like, there's so many people that are scientists that disagree with certain things in like the climate debate, all of that, but you never hear about them. It's just like
Well, the
you
science is
know,
different from scientism and the belief system. And so the people who have the belief system think science is believing in scientists. And they'll say, well, 97% of the scientists say the earth is heating up, therefore it is.
right, and that's 97% of the scientists that they polled. It's not 97% of all scientists.
And so then what if somebody in the 3% has information that contradicts the 97%? So by excluding
Well,
the
they believe
3%,
them.
they're being
Look what happened
anti-scientific.
with COVID, man. I was trying to push some awesome doctor stuff, telling people to take like zinc and vitamin D or whatever, and they were deleting his fucking lecture on YouTube. Like I re-uploaded this stuff, and YouTube deleted it, and I was like, you can't delete that. And then I like did the whatever you call it. When you try and debate the fucking deletion.
Sure. Yeah, well, let me follow up with this then. When you send me the email, we'll follow up on this ISS thing and everything. I think it's worth debating, but some people in the chat are asking questions. So, with these last two shootings.
Am I live right now?
Yeah.
Someone just sent me your number.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, we're live. There's about 106 people in the chat here. So, a couple of people are asking, do you believe that anybody died in the Buffalo shooting?
What's the Buffalo shooting?
Okay.
I don't watch the news, dude.
Okay. Fair
Oh,
enough.
is that the thing in the Buffalo, New York?
Yes. The
I
supermarket
don't know
shooting.
anything about that. I don't know anything about that.
Okay,
I wasn't there.
Okay, so one of my points is there's like a default position where people tend to believe 100% of the news they didn't watch, with the assumption that if it was fake, somebody
Yeah.
would have told me. And I think that's the main trap. They make the news unwatchable. It's unesthetic. It really is. If you really watch news, it's like being on acid. I mean, it's really terrible. And it's like that on purpose. And so they don't want you to watch because they want you to just give it its tacit approval. Yeah, it's all real. And I'm saying that's the main trap here. You're either informed or you're misinformed or you're underinformed. And underinformed and misinformed are just as bad in my view. Not that I'm judging,
Yeah,
I'm just
for
saying it's bad from the perspective of you may not be in the best position to judge the next psyop is real or fake.
Totally, you don't know. Like, shit's gonna happen, and what do you do?
But we do know. At Infinite Plane Radio, we have a very good track record of preemptively calling hoaxes and being right 100% of the time. In fact, Jussie Smollett was lynched by these guys with MAGA hats. Terrible story. Did you hear about that one?
Oh yeah, I heard about that. That guy got pinched.
For 24 hours, it was real, right? But then after that, they found out it was a hoax. Well, we were right, and the world media was wrong. And I'm just saying that we're right all the time, but that's just one of the few times
But
that they got exposed.
No kidding. I think there's a lot of people that figured that out quick.
Cool. Well, someone's
He
asking a
was
question.
an opportunist, like actor, dude.
Yes, absolutely, opportunist actor, and I think that his roommates or whoever he paid to do the psyop did a terrible job, and they basically turned on him. But he didn't do. I mean, I guess he didn't do a good enough job of convincing the police that he'd actually been attacked. So.
Yeah, I think it all came out because he like pretty much hired some dudes that he just met or something.
But what you had there, though,
That's all I know.
that was a psyop that the news media ran with for 24 hours. So imagine what would happen if it wasn't exposed. There would have been marches. They were already organizing it. So my point being is, who's being illogical? The people who believe the news, or the people like me who say, let's wait for more facts?
Well, I'd say I trust you more than the news.
I think that's one of their big things too, is they want to goad you into making instant decisions and choices, and these are all very.
Well, I usually just go with what my friends say. We have discussions about it. We don't really trust the news at all. We just listen to what they say, I guess. But
Well,
I don't.
Here, my contention is, and this is what separates what we do here from what all the alt media and conspiracy theorists do, is I don't give the media a pass on being neutral observers. I think the media,
they don't deserve it.
They're not neutral, one, and two,
No,
I think
not.
that the news is actually a reality TV show that covers the news. That it's more creative control than you would think, and that it's not neutral. And if you assume it's neutral, you give them a lot of leeway to commit a lot of fakery. What do we? It's not.
Yeah, well, I think they play off each other, right? So the one will get a little bit out of line, and then they'll call each other out, but they never really talk about each other's points.
They'll never call out
They
the
don't
hoaxes. Like Fox will never say,
Yeah.
you guys just hate our guns, and that's why you're staging these events. No, they'll treat the events as real, and they'll say, no, he did it because of mental illness. So this tells you they're cooperating. They're not against each other.
Oh, sure. Yeah, for sure. I don't think they.
Okay,
They don't have a pro-human agenda. They have a fucking clickbait agenda. That's all they do.
Yeah,
and they
that's
make
true.
fun of each other's positions when both positions have good, valid points. They just don't listen to them.
Well, they
twist
constructed
them to make each other look stupid.
Yeah, they've constructed a system where you can't be friends. They've made it so
Yeah.
divisive. You know,
That's why I hate politics. I can't do that. Like, I've lost a few friends lately because of that. I'm like, man, like, I get what you're saying, but if you can't see the other point of view, you lost me. You know what I mean?
Yep, absolutely. In fact, I will not exclude somebody who represents the other point of view, because I think that you need to know the difference between right and wrong and know why you're right and how you were wrong. And that's where I think they go wrong with this censorship. My channel's been blocked on YouTube more than 100 times. And it's like, all we're doing is we're discussing the news and from all different perspectives. And I have
And you're not a plant?
I'm not a plant.
You're not a plant?
You mean like CIA, NSA,
I'm asking.
Naval Intelligence? What kind of plant?
No, I'm just asking.
No, I'm not a plant. No, I mean, if I was a plant, I would be saying that people are dying because black ops, they're killing kids to take your guns. And I would say that there's going to be, I mean, I would be saying things like, the needle will kill you, Bill Gates is going to get you. Like, I would be spouting a bunch of cliches. I wouldn't be reverse engineering.
You gotta start figuring out who these fuckers are that are fucking your country up, man. Because, like, the States is a pretty good country. Your ideals are pretty on point, and I think you better make sure you don't lose that.
Yeah, that's true. You know, that is
the
one thing
world's
that's being
going to
lost.
be in a shitload of trouble.
America
if people can't put
stands
their minds.
well, it used to stand for what? Free speech, due process, the right to, just basically be an autonomous person. But no, they're definitely not again. They're not with that anymore. 2020 showed me this country is full of fascists, snitches, um, people who are willing to burn the system down. This is not really. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I think that America's.
Well, I mean, that's the big picture here. Like, there's got to be something done about that. Like, people have to be able to express their views.
I agree, and that's what Infinite Plane Radio is for. That's why we're going into print, because yeah, that whole concept of I may not agree with what you have to say, but I'll defend your right to say it has been lost. And this is why you have all these public events where comedians getting slapped, comedian getting attacked, because they want to make the case that comedy's too damaging to people. And so I think it's just a cultural shift, and that's the real thing here. The real problem is the
Yeah,
cult
let's
of the
think of that,
monolith
man.
is killing
If someone's gonna
comedy.
attack Dave Chappelle on stage, that's crazy.
I think it's
It
staged,
doesn't make any sense.
but I think it's staged
It was staged, probably. Yeah, I'll give you points there for sure.
but
That
but
could
but
be.
it's part of a continuous war against free speech and making the case against comedy. And guess who did the security for Dave Chappelle?
No.
The same people that did the security for the Astro World event and the Vegas Harvest Festival. Just other indicators here that we're looking at, staged world events.
So who's doing these things? Like the FBI?
I'd say it's higher than that. I mean, I'm suggesting here that there is a monolithic control over, quote, global media, global government, and this is why I think
So
it's
I've
key.
had this thought before. So if it's not like terrible humans doing that, is it overlord like aliens or like the devil?
I think
Like
that's
some
closer.
sort of
Yeah, that's getting
evil
closer
spirit?
to the truth. I mean, I don't know if the word alien is necessarily true, although, yeah, I think you could almost say, I wouldn't even necessarily call it intraspecies predators. I mean, it looks to me like we have an elite who see themselves as shepherds and that we are the sheeple. That's what it looks like to me. Like Plato's Republic, you have the bronze, the silver, and then the philosopher king, the gold. I think we have a stratified society, and I think it's stratified by layers of ignorance. And the most ignorant people of all are the people who believe the news literally. That's my
Sure.
take on it.
Yeah, I get that. I agree.
And we're behind the curtain here. We in this channel, our analysis takes a perspective that is already kind of past the exoteric, and we're looking deeper. And so, as far as the who's behind it, all I see is a consistent signature across everything and consistent symbolism. But yeah, I mean, it's still an open question. Is it even human in the sense that we know humans? I don't know. I mean, I get the idea that the long-term planning involved here suggests, I don't know. I mean, I
Well,
care.
I thought about it for a while, and there's only a couple things that make sense. It's either they've always been here and they're just always finding a way to control, or it's like something written in a book that only certain people can read.
Well, the idea of elite and the initiated elite involves this idea of this secret society in plain sight. And that's why I
Just
hyper-analyze the symbolism, because there's clearly a language and it's all
well,
around us.
there's always a power that's one step ahead of everybody else.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even
Absolutely.
you're included.
I
Yeah,
mean,
and I hate that idea.
this
Because
is
when you think about free will, it's like we're all supposed to be equal, and we all should have a equal stake in what we do in the world.
This is
But
why I think that we're always hit with stories of doomsday and global warming, because they don't want us planning 100 years ahead for our progeny. They want us to think about, if we don't vote for this guy now and get these guys to pay taxes now, the world's going to end in 1,000 days. And so that's, I think, part of the Psywar. That's why I don't tend to believe in any of these end of the world narratives. And that's why I say we're born in a doomsday cult, and they can always shift the goalpost.
no doubt, man. I was born in that too. Like my mom was super religious back in the day. She used to always show me these crazy books she read, Hal Lindsey, the end of time, all this crap. Like, I believed it when I was young. I was like just waiting for Armageddon to happen. But
I believed it. I believed that the world was going to end from global warming, war, worldwide AIDS, manufactured by man. Like, I believed all these negative things, and I didn't mind. A lot of the music I listened to, the movies I watched, kind of affirmed it that this world is like pretty much a nasty place. And later I saw that's all just, I would say, kind of an inculcated bias, a cultural pessimism. And so I let all that go and I realized there's a reason why they want you to be soured on this life and what's available. It's because they want it.
well, yeah, it's the sucker born every minute.
I think they're selling people on Mars. Like you go to Mars, it's like paradise. Well, no, you're going to be in a commune under a dome, working in a
It'll be
uniform.
10 times worse than here. You'll just be working all the time. And if you don't want to pay your bills, we'll just cut your hair off.
Yeah, exactly. But they're and again, that's kind of the whole point, though. I think to answer your earlier question about why would they fake it, they've constructed in the minds of the public that the ideal is the sustainable Martian habitat. And once people accept that as an ideal, they'll say, why can't we live on Earth as we do on Mars? And it's just engineering us into this. Really, it's about authoritarianism under the guise of saving the planet and saving man. But that seems to be the long-term agenda. It's
Yeah,
disingenuous.
it'd be a lot easier. It'd be a lot easier to control people if you don't have them breathing normal air.
You know, I have a theory. I have a guess, and I hate to make these guesses because I've been right. But I have a guess that in a couple of years, it's going to be rude not to bring your own air supply to a party, to the movies, to
Yeah,
wherever. I think that's where we're headed.
I know that's fucked up, eh?
It's like you're not wearing a mask. Yeah, you're pretty bad. You know, you're a threat to society. You're not bringing your own air.
Well, I work at a hospital, man, and I have to wear a mask all day. 12 hours. Fucking sucks.
You know, I remember there was this drill sergeant, really mean guy. He said to somebody, he said to us that they were going to start making us wear plants on top of our heads for all the oxygen that we're wasting. And, you know, that's just part of their rhetoric, you know, because they're, you know, excoriating you and beating you down. But it's like, that is how the elite are trying to get us to think that we are a waste of air. And that's one of the symbols of the mask. I think the mask is a symbol of censorship and of your carbon footprint. Your every breath is a sin. And the earth is going to rebel against us at some point. It's going to reject us. It's going to judge us.
Well, yeah, I think we've been taught that from a young age. Like, I remember grade 3, 4, they were doing presentations in my classroom about global warming, this and that, and how we're going to have to, like, do whatever the greenhouse gases are going to kill us all in, like, the year 2000. It's fear-mongering, man. Fear-mongering the kids. Dude, can you imagine, like, a grade 3? They're like, holy fuck.
It starts sooner.
Impressionable mind.
You know, you're a little kid, and everything in your room is dinosaurs. You play with dinosaurs, cartoon dinosaurs, the dancing dinosaur on TV hugs the kids. So you see dinosaurs. First day in school, hey, this is a globe. This is where you live. And then you have the dinosaurs. And, oh, dinosaurs were killed by a rock, extinction. So very early on, you learn that these dinosaurs you grew attached to all got wiped out. So I think that the programming starts off from the beginning with a doomsday event, with extinction as a concept that you can internalize. So it's like, also I think you're born into the world stage and they give you
it's
the
like
script.
a conception for your life, basically. You're a nuisance to the world by breathing oxygen.
Your carbon footprint is like it's a sin replacement because atheists don't believe in sin, but they can be regulated just like they did. Like they don't believe in a wrathful God. Oh, if you keep sinning, God's going to flood the world, you know, like Noah's Ark. Well, today, the spaceship represents the Noah's Ark. The global warming is the same thing as the wickedness that's going to be punished. And do you know what the organization that works with NASA is called, that is constantly monitoring the floods and the weather? It's called NOAA. and their symbol is a
Ah,
dove, which is Noah's symbol.
no doubt.
But they don't
Crazy.
associate it with Noah from the Bible. It's the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Association. So it's Noah phonetically. But they don't say, oh, we just stole it from the Old Testament. They don't make that connection. Why is that?
Well, I think they did it on purpose.
Yep, it's all part of, I would say, I just say it's part of their script, their template, the meta script. And they've reinvented old myths and the old religions for the new world order universal religion because heaven is something religions fight over. Who's got the right path? Who's got the right vision? Well, outer space is a universal heaven that all the different religions will accept. Doesn't matter what your faith is, you're not going to doubt outer space. And that's why they introduced it. I think space is the space as they describe it. I don't think it's a place we can go. I think it's where they build their ideal world, and I think it's basically a false promise like previous versions, but it's a universal heaven. Even atheists
Well, I wouldn't
believe in
want to go. My body here is for here. I'm not going to go anywhere. Why the hell would I go to Mars? I can't even breathe the air there. You know what I mean?
You know, isn't that funny that you can't even live on Mars unless we make Earth or make Mars Earth? Like we have to go to Mars and terraform it. And Michio Kaku and others were talking about this, and they said that to make Mars habitable, we're going to have to bring bovine for their methane. We're going to have to use big mirrors to reflect the sun and melt the ice caps. I think even Elon Musk said they're going to nuke the poles. So basically, they have to, like, you got to ruin Mars to make it habitable, and then what?
I tweeted him and said, "What are you going to do when you find out they never went to the moon?" I'm pretty sure he knows.
You tweeted Musk?
Yeah, I was like, "Man, you know they didn't go to the moon, right?"
I tweeted Musk the other day, and I said, I know all about your deep underground Mars bases. Because my contention is that Mars, if it's anywhere, is underground. I mean, do you know what Branson and Musk are doing? These two individuals who are, space moguls. Do you know what they're actually doing? They're hyperloops. They're doing hyperloops. They're digging under the ground. Why are these guys who are supposed to be sending us to Mars tunneling beneath the surface?
I didn't know about that.
My theory, honestly, is that deep space is
You
probably.
mean like the LA thing, the street tunnels?
Yep, exactly. And Musk is a Pentagon contractor. There's no way he doesn't know about the fake moon landing. You just got to look into mouse.
I know. That's what I was thinking. Like, how are they going to pull this off? Like, they keep saying they're going to go back because they've been doing it for 20 years now. They're not going nowhere.
How are they going to pull it off? It's a good question because
they're going to have to get cooperation from like Japan, China, all these places that have at least gone around the moon with something, satellites.
Well,
who knows if they even did that?
I don't believe in the moon landing because the evidence doesn't support the moon landing happened. But if they're going to fake it, they have a few different ways they can probably do it. Do you know what astrocrete is?
No.
Astrocrete is blood mixed with Martian or lunar soil. Like they're talking about making bricks out of donated astronaut blood and the mud on the moon. So, I mean, there's a lot about space that I find to be really intriguing, but the more I look at it, the more I think this has got to be some kind of, I don't know, some kind of...
Sounds ritualistic or something.
Blood and soil. Blood and soil was that Nazi concept of the people being attached to the land where they're from and having a natural right to it. And this concept, though, is being introduced with the space program, and I think it's very significant. Like the first space colonists will have a real connection to the land if they pull this off.
I just wish people could have a home here. Everybody. No one should be homeless. Sorry to change.
No, I mean, look, you got billionaires like Bezos going into space, charging us for... Yeah, I know what you mean.
They're just trying to make money. It's like, come on, guys. Take those $10,000 homes and do something with it.
Maybe they're going to ship all the poor and homeless off to the Mars base and the moon bases, which will really just be.
To be safe. I had a great idea for a movie about that. They would send them there, like, and like it would be like, have you seen the movie Moon?
I saw Moonfall recently. I haven't seen Moon. No, what's Moon about?
Uh, it's that really good actor. It's about a guy that goes to works on the moon by himself, and he thinks he's going home, and he's like always watching a replay of his wife and kids, and then he gets sick, and then he realizes he's a clone.
Wow.
And he tries to get off.
I'll check it out. People in
Dude, you
chat.
gotta watch it, man. It's so great. It's kind of like the same concept as Cloud Atlas. Did you watch that?
No,
With
Cloud
Tom
Atlas. No, I mean I have an aversion to Tom Hanks, but I may have to check that one out. I'll put it on my list of movies.
Yeah, I was really looking forward to that. It didn't live up to it, but the concept was cool.
Now is Moon okay? So Moon is in.
Like you live your life thinking about this greater heaven you're going to, and then they basically just ship you off into the dust.
Oh, interesting. Okay, okay, fascinating.
So you're being, yeah. Well, that's my thought I've had about humans is that we're just androids, basically.
Like remotely operated?
No, we have free will to figure out our jobs and stuff, but we die and they live.
Do you think there are any
Kind of like the movie.
like NPCs? Do you think there are any people out there who are more or less just bots, maybe remote operated or just bots in general, soulless automatons just filling roles?
Yeah, I think so. It's possible.
Hey, someone in the chat says that Moon was directed by the son of David Bowie. Interesting.
Yeah, that's true.
I'll take a look at it. I watched Moonfall recently, which is hilariously bad, but
Oh, that movie's terrible.
yeah, I don't know anybody who didn't think so. I watched it in the theater, and the thing is, I was probably laughing at the wrong parts, but it's like they had a space shuttle launching during the tidal wave, so it gets hit by the tidal wave and it launches out of the water to the moon, and it just looks so fake. But I was the only one in the theater laughing. Everyone else was on the edge of their seats, like it was super realistic to them.
I'm trying to remember about one good thing about that. There was something good about it. I don't know if it was the soundtrack, but I know the movie was terrible. I watched it like 2 months ago.
Okay, did you see Don't Look Up?
There was something. Yeah, that was great.
Okay, did you notice? Okay, Don't Look Up and Moonfall. Did you notice the similarity between the protagonists, Leonardo DiCaprio and the other guy? I think his name's John Brady. How they're both these disheveled scientists with anxiety problems. So they're both taking pills.
Yeah, it's par for the course, I guess.
Well, they did this on purpose. So you have two characters warning, the sky is falling, the sky is falling. They're both scientists.
Right.
These are your modern day Noahs warning you about you got to change your ways, there's going to be a calamity. But both of them had to take anxiety medication. And the story, the propaganda message there is if you knew what the scientists knew, you would be scared to go outside. You would be scared that the sky is going to fall. So it's just a propaganda message that they've given us in this new archetype for this new Noah, this new scientist, Chicken Little.
Mm. Well, that was the secret of the ages of the old to control the people. So I think it's pretty much just getting a little more scientific now.
Exactly.
The same.
So they can get the people who are scientific, who think like they're scientists, or think that they believe the right things that are labeled scientific. So you can be an atheist, and now you're falling for all the old tricks that require superstition.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really don't believe in superstition. I think I had this thought the other day. I don't know. Do you have religious parents at all?
Yeah,
I don't know if anything.
I think so. I think my whole family's religious. I mean, I was in a religion, and I've studied various religions, but yeah, I still.
So I have this like I was thinking, like, do these people think God is controlling the government? Like, God is the government, and like Justin Trudeau or whoever your president is God in the flesh?
Now
Because
that's
like,
interesting. Now
because it
that's
doesn't make sense. I'm like, my mom says like God's in control of all this, and I'm like, well, there's evil people running the world. It's like a non-starter. You know what I mean? It's like,
yes. Well,
what? No, God's running everything.
there's a
I'm
really
like,
good book on
no,
this.
God's not running shit.
There's a book on this
God
topic
left a
called
long time ago.
Caesar's Messiah by Joseph Atwill, and he makes the case that the religions were created to get the public to worship gods that were actually just, I would say, proxies for the government. So, in other words, and this might be offensive to some people, but the premise of his book is that Jesus was a character in order to use to sell Messianic Jews on Caesar. That Jesus was basically Caesar, um, more or less repackaged. That his message was
Well,
follow the leader because God wants you to be obedient, and that could be the case. That um,
I think Jesus was the ultimate like heretic, the ultimate independent man. That's why I love Jesus so much. I think his message is perfectly clear.
well, I'll point
Fuck
this out.
all
People have
power
different
mongers.
people have different views on it. You know, I talk about the symbol of Christ and the phoenix, how it's represented on the world stage. Very different from the Jesus people reference if they're religious. And then you have, so, I don't even know, like I don't even refer to Christians as a monolith because it's just so unique. Everybody has their own take on it. But
Mm.
but anyway, the idea here is that whether or not Joseph Atwell's correct, you can see how religions can make people obedient and get them to think that, yeah, like in fact, even the QAnoners are so bad at this point where they believe that Jesus or the bloodline of Jesus has come back in the Kennedys, and that's why the Kennedys were killed by the deep state because they are the blood of Christ, and that Trump is working for the Kennedys, so follow Trump. So they do
Oh,
mix
dude.
religion and politics like this all the time.
Yeah, it's so messed up. Like, I don't know if you believe in a higher power. I do. I think the basic tenets that you learn from the Bible are valid and totally should function the way society is. But
Well, it'd be nice that if the Ten Commandments at a minimum were implemented widely, the
yeah, man, like I just try and live by that, and the rest should fall into place. But
okay, thou shalt
everybody else,
not bear false witness. It's not just lying, but bearing false witness. So, like I'm
yeah,
lying
that's
if I
horrible.
if I tell you mistruth, but if I'm just bearing false witness, it's almost like spreading propaganda. Like I think the media itself is guilty in that
Oh,
respect. And so you have good people
that's
who
horrible.
think that they're following the book, but they follow the TV. So I'm like, okay, well, you can. It's just amazing to me how deep this trap actually goes. It's a world of deception, and it's not a conspiracy theory; it's
Yeah,
an observation.
I mean, how can these people actually sleep at night? Like, do they not realize they're just full of shit?
Good question. I wonder too. Why don't we have any whistleblowers among the crisis actor class? Maybe it's really good pay. I mean, I don't know what's on the other side of the signing your name in
Well, that's the
blood.
thing. It's the other side of the tracks. So they have a whole different moral spectrum than us.
Yeah.
You know
Oh,
what I
yeah.
mean?
There's also the
Yeah.
assumed moral high ground.
Yeah.
Activists always
Yeah.
assume they have the moral high ground. Like when they're looting, when they're burning things, when they're kicking somebody in the head, it doesn't matter. And so, like, if I was against guns because I believe guns are bad, I would see it as justifiable to do propaganda in order to influence people because you're saving lives in the future. So, I understand that there's the activists give themselves permission to break the rules for the greater good, and that seems to guide a lot of people, the greater good. Sacrifice the rules of the now and your morals now because you're going to achieve some bigger thing later. And I think that's always
I think
folly.
this is the whole catch-22 with politics, right? So you're always like, dipping your frying pan in the fire and then jumping right into the fire after. You know what I mean? They always step on their own toes by thinking they're doing the right thing.
And politics has become so nasty where one side says that the other side literally eats babies. Like, it doesn't get any lower where, oh, they're literally demons. It's not just demonization. It's they're actual devils and Satanists and baby eaters. So they put it in the framework of good and evil. So, take that to your Thanksgiving dinner. And it's like, oh, you guys are evil. You follow the vampires. And I follow the people that are working for the Kennedys, who Jesus put here. So it's good versus evil. Each side has the moral high ground. Left wing thinks right wing is evil and vice versa. It's perfect. It's a perfect system.
Yeah, it's horrible. Like, both sides have valid points, and they just never see each other because they're just too busy criticizing each other.
It's engineered this way. Two of my favorite characters are
totally engineered.
Kyle. Okay, do you know who Greta Thunberg and Kyle Rittenhouse are, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, one is a right-wing hero, the other a left-wing hero. They're perfectly polarized.
Well, according to the news.
Oh yeah, no, according to all of their stated opinions. She's a total left-wing NWO UN fascist, and she's basically Klaus Schwab with pigtails. And then Kyle is the all-American hero with a gun who stood up against the deep state. Well, guess what? They were both born on January the 3rd, 2003. What are the odds? They have the exact same birthday.
Do you think that's coincidence?
I think it's just another indication here that this perfectly polarized system is mirrored. There's a mirroring here is what I'm seeing. It's a two-headed bird at the top of this thing. You see the symbolism, the two-headed phoenix, the two-headed bird. They control both sides, left and the right. And so Greta and Kyle.
State matters. This has to go on some sort of like ultra meta thing.
Yes. Oh yeah. Metascript.cc is one of the websites I have where I am mind mapping all of these things because the mind map tells the story.
Are we in like a simulation or are we in some sort of program?
Program's the word. And when you think about program, that can apply to a movie, a production, a theater. And I think that the world stage is quite literally run like a global reality TV show. And we're
I wrote a song not too long ago called "I'm Just Living Out My Program."
That's awesome. Yeah, if you want, Infinite Plane Radio, we feature a lot of musicians and artists, and we tend to find a lot of music that I consider to be authentically counter culture to the dominant paradigm because, it's not. Most of the people here are informed about the fakery. But I'm always interested to hear music, and if you want to share any links or anything, please do, and I'll post it in the notes here if people want to check it out.
Of course, man. It's a pleasure to talk to you, man.
Yeah, likewise, and yeah, feel free to email me about the ISS. Put the evidence on the table. Maybe continue that conversation, maybe not, but yeah, definitely stay in touch. We'll touch base, and I'm interested in hearing some of this music, the song that you mentioned just now. By all means, send it, and I will feature it if you like.
Okay, sure.
Cool. And by the way, how did you find us? You said somebody gave you this number?
Yeah, my buddy just messaged me the phone number, and I called it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, well, we're usually live at this time, but even if we're not, I take voicemails 24/7, and then I play the voicemails, so it's like a live podcast, but we have and if you ever come in live, Infinite Plane Radio.
You're Tim Osmond, right?
Correct. And the chat room is one of the main features here. We've got more than 100 people commenting on what you're saying, what I'm saying, adding in, and so it's usually a lot of fun. The think tank is what we call it.
Yeah, cool. I totally love other points of view. I'm on the fence about a lot of shit, but I'd love to talk to you again.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well then we'll be in touch, and yeah, call anytime, leave voicemails, and if you hit me up by email, I'll send you some information back.
Yeah, what's your email?
timosmond007@gmail.com.
Okay, cool.
All right, great talking to you. Have a great night.
All right. You too, man. Cheers.
Yep. Awesome. Someone referred the caller. And first, I think he called in at first. We were talking about the ISS. And we'll go from there. I mean, the ISS is such a conundrum. And it's the main thing. I think it's a linchpin. And it's one of these things you have to really understand that the default belief systems usually don't have a lot of substance. And that's why I think it's important to have these talks, like the flat earth topic, whatever you think about the topic. If you confront it, it forces you to ask, well, do you even know how big the earth is? What shape is the solar system? I think it's funny that the flat solar system isn't really well known or understood. People generally don't know that the solar system is flat. It is a pancake. So if the flat earth is funny, well, why haven't they pushed everything? Well, they say if the earth is flat, cats would have pushed everything off the edge by now. Well, if the solar system was flat, cats would have pushed everything off the edge by now. But it is flat. And then it gets worse because the solar system is also flat. So what does that leave us? Are we on the bottom of an infinitely flat universe? Or are we on a ball floating above an infinitely flat universe? A ball that eventually is going to burn up or fall. I mean, eventually everything ends up on the bottom of this thing, I think. I don't know. All right, let's see. Infinite table, says 737. Infinite until proven otherwise. I mean, maybe you go far enough south and it's all pixels. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hello, this is Klaus Schwab.
Oh, Klaus Schwab, yes. Good to have you on this evening. How are things going with the planned food shortages?
Well, we have lots of things we talked about with the World Economic Forum this weekend. One of the things is we've all come to the agreement. Well, when I say all, 94% of scientists agree that 90% of the world and 4% of the scientists must die. Also, it would make calling into Infinite Plane Radio far easier.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think the main question here is the bug protein. If we all eat the bug protein, are we going to have the same glow that you have, Darth Schwab?
Well, you are talking about my famous beach photo, where I wear the Island of Dr. Moreau bathing suit with my teepee.
Yeah, your island. Yeah, exactly. Yes, that's the photo. Your skin was glowing.
I am wearing that right now. If you would like a picture, I would text it to you, Tim, on your private number.
Yeah, you can't post it in Discord because our filter will block that photo.
Don't worry, we will kill everyone on Discord as well. They are only our minions to squelch the opposing opinions. But once we rule the world, they will be the first to die.
Well, no spoilers. Don't let them know how it's going to happen. I don't want to drop any hints about EMPs causing...
We have also created some new menu items that I think you will very much enjoy. Like we have created a new breakfast cereal called Cinnamon Toast Roach. It is a box of roaches with Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Cinnamon Roach Crunch.
Cinnamon Toast Roach. Yes, it's very good. You will eat the bugs and you will like it. They stay crunchy in milk.
Roach milk, right?
Yes, we can milk the roach, but we'd rather use soy because it makes you sterile. It lowers the sperm counts. It increases your your synthetic female hormones, which we created in the genetically modified soy, which is 90% of the crops. Like if you eat tofu, it shrinks your balls.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, I discern that from that photograph of you on the beach there.
Yes, I have very small balls. I understand, but that's why I have PPTP. You know, because I want to keep at least the parts that are still exposed free from the sun, because you know the sun will kill you.
Yeah, I can't wait till you black it out with Bill Gates, black out the sun.
No, I do not like Bill Gates. You know, people think that I only use him as a tool. You know, he will also be first to die because he knows all the secrets of how we are taking over the world. And as you know, in history, always the people who help us take over the world are always the first to die, because how can we trust them when they have backstabbed their own people?
Good. Does that mean that CNN's going to go?
Oh, CNN is already gone. There's going to be conservative news outlet phony shit because, you know, we already take over Fox. CNN is probably at peak 200,000 views worldwide. I mean, this is peanuts. I mean, Joe Rogan has more views in 2 minutes than the CNN has all day.
Well, Dr. Klaus Schwab or Darth Schwab, I appreciate the updates and the bad news, and look forward to Pandemic 2, Satan 2, and the Cinnamon Roach Crunch.
Cinnamon Toast Roach. It's very good. And you get a free toy in the box, which is a Roach Motel. I'm telling you, if you want to be a real estate tycoon, invest in the Roach Motels, because they are going to be everywhere. Infestation will be the new nutrition.
Oh, not bad, not bad. Infestation as the new nutrition. In the new
yes,
future,
and I enjoy your show, as always, Tim. Thank you. I like the way the other guy tried to insinuate that you may have been government propaganda, which I find very laughable, to insist the earth is flat or a plane, or just even the answer, we don't know. I mean, how dare you even say or suggest we don't know? Everything we tell you is true. You know, that is the rule. Do not question. When you grew up, and everybody Generation X and Y, and sometimes even Generation Z, we told you there are no such thing as stupid question. Today, we say you are not allowed to question. You must believe in scientism, the new religion. We will unite all the religions under propaganda, and it will be wonderful. And you will own nothing, and you will love it.
Well, I'm looking
Thank you very much, Infinite Plane family.
Yeah, please call soon and check back.
Call all the time, but your phone is always busy, proving that I must eliminate 90% of the world's population. And also, Greta Thunberg is my love child. I thought I'd let out that little information here.
Okay. Greta Thunberg, the animatronic avatar of Al Gore, is your love child. Thanks for calling.
She was created with the thing under my PPTP.
Okay, so there we have it. Your leader, Klaus Schwab, 737 says IPS agent. Yeah, the caller asked if I was a plant, which I think was interesting. The previous caller. Originally, someone had said that IPS was spy, backward. All right, let's see. Let's continue here. Yeah, Greta Thunberg has the exact same birthday as her, would you say, nemesis, antipode? Okay, so, I do have Skype. However, it's on the other computer. So I'm going to have to turn my Skype on tonight. Let me go ahead and check up on Rofkin, by the way. If not a lot of new people, it's a new platform. All right, we got some new people here in Rofkin. HJH says, finally. Red Ball says, why do they go to the restroom in buckets with suction? Now, that's an interesting question. I think you're referring to the astronauts. Why do they... Yeah, I've seen that. All the technology, and these fools use buckets that only hold 30. Yeah, I'm less than impressed. Although, didn't they spend like $23 million on a a commode for the space station. It's like they're just throwing it in your face. Yeah, we're literally flushing your money. I mean, look how much money goes into that major blooper reel. I mean, the ISS, the space program. And my contention is that we are living in a protracted, never-ending reality TV show. And only about 1% of us can spot the difference. Yes, Skype is going to be open in the near future. At the moment, though, it's not on this computer. I have to make that happen, so it's on my notes. I also have a list of movies to watch, which I will be checking out. And then hopefully that caller can share a video of his ISS transits. Okay, so let's see if there's anything else that we missed. So, by the way, right now, after this, we are going to go to the replay with JL26. We talked about Kim Kardashian saying she'll literally eat anything to look younger. Oh, we have Nightmare featuring Symbia, JT33. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to play Nightmare. Then I'm going to go back to the 24/7, where it's going to go right into the most recent upload, which was the conversation yesterday with JL26. So if any of you missed it, you will just stick around and you'll catch it. If you want to find me on Rofkin, it's Infinite Plane Radio. It's been our first night on Rofkin. Putin's going to destroy us. Dark nationalism. MAGA, Dark MAGA rising. Opinion, an economic hurricane is coming. Political turmoil could be next. That's from CNN. ACLU, drones armed with tasers are no way to combat school shootings. Right, but you know that this is preparing us. Drone tasers. Drone tasers. That's what I'm waiting for. I look out my window and there's a drone there ready to tase me if I hit send. Ryler05 says the YouTube ship is sinking. It really is. And I'm staying on all the platforms because we do not retreat. We will stay with YouTube until it sinks and we get up on the rafts. You know, we are not going to exit. We're 120 plus channels invested in, and it's all about not being denied access, because there's three forms of censorship I see today. Literal book burning, I mean digital, but it's pretty much, there's book burning. Then there's the exclusion, and the exclusion is they delete rather than make it possible for you to see the right and the wrong answers. And then the third form of censorship is, it's not really censorship so much as that there's an I would say a cultivated visual illiteracy, that the public has been dumbed down visually, so they can't tell what's real and fake. They don't know when they're seeing green screen. It's like, you hear a lie. You might know somebody's lying, and some people are really bad at knowing when they're being lied to. Well, we have the visual equivalent of lies, and most people don't know they're being lied to. They don't know that they spend hours a day staring at a pathological liar. The television. Television. Cubstar says IPR, head-poppingly good. Yeah, I didn't want any spoilers as to how they're going to eliminate us, but I was going to ask Klaus Schwab. But General Flynn claims the Chinese are going to do EMPs, electromagnetic pulse bursts, high-altitude nukes, and that this electromagnetic pulse is going to cause all of the goobloods, the thrice vaxxed, to explode. Their heads are going to explode. Like literally, not inside, not just an aneurysm, but that heads are going to explode. So, if you're sitting next to a gooblood and that EMP goes off, you're going to get some on you. Lean Dion says the realest stuff online. True. It really is. Because the world deception is what the monolithic media promulgates, and the people who see through it who see through the first layer of BS fall for the second layer. And we're past that. We've actually brought out the squeegee, and we can see clearly. We've cleansed the doors of perception. Didn't Jim Morrison say something about that? No, he was quoting Huxley. But he had this quote. Well, the Doors, the band The Doors, came from, I believe it came from, yes, Huxley's work on mescaline and drugs. But anyway, the quote was about if the doors of perception were cleansed, we would see things as they are. Here we go. It's William Blake is where the actual quote comes from. So it's a William Blake quote by way of Huxley and The Doors. If the doors of perception were cleansed, everything would appear to man as it is, infinite. Man has closed himself up till he sees all things through narrow chinks of his cavern. And I think that pretty much sums up what we're talking about here, where the doors of perception have been closed. We're being put into the metaverse. Your reality is being filtered through a screen. The screen is the monolith, and that's what we are squeegeeing here. Taking all the layers of... Here we go. Anyway, let me get back to the 24/7 stream here. Thanks everybody for killing the bots. I appreciate all the comments, all the callers, first-time caller. And I'll have to send a link to the first-time caller where he can get this replay. So stick around for the replays. This is Nightmare featuring Symbia, JT33. And I would ask that you go over to this channel, subscribe, say hello on behalf of IPR, share it, and then we're going back to the 24 stream. All right, thanks everyone for joining. I'll have Skype on tomorrow, I promise.
Nightmare you woke from, the rumor you spoke of, lyrical locomotive, dripping acidic like sweats of corrosive, explosive with killer intent, like if Ebola had motives or a deadly disease diagnosis, crisp with the knowledge to believe what reality's code is. Sometimes I can feel like the coldest, emotionless, empty and soulless. I am the hair on the back of your neck raised when your conscience tells you I know this. They cannot hold us. They trap our emotions. They cannot hold us. They trap our emotions. This is the rumor you spoke of, and that's where you woke from. They cannot hold us. They trap our emotions. This is the rumor you spoke of, and that's where you woke from. They cannot hold us.
We are the apocalypse, no longer trapped behind the veil of the monolith. They can never hold us. They trap our emotions.
Be a savior, nobody's coming to save you. Let go of the fear and your vision gets clearer. You get all you need from the reflection you see in the mirror. I was born for the booth, I rappelled down to the bottom of the rabbit hole on a noose, only to find more lies than the truth. Implicit in every wish, because we are the apocalypse, we are the blasphemous, no longer trapped behind the veil of a monolith. Check the economists, they're predicting the future repent. Where is the common sense? Where is the common sense? They cannot hold us. This is the rumor you spoke of, and that's where you woke from. They cannot hold us. They trap our emotions. This is the rumor you spoke of, and that's where you woke from. They cannot hold us. Holy rollers put their faith in a god that was man, but it was man that made gods, fam. rulers put their faith in a God that was man, but it was man that made gods, fam.
Here anyway. We're not expecting the call from JL26 for another 10 minutes, but just want to see if everyone's on the same sheet. I've sent out a couple newsletters. Text alerts are going to be blasted in about 10 minutes, so you'll see a surge here in about 7 or 8 minutes. Donnie of the Dead has joined us, 737 Thirst. And again, we're going to be called by Jurassic Liars 26. And so I am going to put a link to his channel. In fact, let me get the link right now in the chat. So if you're one of Infinite Plane Radio subscribers, here's a link. And I often send people over there just to, here we go, participate in that chat in his own think tank. There's something similar what he does to what we do in terms of what his audience is a part of, and they're part of this unveiling, decoding, deconstructing. I'm not sure if we agree on everything. We probably don't, but the fact is we're all deconstructing the same big deception. And he's picked up something on a few things that I think we've also picked up on or discussed, and so I'm kind of interested to see where he goes with this. For example, Elvis, the Beast from the Sea. And I'm going to wait until he calls in before we dig into all that. But again, if you're not familiar with this channel, I put a link, and like us, he's been censored like crazy. Autonomy in the comment here says, wow, 33/11/1984 and the number mind blown. Yeah, it's not a coincidence. I chose that number advisedly, and the reason why is 1984 started on 3/11, and it's an easy starting point when you want to start pointing out how our reality is entirely scripted. Yes, Jurassic Liars will be the one calling in here in just a moment. And our research does kind of overlap, but we're not coming from the same place necessarily, and I don't speak for anybody else, and I prefer to let him speak and describe what he's doing in his own terms for those of you here, and hopefully you find it of value and you become a subscriber to his channel. And like I said, he's been plagued with the same kind of censorship we've been plagued with. Big Enchilada says the article keeps popping up. One day in 1977, Elvis, the Pledge, and extraterrestrials. Okay, is that the one that has to do with the radio signal from outer space? Yes, and that might actually tie in to David Bowie's 1972 song 5 Years, about the starman that would come as a savior in 5 years. And this is where this Kanye West ties into the Bowie narrative, because Kanye West, like Bowie, like Elvis, are associated with this black star, man who fell to earth, alien savior archetype. Okay, so we're going to get started probably about 10 minutes early, here anyway. We're not expecting the call from JL26 for another 10 minutes, but just want to see if everyone's on the same sheet. I've sent out a couple newsletters. Text alerts are going to be blasted in about 10 minutes, so you'll see a surge here in about 7 or 8 minutes. Donnie of the Dead has joined us, 737 Thirst. And again, we're going to be called by Jurassic Liars 26. And so I am going to put a link to his channel. In fact, let me get the link right now in the chat. So if you're one of Infinite Plane Radio subscribers, here's a link. And I often send people over there just to, here we go, participate in that chat in his own think tank. There's something similar what he does to what we do in terms of what his audience is a part of, and they're part of this unveiling, decoding, deconstructing. I'm not sure if we agree on everything. We probably don't, but the fact is we're all deconstructing the same big deception. And he's picked up something on a few things that I think we've also picked up on or discussed, and so I'm kind of interested to see where he goes with this. For example, Elvis, the Beast from the Sea, and I'm going to wait until he calls in before we dig into all that. But again, if you're not familiar with this channel, I put a link, and like us, he's been censored like crazy. Autonomy in the comment here says, wow, 33/11/1984 and the number mind blown. Yeah, it's not a coincidence. I chose that number advisedly, and the reason why is 1984 started on 3/11, and it's an easy starting point when you want to start pointing out how our reality is entirely scripted. Yes, Drastic Liars will be the one calling in here in just a moment. And our research does kind of overlap, but we're not coming from the same place necessarily. And I don't speak for anybody else, and I prefer to let him speak and describe what he's doing in his own terms for those of you here. And hopefully you find it of value and you become a subscriber to his channel. And like I said, he's been plagued with the same kind of censorship we've been plagued with. Big Enchilada says the article keeps popping up. One day in 1977, Elvis, the Pledge, and extraterrestrials. Okay, is that the one that has to do with the radio signal from outer space? Yes, and that might actually tie in to David Bowie's 1972 song, 5 Years, about the starman that would come as a savior in 5 years. And this is where this Kanye West ties into the Bowie narrative, because Kanye West, like Bowie, like Elvis, are associated with this black star, man who fell to earth, alien savior archetype. Trap N says, I've been waiting for this link up. Yeah, I've been trying to reach out to him, but I knew we would reach him at least before 6/11, which is a huge day. And he's going to show up and explain in his own terms how he arrived at this. We've been looking at the date 6/11 for a few reasons here. And one of the things that we examine on this channel, if you're not familiar with this channel, is, yeah, we look at the predictive programming, but also a lot of the real-time stuff that goes concurrent with the news, concurrent programming. The Batman movie with concurrent psyops, like the Frank James shooter, or more recent Stranger Things has a David Hogg subtext. And this is what clued me into his channel the other day. And this is what I want to talk to him about this coming 6/11 and the significance of David Hogg. And of course, David Hogg, Parkland, has some interesting tie-ins because JFK was taken to Parkland Hospital. But this is a big, intricate story. All right, let's see. BBB, I assume that stands for Build Back Better, says that I'm ingenious. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. And look, the stuff that we discuss here is indisputable. I mean, we're talking about patterns that are observable. This isn't conspiracy theory. It's not conjecture. We're making observations from what I consider to be a post-world stage perspective. But this David Hogg character is interesting because here he is after the shooting in Parkland, staging deaths in supermarkets to make a political point. And now here we are all these years later, several years later, and there's shootings in supermarkets now. And Stranger Things has a David Hogg-like character. And if you look at the subtext, the monster of the season is really just a personification of the Second Amendment, and PTSD is one of the main themes in the movie. So you have this David Hogg-like character who's ready to go after this monster. And now suddenly, real time, David Hogg's going to be leading the March for Our Lives protests again, and he's going to be in Seattle on 6/11. Very interesting timing. Kelly Kibo says Dark, German series on Netflix, ties into this too. You know, I was going to check it out yesterday. Okay, now 6/11 also has tie-ins to the Batman movie. The whole Batman movie, the recent one, has a number of tie-ins, like I said, to the rise of really white nationalist terrorism, all predicted in this movie. But moreover, it ends with a flood at the polls, 11/6, which is just an inverted 9/11 or 6/11. So it's the flood, the release of a kraken. And real time right now, the politicians on the right, the GOP fringe, are saying, flood the polls, flood the polls. Mr. Koss says we live in a simulation hologram. See, I haven't arrived at that. I think that what we're dealing with, this deception and what media is just way more sophisticated than merely a bunch of reporters. Now, I believe there are people you can point at who are close to the source, scripters, what I would call metascripters. Names like Kubrick stand out, and a few others I could mention. Tom Clancy is a big one in recent times, but I don't know who's at the very top of this thing. All right, we're joined by It's Renz over at DLive. By the way, we're not on Twitch. We've been purged from Twitch, and they took out not just one channel, but all of my backups. They said I was committing ban evasion offenses. So I'm like a fugitive. I'm a Blade Runner. They're trying to purge me from Twitch, and they did. They said I have a site-wide ban. Okay, here we go. Jurassic Liar says, what's the number to call in? It's a busy signal. It shouldn't be a busy signal. Let me go ahead and post it in the chat here. If the 833 number didn't work, there's a 213 number. And I'll put this on the screen as well, and hopefully it gets through. I don't know what it is with that other number. Sometimes it doesn't work. But anyway, you should be able to get through on your next call. And I have a text message blast that's about to go out to about 180 people or so. So we're going to have a lot more people showing up here in just a couple of minutes. So I put both numbers on the screen. Okay, good. Infinite Plane Radio, is this JL26?
So what is your name, Tim?
Yes. And you go by Garrow, JL26?
Well, you just call me JL. It's fine.
Awesome. Well, happy to have you on here. I've been following your channels, plural, for a long time. How many channels have you had taken down so far, if you had to estimate?
Well, right now on my main channel, I'm on the 42nd channel, and I made a 43rd and a 44th. So basically, I lost 41 channels before the one right now that I have.
Now, 42nd channel, I don't think that's a coincidence given the proximity to Seattle and 611.
Yeah, exactly. And I didn't even know, because wasn't even paying attention to the fact that that was my 42nd channel. What happened was I was on my 38th channel, and I had 3 other backup channels because they kept taking me down. So I just made, whatever amount of channels backup. And then once they took down my last 3 channels, they did it in one day. They took all 3 down in one day because of me doing my fake news videos, but they left me this one channel that I had, which was the 42nd channel. But I didn't even think about it at the time until after they took down the 3 in one day.
Yeah, see, this is fascinating to me because I experienced this too, where there are patterns here, and maybe we can get into this, but these patterns are undeniable, and it seems to me that they involve you in your personal life as well. And we're talking about with your channel, you often reference things, but the number 42, that definitely ties in with Washington State, Seattle, and Elvis, of course. So maybe that's a good starting point. What clued you in to this Seattle Elvis thing? If you want to tell people, what's the basic thing? What's the significance of Elvis? For those who don't know.
Well, you know what? Look, I don't even know where to start because the story, my story is way too long. So let me just try to cut through Look, here's the thing. I was trying to figure out, basically who is the Antichrist? What's the next big thing that's going to happen? So everybody was talking about how, Barack Obama was the Antichrist. And here I was thinking that Trump was the Antichrist because to me, he fits more of the, than Obama does, But anyway, but then I was thinking to myself, wait a minute, this can't be right because half of the world hates Trump, half of the world hates Obama. It's not going to work. These 2 guys cannot be the Antichrist, okay? So who would fit the Antichrist image? There's only one person that came to my mind, and that was Elvis, and that's because he was my first obsession as a child, and he's the only one that can fit this description. and I'll get into it after. But are you getting what I'm saying so far?
Definitely so far. And so Elvis, we're talking about the significance of him is that his face, is his face, his image, not the most prolific and recognizable face in the world? Like, it's significant that the global media promulgates this face, or whatever you want to call the media. They put their idols out there, their icons. And so he's a very significant figure. And so you're picking up on this subtext where he's not just a popular icon, he carries all kinds of symbolism, and it's encoded into birth dates, it's encoded into the symbolism of the name, etc.
Well, and also when he died, everyone thought that he was still alive. So Elvis lives, and Elvis is an anagram for the word lives, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, this is what. See, the other day I randomly flipped to your channel, and you said something about David Hogg showing up in Seattle on 6/11 for March for Our Lives, and you brought up March for Our Elvis, and then you said something about Elvis being the beast from the sea. And on my channel, we've been talking about the Kraken symbolism associated with Seattle that's been pumped out for the last couple of years. So that really struck a chord with me. March for Our Lives, Seattle.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what the whole Black Lives Matter was about, because they wanted the word lives to be around the whole world. I mean, around across the world, because I don't believe in a globe. But anyway, so across the whole earth, they wanted the name lives, because that's the anagram for Elvis, because they can't make it that obvious. They want the word Elvis everywhere, so they have to make it where it was lives, you know what I mean? So anyway, about the David Hogg thing, David Hogg, I didn't say he's going to be in Seattle on June 11th. I just said that the March for Our Lives is doing protests all across America on June 11th.
Right, right. Well, that alone is hugely significant, because we're talking about the gun issue is a major schism, and so I keep seeing all this Kraken symbolism out there, and I keep expecting there's some kind of big Kraken, whatever it's going to be, some big event, and then I'm watching the Batman movie, and it ends with a flood. They flood the poles on 11/6, which if you hold that up to a reflection in the pool, the flood, you're going to get a backwards 9/11 or kind of a 6/11. So I'm thinking 6/11, maybe the flood in the movie represents a Kraken of some kind. But do you have any expectation on what this would be?
Well, here's the thing. I was talking about the Kraken even before the stupid Trump mentioned the Kraken, only because I was trying to show people about the references to the beast out of the sea, because that's what I was telling everyone. Because listen, in the Bible it says, I wish I could get the exact word, but it says that in Revelation, in the book of Revelation, it says that there's going to be a beast out of the sea. Okay, so basically, it's not so much you're going to see a monster coming out of the sea. I think it's going to be the image of Elvis somehow manifests because of this Seattle event. Okay, and that is what that means, like the beast out of the sea. So we don't know exactly what this is going to entail exactly. Like I said, somehow Elvis becomes basically I'm saying that Elvis is going to actually be the mark of the beast in a backhanded way, because it says in the Bible that it can be his image or his name or the number of his name. So if Elvis died at the age of 42 and Washington is the 42nd state, then if people are wearing the number 42 everywhere because of something happens, like let's say this huge event happens in Seattle, if everyone's wearing the Seattle Strong shirts and has the number 42, and I don't know if you can put up a map of Washington on your
Yeah, I'll pull it up. Because what you're talking about King County. And for people who don't know this, Seattle is in what state? 42. The Space Needle takes 42 seconds to go up the elevator, and L is part of the coded language. It's 42 meters wide. And in 2020, there was this thing where MLB all wore number 42s, the Major League Baseball, for Jackie Robinson, Mr. 42.
Right.
And at the same
Right.
time, the National Basketball Association, NBA, nothing but actors, they were wearing 42 for Kobe Bryant's 42nd birthday. So this 42 thing, in my own opinion, I think it ties in to L to Saturn, and that would be a strong Elvis connection. And if you actually take the number 4 and the number 2 and you combine them, you kind of get the astrological symbol of Saturn, the actual sigil. So there is something there. And I'm pulling up the map for you right now.
Okay. Well, basically, I just want you to just pull up the map for Washington, and we don't need like a close up. I just need you to see how there's a head that sticks out of the state of Washington when you're looking at the map. So I'm waiting for you to pull it up, and then that way I can talk about it.
Okay, pulling it up right now. Okay, interest. I think I'm already seeing it. Okay, here we go. Washington.
Try to get a like kind of a close up of the head that sticks out of Washington. Yeah, see, it's kind of that image. If you pull it, see right there, that whole. If you look at that, it looks like a slope of Elvis's hair. If you look at that slope,
I do see it.
Okay.
I never saw it before, and then I pulled up the map and I instantly see it.
So if you cut off that head, so if you cut off that whole head right there, and it falls into the sea, imagine if everybody has an image of Elvis as this on their shirts or on their logos, and the number 42 for Washington. See, people are not going to say it's Elvis. Maybe later on people will say it's Elvis, but they have to do it in a backhanded way. They're not going to say, "Oh, well, take the mark of Elvis." No, they're going to make you take the mark in a deceptive way.
Well, let me bring this up then, because you are the first one to point this out too. Elvis Presley, who died at 42, of course, these numbers are so important, but he got a shot on TV on Bill Gates' first birthday, no less. The polio vaccine, correct?
Right. Yes. Elvis was the first famous person to take an injection on live television, and he took the polio shot. And he took that polio shot on Bill Gates' first birthday, October 28, 1956, and he took that polio shot 42 years after the guy who invented the polio shot, who was born on October 28th. So, that Jonas Salk dude,
Wow, so 42 years. And see, that number is key here. And this is one of the things that led me to your channel, because we're always picking things up. And so I was looking at the whole CubeSat thing where Elon Musk is putting 42,000. Then I'm looking at Starman he put into space.
Hold on. Sorry. My TV just went on all of a sudden. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so we're talking about Starman, where they put the Tesla Roadster in space, playing a David Bowie song. And then I'm like, wait, David Bowie has Elvis's birthday, and he released his Black Star album on Elvis's birthday, and the song is about somebody predicting their own death, and he dies 2 days later. So there's this strong connection here between these rock idols. So whatever Elvis represents, I would say Bowie must represent it too. And I think that there are other rock stars that carry the same symbolism. But to get back to your point here.
But I understand that. I get what you're saying, but everything points to Elvis. See, Elvis is the source for all of this. Okay, so whatever is happening is encircling him. That's what I'm trying to say. He's the source for all of it. Anyway. Besides that David Bowie and the Black Star connection, because I mentioned that in my videos a long time ago, years ago too. The Elvis is the only person to have a black star on Hollywood, and he had a twin that died at birth, right? So he had an identical twin, Elvis, that died at birth supposedly, and that's what this whole thing is about. Because that's what the whole 9/11 was about. But first, his original star, Elvis had an original star on Hollywood Boulevard, and they took out that star and they put a black star over it. So nobody has anything on that spot. It's the only black star in Hollywood. And where was I going? Oh, and another thing with the Elvis, when I said that an anagram for lives, it's also an anagram for Levi's, and every single person in the world had a pair of Levi's. Okay?
Which
And
you pointed out, it's the crown. The symbol on Levi's is the crown, so you got Elvis
it's the
lives and
upside
crown.
down crown.
Upside
It's
down.
an upside
Okay.
down crown. Yeah. And if you put the word upside down into gematria calculator, it equals the exact word as Washington.
Wow. Okay, so this is all very intriguing. And it's amazing how this goes back very far, and it does go back to Elvis. I was recently watching Daybreakers about a plague that takes over the world, starts at the bat, and the savior is a guy named Elvis, whose blood saves the world. He's played by William Dafoe, and this savior drives a Pontiac with a phoenix on it. So I see a lot of connection between Elvis and the phoenix, and the phoenix is one of the big symbols that I see, and it seems to pertain to this cult that runs the world, their way of burning things down and building back better, or however they do it.
Yes. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No,
Were you done?
that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So what do you have to say about the phoenix as connected to Elvis?
Well, first let me say about the William Dafoe movie. That movie, yeah, I showed videos of that a long time ago also. And in that movie, he is birthed out of the water, the William Dafoe, because he goes into the water burning, and then he comes out of it, and he's like a different person. So basically, Elvis, like I said, it's like the beast out of the sea. If you watched it was like a rebirth out of the sea also in that movie.
Wow. Yeah,
and,
I missed that, but yeah, that's exactly right.
And of course, his name was Elvis. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole point, right? Anyway, so Elvis, in his concerts, okay, this is how he started his concerts. He would come out to a song. It was not the song, a music for the 2001 Space Odyssey.
Wow.
And what happened in 2001? I told you the 9/11. The towers were brought down for the twin, because I told you his twin died at birth. It's a whole ritual for the twin thing. Anyway, so he'd come out on stage, and the first song he would sing in concert was a song called, he did this with every concert. He would sing a song called C.C. Rider. Now, okay, there's three ways to see this. Like with your eyes you see, okay, so it's S-E-E, or it could be the CC, just the letter CC, which is 33, because the C is the third letter. CC, the 33 rider, and the 33 is the number of ascension, because that's why the Freemasons use it as their highest number, because Jesus died, he was crucified at the age of 33, and he rose from the dead at the age of 33. So everything they do is in mockery of our Lord and Savior Jesus. Okay, so this is why the 33 is so important, and that's why they use
CC Rider. Then could also be, go on, you were saying CC Rider, then also what, the C Rider,
yeah,
right?
the C, yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's like beast out of the sea. He's the CC Rider, the SEA Rider. Yeah,
great.
So,
you know what interesting here to me is that on this channel, we are always examining the news and the numbers and the symbols and what they could mean. And from what I can see too,
hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Don't forget what you're going to say. I just got to make sure I say. So in the concerts, he always wore phoenix birds. He would wear the phoenix on his cape, on his outfits. He would wear a phoenix bird, a dragon, or an eagle. So he always had the phoenix even on him in concerts. But go ahead. What were you saying?
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. Yeah, so basically, yeah, what I'm saying is it looks to me like I've always seen this number 33 associated with rising and with the phoenix. It's a consistent thing. And if you look into symbolism, they conflate the burning man, the phoenix, which is kind of a burning person, with their use of the Christ symbol. So they use all these symbols concurrently. So the fact that he came out like a phoenix symbol and then he dies at 42, well, just as the 33 is often associated with ascension, I'm always seeing the number 42 associated with falling, and the man who fell to earth, David Bowie. So rising and falling with these two numbers, and Yeah, it's interesting that he embodies both of these, and I didn't know he had any connection to Space Odyssey, which is huge because Kubrick is huge in all of these major psyops.
Yeah, well, let me tell you something. I have a lot of connections to the number 42, but the only thing that I can gauge on why the 42 is so important, which of course most of you are not going to understand this unless you've seen my videos, because the 42 is the first number that has the numbers of Lucifer in it. Okay, let me explain what I mean, because in gematria you have a forward number and a backward number. So Lucifer forward is 7438, and which is what's more important than the backwards numbers. But the Lucifer forward is 7438 in gematria on my calculator, and then 42 is the first number that has the number of Lucifer, but it has it on the backside, not in the forward number. It's backwards at 7438. So, and the only other number after that is the number 80. 80 has the number of Lucifer in its front row, which makes it more important because the front row is the more important number. And I know you're not going to understand it, but so those are the only two numbers in all of the numbers that have Lucifer's numbers. In every single number, you'll never find it again. It's only in the number 42 and the number 80.
Okay. Okay. Now, yeah, this is intriguing. I've seen what you do, how you arrive at these things, and this is why I refer people to your channel because you need to put it in your context. But you're discerning things here that are far beyond coincidence. This is such a level of planning. Most people just default to it's a simulation or something. It's hard to grasp, but it's there. And so this would be a good time to jump into the next part where how does Trump fit into this picture here, Donald Trump?
Well, Trump is the replacement twin for Elvis's twin that supposedly died at birth. So if he truly did die or was sacrificed, which is the most likely scenario, then Elvis's dad had to go searching for his replacement, and that is where Trump comes into the picture. And like I said, it is a very detailed thing on how it all connects. But I don't even know.
No, for people who are listening, the best way I mean, this does. There's a story being told. Like I was explaining, a few different things here. How they're repeating these stories, sometimes different actors, but in this case, Trump seems to be fulfilling some kind of a role on the world stage, and it involves, by all the predictive programming, some kind of a headshot, which I was going to get you to talk about, and also right now there's a movement within the MAGAs, the Trump cult, dark MAGA. All the imagery is Trump with this dark imagery, like they're calling for him to somehow be some kind of a tyrant. So the timing is interesting, but yeah, so Trump is, in other words, he's sort of the world stage. He's going to carry out the role of the Antichrist in some sense. What is the headshot that you keep discerning?
Okay, well, first let me. How do you explain this, man? It's like, I don't even know where to start with some of this stuff, man.
Well, let me run this one by you. So
go ahead.
I'm close to Santa Fe, where Alec Baldwin shot Helena Hutchins with a 44, and she was 42. And then he also shoots Joel Souza, who has Trump's birthday. And I was like, Joel Souza, born 6/14, shot by a guy who dresses as Trump. So there's this, and the guy survives. So there's this connection there with Trump. He dresses like Trump. He shoots a guy with Trump's birthday, and then he said he wants a meteor to hit the White House because he hates Trump so much. And then that movie Don't Look Up comes out, and they say a comet is going to hit the Earth in 6 months and 14 days. And then you have this comedian named Heather McDonald, which you pointed this one out, who falls and hits her head, and she's got Trump's birthday. So we keep seeing bits of, there's just a few instances. You can find many instances here, predictive programming about something with Trump, but it seems like there's some kind of build-up towards something involving Trump and some kind of head wound that he survives.
All right. Well, let me first. Yeah, I did videos about the shooting at that that Helena Hutchins, whatever the heck her name was. Yeah, I talked about that and the head wound and the 614 with Joel Souza, whatever his name is. And I did the Heather Donald thing. Yes, it's all about the head wound and connecting to Trump. Okay, and now how do I get to Trump getting his head wound on August 4th? Okay, like I said, everything when it comes to the dates came supernaturally. I'm not going to get into it because it's going to be too long of a story, but they all ended up being a perfect match to, to the connections. Let me give you an example. So I said August 4th is the day Trump gets his head wound. August 4th is also Obama's birthday, right? And Obama passed, he passed the presidency on to Trump, right? Because Trump won in 2016, which is the number 216. If you take out the 0, it's 216. The 216th day of the year is August 4th. So Trump wins in the year 216, okay, which is also the same year that David Bowie, didn't he die in 2016? And he also had the album come out.
Correct.
Which had the song Lazarus on it, because Trump is playing the part of the Lazarus figure who comes back from the dead, Anyway, so August 4th is the date. Now, what is August 4th's backwards birthday, and what does that mean? So August 4th is the 216th day of the year, which would leave 149 days in the year. Okay, because 149 plus 216 equals 365, which is 1 year, right? So the backwards birthday of August 4th is May 29th, because May 29th is the 149th day of the year, and that is the day JFK was born. Okay?
That's an interesting link right there. May 29th was JFK's birthday, and it connects to the 8/4.
August 4th. Yeah, it's the backwards birthday of August 4th. Okay? And in between August 4th and May 29th is either 67 or 68 days, and the name Elvis equals 67 forward and 68 backwards. Okay, but anyway, forget about that. But because it's too complicated.
Well, these relations, though, I mean, like you can point to things. Even Snopes has to admit there are 911 days between 9/11 and the bombing on 3/11/04. Like these dates, these relations you're pointing out. I think this is really cutting edge because you're really discerning undeniable patterning here. The guy that shot Reagan was born on May 29th. It was just his birthday. So I'm like, wait, and he's just released, I think. But the guy that shot Reagan has Kennedy's birthday? Give me a break.
Yeah, I've talked about that. Yeah, it's ridiculous. And also, we'll get into the Reagan thing in a minute, but remind me about that shooting. Also, from the day Elvis's dad was born, April 10th, 1916, to Trump's birthday, the day he's born in 1946, June 14th, it's 11,022 days, or 11,023 days, depending on if you count that day or up to that day. So 11,022, that's the 11/22, the day JFK was shot.
Right, 11/22, and they use these same numbers, same patterns. When I was looking at the Derek Chauvin, George Floyd thing, there are so many 9/11 connections. It even times with the setting of the sun. That's how precise it is. The first time that Derek Chauvin was let out on bail, they let him out at 11/22. He killed a guy, George Floyd, who was 46, like Kennedy was. So these stories repeat even in the symbolism, where you have the Oswald-esque character committing a very public inflammatory act, which was essentially like an assassination for all the chaos it caused. But it's super precise, as you've been pointing out.
Yeah, and with the Reagan, Reagan was shot on March 30th, 1981. You got the 330, the 33 connection with the crown, because anytime you see a 0 or an O, it means a crown. So 330 would be 33 with a crown. So Reagan, who they thought at the time was the Antichrist, because he had 6 letters in each of his, first name, middle name, and last name, Ronald Wilson Reagan, and he lived at 666 Bel Air Road, and then they changed it to 668 later. But when he was president, he was living at 666. Anyway, so he gets shot by a guy who was born on JFK's birthday, right?
Yeah.
That Hinckley dude. And who did he?
Brady? Was it Brady he was also shot
Yeah,
with?
yeah. He shoots because it's all about a head wound. So he shoots James Brady in the head. Reagan got shot in the side. He survived. And James Brady, he got shot in the head, and he survived. And when did James Brady end up dying? He ended up dying 33 years later on August 4th.
Oh, come on.
You
See,
think?
see, that's okay. That's a solid connection there to not only
Mhm.
Obama's birthday, but as you pointed out, the inverse, which leads you to JFK's birthday, Hinckley. That's an incredible link here, and you're right about this. Rodney King was beaten on 3/3/91, and just want to take a guess. How many times did they hit him with a baton?
33.
Exactly, and it's on Wikipedia,
Yeah.
and they beat him for 1
Yeah.
minute and 19 seconds, which is a reverse
Yeah.
9/11.
Yeah. And Rodney King plays a part in this because his name was King. See, that was the whole point of this,
Exactly,
And
exactly. Like Martin Luther King. And when Martin Luther King's 57th anniversary was celebrated in the summer of 2020, that's when Chadwick Boseman died. And he played Jackie Robinson, number 42, and he played the King of Wakanda in Black Panther. So it was hashtag Rip King for Chadwick Boseman, Mr. 42. Meanwhile, there's like 250,000 people gathered around for the MLK Rip King. It's like two Rip Kings
yeah.
overlapping.
Well, yeah. Remind me to talk about the Chadwick Boseman thing, but let's go back to the Martin Luther King. So Martin Luther King was killed 33 years after Elvis was born. Okay, now the day that Martin Luther King was killed, the reason he was killed is because, first of all, Elvis had to be the only king, so they had to get rid of this king. So Martin Luther King was killed in Memphis, Tennessee, where Elvis lived. Elvis lived in Memphis, Tennessee. So the king, which because Elvis was known as the king, had the king whacked.
Fascinating.
And it was 33. Yeah, and he was killed on 4/4, but because it was a leap year, it fell on 4/5. Okay, so the day he died was 4/4, but it was a leap year, so 4/4 fell on 4/5 because it's all about the 44/45. Because from Elvis's death, August 16th, 1977, to right now, it's between 44 and 45 years. Donald Trump is the 44th person to become president, but he's the 45th actual president. So again, it's the 44/45 connection. And
let me point this out too. Then Elvis Presley gave a .45 pistol to President Nixon, and then Trump is president number 45. Yeah, 45.
Yeah, and the reason that he did that is because, see, the number 37 is. Look, here's the thing. Your viewers are probably not going to understand this unless you've seen my calculator to understand it. The number 73 and 37 looks like the letters EL. 73 or 37 looks like the letters EL. EL means God in Hebrew. And EL is the first two letters of Elvis. Okay, so Richard Nixon was the 37th president, and he's the only president that Elvis visited. And he gave him that 45 gun. And he gave him a Colt, and the Colt is the Colt 45. Colt means June. I mean, Colt equals June in gematria. Okay.
Now that's good. 73L. Everyone can probably see that. It's an ambigram. You just flip it. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, so that's why he visited Nixon, and Nixon is born one day after Elvis on 1/9, and also. Nixon was involved in Watergate. Water equals Elvis. Elvis is the beast out of the sea. If you put into gematria the word Elvis, it comes out the same as the word water. Exact same numbers, forward, backward, reduced, everything.
Now, on this beast out of the sea here really quick, America, founded 1776, Pluto's conjunction at that time was like 27 degrees Capricorn or something, and Pluto returned to where it was July 4th, 1776 on February 22nd of this year. And Pluto is Hades. Hades releases the Kraken. So we had the second coming of Pluto, which is a very significant astrological event. So that's big right there. It seems like the Kraken was just released. And you said Watergate. and made me think of when Hades releases the Kraken in Clash of the Titans, they pull the gate back before it can come out of the water. Interesting connection. And one more thing, about 2 hours ago, and this is just a coincidence, I guess, several people were just shot at the Graceland Cemetery. Someone just posted this in chat, and I found some links about it.
Oh, I haven't heard about it yet. No. Wow.
At 2:26, multiple people were shot at the Graceland Cemetery. I'm sure we'll pick up on that later. But anyway, yeah, you were talking about Elvis and EL and something else. 7-3. You know, that
Yeah,
37.
I lost my concentration. You mentioned something, and I was going to mention something about what you said. Now I can't remember what you originally started talking about after I started saying the 73.
You were going to get to Chadwick. Chadwick Boseman is what you're going to get into.
All right, we'll talk about that because I forgot already what I was going to talk about. But hold on, man. I got to remember this. So we were talking about the Watergate, Richard Nixon.
Elvis, the Beast Out of the Sea. EL is 7-3 or 3-7 rather, and even with that, 7-3 is 1 minute 13 seconds. 113, and 113 is the date they opened the new tower that replaced the Twin Towers. 113 is the number of seconds when the Challenger exploded. So Challenger explodes at 73 seconds.
Didn't they say something like it's 1,776 feet?
Yes, the new tower is 1,776 feet, exactly.
Right. This is what I want to talk about. You mentioned 1776 because I did a video about why it's so important is July 4th, 1776, when America was founded, supposedly. The reason, because I was talking to you about the 44-45 and how important it is, from Washington's, because see, Washington has two birthdays. He was born on February 2nd, 1731, and February 2nd is the 42nd day of the year. Okay? I mean, February 11th. I'm sorry. I'm talking so much I'm getting confused. George Washington's original birthday was February 11th, 1731, which is the 42nd day of the year. They changed it to February 22nd, which is the 53rd day of the year. Okay? So he has two birthdays, 1731 and 1732. So it was 2/11, 1731, and 2/22, 1732. So he's got 2 different years, 2 different dates. Now, and by the way, it's 11 and 22 is because it was February 11th, February 22nd, 2/11, 2/22, which is again connected to the JFK 11/22 number. But but that's not why I brought it up. From his birthdays, the day he's born, Washington, to July 4th, 1776, it's either 44 or 45 years, depending on which year you use. You see, it's the 44-45 again.
See, yep, exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, 222. I mean, this is a huge date. George Washington. It ties into a few things. That date really stood out to me this year because we had the Dawn Day Festival with Kanye West, which it looked to me like a CERN ritual, this music release party, and it was produced by Future, who goes by Pluto. So there's quite a lot here suggesting this Kraken about to be released. And so I heard in your live stream earlier today you mentioned that we're living through a time we're about to see what you described as a tribulation. So, you know, I want to make sure that we get the big picture here. What do you see? What do you think this big deception is leading us to? The mark. What is this thing at the end? Are we in the end times, in your opinion? Is this leading to?
Well, we are coming to a reset. It has to, because I see. In order for you to understand what I'm saying, you'd have to watch the videos I've done, because there was a video I did from Washington when America was founded to the next, like this year, next year, and the year after. It's kind of the end time of I don't even know how to say it. Like I said, it's coming to the number. Oh, man, like I said, it'd be impossible for me to explain this unless you've seen my videos. It's too hard for me to explain.
Well, one point you made up, though, is that they can't change it, right? They're like, this is set in stone, more or less.
Yes, it's set in stone. It can't be changed. It has to happen. A reset has to happen. And in order for the reset to happen, they have to get people to take the mark of their God. because that's what this is all about. This is the the Antichrist has to be revealed, and they have to get it going because it's coming to the end, and then you're going to have the return of Jesus, and he's going to wipe this place out. So
Okay, now,
like I said, you'd have to see the video.
yeah,
Go ahead.
that's what I'm going to have to say is that I am going to refer people to your videos because you take the time to explain it, and there's just quite a lot there. And then you also have a pool of people in your chat who are pretty informed in what you talk about, and it's always interesting. I highly recommend your channel. And where this is going, it's just increasingly intriguing. I think it's fascinating that Trump is associated with this Q psyop, and the Q people believe that JFK Jr. is some kind of third or second coming, or JFK was the second coming of Christ. Do you have any thoughts on the QAnon cult, or whatever that is?
Well, the whole thing of why they keep talking about JFK is because it's connected to Elvis. It's nothing to do with JFK. JFK is just he's just a figurehead because he got the head wound, and it's all a ritual for what's coming between Elvis and Trump. And let me just give you a couple of connections with the Q thing and what's going on. The reason they did this Q thing is because the Q is the letter number 17. Q is the 17th letter of the alphabet. And I'm telling people that, and I didn't even know this when I made the prediction that Trump's going to get his head wound in Ohio. And Ohio happens to be the 17th state. And Elvis died in the 16th state. So 16 and 17 equals 33. I told you it's all about the 33 connection. And so Ohio, where he's going to get his head wound on August 4th, Trump, it's the 17th state. Now, let me show you some connections to the number 17. That way you can see it's not a coincidence. So from Elvis's, hold on, where am I? Hold on, I'm trying to look at my. I have some notes here on that. That's the only thing I'm looking at.
Let me bring one up because earlier we talked about David Hogg, right? Well, when Kennedy was shot, he was taken over to Parkland Hospital. So there's some kind of interesting connection with Parkland, and the Parkland shooting originally was called Stoneman Majori, and it happened. So anyway, the Parkland thing stands out to me, and I was watching this interview recently where Meatloaf claims that he was there at Parkland and he saw the blood of Kennedy on the Ford Lincoln. And many people know that there's a lot of weird coincidences between Lincoln and Kennedy, and it shows how far back this thing goes.
Yeah, exactly. But so here, let me just tell you. So from the day JFK was born, May 29th, 1917, if you go 17 years forward, it is the year Elvis was born. Okay? So it's 17 years between their birthday. Then, if you go to Trump's birthday, the day he's born, to the day JFK was shot, that's 17 years. And if you go from JFK being shot to Reagan being shot, that's 17 years. Okay? And, if you do it on the calculator, it's 17 years.
I see. Okay. This is structured ritualistic stuff. For example, I've been talking about how you had the Burning Man festivals in Black Rock, where it's a phoenix ritual. And they burned this phoenix out there in Nevada, and they did it from 86 to 2019, which was 33 of them, and they shut it down for COVID. And so there's 33 of these things. And then in 87, and anyway, these are all like basically patterns. Anyway, the one I want to point out to you is this one actually. In 2019, July 13th, there was a blackout in New York. 42 years to the day from the 1977 blackouts. So 42 years, and then when they happened again, it was on 42nd Street, and it put 42,000 people in the dark. So I see a lot of events that are timed down to the day, and it's just undeniable. I mean,
that's the year Elvis died in 1977, and that same year in 1977, when Elvis was 42, he died at the age of 42. That year, a horse called Seattle Slew won the Triple Crown on 6/11. Okay? That's what makes it so incredible, because the ritual, the mock ritual has already happened. 42 years old, Elvis, the year he dies is the year Seattle Slew won the Triple Crown, and slew means to kill. And it was on 6/11. I mean, you can't make that up. It's impossible.
No, you can't. You can't. And so these blackouts, and the news reports these as eerie coincidences, but this last January, there was a black beauty queen by the name of Chesley Christ who fell from the Orion building. 29, she fell from she jumped off the building. Anyway, she lands on 42nd Street. She hits the ground at 7:13 a.m. Well, these blackouts I mentioned happened on July 13th, 7:13. So you have the Christ, and then of course Orion to the Egyptians was Osiris. So you have all this symbolism encoded into it, but down to the minute she impacts the ground, it ties into these blackouts on that street. And of course, that year 1977, you had the Son of Sam, all kinds of areas we can go into here, but yeah, we're looking at a ritual going back generations.
Well, yeah, and the Son of Sam killer was, look, the Sam is connected to Seattle also, because in a lot of the Seattle movies, you'll notice that it has a Sam, just like the movie Sleepless in Seattle, which was with Tom Hanks. His name was Sam in the movie, and they also had a Jonah connection, a Jonah character in there, because everything's about the water. You know, Jonah is he was in the belly of the beast for 3 days, and you have Jonah connections, Noah connections. But anyway, forget about that. So Son of Sam Killer was the 44 killer, they called him. And it's been 44 years since 1977. It's going to be 45 for Elvis's death, because Elvis died on August 16th. So he's still in the 44-year mark. It won't be 45 years until August 16th. So
Mr. 44, Mr. 44, who was supposedly taking orders from some demonic dog, and I think that's a Pluto tie-in, in my opinion. I think it's a tie-in.
Well, the dog is the god. Dog is God, right? Backwards. That's why they. Second, hold on. You're buffering.
I see that. My software is actually kind of messing up right now.
Okay, it's back. It's back. All right, go ahead. What was your question again?
Okay, so so basically, I'm going to recommend that people follow your channel leading up to 6/11, because I assume you're going to be reiterating and of course, commenting on what's going on as we lead up to that date.
Right.
But I was pointing out how the programming in the news right now, like I started watching Stranger Things, and it opens up saying, warning, this might remind you of the shooting in Texas. So to me, it's all just programming. But there's a very strong subtext there of the youth rising up to fight something the adults don't see. And I think it's all about the guns. So I think it's just hugely significant that March for Elvis, or March for Our Lives, is going to be going on 6/11. And it's about the gun issue of all things. And then it connects to Parkland, which I said connects to Kennedy because he went to Parkland Hospital. So it's getting very interesting from this perspective.
Yeah, and anyway, so what I was saying to you earlier was, when you bring up lives again, because it's the Elvis lives thing. But just imagine, think of that. It's every single person had Levi's. Everyone wore Levi's. You know what I mean? Just the thought of that, because it's genes, right? Because it's the DNA is genes, right? You get what I'm saying?
Interesting. The genes, literally, like Elvis saving everyone's lives in that movie.
And what do you do to wash the genes? I mean, what do you do to clean them? You have to put them in a washing machine, like Washington.
I see that. This to me is typical of the symbolism, and the word magic is what I call it. But it's the anagrams, the phonetic word plays. It's all over the place. Like I can't breathe. Anagram for a better China. Nearly every slogan out there. Obama running around saying, yes, we can. And then you play it backwards, and it's basically, I mean, you've heard it before. I consider
I know it.
It's intentional. It's magic.
Right. And just real quick, when I was talking to you about the 16, 17, because I told you Elvis died in the 16th state, which is Tennessee, and Trump's going to get his head wound. He's not going to die, but he's going to get his head wound in Ohio, the 17th state. And remember, I told you everything's about the 44, 45. Now watch this. So if you were to write 16th, like 1-6, TH, it would be the letters T and H equals 28. T is the 20th letter, H is the 8th letter. And if you add the 16, it would make 44. So 16th would equal 44. And then if you said 17th, it equals 45. Because 17 plus the T and the H, T and H is 28. 17 plus 28 equals 45. So just ask yourself, what is the chance of all of this? You know?
Oh yeah,
Because I just told, yeah.
This is so no, it's too intricate to be coincidence. A number of important things developing. Top Gun just comes out as we hit Gemini, and this Top Gun movie, in the story, it takes place 33 years later after the first one. So it's twin guns, like twin towers, which were 33 when they were pulled. The name Thomas, as you described, means twin cross,
Right.
and the twin cross
Right.
is a symbol of a resurrection in many instances. So the Tom Cruise movie just coming out, very significant. He has all kinds of 33s. He divorces all his wives at 33. Significant figure. But then you have the new Elvis movie coming out on the 24th. And then, of course, in between. And by the way, I found this article. Trump's 42nd birthday, which he celebrated in 88, they had a flying saucer display, like a flying saucer fireworks show for his 42nd birthday.
Yeah, I've talked about that a long time ago. Yeah, he did. It's absolutely true. It was a 15-foot saucer or something like that. I can't remember now. But and I'm trying to think. It's still, I think it's still 33 years. No, I don't know. I'm trying to think now. Is it 33 years still up until now? Because it won't be 34 until 6/14.
Right, I think so, because we're looking at global warming, for example, and I think this ties in because of the flood and the water. The whole global warming story is 33, and it turns 34 later this month. And someone was saying, the GOP is saying flood the poles. The Batman movie has that 11/6 flooding of the poles, like a literal flooding. And someone was saying, well, maybe this is when they're going to have some kind of flood and blame, climate change, like the poles, ice caps melting. So I don't know. I have a lot of expectations for this month.
Well, also the Title 42 immigrant thing, they were saying the immigrants are going to flood the borders, and it's number 42, Title 42.
Wow.
Yeah. And you know that Brittany Griner, she's that basketball person who's the number 42 on the Phoenix Mercury. She's in Russia, being held by Russians.
Wow. See, this is so integrated. Stranger Things, it's the Russians are the bad guys, and they have this creature called a Demogorgon they release, very Kraken-like. So many media tie-ins. Your channel's always going in-depth about pretty much everything that I comment or notice are things you've already covered. But it's always...
Well, because I had...
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. I had 400 videos that got taken down about Elvis and Trump and Seattle and Ohio. And then just real quick, let me just tell you something. I told you that the letter O or the 0 is a crown. So the word Ohio has 2 O's in it, right? Which I told you is crowns. So it's like a twin crown. And what's left in the word Ohio is the letters H and I. H is the 8th letter. I is the 9th letter. Equals 17. Ohio is the 17th state. And I told you that's where, and I gave you examples of how the 17th, the Q is the 17th letter. Everything is about Trump getting his head wound in Ohio.
So the O is a crown. Like Donnie Darko has a lot of Trump tie-ins. Like, so Donnie Darko's wearing a sweater that says Triumph. So it's Donnie Triumph. And on the TV screen, there's a football player with a 17 on his jersey. So Donnie Dark. And then they keep showing the Corona, which is another crown symbol throughout the whole movie.
Well, that's a good catch. I didn't know about I knew the Donnie Darko name, but I didn't see the number 17. That's a good catch, because there it is again. Because Trump is the dark O and Elvis is the light O. You understand? Because Elvis is going to come as an angel of light, because that's what Satan does. Satan is going to come as an angel of light.
Makes sense. It really does. Donnie Darko and the Dark Maga rising right now, just as this event. This is all getting very intriguing. So, I've had you on for almost an hour, and you said you've had more than 400 videos. I can understand what that's like. They've been zapping your channels, and you know what to say and what not to say, and you often pull your videos. That's why I tell people subscribe, hit the notifications, because your videos often disappear.
Right. Well, that's only when I say crazy stuff. Not crazy, but controversial stuff. I pull it. You know what I mean? But usually the only reason I would pull a video is either it's something controversial or because it's not that important. That's the only reason I would pull it. Oh, and someone in your chat wrote Donnie Darko is 44. That's the 44, the kill number. And by the way, if you take the Q out of QAnon, Q is the 17th letter, and anon equals the word kill. I mean, it's got the same numbers as the word kill. Some parts of it, 4417 equals the word kill. So it's 17 kill. That's basically what that means. QAnon.
I see that. Yeah, this QAnon story, I tell people, my assessment of it is that it's clearly been written and designed by the same people that engineer all the other deceptions, and it's insane to see people falling for this notion where it's essentially they see Trump as an agent of the bloodline of Christ, the Kennedys as they see it. So I see a lot of mass deception. If you were to describe our times as biblical, I think it would fit. But as far as this beast from the sea, Kraken, the first thing that clued me into it was the Seattle Kraken, the National Hockey League's team. It was the 32nd team. They released a trailer, and I saw it, and it said 1 minute 13 seconds. So I'm like, I got to see that. And it looks like an EMP and a flood hitting Seattle, and their logo is an anchor with a space needle with a Kraken wrapped around it.
Yeah, it's crazy. I showed that. It's unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, just they're telling you right there that Seattle is going to sink. The needle is going to sink. You know what I mean? And by the way, the Kraken, when I was talking about it, was a long time ago because I was talking about it before they even had this connection that I'm about to tell you right now. They had a guy. You remember Jeopardy? The show Jeopardy had the guy. They had this tournament called the GOAT tournament. Okay. And the winner of the GOAT tournament was a guy named Ken, and he would sign his name, the K, with the Space Needle. He had the Space Needle as the K on his name, and that's for Crack Ken. Get it? The Ken, Crack Ken. And he won the GOAT tournament, and he was from Seattle. So the GOAT, the greatest of all time, is in Seattle. That's what they're telling you. And it's in jeopardy. That's what they're telling you. Seattle is in jeopardy. That's what that means. And what happened on Jeopardy? Alex Trebek died. He got cancer and died. Okay? And because they're telling you it's all about death and destruction. And what is Alex Trebek's real name? His real name is George Alexander Trebek. So, which is almost like the word goat. All it needs is a crown. It's G-A-T. He was born on 7/22. July 22nd is the backwards date of June 11th.
Oh, interesting.
60.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
7/22, very significant date, a number of psyops attached to it. So yeah, the Kraken thing, I think, and this is how they play their word magic, I think all the hype about the Kraken that was going to flip the election, or Hunter Biden's crack pipe, or the ISS has cracks in it, to me, that's just them reaffirming there's about to be a major split. And I think the crack is coming.
For that, when they were first moving, I talked about a few years back, they were slowly moving all their people out of Seattle, their headquarters, Amazon.
Yep. No coincidences here, in my opinion. And then the last time when Jeff Bezos launched into space on the anniversary of Apollo 11, they had him launch at 9:11 a.m. So
wow.
I see something coming, the Kraken, whatever it happens to be, and it ties in with this, as you've been describing.
Well, speaking of 9/11, again, let's get back to that, because 9/11 connects to Seattle, and I'm going to tell you real quick. That's how I got Seattle as the target. Okay, listen, I had a premonition back in 2010, but I'm not even going to get into that. Forget that was not why I picked Seattle. But I had a premonition about the Space Needle in Seattle, which I didn't even know nothing about at the time. But anyway, the reason I saw Seattle as the target is because Seattle has the ATT in it. Because 9/11, it was in Manhattan. Manhattan has the ATTA, the ATA. And you know my code, right? The ATA code?
Why don't you explain it? I've heard it, but yeah, explain it for people here briefly.
The first hijacker, the supposed hijacker who supposedly flew the planes, the supposed planes, into the towers, he's the first one. His name was Mohammed Atta, and I had never seen a name like that. So it struck me, ATTA. I go, wow, I've never seen a name where it's the first two letters is the same as the last two letters. So it struck me, and it got my eye. So I said Atta. Then I noticed that Manhattan had the Atta in it. It's got the four letters ATA, ATTA. And then I noticed they were calling it 9/11 attacks. Attacks has the ATTA. And I was like, what the hell? What is this, right? And then I realized that the plane that struck it, the first plane, was an American Airlines, which is AA. And it hit the Twin Towers, which is the TT. There's your AA ATA again.
I see it. I see it. The code here, ATT, a palindrome. Like you've probably seen, you take the Roman numeral for 9, the Roman numeral for 11. You get IXXI. And you can put the X's together into a cube or a hexagram, and then the two pillars on the sides. It's a consistent thing, and it's encoded down to the letter. That's interesting. So this is how you started looking at then Seattle.
Yeah, and that's how I got Seattle as the next 9/11. But everything else came into place after that. I had, like I said, the dates and everything came in supernaturally. Like I said, all glory goes to the Holy Spirit. You know what I'm saying? Because I had no clue of, where would I come up with the dates? Like I told you, if you knew my videos, you'd understand. And in another, we can talk about it if you want. But let me just tell you about the connection to 9/11 to Elvis. So Elvis had an identical twin that died at birth, right? And the word twin, TWIN, T is the 20th letter, W is the 23rd letter, I is the 9th letter, N is the 14th letter. You add that up, it's 66. The word twin equals 66. So from Elvis's date of birth, January 8, 1935, to the day 9/11, the Twin Towers fell, it is 66 years, 8 months, 4 days. And 8/4 is the day Trump gets his head wound also. So 66 years, 8 months, 4 days to 9/11. So you understand? These are impossible coincidences.
Oh, they are. The two towers being 33 years, you could add that to 66. It took them 13 years to rebuild, and 13 is a Phoenix number. And 13 years later, they opened it on 11/3, and they were originally going to call it the World Trade Center Phoenix. So they almost even used that name. I think it would have been too obvious in their symbolism.
Yes.
Too obvious.
Yes, you're right. I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that part. That's incredible. See, that they would call it a Phoenix is just unbelievable, But they didn't do it because it would have been too obvious, like you said.
In fact, Trump was behind that plan too, by the way. So Trump was. That's how it shows you that you can't follow him as some kind of a savior because he was part of this major ritualistic psyop.
Yeah, and of course, Trump, his dad's middle name is Christ. Obviously, they're promoting him as the next, like I said, he's the in the flesh Antichrist, but Elvis is the real Antichrist. See, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Trump is benefiting from the worship of Elvis because Trump is the dark O, Elvis is the light O. You know what I mean?
Well,
and
this dark and because Trump himself has actually said many times that people said that he looks like Elvis, and he gave some kind of medal to Elvis, a posthumous medal, and so he's made this connection. Other people, his biographer said, Trump's in his fat Elvis days. So this connection has been associated. He's been described as an Elvis Presley-like figure in terms of his cultural impact on politics, as Elvis was to music. So this is not some random connection. And then even if you look at Biff Tannen, who was from Back to the Future, who is consciously based on Trump, he looks like a combination of Trump and Elvis.
Exactly. Yep, that's right. And there was references to the needle in that video. I mean, that movie. There was a Needles character, and he had initials of DJ. I think it was DJ Needles or something like that.
like Twin Pines. Oh yeah, that movie was replete with symbolism. And of course, 9/11, we were talking about Seattle, 9/11. What got me looking at Seattle was this. I was watching a show called Colony on Netflix, season 3, episode 11. So 311. And this character, they're doing this thing called Operation Phoenix. And this character says, Seattle is ground zero for the reboot of civilization because the aliens had just basically put us under lockdown and were harvesting people. So the point was, Seattle was where they were rebooting civilization after the alien takeover, and they called it Ground Zero. Well, of course, as you know, the pandemic starts in Seattle on 3/11, and this is all just, again, more predictive programming, but that's what clued me into that date, and I started looking closely at Seattle, and then I see all kinds of 113s associated with Seattle, and this Kraken thing. And this all does tie into what you've been saying about Elvis, the beast of the sea, and the connection to Washington.
Yeah, you know what's funny is I'm thinking about what I'm going to say because I had something in my mind, but I'm trying to listen to you also, and I always forget what I was going to say, man. Oh man, it drives me nuts. But anyway, let me let's just talk about.
Yeah, one thing you touched on you didn't say. You mentioned a premonition in 2010, and I think a lot of people would like to hear it, but if it's not something you share, if it's personal, that's cool. But that's pretty far back to have a premonition about this.
Yeah, well, look, it's not that big of a deal. I just had this weird thing happen to me while I was watching TV. I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm not gonna get into the whole long story, but it was just a premonition, and I went and researched some stuff like what's going on with Seattle, with the Space Needle, and I looked up, and people were talking about there might be earthquakes in Seattle. So, but I didn't think anything of it because I would never listen. Here's the thing. When there's millions of people who make predictions, I'm not going to, because there's people who say that something's going to happen in where I live, in California. I live in Glendale, California. If someone said, oh, something's going to happen in Glendale, I'm not going to listen to them. You know what I'm saying? Because, 99.9% of the time, people are just saying stupid stuff. They're not, they're not proving anything they're saying. They're saying, oh, I had a dream and this and this and that. You got to come with proof. You know what I mean? You can't just say this and then show nothing and nothing to back up what you're saying. But anyway, so the only thing I could tell you is that the dates came supernaturally. Okay, I mean, of course, all the other connections I have with Elvis and everything else, but I'll get into that in a moment. But the dates came supernaturally because what happened was. I was pointing to some numbers because I used to do videos where I would have a poster board behind me. And I was just pointing to a poster board while I was talking about Trump and Obama. And I was talking about Seattle and I was talking about Trump getting a head wound. But I wasn't talking about Elvis yet. So I pointed to the poster board. I said, wow, these numbers look like a date, I said. And I said, oh, it looks like 6/14. And I didn't know nothing about it. So I loaded the video up. And then someone in the comment section says, hey, do you know that that's Trump's birthday? And I was like, whoa, what a coincidence. So I didn't think nothing of it really that much because I wasn't into the birth dates and all that stuff. So I said, oh, 6/14 was Trump's birthday. That's incredible coincidence. Then the very next video, or the video after that, I mentioned one more. By the way, that was the first time I'd ever said that about a number, that it looked like a date. And so the very next video, or the video after, I said, wow, look, I said, this looks like a date too. I said, it's 8/4. And then I loaded the video up, and then someone in the comment section says, hey, do you know that that's Obama's birthday? That's when I lost my mind. I was like, I go, how is this possible? I go, how can you be talking about Obama and Trump and the dates come up like that? They're dates. You know what I mean? It's impossible. That means that it was supernatural. It was from the Holy Spirit, and it has to mean something. Okay? So anyway, so that's how I got to those dates. But the 6/14, Trump's birthday, I said to myself, well, it can't be Seattle getting struck on Trump's birthday. It's too obvious. So, and in my old news videos, I used to tell everybody that they do things in threes. So I said maybe 3 days before they'll give us some kind of warning, like maybe there'll be a terrorist a situation in the Space Needle, and then the whole world is watching, right? And then they blow it up on the third day, which would be 614 then. That's why I said maybe it starts on 611, it ends at 614. But then I said no. Then after that, when I saw everything connected to 611, I said 611 is the target date. And that's how I got to 611, from 614 to 611. I had no idea that it was the upside down 911 until I started talking about it. I was like, wait a minute, that's the upside down 911, you know?
And that number, I mean, in addition to being an upside down 9/11, well, if a 9/11 is an outside terrorist coming in, then you could look at the upside down as being the inverse. And 6/11 is the date I associate with Timothy McVeigh. That's the date they electrocuted him, and he was 33 years of age at the time. And that was 90 days before 9/11. So you had your white nationalists who are called the base, just like Al Qaeda means the base, but their martyr dies on 6/11/01. And he was inspired by the Turner Diaries, which turned 42 in 2020. And the author of the Turner Diaries, which is about this black-white schism race war narrative, the author was born on 9/11, 1933. So that another indicator here that 6/11 is an important date, and it does suggest some kind of attack and a homegrown attack. And that's very consistent with the most recent Batman movie, where the QAnon character, the Riddler, sends his activists out to flood the polls, where they bomb a dam and literally flood the polls. And Batman says it's November the 6th, Gotham is underwater. And so to me, that's just a reference to 11/6, and Gotham equals New York. And you've said this before, Seattle was originally called New York. So there's a...
Yeah, that's why I was saying that New York connected to Seattle, because Seattle's original name was New York. You know what I mean? So everything, like I said, everything lines up perfectly. You know what I mean? It's, man.
And it's not just, look, there. I mean, this is so from the top down. The number 113, if you look up Pixar, it is encoded into all their movies. And their movie Wall-E is about this post-reset world. And it's pretty clear that Directive 113 was a reference to a lockdown and some global or worldwide calamity. So we're just reading their code. It's out there. Not even connecting dots that aren't there to be connected. And you're one of the best at it. I'm happy that you took the time on here. We've had you on for a little over 70 minutes or so. And maybe we should reconvene here as we get closer to the 11th. What do you think?
All right. So when would you like to do it again?
Let's see. Today's the 2nd. Let's just go. Let's try for the. I'd like to, maybe the 9th or the 10th. No later. No later than the 10th. I want to do it the day before, because all these events tend to have.
Well, just come. Yeah, just come by the channel and leave a comment on one of my latest videos, and then I'll let you know. Just check on just give me the exact time and the phone number. Oh, it won't let you put the number. Just tell me the exact time. I'll come into your live chat, and then you can give me the number again, and I'll call in then.
Okay, and that sounds good. And then what I'm going to do here, because I have to record this, is I'm just going to replay this from the beginning so that I can record it, and I'll send people over to your channel. And then, of course, I'll have this released as a separate podcast and YouTube video. They probably won't pull this one.
No, we didn't say anything bad, but let me just say this to everybody. To all the people who are listening who are not viewers of my channel, I did not do justice to the connections. Believe me, you have to watch many of my videos and you will see how everything is a perfect puzzle. That's right, it's the PP. The perfect puzzle. And to the people, who don't know, the PP even is something important to these people, because it connects to the Elvis connection. Even he married a woman named Priscilla. Priscilla Presley is the PP. But
you're right. They play on words like crazy. I often talk about how NASA and the space program, it's a replacement religion. And heaven has been replaced by space, and the worship of the obelisk has been replaced by the worship of the rocket. And it's really, quite literally, a symbol of fertility. It's the god's phallic symbol there that gets ritually chopped off. So it's always in our face. And they use it in the names Johnson Space Center, St. Peter's Square, where the thing is. I think it's well, it's code, it's in your face, and you've been calling it out.
Yeah, and just real quick, the PP is 1616, okay? Because it's the 16th letter of the alphabet, 1616. If you go from Elvis's birthday forward 1616 days, it lands exactly on June 11th. So
Incredible,
you know,
incredible. I mean,
yeah,
really, these connections are super incredible. I mean, this is intriguing. Appreciate you taking the time with us here, and we're definitely going to reconvene. And I'm just going to start this over from the beginning. And so anybody here who showed up late, I'm going to be recording it, so you're just in time.
Okay, last words. Hey, to your viewers, I don't know if they believe in Jesus, but you better get right. Jesus is your Lord and Savior.
Thank you, and hey, I appreciate you. Tell everybody where you're coming from, and appreciate you sharing your experiences as far as your premonition. And it's undeniable that this whole story that's unfolding is couched in the symbolism of the beast, the Antichrist. And so, whatever your thoughts on religion, it is the story here that it's coming right out of the Revelation.
Well, no, we can't end it before this. I just noticed someone mentioned North Korea. We got to mention this because this is very important. What was the first time we heard about this North Korean dictator? His name, Kim Ding Dong from North Korea. He was 33 years old when he came into the picture.
Wow.
And wait, what's important is that Trump was calling him Rocket Man. Okay? And
someone said he's a Dong 2 missile, is what they said.
and Rocket Man is born on Elvis's birthday. That's what's important. Kim Ding Dong is born on Elvis's birthday. See,
that's way. Why. Okay.
Yeah, that's why he was calling him Rocket Man, because Elvis is the Rocket Man.
Okay, so this last 222, Elton John, Rocket Man, was flying in his private jet and almost crashed, and he was falling from the sky. He became and this was like a big story on 222, and so I'm like, this is strange to me because 222. He falls from the sky, and I find out that Elton John owns the photograph of the falling man from 9/11, and the photographer who photographed the man falling from the towers is the guy who photographed Robert Kennedy after he got shot, and he was 42 when he got shot. Same photographer.
Wow, that's crazy.
Falling Man,
that's crazy.
42, Rocket Man connection, and then 222 2020, Rocket Man Mad Mike Hughes crashed, which I don't know how to interpret some of these things. Like how much of the stuff is written, how much of it is some higher, I don't know what it is, but this story is it's
and don't forget it's 222 years from Washington's death. And he was, and his birthday was 222, and it's 222 years from Washington's death,
I didn't know that. And see, that's another big connection here. And one more thing, because I had to run this one by you. You probably saw this one on February 2nd. So 2022, a 22-year-old named A Mirror gets killed by the police, and he gets killed at 6:48, which is a mirror of 8:46. Of course, it's in the Twin Cities. Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. And 2/2 is the 33rd day of the year.
That's right.
What else can I tell you?
It is. It's the 33rd day of the year. That's the day that Jeff Bezos stepped down from Amazon in 2021. And then on that day, Musk had one of his starships crash, and it had a 42 spray painted on one of the engines.
Yeah, wow. Mm-hmm. And
there's just so much here. Even the new Top Gun movie, I haven't seen it, and somebody said, you have to see it because there's a point where he's got 33 rounds left, and they make a big point about it.
Yeah. Like I said, I want to go on and on because we forgot to talk about Chadwick Boseman and his connections to the 42. I mean, that's important. So you might want to extend it another 5 minutes for me to get that.
Yeah, I have that in my notes here. Let's go back to Chadwick Boseman. who played Mr. 42, Jackie Robinson, who just had his 75th anniversary of having crossed the MLB's color line. Mr. 42, who died in 2020 after doing his Operation 42 for COVID. I mean, this guy has 42s written all over his career. He dies at 42, but then too many of us notice it, and they say, "Oh no, he died at 43." They kind of try to change
Exactly. Yeah, and I showed how on Google you could find that he's. Some people were saying he was 42. You know, close friends of his too. I even showed that, and he did the movie 42 where he played Jackie Robinson, and his name, you know, Robinson has the son, and he's got the man, Chadwick Bose's man, because the man, his son, is connected to Jesus. Jesus was known as the Son of Man, and he was known as the King of Kings. That's why it's all about the King Man's son. And Elvis was known as the King, and Seattle's in King County, right? Anyway, so Chadwick Boseman, he played the number 42 guy, Jackie Robinson, in the movie. He dies at 42, but they say he died at 43. George Bush was the 42-43 president. You know, he was the 42nd person, but he was the 43rd actual president, you know, during 9/11. So Chadwick Boseman, he dies on August 29th, and that day, because of COVID, they changed Jackie Robinson Day from April 15th or something like that to August 29th, that year he died. So he died on Jackie Robinson Day in 2020.
And then MLB all wore the number
42.
42s. And then at the same time that year, and the basketball league was commemorating the 42nd posthumous birthday of Kobe Bryant, because he crashed at 41, but they celebrate his 42nd birthday during the week of August 23rd. So during the week of Chadwick Boseman, Mr. 42, you had Kobe Bryant, another 42. So you had MLB, NBA, all with the 42s, and then of course Black Lives Matter is marching for the King, MLK. So it's Rip King, simultaneously Rip the King of Wakanda.
Yeah.
Incredible how they line these things up. And they had little kids burying their Chadwick Boseman Black Panther dolls in the backyard as like for his funeral, crossing their arms over their chests. And I'm like, this is just
ridiculous.
Ritual.
Ridiculous. Wow.
But wow, thanks for staying an extra few minutes. I'm glad we got to touch on that, and there's just a lot to catch up on here. But
yeah,
we're going to do this again soon for anybody here. So I'm going to get everybody subscribing to your channel and vice versa. And I'm going to suggest that people, of course, binge watch a number of your videos back to back and follow the chats as well.
Yeah, because they're not going to understand it unless they watch a bunch of videos. You can't just watch a few. You have to watch many, and then all the pieces will fit and you'll understand completely.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for taking the time, and we will definitely speak again, and I will send people over, and I'm going to do a replay here. So anybody who missed out on the beginning, I'm going to replay from the beginning so I can record it and then archive it later. Thank you again, JL. Appreciate the time.
All right. Take care.
All right. Again, really, we've been wanting to speak. I've been wanting to reach out to him and speak for some time, and I think that now is the time. And so much of the predictive programming, concurrent programming, is aligning with this story. And, you know, I don't have all of the answers that I want, but we're looking. And this is definitely a place to look. So if you want to stay around for a few minutes, I'm going to be replaying it and recording it. And generally, I used to have everything recorded on Twitch, but I was pulled off of Twitch. I believe the reason is I'm a harmful misinformation actor. That was one of the things. And then the other thing is ban evasion. So they went through all of my channels, every single one of them, and they basically deleted them, suggesting that I was going to somehow get away from their site-wide ban. Okay, I think I have it lined up here. So if you just want to hang up.
The edge is in your mind. The edge is in your mind. The edge is in your mind. The edge
Alright, it's June 1st, 2022, Infinite Plane Radio. This is Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms. The Edge is in your mind. I put a link to the track in the chat. Okay, so phones are open, 833-311-1984. A lot of things to cover today, a lot of topics. I wanted to talk about the new thing we've been discussing here, which is concurrent programming, similar to predictive programming, except it's the stuff that's happening concurrent with the real-time news. And we've been covering this type of programming since the Batman movie came out. We were predicting the developments that would occur following. We've been vindicated. And moreover, real-time psyops paralleling the movie, and even up to today. Many things in Stranger Things have real-time parallels, which are just eerie coincidences to the uninitiated and the easily duped. But those of us who look deeper see the patterns, and that's what we've been uncovering here. Thanks everyone for joining. Let me go ahead and see who dropped in. We were cut off for 2 days because of a real matrixy thing. Things get really tricky sometimes. It was bank holiday, automatic bill pay bouncing at the wrong time, and the internet company has no soul. So at 3 a.m. on the 31st, they cut my service, and of course I had to pay in full. So it took a little while, but anyway, we're back on. So this is a new start. However, we're missing a couple of appendages here. We're no longer on Twitch. They didn't just go after that one Twitch channel. After the Buffalo shooter, they went after Twitch, as I said they would. And here's why it matters. It used to be the case you could pick up your phone and you could stream and talk and communicate and broadcast. Well, now you can't. You have to have 1,000 subscribers, which is plenty of time for them to vet you, to make sure that you're approved. 1,000 subscribers. I mean, I have, at times, had channels with more than 10,000, 11,000 subscribers, but that was before the wave of censorship that we see now, where I can barely get above 700 or 800 before they start noticing. I have one now. In fact, if you're on YouTube, we're at like 750 subs, but 2 strikes. So one wrong syllable and this whole channel is just vaporized. So I'm just looking at the encroaching censorship and how things are getting worse. They cut off our Twitch channels. They went after not just the one Twitch, but they followed through, and they found every Twitch account that I had, and they excised it. So it's just getting interesting now. I'm like, why is this? Here's why. It's because, again, you used to be able to stream with your phone with YouTube, and they killed that after Christchurch. They said now you have to have 1,000 subs. You can never get there. Twitch didn't have that. You could just pick up your phone on Twitch and stream until, well, because of the Buffalo shooting, now that's going to be compromised. And again, they took out 2 dormant channels. I had 1 active channel live for 4 years, 2 backup channels. You know, I have about 100 backup YouTubes. I don't have backups on Twitch because they're aggressively hunting them down, as you'll see by their menacing letters that they've been sending me. We'll get to all of this. Joined by AJ206, Frank Murr, P Trippa 103. Rocco Calzone, Osher 06, Ready or Not 31, Clockwork 113, X322, Thrustazar, Full as Bum, says, I never had a wrench before. I just get a channel delete, then I feel, yeah, exactly. You get a wrench and the channel goes down. But again, we are not going to take this lightly. So they cut off 3 Twitch heads. But now we're jumping onto Rofkin. And I said I wouldn't do it. It wasn't that I'm against Rofkin, but I don't really believe in the whole paywall thing. However, I'm not going to leave us out of that particular community. And the site is interesting. It's better than some others in terms of the people there and the actual community of watchers and chatters. Odyssey's promising. We're on Odyssey as well. But we're also going on to Rofkin, Infinite Plane Radio. But if you're on the newsletter, you'll get a link. Sparkling Water says Happy Wednesday, joined by Deadbeat, says Greetings Think Tankers. And that's what this is, and that's why they're censoring it. And beyond just censoring my Twitch channels, they've gone after books, Amazon books that have been up there for several years on the topic of deepfakes, psychological operations. They're pulling those books. We're joined by Yoga Matt. I wonder if that's Parhar. A Word 7899, Salty Siren, Moon Harvest, Polecat 78, Jungle Jim. All right, we have a lot of people from DLive. And look, I'm not going to kill DLive, even though, not to put them on the spot here, but do you remember on 1/6/2021, we were covering the staged riot at the Capitol? I predicted then, I said, hey, this hysterical nonsense is going to be the next 9/11 watch. So with that event, we're covering it and watching, and most of the streamers like Baked Alaska and all these other feds pretending to be right-wingers are in there on DLive. So DLive is well represented at the 1/6 riot. Well, guess what? Now anybody covering it just got branded. So we were marked X-rated. They gave Infinite Plane Radio an X rating. You know, I was close to suing him over it. I still might, in light of recent events. Because I mentioned how my internet went down. Well, that was usually paid for with lemons. Lemons, diamonds, and the occasional Lamborghini from DLive. So the DLive money, which was about $68 with the lemons, has been on hold for a month. So I hit them up and I say, hey, are you not paying me because I called you Communist Party sellouts? Are you not paying me because I called you MSM punks? I'm asking, why are they not paying me? Are they holding back? Well, their team got back to me and they said that they can't. They're having technical issues. So yeah, DLive can't afford to pay my channel $68. I'm like, that's weird. Is it because of the crypto crash? I mean, I haven't seen any big announcements about this, but they've held back for a month. And I'm just saying, they deserve it. Because when they demonetized my main channel, they cut off a revenue stream that was benefiting both of us. Of course, we have a backup channel. That's how you guys are all here. And I'm just saying, if you're in DLive and you're throwing lemons, we may have to fight them for that. Jungle Jim says, Elizabeth Clare Prophet and her people say Saint Germain came back as Christopher Columbus and then George Washington. Interesting. I have some more information about Elizabeth Clare Prophet and that particular cult that we'll be getting into. I've been doing some deep research into the Ascended Masters and that entire thing. Restless Bear says, if people stop paying their bills, if you haven't heard about this, yeah, the QAnoners in Canada apparently don't have to pay their bills because their queen is going to pay it. Have a commenter from healthcare saying, everyone that's died has had, well, there's causation and correlation. You could say everybody who's died is within half a mile of a 5G tower. And in my opinion, the dreaded thing is completely safe. It's just a schism. It's no more dangerous than a communion wafer. I mean, it represents ideological warfare, taking sides, but no, it's not toxic. Okay, we're going through your comments here. Appreciate everybody who joined us in early. Now, the Nasara thing we've been covering lately as well. So both on the left and the right, there is this belief on the fringes that no one's going to have to pay their bills in the very near future. It's going to be Trump saves or JFK saves or global government saves. The AI bot behind Gaia is going to save. Something's going to save us and no one's going to have to pay any bills. And it just seems like the QAnoners with the Nasara narrative are really borrowing from Saint Germain. And this is all connected to the same New Age movement. We're looking at New Ageism gone mainstream. Like, I'm looking at the headlines, and this is bizarro world. This is weirder than weekly world news, and we're just looking at everyday politics and news. Like, Russia says they can take out both of our coasts with their Satan II missiles with just 2 or 4 missiles. I've heard 2 accounts, but basically here, Russian lawmaker, 2 of Putin's Satan II missiles can destroy U.S. coasts. So we may have a bi-coastal psyop. And I'm going to get into this countdown to chaos because there's a lot adding up here. And it's adding up to something big in just a couple of weeks. Another Burning Man, maybe this is notable. A man set himself on fire in Istanbul in front of tourists. I watched the video. A lot of people were recording it. What do you expect, though? I don't know what you expect. I thought it was a stunt. It took me a minute to realize it was real, and I'm still not convinced it was real. But it says footage taken outside the Galata Tower in Istanbul shows a man engulfed in flames, setting himself alight in front of horrified crowds. Do you know someone who believes in conspiracy theories? The New York Times wants to hear about it. I always have to point this out for all the flack that we get, for all the, really just the, I would say, scapegoating that you take if you're not a mainstreamer for everything wrong in the world. It's the media that promulgates most of the conspiracy theories. But things are getting really weird again. The conspiracy theories that the mainstream politics are dabbling in, false flag, it's all just fantasy. And we'll get into this as well. This is pretty good news actually. Great news in fact. For those of you who've been scared of the news and you think that there's evil afoot and human sacrifices happening, it turns out false flag theory is a hoax. There are no actual false flags. Nobody dies at PR stunts with guns. And yeah, there are PR stunts that use guns. There are PR stunts that use all kinds of things. And you'll see why this matters as we get forward here, because there's an agenda rolling out, and it's pretty big. It's the March for Our Lives continuing. All right, Trisha Kroner's here. That says, howdy doody, y'all. Copaesthetic. Jesus Cow. Great to have you here. Says, I am high enough for this. Well, you might not be. I think you might not be. You'll see where we're going here. A. Woodward asks, does he say dumb little donkey or dupe little donkey? If you're talking about Chief Crow in the song Auto Hoax, I think he says you can be a good little donkey like Eeyore. Maybe he says duped little donkey. And it's just referring to how the media dupes they're pretty sad, and their attitudes reflect this darkened worldview. And I got into it. I was kind of butting heads on Twitter with someone with a substantial following, like 20,000 people, and a lot of them were doing a little bit of, basic digs into me and just doxing me and stuff because of what I'd said. They didn't like my take on these shootings. And I'm like, I don't appreciate your virtue signaling. You don't actually care about those kids. I know you don't. Because more died in Chicago and you don't give a damn because it's not politically expedient. It depends on which side of the fence you're on. Right-wingers love focusing on the shootings the media doesn't talk about, and left-wingers, of course, they champion their own martyrs, but none of them care about the respective bodies. They just don't. I haven't seen any tears to convince me otherwise, but if you see any tears, send me a picture. I'll look at it. I have a program that can tell if it's been photoshopped. Polecast says CE is Casual Encounters in Urban Dictionary. Oh, you're talking about CE 777? Yeah, interesting set of videos there. And for those of you who don't know, yeah, if you just got here, we are going to join Rofkin. And so you'll hear more from some of these other channels we reference. We're joining a community of truthers, and it's going to be interesting to kind of mix in again. So many of them just left YouTube, and at first I was kind of mocking them for leaving. I'm like, you're ceding territory, but now I understand. I've had a number of people in the Discord server saying, where are the archives? We're building new archives in Spotify, which has video. You can get the video archives through SoundCloud, but we just don't have a video catalog where you can just hit play and go through all these videos because, well, you've seen, you know how it is, even on Twitch now. I was going to say Twitch is a pretty good record. We never turn it off, and now Twitch is dead. And you'll see their letters. Let me show you some of their angry letters they sent to us. We've been hit pretty hard in the last few days by the censors. I have a few quotes here. George Bernard Shaw. 2% of the people think. 3% think they think. 95% of the people would rather die than think. I don't know if it's that extreme, but... Okay, here we go. Here's from Twitch. Hello, Conspiratainment. So this is another channel that I had. You're a harmful misinformation actor, repeatedly spreading misinformation, threatening the safety of the world, of the universe. Okay, here's another one. So this is another channel that was never used. My other account, Tim Osman, was just for art. I was just doing live paintings off my cell phone. And now look, this one here, you're banned for account suspension evasion. So I feel like I have multiple felonies now. What was the other one? I'm a harmful misinformation actor. I'm just now I'm an account I'm doing account suspension evasion. Like this sounds like serious fraud. It just means that I have multiple accounts. So it says you cannot use another account to evade site-wide suspension. So the entire site has banned me. I've been exiled from the entire universe, the Twitchiverse. I can't go there. I've been cast out because of words. Meanwhile, you can play 24/7, high on whatever, games where you run around with guns simulating shooting people in supermarkets, basically. Grand Theft Auto. I believe you can probably even rape. I mean, pillage, kill. You can do it all. You commit all crimes in these other games. They loot. They do the worst things you can imagine. But no, you can do that. Maybe if I had a first-person shooter screen in front of me and I just keep having like innocent people get shot while I'm talking, maybe we'll bypass the filters. Like if we throw enough filth and gore, dead kids like they have all over Netflix, yeah, maybe that'll do it. Maybe that'll get us past the filters. It's like in the Shaun of the Dead, to get past the zombies, they all had to act like zombies, covering themselves in gore and walking with a limp and moaning. We kind of have to do the zombie walk to get along in this world. It's sick. The double standards, it's just sick. It's the premise of Eric Fromm's book, Sane Society, which he just makes the point that what does it mean to be sane if your society is fundamentally sick? Anyway, let's try to stay on course here. Mom with Sons is here, says I'm floating. Ivar says, what's up, thought criminals? Yeah, exactly. Well, you might as well just say harmful misinformation actors and account suspension fugitives. All right. My Rofkin account is under review right now. I got approved last night. I just had to add my details. And it's going to be on there under Infinite Plane Radio. I have secured that, but it hasn't gone live yet. But that's where it's going to be. And I will be active there. And you know what I'm probably going to do? Is I probably am going to be putting some stuff behind their paywall specific for that at some point because I think it's required. But if you're here, if you're in the think tank, you never miss anything. I don't believe in excluding people in that sense. Ivar says, I never knew if I should hit the like button or not. Yeah, please do it. The thumbs up from the Infinite Plane Radio is taken by the YouTube staff as a middle finger. Yeah, do it. Thumb it up. Because these are book burners. They're basically fascists. All right, Truman B3000 says hashtag Antarctica expedition. Yes, that needs to be talked about next. In fact, Jake the a-hole called in the other day and was talking about this concept of barnyard earth, that the flat earth map is wrong, the globe is wrong, but there's something to indicate that we're in a barned-in area. Very compelling information. I have to recommend his channel and his conversation with FPV Angel, and I'll link it this time. I meant to link it the other night, then our internet went out, but anyway. The topic is still an open conversation. To me, it was never about shape, round, or flat. It was always about open or closed. Do we have all the answers or not? Are these explanations fallacious or false or not? And if you can't see through green screen, special effects, good luck. Good luck in the metaverse. I hope it's a nice replacement for reality. Roxy W. Zin Valis. Eric Mitchell says, Yo, Tims, your phone's not working. I tried calling in. Okay, thanks for letting me know. We have a backup number. So if the phone's not working, no big deal. So the backup number will be on the screen momentarily. Go through some more headlines. I'm not fuming. I'm not mad about being banned from the Twitch channel. I'm just pointing it out here because, the fact is, we called it. I said, hey, this Buffalo shooter used it, and just like DLive, just like Christchurch with YouTube, DLive with the 1.6, this event is going to take down some things. And it's been a pretty substantial event, and it's certainly not over. Got a comment here from R. Cook. The new Top Gun has a scene where he's shooting bullets from his jet, and the bullet counter conspicuously stops at 33. after his third volley. Yet Tom Cruise and his 33s. He is the Jesus of Scientology. We can go into the symbolism in all of his movies. It's not just him. It's Nicole Kidman. It's his connection with Kubrick and everything else. The movie makes a very joking reference in the first scene about the comms not working because of the curvature of the Earth. Interesting. A little duper's delight when they say curvature. I'll have to check it out. Appreciate the comment. So here's the beef I got in with the person on Twitter. She said, honestly, you're a conspiracy theorist, and your takes on school shootings makes me sick, so I want nothing to do with your S. This is 2022 Karma saying this. And so I said, for your information, your worldview is blinkered by mainstream conspiracy stories, and your take on shootings is morbid and ignorant. And I say this because they're the ones who insist that this tragedy is real without evidence. They want it to be true, and if you say it's not, if you poke holes in the story, no pun intended, they get mad. My dead kids. It's like, let it go. Let go of this virtue signaling. You're not really crying for these victims. This is way too selective. Okay, so then this conversation continued. I don't know if I'm blocked. I assume I am. I haven't checked. A lot of the times, they won't. I'm noticing some people won't block me because they know that I have a wall that I have of all the people who have blocked me, and they don't want to be mocked with that crew. And okay, here's what the response was. Having empathy for victims is morbid and ignorant, GTFO. My response, having empathy for crisis actors is no different than idol worshipping of the Kardashians. So my point being, it's idol worship. You know, you're just looking at something on the screen. These are, for all intents and purposes, actors, and you wouldn't know. That's what I'm saying. We know what we're looking at here. And so the people who are jumping the gun and responding as though they have all the facts are the ones I'm referring to here. Auto believers. The response here from this very tolerant person, this is where the discourse ended. You're a disgusting pos. I don't know what that means. I said here, mourning for crisis actors is very selective. There are real victims that the virtue signaling mourners don't acknowledge. You're not virtuous for being a media dupe. And that's the bottom line there. Just because somebody falls for something doesn't make them virtuous. If someone believes in global warming, are they a better person than you? If they go to NBCnews.com, Climate Confessionals, and apologize to Gaia for using too many paper towels to clean up after their cats, are they better than you? I would say no. Maybe in the eyes of their God, but does their God exist? Does Gaia exist? Does Gaia's wrath really matter to us? Now check this out. This is from the Daily Mail. Connecticut's offering a $150,000 misinformation spotting position for the November midterm elections. So if you want to go work for the state and spot misinformation, there's a lot of money in it. This is really a war on ideas, isn't it? It's a war on opinions, and it's about opinion control. I don't really believe it's about an actual thing. Salty says, just had to come to Jesus with my 9-year-old about the propaganda because the school told him about the pew pew. Yeah, that's exactly what they do. They use these events and then they universalize it and they use it to tell. It's propaganda is what it comes down to. There's protests being organized. And so as we speak, the March for Our Lives, the Parkland crew, and this is all very interesting if you look at the bigger picture, the significance of Parkland and that particular acting trope and where it is now. Well, they're going to be organizing nationwide marches with all these recently graduated high school students, I'm sure, and it's going to be big. David Hogg's going to be in Seattle, I believe. So in Seattle, there's going to be a lot of anti-gun people marching, and you know that's where I think ground zero has been for a lot of major things. So 6/11. And when I say countdown to chaos, that's kind of what I mean, because it's calm right now, but I can kind of tell by all of the agitprop, the theater, that they're trying to incite people to go out into the streets and start the marching again, and there's no more concern about social distancing. Not that it affected marchers or rioters, I mean peaceful protesters. That was one thing about 2020 that confounded me. It's like it's in our face. The cure is obviously tear gas. Because none of the peaceful protesters came down with a thing. None of them caught it. Why is that? It's because tear gas obviously kills COVIDs. How else can you explain that? All right, joined by Jenna Lovecraft Reeves, Your Mama Benton G. Mick Dirtywork says, DLive X-tagged me for 2 months over 1.6. Yeah, they X-tagged me. I removed it, deleted all my content, rebranded my channel. So my channel is technically empty. And I said, hey, I'm starting a new channel. And they wouldn't remove the X tag. So they just assumed anything that I said from that point on was just going to be contaminated. So I guess I'm just a harmful misinformation actor. I'm a misinformation variant factory or something. The Blind Skeptic says, The Simpsons' final season concluded a couple years ago. Guess how many seasons it ran for? Now here's just a hint. Anytime anybody on this channel asks how many of something, the answer is always 33. How many bullets did Frank James fire into the subway? We don't even have to answer it. Fat Elvis Jr. says, I heard Saint Germain is the mystery person who gave the speech that got everyone to agree on signing the Declaration of Independence. We may get into the Saint Germain character because he is part of this New Age movement. He's a big character within it. So Saint Germain's one of these ascended masters. But my contention is that the QAnon movement is based on the New Age cult that venerated Saint Germain and the ascended masters. These people who have ascended beyond the physical plane, but they're still here to help fight the bad guys. It's like they call themselves the Great White Brotherhood. Replace that with white hats. Replace ascended masters with death fakers. And there you have it, the QAnoners with their JFK coming back, their Michael Jackson, their John Denver, all these superheroes like Princess Diana waiting to come back and save the world from the deep state, the white hats. Yeah, it's all based on this same cult, the cult of Saint Germain and the cult of worshiping spiritually evolved people who have decided to stick around to help some of us. Jungle Jim says JL26 is counting down to Trump's birthday in a couple weeks. Oh yeah, he has called out for some time much of the predictive programming pointing at 611. And here's where I'm coming from with 611, because he has his own reasons for arriving at it, and you have to check out his channel. You have to actually binge watch. And his channel has been attacked as much as ours has been. He's lost many, many channels. And all he's doing is he's noticing patterns. And how he arrives at this stuff, intuition, you can decide for yourself where it's coming from. You may not agree with all the conclusions, but these conclusions aren't really fixed. What we're finding here, like I've been talking about, before I get into what JL26, he gets into 611, he suggests that there's going to be some calamity, and he's been talking about it in Seattle. And sure enough, it ties in to much of what he's picked up on. From our perspective here, we've been looking at it since the Batman movie. I said, watch. As the Joker preceded a year of riots, of left-wing uprising, and the other side standing down, the precincts burning, riots, the looting, they were just running amok with their masks. To me, I was suggesting that this is all part of the Phoenix, represented by the Joker, played by Joaquin Phoenix. The riot, or the riotous mobs, were basically communist, and in the movie it was kill the rich, was one of the subtexts. So Joaquin Phoenix kicked off that part of the revolution. And right before the movie, he was arrested for his climate change activism, hanging out with Jane Fonda. All of this connects, his real-world activism against, the cause of climate change, which is basically America, to playing the Joker. Then the lockdowns, they burn down the system. Jeff Bezos makes $33 billion the first quarter of the lockdown. $13 billion in a day, like a month after that. Anyway, my point is, the Batman movie comes out 3/4/2022. And I was saying, hey, 3-4 March 4th. It's going to be March 4th right-wing terrorists. That's the subtext. And sure enough, it's about the Riddler, who's basically Q, who sends out his terrorists to go terrorize Election Day. In the Batman movie, Election Day is 11/6. So I have clips from this from the movie, but essentially it works like this. In real life, the Republicans are talking about flooding the polls, releasing the Kraken. Flood, the Kraken, all these themes reoccurring. In the Batman movie, the QAnon / Riddler inspired radicals break a dam and literally flood the polls in the movie. So the polls get flooded on Election Day, and Batman says it's Wednesday, November the 6th, and Gotham is underwater. So 11/6, Gotham underwater. Gotham is also New York. And you know, Seattle was originally called New York. A side note. But you take 11/6, hold it up to a flooded city, and you look in the reflection, and what do you get? You get the reflection gives you a 9/11, but it's reverse. So reverse 9/11 to me makes me think, well, there's 9/11. You could also look at it as a 6/11, depending on your perspective. My point being, the date 6/11 is somewhat inferred here. And I would say 6/11 because of the right-wing connection. Timothy McVeigh was executed at the age of 33, 3 months before 9/11. It was actually on 6/11. Timothy McVeigh, kind of a right-wing, white nationalist OBL. And so it's a very significant date. And I've been suggesting, based on the political climate, that we're going to see some kind of right-wing sort of attack, probably an agent of the Russians. It'll be scapegoated, but basically something will go down. Now, as far as what's going to happen, what's going to be the Kraken, this is another topic. And so I've been getting into Stranger Things, and this is where the concurrent programming continues. Because with the Batman movie, you have the concurrent programming where it's mirroring the political season, what's the flood the polls, the right-wingers being agitated by online provocateurs, but it also had connections to the Frank James subway shooting. So now we're looking forward here, we're looking at Stranger Things, and much like the Batman movie, it has parallel events that it's connected to. So I'm watching Stranger Things, and the opening scene, season 4, episode 1, it's like basically, oh, we apologize that the dead kids here might be offensive because there was just a shooting in Texas. In case you missed it. In case you're just trying to Netflix and chill and tune out the world, well, now you know what you're about to see for the entire season. I can't tell you how many times they refer back to the mangled, bloody bodies of dead kids. It's the whole season. And the thing is, I think that this is an example of concurrent programming. So while the news is talking about multiple events, twin events, with lots of dead kids, you don't actually see them. But just like I've been saying before, they flood your imagination with things that they're going to bring you in the news long in advance. You know, meteors, buildings falling. And by the way, there is as much predictive programming for the Space Needle falling as there is for the Twin Towers falling. So just a heads up if you're in, Seattle. But anyway, you can kind of see here, I think there's a buildup, and that's what we're following up on here. The Kraken thing ties into it. Stranger Things has this entire subtext where the teenagers are dying. It gives you this warning, and one of the youth, who's a David Hogg-like character, and I was watching this before I knew David Hogg was going to go speak in Seattle. This one character decides to tell the adults. He tells the adults, hey, we're not doing enough. We got to track this person who's taking the lives of the teenagers. So basically, the youths kind of set something off, just like March for Our Lives. And it's basically a statement, I would say, about how the adults have been tone deaf to the mass shooting generation. March for Our Lives is premised on the idea that the children are too young to vote away the threat that they live under. That was the whole premise there. So the adults had to be told by somebody from the younger gen. That's what David Hogg represents. So Greta, for the environmentalists, is sort of a David Hogg with pigtails or braids. Anyway, so this David Hogg-esque character kind of schools the adults on it, and they go out and they fight the monster or hunt it. My thinking here, though, is that the monster in the movie, in the whole season of Stranger Things, is actually a personification of the well, PTSD, but also the mass shooters. I think it's a personification of the Second Amendment as a monster hiding among us that nobody acknowledges, and that the victims are just basically kind of nobody's connecting the dots. So I'm suggesting that's concurrent programming. Let me go through your comments. Fat Elvis Jr. says it might have been the Constitution where Saint Germain was. I've heard some interesting things about it. Keep in mind, 1776, it's the Declaration of Independence, it's the Illuminati, and it's also the year of Pluto in its conjunct on July 4th, 1776 with America. So Pluto's second coming just happened. So I'm also looking forward to July 4th. Joined by Thirst for Truth, Travis Cloud. Elsa J, is this live? Yes. We're back to life here. I want to say thanks again to everyone who's been contributing to the channel. In fact, let me turn on the Kraken. I don't know if it's been working. We had a couple of very generous supporters. Appreciate it. Ran33 and others. We were temporarily blacked out because of just the glitch, the holidays, the bank holidays. My internet was off, but we haven't lost any time here. The research never stops at the Discord server. Yeah, the new Tulsa shooting, I saw that. They're ramping them up. And then, of course, you got Canada with their moratorium on guns. Tomorrow is the birthday of Fepe, yes. The penguin that you see on the screen here was born on, yeah, it was June 2nd. And by born, it's a complicated thing to explain. But basically, we realized we needed a mascot or some kind of an icon to represent the question of what's at the edge. That no matter how bad the censorship was going to get, which we were counting on, there would always be something to point to the core question here. And it's about the edge of fill in the blank. It doesn't have to be the edge of the world physically necessarily, but the edge of the known universe, which isn't the same as the world you've been given. The map's not the territory, and we have so many built-in and wrong assumptions. So we settled on the penguin for a number of reasons, because if anybody has the answer, it's going to be the ones at the edge who can look the other way. And they would have an insider and outsider view, if you think about it, because they can see in and they can see that way. So they would know what's outside, what's in outer space, the real outer space, if it is, in fact, a flat pizza world. But my point is here, it's a symbol. And so that's the reason we adopted it. And the wrench, of course, is a symbol of the deconstruction process that we're doing here, the deconstruction of media itself, of the hyper-mediated reality. And it's also a symbol of order because, you know, we did have to, and we still have to fight off a lot of trolls, a lot of bots, just to maintain the think tank. And the think tank is, we don't use the wrench to keep people out. We use it to maintain order, which is a huge difference. It's always open. It's an open door policy. You're welcome to come in and get hit in the head with the wrench. Just kidding. It's not like that. It's really not an aggressive thing. The wrench is all about, you know, like I said, order. Because it used to be the case, we'd get 10, 20, 30 trolls and they would spam the chats because they didn't want the discourse. And I was like, the more they want to suppress the conversation, the more I almost want to have it. And that's kind of where we're at here. I was talking about the banned books. Let me get back into that really quick, because it's not just Twitch calling us harmful misinformation actors that we are trying to... It sounds like Blade Runner. Suspension evasion. They're hunting me down for suspension evasion. Doesn't that sound like Blade Runner? But they also took down one of the books. And so the book is called Deepfaked. So if you happen to read Deepfaked, well, it's off Amazon. The reason why? 3 years later. During our review process, we found that your book violates our content guidelines. As a result, we're not offering your books for sale on Amazon. The digital book burning continues. And I was writing an article yesterday about this. I was writing down, there are 3 types of book burning. The literal book burning with, you know, matches. Then there's the digital book burning. And then there's the exclusion from the comments, from the public. The exclusion from the conversation. And so I don't know which one you think is worse. I'm perfectly fine not being invited to their parties and to their crappy platforms. we can do parallel economies. And I'm like, at this point, when it comes to books, why am I going to give a cut of every sale to Pope Bezos, to the modern Nimrod? Do we need to give him a cut of everything? I don't think so. So I'm looking for a local printer, and I'll be doing short runs of all the books we've ever published, and I'm going to keep them in-house, and I'll maybe even find a third-party distribution center, doesn't matter, but we will continue publishing because the Fake World News is going to be starting up again here very soon, continuing where it left off. I'm bringing it all back now that things have stabilized. And so adding books is not going to be any additional work. We're already set up for it. Anyway, to get back to the birth of the Penguin here, again, this was a strategic move more or less. Let's have some kind of visual rallying point, something that can get past all the filters, something innocuous like a Trojan horse, something that looks like non-threatening. And a lot of people have seen this and haven't noticed that it kind of looks similar to a certain frog that we may or may not have kind of stolen some features from, but we put a beak on it. Anyway, his birthday is going to be tomorrow, so I'll probably play that live stream where we were trying to figure out what we were going to do as far as a mascot. And we don't know who made it. That's the weird thing. It just popped up on the screen. Because at that time, we were just a blank screen in a chat. So I was just taking suggestions, and somebody just posted a link, and it just popped up. And we don't know who it is, but we don't know who invented this. It just manifested. So yep, that'd be Hatch Day tomorrow. Victoria Pandora says, best to go throw your guns in the oceans now. Look, I don't think it's a real issue other than it's meant to agitate the right. I don't think anybody's going to go after. I think it's guns versus needles. I think it's a dynamic they set up. It's Ren says, warm drinks and soggy food at those parties, Tim. 737 says, drunk penguin. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly the complete origin story. We'll listen to it again. Like, it literally showed up. My wallet was missing. I remember in that day. And there's a knock on my door. I open my door, my wallet's there, and I come back, and this penguin's on the screen. All right, I've got 133 hanging out. I think about 8 people in DLive, 125 on YouTube. Thanks, everyone, for joining. So we've been talking about the parallels between Stranger Things and the present reality, where Stranger Things has a David Hogg-like character, and he's about to go speak in Seattle on 6/11. And there's more. Let me go back to this, because back in July 2020, I believe we were the first ones here to even start mentioning this. Before the Kraken, release the Kraken was a meme in politics. It was brought up with the Seattle Kraken. They have a 1 minute and 13-second trailer. A legend from the deep awakens, meet the Seattle Kraken. So when I saw this, I said 113. And if you follow this channel, you'll know that number is connected with many significant psychological operations. 113 is actually the date that they opened the new tower that replaced the Twin Towers. Not a coincidence. 113 is the number of seconds before the Challenger exploded. Many things we can go into here, but one of the things is this Release the Kraken trailer comes out, which has an EMP hitting Seattle and a big flood. That's the long and short of it. Now, the logo has an S with a Kraken, and oftentimes it has a Kraken with a Space Needle kind of built into it. So the Space Needle is already associated with the Kraken and Seattle. And this is before 113, the election day, which became associated with the Kraken, Sidney Powell, and released the Kraken to overturn the election. So this Kraken narrative has been ongoing, as we've discussed on this channel, but this is where it started. We were picking up on this forced meme several months in advance, and we've followed it ever since. But this is just another example. So in this movie, look at this, Rise of the Kraken. In this movie I'm watching, Stranger Things, or in the series, one of the other stories is there is a Kraken-like aspect to the antagonist. A lot of tentacles. There's actually some scenes that are very Kraken-esque. There's a Demogorgon, and the Russians are the bad guys. So you got the bad guys, the Russians, and the Russians in their jail, have a kraken-like beast called the Demogorgon that they release to feed on the prisoners. So here you have, again, Demogorgon, Kraken, Russians releasing it, Stranger Things, with its David Hogg-like character and its March for Our Lives gun control subtext with all the dead kids and the media tie-ins. And now David Hogg's going to go speak in Seattle on 6/11. 6/11 associated with the flood and election days through the Batman movie. So there are many connections here we could delve into, but this is why I've said this is the calm before the storm. Countdown to chaos, 6/1/2022. Copaesthetic says, Al Jazeera headline says, U.S. is heading towards civil war. Had me thinking of civil war, the crack. Yeah, it's the split. That's the main split here. The crack is actually, it doesn't have to be a big tentacled Godzilla, although it could be. And they would have no trouble getting it, passing it off as real. So I guess tomorrow we will do something for the birthday penguin. Yeah, so we've been kicked off Twitch permanently. Nobody cares. Over it. We're getting on to Rothkin. All right, 833-311-1984. Rocco says, are they going to send a representative like Davy Hogg to Seattle and still blow it up? I think they're going to do an EMP. All signs point to EMP, including the $100 bill. And the first time I showed the video of the $100 bill, it was kind of interesting because our OBS went down. So I think we're not supposed to talk about it. But yeah, there's plenty there. And I want to point this out too. This is great. Coyote Smoke and Mirror has picked up on this as well. It's something we all talk about. How we have to vet everything. We're given false leads all the time. Every false flag theory is actually a false lead. And 90% of the so-called truthers take the bait on the false flag theories. All the QAnoners are false flaggers. They're actually thinking that they're looking at real satanic sacrifices or something. Anyway, there's not only the false flag misinformation line to prevent you from saying the thing is a psyop or a PR stunt with guns, but there's another thing they've been doing. The other tactic is they present false leads to catch those of us who are looking for evidences of hoaxery. So Coyote says here, I'm pleased to see you're on board with the double fake tactic. They intentionally muddy the waters and send out red herrings for us to bite on, and then they debunk us. Exactly their methodology there. All right, let me get to my voicemails here. If the phones are off, they'll be back on at midnight. Okay, there's quite a few here. Let's see. All right, let's go with this one from today.
Tim, I got another movie thing for you. The Top Gun one, I can go into more detail, but the one that I wanted to call about was the Rise movie by Disney. And I just thought it was so weird. My friends and I were talking about how, well, my blue-pilled friends were...
A Rise movie. Now, on this shooting in Texas, I noted the word Rise on the building, R-I-S-E, Rise. And I was like, why are they going to put this on the building when they haven't died yet? You know, you got to die before you can rise. But I was saying this is part of the Build Back Better, the Phoenix operation. And guess what they said they're going to do? They're going to, quote, raise the school, burn it down, and build it back, presumably better. So we called it there. Anyway, let me continue with the voicemail.
Talking about how unusual it is that this, basketball player, I think is Antetokounmpo, he was in the playoffs, and he's also in the Disney movie Rise, right? But ESPN is owned by Disney, and I just thought it was weird that it's like they repurposed the Jackson 5, right? Because it's like 5 Nigerian brothers that moved to Greece. 3 of them somehow make it into the NBA. It's just a really fun, thread, and I think we should tag it to follow. So IPS correspondent P. Trippa out.
Awesome. P. Trippa, thank you. And I will definitely dig into that. I got a voicemail here, and I guess I'll just take this opportunity to explain something. Here we go.
I can tell you this, Tim. Don't waste your time posting your 106-hour, 9-minute, 56-second video.
Okay, so what I've done in the past, what I tend to do to avoid being flagged, is I leave the 24/7 stream on infinitely. We never turn it off, unless we get shut down by gremlins chewing the wires, EMP strikes, but for the most part it stays on. I segment out of that and I restream those parts that are live. The 106-hour video, the week-long videos, the 2-week-long videos, yeah, I make those videos so long that when I hit stop, it never gets processed. And if you can't process it, well, good luck trying to find the hate speech in it. And it's actually been a pretty good tactic. I rarely talk about it because I don't want them to know, but at this point, I think they know. Everybody knows where everybody stands. All right, let's see. Next voicemail.
Yo, Tim. So I get text notifications whenever you go live, but they seem to be way late, and every time I try to join, you are not live. I don't know if, they're on to me.
Text messages only go out when we're live. So if you get email alerts, maybe it's a replay. But yes, text messages only go out when we are, quote, live. I'll never send a text message notification out to something that's not. All right, let's see here. Somebody had a comment here. David Hogg will lead the Civil War with crying and scratches, says X322X. David Hogg is a performance artist. After the shooting, they went out to these various supermarkets. That's predictive programming, isn't it? Now, this is interesting. I'm glad you brought this up, because I think this is weird. It's morbid. Right after the Parkland shootings, the survivors went to the Publix supermarkets, and Publix were all supporters of the NRA, and they called for, quote, die-in protests. So here you have David Hogg and a bunch of his friends going into supermarkets and playing dead. And here's the tie-in. Why would they do this? Here we're looking at school shootings. Why are they playing dead in supermarkets? And now David Hogg comes out after a supermarket shooting. It's because they said, if it's only happening in the schools, the adults aren't going to care. It's out of sight, out of mind. So this puts it in their faces. So David Hogg here is actually leading simulated mass casualty events after a suspected simulated mass casualty event. And what's more likely anyway? After a real mass casualty event, would you feel comfortable staging simulated ones? Oh yeah, 50 of my friends just died, but my surviving friends and I are going to go play dead to make a political point. Give me a break. Does not make any sense. It does not add up. But again, this is just kind of connecting here the present supermarket psyop situation with the actors who are being rolled out again. Vanden says, Tulsa news stream I was watching mentioned the shooting occurred near 66th and the Main Street Hospital is located a few times off. Yeah, they'll give away. They have their hoax codes. They'll give it away. Venus E joins us, says, hello, Raft. Oh, Sam says, I confess I too have missed some of the 100-hour replays. Hey, the replays are going to continue, and as I mentioned before, we got kicked off of Twitch. We're getting on to Rockfin, Odyssey. We're irrepressible, very buoyant. We're incurable from the perspective of the MSM and the mind, virus. What are they? Are they spotters? There's a misinformation spotter, I think is what they are. Let me find this, because someone here, if you're in Connecticut and you're looking for work, they're hiring people who can spot misinformation. I think it pays $150,000 a year. It's just weird to me when you look at these stories and these headlines back to back as though they all have some kind of equal import. And for the most part, This is a repeat. I feel like everything's repeating, but it's less believable this time around. Civil War II, from insurrection to insurgency. Civil War II. Pluto 2. Satan 2. Pandemic 2. Now we're in Gemini. There's a lot of mirroring here, and this really became apparent with Amir Locke on 222 when the 22-year-old got shot. All right, let's see here. A conspiracy debunking Rothschild is writing a book about Jewish space lasers. I interviewed this individual. I'm not going to replay his interview. I did before, and a lot of people were just blown away by how completely blue-pilled the guy is for someone who studies conspiracy theories. That's always interesting to me, is how you have people who can spend years looking into something, but they can't see past their own biases. So, for example, when Kelly Weil put out the book Over the Edge about flat earthers, she pretty much missed the point of the topic. She misdiagnosed a curve. She said, oh, you can see the curve from 2 miles away. It's like, where would you get that? You wouldn't get that if you were hanging around people who talk about the stuff ceaselessly. But her book concluded that flat earthers are basically neo-Nazi rappers, which I can see where you would arrive at that, but it's lazy research. Anyway, I interviewed him, and he didn't think there was anything to the JFK thing. He missed that. But now he's going to put out a book about Jewish space lasers. So, just a heads up, another book by a Rothschild. Very unfortunate last name for someone debunking conspiracy theories, because conspiracy theorists see that name, and they just assume that it's somebody who's in on the big conspiracies. Very cliche thinking. Same kind of people who believe in false flag theories. Oh, by the way, speaking of the censorship and my book being censored, if you look up the book The Capstone Event by James Fetzer, this was a collaboration. I called up James Fetzer when I saw a story on the news about his book Nobody Died at Sandy Hook being censored from Kindle. I said, hey, let me hire one of the writers that I have available to me to rewrite your book as fiction, and we'll use fiction as code to get past the censors, and we'll use all the terms to educate people reading the book about what it really is. So the protagonist in this book that James Fetzer wrote, and he wrote it, I had it professionally edited, it's called The Capstone Event, and it pretty much explains from the inside how a psychological operation works. And on the cover is actually a mashup of David Hogg and Adam Lanza. My point being, the objective was, let's get some of your banned books through the filters using fiction as a kind of code. And it's worked. I'm having books pulled left and right, my channels are going down, but this is still up there. So just a tactic for the future. Travis Cloud says, what about the time Hoggy shot up the Walmart Target? Oh yes. It's an episode of South Pole. If you look at the two pictures, the combined, and we might as well bring this up for people who don't know. It is widely believed, basically most people believe this, I'd say it's widely believed by people who've looked at it, that Hogg and Lanza are pretty much identical. And the explanation here is actually not that difficult to grasp here. What we're talking about is Stockholm-inducing mind control operations. The lockdown drills are a form of terrorism. The victims are the students. They're programmed to be afraid, and then they have someone going down the halls, shaking the doors. They're programmed to think they could die, and this is how they will die. And they're also given all kinds of subtle programming, but it's very, I think it's actually kind of dark. Like, for example, you'll be in a drill with all these other students hiding under your desk because there's a shooter, and the shooter comes by kicking the door, and then a student comes by screaming to be let in. And you're told, oh, we can't let him in because then we will all die. So the communist mind control programming there is, we must sacrifice some individuals for the good of the collective. If we let the individual in, we all die. This same scenario was played out with the lockdown situations where families weren't letting their kids back in after spring break. Oh, if you go to spring break, you're not coming back in our house because you'll have the bug. So it was this type of programming that was used, I believe, to give this entire generation Stockholm Syndrome, where their terrorist, Lanza, is their savior, Hogg. So you have Lanza as this, this is a face that everybody has, embedded from this horrifying event. And this is before people, even in the so-called truth community, started figuring out these things were fake. And then Hogg is the savior. And I've been saying this with March for Our Lives, that this is a perfect thing. In Stockholm Syndrome, it's induced when the captive is falling in love with their captor, because their survival has been identified with going along with their captor's will, and their captor's survival is their survival. It's a dependency that's created here. So now you're dependent for safety on big government in the black uniforms with their big guns, but you're afraid of the individuals with their guns. Programming complete. It's a Stockholm Syndrome again, but here you have the same face is your terrorist and your savior. So it fits now that on 6/11/2022, this same face is going to be the face of the protests. Mick Dirtywork says David Hogg's pop is FBI. Oh yeah, and David Hogg did post a tweet kind of recently where he said something about the strange things that parents have been into. I'll see if I can dig this tweet up. Anyway, if you've been keeping up with the crisis actors as we have, you're already up to speed with all of this, and it makes perfect sense now, in retrospect, why they would be playing dead in supermarkets and why they chose that as a strategy. Another strategy is staging events at country music events. Why? Because country music, Second Amendment, you got to make them victims of their own freedoms. And that's why the actors at these events, you can tell, but that's why they're out there, conveying, look, you might be into this type of music, but you're still going to be a victim. You might be part of this culture. You might believe in guns and apple pie in America, and now you actually have a lot of country music people turning against the NRA publicly. And I say it's not a coincidence. It's all strategic. And having looked at a lot of the actors at Vegas and at the borderline shooting, they didn't look like they were actually, into country music. They looked like they were from Hollywood. And they all went and bought cowboy hats and flannels. So phony, like everything else. Going through your comments, someone says SWAT teams did a mass shooting before it actually happened, if it really happened. No, the idea of actual deaths has been debunked. False flag theory is actually false. And one of the reasons why they put false flag theory out there is so the media can debunk it. So it's like, oh, this has been debunked. There's nothing to see here. It gives them the ability to say nothing to see here. That's why they give us ambiguous stories to misinterpret. That's why you can't rush to judgment. All you can say is, I don't have enough information to come to a conclusion. That's why they give us ambiguous stories to misinterpret. That's why you can't rush to judgment. All you can say is, I don't have enough information to come to a conclusion. And anyone who says that they do are jumping to conclusions. If you think you knew it was real day one, you were jumping to conclusions. You didn't have enough facts to arrive at that. Copaesthetic says the Texas PSYOP has the right, blaming coward police just like Parkland. Okay, here's another tie-in for you. More concurrent programming. The season finale of FBI had an episode where they were stopping a school shooting, so they pulled the episode. So they got the warning label on Netflix's Stranger Things, but they pulled the finale of FBI. Well, one of the stories in FBI was kicking a door down to get the shooter, even though they didn't have a warrant. And this is obviously a tie-in because the school shooter in Texas got away with it for 48 minutes before some off-duty Border Patrol agent showed up with his barber's shotgun and put an end to it. At 1:06, by the way. They said they had him in custody at 1:06, which obviously means dead. 1:06. Two things there. One, someone had to go past due process. They had to go past a warrant in the movie and in real life. And in real life, he had arrived obviously too late to stop any of the deaths. In the movie, by kicking down the door and forgetting about the Fourth Amendment, they were able to prevent the event. So that's another thing here. This is not just the first and the second. This is really an attack on all forms of freedoms and the presumption of innocence itself. So it's not about the cowardly police. That's all a false narrative. But they put it out there on purpose. All recycled stories. There's nothing they don't recycle. And pretty soon, it's Soylent Green. They are getting the public acclimated to that. So 106 is when they took him into custody. That's an obvious insurrection, QAnon shaman reference there. So many interesting media tie-ins, like the Buffalo shooter, Buffalo Horns, driving a Ford Taurus, Ford Bull. His Twitter handle was QAnon 106 2021. And he shoots a man who invented an engine that runs on water. He killed the savior. He killed the guy that could have saved the world from climate change. So that's a nice little tie-in there. And it fits in perfectly with the new Man Who Fell to Earth movie. About a savior from outer space. His planet was ruined by probably greedy capitalists, but luckily we have him here to tell us how to do everything so we don't repeat their mistakes. And it is all about water. If you watch The Man Who Fell to Earth, the first thing he says is water. He's got a water hose in his mouth. It's all about water in Seattle, interestingly enough. But the water thing ties into the white nationalist racist Buffalo shooter killing the guy that invented an engine that runs off water. So what killed the thing that would save us from that thing that's killing us? You see, it's like the thing that's killing us is the political and economic system of capitalism. It's destroying the world, it's destroying society, it creates an oppressive class, and it creates the climate change that we see. So the child, or the shooter rather, is a symptom of the system. And the solution to the system was just casually shot in a supermarket. Nice irony, nice writing, nice tie-in. All right, going through your comments. PBAS Troll says there's going to be a SAFE Act in Texas. Did you notice that a lot of the school shooting training is called Alice? A lot of programming with Alice and Alice in Wonderland. Trauma-induced mind control. And look, that's what it is. And I believe we called this out first. In 2019, a big part of our focus was Drilled. We were working on a documentary called Drilled, which I think it's out there on BitChute, about how school shooting drills are actually how they do trauma-induced mind control. And it all ties in with the movies. It all ties in with the music and the video games and the first-person shooter video games in particular. But yes, the school shooting drills were actually how they did MK Ultra, in my opinion. Trauma-induced mind control. Very effective. And moreover, you can find examples of people getting hurt during drills, teachers getting shot, teachers with PTSD from the drills, students with PTSD from the drills. You can find cases of people claiming PTSD from all the news that they've consumed about the shootings. My point is, when we started calling out the destructive nature of school shooting drills and how it's all actually terrorizing the youth, how it's trauma-induced mind control, suddenly the biggest teachers' unions turned against it for all of the reasons that we outlined on our documentaries. Let me see if I can find an article. Teachers' unions, school shooting drills. I believe they turned against it in, here we go. February 11, 2020, two largest teachers' unions call for schools to end active shooter drills. And I don't know why they did this. It was such a 180. Now, they haven't ended it, but they made all these points that we were making, saying it can harm the student's mental health. It says here, parents complaining about their children unable to sleep at night, they do more harm than good. Students having difficulty concentrating. Anyway, there's no real standards here. There's been a number of incidences. I think there was one was it in Indiana, where a bunch of teachers were simulating executions of other staff members in front of the students using pellets that left welts. All right, let's go through your comments. Again, to me, this is all programming them against gun ownership, and it's worked. Sagittarius Arms Society says IPS is a god blocker. Yeah, I'm a consciousness assassin. Empathy blocker. Yeah, look, I am. I can go through a list of things I've been called recently, but yeah, I've made a few people mad. In fact, let me go ahead and go through my last newsletter. If you missed it, if you go to timosman.blog, or if you're subscribed anywhere, I kind of blast it out. What I attempt to do here, I try to basically syndicate in as many places as possible, because just as with video, you have to go spread yourself out. I think you have to do it with everything these days, because these platforms are all targeted. As you saw in just the last few days, they've gone after Twitch with a vengeance. They've hunted down dormant Twitch channels. We're talking channels that hadn't even been used yet. They're just kind of dormant. They took them down, saying I'm evading their site-wide ban, making me feel like I'm a fugitive of the law or something. And I haven't broken any laws. And you know what especially stands out to me on this topic? Is I only had 3 or 4 people regularly listening in over there at the Twitch channels. So to me, it just didn't make sense. A lot of people got it on the replay, but it just didn't seem like there's enough people for them to have zeroed in on us. So how do they find us? And I think that they decided to, with all these sites, I think in advance, they created, I would say, honeypots, where it's like, okay, so we're going to kind of be lax on our enforcement, let everybody get comfortable, let them make friends, let them form bonds, let them form habits, and then we'll start pulling the plug. And that's the stage they're at with Twitch right now. Restless Bear said you should do a Golden Hoggy ceremony on a future episode. Yeah, we need to hand out Golden Hoggy awards again. But you know who stole that from us? Laura Ingraham and Fox News. They were passing out Crisis Actor awards. Yes, PBAS Troll says, oh crap, 106, 106. Yeah, the number tie-ins. We have so many tie-ins to all these events, and they tie into real-time movies and so-called entertainment, which is actually just propaganda. Now, here's what I'm going to do. Since I'm on the topic, I mentioned Drilled, and we've done a few collaborative documentaries, Infinite Plane Society Productions, and I want to do more in the future. And if anyone here is interested in collaborating on documentaries, we're always willing to do those types of things, but I'll put them on my Rofkin account when it opens up. And yeah, Rofkin is free. Some content is paywalled. But you can sign up for Rofkin. It's got an app, and its user interface is not bad, and you might recognize a lot of users. So it might be fun. I think that they thought it was a safe space. I believe a lot of these YouTubers who pretend we don't exist thought finally a safe space, safe from the Penguinati. But now look, we're going to go over, we have our raft, and we're floating on over to Rofkin. All right, now check this out. This is my newsletter from yesterday. Where are the female mass shooters? What does the lack of female mass shooters say about the gender binary? Something Jake the A-hole and I spoke about for a minute there too. He called in about this. And so I put out this newsletter just because it is an important point. Where are my cis female school shooters? Are they not subject to the same pressures, to the same propaganda, to the same unhealthy gun culture? Where's some MAGA-ette with an assault rifle 15 running through a school? I don't see it. Another question would be, where are the teachers doing the shootings? So you can kind of see who they do and who they don't want demonized, right? Venus says, so happy you're getting on Rofkin. Yep, absolutely. When I'm actually on there, we might. I got a bad habit here. Is it Rofkin or Rockfin? We'll know for sure tomorrow. You'll know I'm in because I'll start using their name right. Because actually, I thought they blackballed me, and I said I was going to call it Rofkin until they actually let us in. The shooter in Texas, turns out, was not non-binary. The shooter was in fact an incel. He was an incel, involuntarily celibate, black-pilled. Incels are actually the MAGA ban in some ways. They're sort of the same thing. It's the Taliban. It's sort of like this idea of the Quranic radical terrorists and their war on the great Satan and Western women. It's now being mirrored with the QAnon radicals. The incels are the suicide bombers. So terror cells became incels, and they have the same attitude towards women, and they have the same attitude towards liberals and Western media, Western government in Israel. It's a parallel. Even the beards. There are a number of things you can see on the alt-right, certain things like stylistically that I think are mirroring. And it's all just about attitudes, and it's about, like I said before, 11/6 or 6/11. It's a mirror of 9/11. Well, 9/11 was an external terror threat, alien threat coming in. 6/11 represents domestic violent extremist attacks. Again, Timothy McVeigh. Now, one thing, the nationalists here, the white nationalists are called the base. Al-Qaeda was called the base. I mean, it's so obvious it's the same scriptwriters. So McVeigh, motivated by the McCloskey's favorite book, The Turner Diaries, which we probably should look into this really quick here. There are so many points here, but really briefly, the Turner Diaries came out in 1978, and it was about a race war, white nationalists nuking everybody else. I don't know if they start in Seattle. I might have to read it again. The author, William Pierce, was actually born on 9/11, 1933. Think about that. 9/11/33. Timothy McVeigh, who was inspired by the Turner Diaries, was executed on 6/11 at the age of 33. And you could say he did a 9/11ing. You know, these are kind of codes. So if you look at the cover, Turner Diaries, there you have a younger version of the McCloskeys. If you don't know, the McCloskeys were there in their front lawn pointing AR-15s, and I think she had a cigarette lighter that looked like a gun. But they were basically mad about protesters on their street, and they came out pointing guns, and it went viral because they thought, well, here you have this gun-toting couple in front of their empty mansion, surrounded by multitudes of homeless people in the area. So this was all about, I think, creating imagery about look at the property owners and look how defensive they are. You get close to his lawn and he's going to come out with a rifle. But there's something very iconic about this picture, and this is what I want to draw your attention to. So Miss McCloskey is wearing the Hamburglar shirt, the black and white stripes, which is also very Masonic. They're in front of a brick wall, very Masony. And then he's got his tight, opened up polo shirt. So here they are defending their property. Now, look again to the cover of the Turner Diaries. And here they are defending their family against the NWO. They're fighting their race war against the New World Order troops. Here's the McCloskeys in the front lawn fighting against the NWO foot soldiers, the BLM. Same art, same cover. Why would they do this? And of course, 42 years apart, very significant when you get into the significance of the number 42 in the black and white psychological operations. And black and white is really not about the race, it's about the polarization. It's about the schism in society. Race is just one of the many covers they use for their various operations. All right, continuing through your so regarding the shooter, I want to point this out really quick here because Coyote Smoke and Mirror had mentioned this. We're given false leads. So the 4chan, which is run by feds, puts out this false lead that the shooter was wearing a dress. So you have this interpretation that goes viral. And then about 24 hours later, the corrections come out. Now they can say the conspiracy theorists got it all wrong. And I can just say they jumped the gun on a sensationalistic angle on the thing. But the facts aren't all known yet, so it would have been premature to have jumped at that. But it was a red herring. The guy was an incel. Venus E says, I hope you last on Rockfin. They kicked Owen B off. You know, I read into that drama, and it seems like he had a good discussion with the owner, and they agreed to disagree on principle. I think it was a smart move, though, because Owen Benjamin was staying on this kick where if you're going to be a free speech absolutist, he has to be able to make N-word jokes. And then he was willing to provide examples of people who ought to be offended by the jokes but didn't. So he was just making this argument, which I don't even know why it's still even a thing in 2022. There are so many other things, but other than these double standards that aren't even that important. Or even, they're not even that hypocritical. There are different standards for different words because of, well, you should all know why certain words would be inflammatory. Now, whether or not you think he has the absolute right to post it over someone else's website, that you can argue one way or the other. My point being, they agreed to disagree and he gets off the platform. And I think it was a wise move by Rofkin because right after this, what happened? The Buffalo shooter. He has the N-word on his weapon and a manifesto full of memes with Jew caricatures, the likes of which Owen Benjamin puts all over his videos. He wears the mask with the merchant mask. So I'm just saying, if the media, and I seem to think it is the case, if it's going to constantly point to these shooters as an example as to like why we should censor these various platforms, we shouldn't give them ammunition. And I think Owen Benjamin was giving a lot of ammunition to the MSM to look at Rofkin the way they look at other sites. I mean, look what they've done to every attempted independent alternative site since. And they engineer psyops to shut them down. Look what they did with Twitch. But anyway, I won't be kicked off the site because I'm not trying to risk, because I think it's about their reputation. And I don't even think it's about free speech necessarily. I think it's about rudeness. Like, for example, let's say you're a clown. Let's say instead of being a stand-up comedian, you're a clown, and you're going to go perform at parties. If you're going to perform at some kid's party, and someone says don't use the N-word or the F-word, you can't claim that they're fascists suppressing your free speech and stultifying your career. These are just simple rules. Anyway, let's move on. Travis Cloud says, starting watching Reno 911, the search for QAnon, that couple was in it. Hey, when they go on tour, because they ran for some political office, when they tour around, they always wear the same shirts. This is a costume. It's a costume. Phase Polarizer says she's pursing her lips. Danger. I still think it's a cigarette lighter. Like, I think if she pulled the trigger, you'd have a little flame on the front. And then Mr. McCloskey would have like a Marlboro, in his lips, and she'd light it. Tim Truth is also on Rofkin. Good to see. Restless Bear says, does anyone know how Nick Fuentes has been doing since leaving DLive? I thought Nick Fuentes was a Fed and a troll and a Democrat pretending to be a right-winger to make right-wingers look crazy. And he was putting out this idea. He's an incel. Well, he's a volcel. What do you call them? So basically, this is what I'm talking about. How you have this parallel with the right, with their attitude towards women, towards the West, towards the great Satan, and their attitude towards sex. So you have terrorists who are saving themselves for 72 virgins in heaven. So they put on the bomb belt, they run into the deli, blow themselves up, and they get the reward up above. So you have this idea here of they're pent up in their terror cells, hating on the Western world and its immodesty, and they go blow themselves up. So there's sort of a Freudian aspect behind blowing themselves up in front of all these people to go to heaven and meet all these virgins. And I think it's the same thing with the incels. The incels are pent up, so they have to go shoot up schools, or they have to go shoot up a bunch of people, shoot women in Palo Alto. That's been the story. The incels are using their gun as a way to basically, for conquests. They're basically using the gun as a proxy, and this is the symbolism. They're saying it's toxic masculinity is what causes the incel movement. And so my point being here, when I started listening a little bit to Nick Fuentes, he started talking about how he's celibate, and that if you're not celibate, his arguments were really strange. I don't want to misquote him, but anyway, he had kind of a strange fall from grace because one minute, let me go ahead and quote him. I don't want to paraphrase it because it's just too weird to even attempt. So basically, I think what he was saying was, if you're not celibate, you're not straight. Yeah, here we go. Daily Dot. These are actual quotes. Very bizarre. White nationalist leader says that his celibacy makes him the straightest guy of all. So he's straighter than straight because he's not having sex with women. That's Nick Fuentes. So I followed the story and I thought, okay, this is bizarre. This idea of straighter than thou, purer than thou, incel. I think this is all kind of phony. I've looked at this. I didn't believe this guy to be real. But anyway, more recently, like in the last few days, he was sharing a screen showing the statistics on his Twitter, the analytics, how many people were following him because he was trending, because he said, quote, having sex with women is gay. White nationalist incel movement is going to bizarre extremes to define straightness. And on his computer, on his list of open browsers, he had some material on there that it's such a strange place to go down if everybody wants to. But basically, he Alex Jonesed himself. Yes. So let me go ahead and just fill you in on this. So basically, somebody did a screen grab before he could delete it, and he was watching a video, and I'm not going to read the title of the video, but it was basically he was watching non-straight pornography. So there you have it. I would say engineered takedown of the right. At least he didn't go shoot up anything. So there you go, Nick Fuentes. I don't know if he's still around. Maxwell Cooper says, it was surprising how quickly his haters were to identify the video. Yeah, I thought so too. They were able to find from a screen cap a video on a site, some obscure video and how long he watched it, and they made a big deal about it. So it was actually trending. I woke up to Nick Fuentes trending. Anyway, there's no way these people are real. Let's move on here. Okay, so what does the lack of female mass shooters say about the gender binary? Have we come up with an answer to that? Does the disparity imply America is sexist? Because mass shootings is a uniquely American phenomenon, overly represented by white cis male incels. And so I believe this bias reveals that we're dealing with drills presented as real for propaganda purposes. So if you need any more of an indication that these events are fake, just look at the demographics. Look how unrealistic it is. Look how concise of a picture it paints. It's all about inventing villains. Okay, so a few other things. I'm not going to get too deep into the false flag versus hoaxes. I think everybody here knows the difference and why it matters. And here's the crucial point. The media is not neutral. So in order for there to be a false flag where somebody else does the killing, or it's a mind control person, this implies the media is neutral and it's simply recording, it's simply reporting, that it's not actually producing. So my actual contention here is that the false flag explanations are used to protect the mainstream media, which is there for propaganda first, news second. So the false flag theory exonerates the media. It makes them into neutral observers and not producers of the event. So this idea of it being a false flag, I think, is just there to prevent people from noticing that we're looking at public relations stunts. Okay, we've talked about the concurrent programming. And again, the concept of these events being propaganda public relations stunts is underscored by the entertainment tie-ins to the supposedly random shootings. So you have Stranger Things season 4, the whole season, opening with an episode with dead kids and a warning. You're going to see dead kids, and it's going to be disturbing because it's like what happened in Texas. As though it wouldn't be disturbing were it not for the real-life counterpart. And the entire show is about PTSD and the monster hunting down teenagers, and the parents and the authorities are blind, they stand down, and it's because the monster in our midst is the Second Amendment. It has a David Hogg-esque youth leader who teaches or schools the adults on why they need to take action. And now, coincidentally, David Hogg in real life is going to go lead a national protest against these 2 school shootings in Seattle on 6/11. I mentioned the other show, FBI, canceling its season finale because it was about stopping a school shooter, and it mirrors the hero of the Texas shooting, an off-duty Border Patrol who bypassed due process to take out the shooter without waiting for a warrant, which saved lives on TV in the show FBI, which they pulled. So I'm pointing out that this concurrent programming, these media tie-ins to the news, especially with movies that were filmed, a year ago, it shows that there is a monolithic and universal media control promulgating a uniform message. It is the new universal religion. The TV is the Bible of the world. They just got to curate it. And the censorship that we're seeing, I would say, is not even technically censorship necessarily. It's about reality curation. That's why they're just deleting books, burning books. Yoga Matt says the majority of SSRI meds are based on sodium fluoride, which causes dementia, lessens the intellect and curiosity, and creates more zombies. Yeah, for all the fakery and all the psywar and all the fake shootings and all the mind games and the gaslighting and the Stockholm Syndrome, I think it's also important to point out that part of the psywar is drugs and also a false view of the mind, purposefully so. And one of the other subtexts to Stranger Things, because it takes place in 1986, and so one of the subtexts is America has a mental illness or rather a mental health problem that has been undiagnosed. So that's one of the subtexts. And now we're suffering for it. Feds consider razing and rebuilding Robb Elementary. We're going to look to raise the school and build a new one. Again, build back better. All right, let me go back to the voicemails. I think we had a couple of other ones. All right, here we go. Okay, this one here. Got a few from the same person. I'll be going through these later. I see a lot of interesting leads here. Let me go back to our list of headlines. I don't want to fall too far behind. It's Countdown to Chaos. Countdown to the release of the Kraken. Russia threatens to wipe out the entire U.S. with Satan II missiles. Again, Satan II, Pluto II. 1776. Pluto's in a conjunct with the U.S. It reached the exact same spot that it was in 1776 on February the 22nd. Very significant for a number of reasons. That day in particular, we've talked about it, but I'm specifically referencing the two, the twin, mirroring. And I think we may see a twin to the 9/11 event, and that's what the 6/11 is promising to be. And again, my guess, or rather my read of the propaganda is that it's going to come from the right. Far-right conspiracy theorists peddling misinformation following the massacres. Every single news article about these events is going to say it's being called a false flag. And I just want to state for the record that I don't believe in false flags. I've never seen evidence for one. GOP lawmaker calls on vigilantes to film and follow voters to combat unproven ballot mules. So you're also saying here, flood the polls, which again correlates to the Batman movie and the release of the Kraken flooding the polls. A lot of this ramping up of the activity around the polls on both sides. And this is also, now that we're in June, this is the birth month of global warming, which will turn 34 this month. So global warming's been a thing for 33 years. And any PSYOP that's been pushed that long, like 9/11, for example, 9/11 was 33 years in the making. The fact they've been pushing it this long and it's at that number, 33, really stands out to me, and it ties in with the Kraken thing. And I believe it was Boring NPC emailed me and he said, hey, could flood the poles also reference the ice caps, climate change? So floods, manufactured or otherwise, are on the table. Watch Proud Boys in disbelief when Trump rally won't let him in because he's a Proud Boy. These Proud Boys don't understand that it's about the venue. A lot of people think they're being censored when they're not. Like, you're not being censored when the venue has its rules about gang paraphernalia. And you can define it how you will. It also has rules about logos and displaying these things. So this Proud Boy wasn't allowed in. And he acted like a total baby about it. Like he didn't understand the rules, and he was being treated very fairly. They were very polite to him, and I kind of think that he would have cried. I mean, he was just in such disbelief if they hadn't been so sensitive with him. Proud Boy denied entry to Trump rally after being told nothing with QAnon or Proud Boy will be allowed. So let me go and play this clip and then...
Allowed at this Trump event. I'm telling you right now, any sort of Proud Boys or QAnon insignia, has to go. All right, so I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave, but we were invited. We were invited to be here.
Now, he's claiming his freedoms are being infringed, but he's told you can turn your shirt inside out. You can buy another shirt. But instead, he cries for a few minutes and he pretends like he doesn't understand. He sounds histrionic, over emotional over a non-issue.
No, I mean, like, why do Proud Boys have to walk?
Well, it's because you can't have any logos or insignia for this event. And the people hosting this event have...
You're kidding me, right? Because the Trump campaign gave us VIP tickets.
So you can turn your shirt inside out, or you can purchase another shirt.
This is...
Here, I see a sense of entitlement.
Okay. So, can I ask why Proud Boys aren't allowed here?
It's the logo, it's the shirt. And I don't make the rules.
Sorry.
Again, I don't make the rules. So, Proud Boys versus Soy Boys. What do they? They have more in common than not. So the Soy Boys are the Antifa on the left. The Proud Boys are the ones on the right. And what they have in common is they both identify as boys, like children, fighting for the attention of daddy government. That's pretty much what it is. So it's Proud Boys, Soy Boys fighting for who's going to be Big Brother's favorite or Big Daddy government's favorite. It's really kind of sad. Led by feds, prone to hosting psyops in their midst. I'd say that one of the Proud Boys, if you remember in 2020, you had one of the Proud Boys was shot in the chest. It was Jay Danielson, 8:46 p.m. Aaron J. Danielson, shot in the chest the week of the Kenosha riots. His shooter actually said it was the first shot of the Second Civil War. The thing that stood out to me, though, was, listen to this. Police identified Aaron J. Danielson as the man who was shot at 3rd Avenue in Elder at 8:46 p.m. 8:46 p.m. is the time the sun set in the Twin Cities on the day George Floyd was asphyxiated for 8:46. 8:46 is the time 9/11 started. Very significant for it to be the first shot of a, quote, civil war. And that was said by the guy who shot him, Mike Rowanell. He actually used these. He says, here we go. Suspect Michael Rowanell spoke of civil war. So he was trying to kick off a civil war by shooting a Proud Boy right there in the middle of these protests. He was interviewed on Vice, confessed to the murder, and then President Trump said something about it, and the guy gets killed, and we get footage of it. So hoaxy. A man suspected of shooting one of President Donald Trump's supporters during a protest in Portland said he saw a civil war around the corner and that this shot was the beginning of the Civil War. Honestly, I hate to say it, but I see a civil war around the corner. That shot felt like the beginning of a war. He claimed it was self-defense, but they ambushed the guy. I've seen this psyop. I've looked at it closely. It looked like a hoax. Honestly, it looked like a hoaxed event covered by Vice. But the timing of it, 8:46, this was a retaliation for George Floyd. All right, going through your comments. Restless Bear says, what does 3% mean? The 3%ers are the three percenters. Here we go. You often see it with the Punisher skull or 1776. And it depends on who you ask, what it actually means. The 3%ers moniker refers to the claim that only 3% of the colonists fought the British during the Revolutionary War. They are kind of a QAnon affiliated group, no different than the Proud Babies, no different than the Soy Boys, in my opinion. I don't know. I think it's kind of, again, it's just a conformist thing, and it's all basically lining you up to go to the voting booth. And if you want to vote, go for it. You want to put your hope in one of these politicians, go for it. But it's getting so surreal these days where so many of these people are putting almost this religiosity behind their vote. They believe it's a spiritual war disguised as a political campaign. And that's where we are now with this MAGA, dark MAGA, Trump coming back. And if you haven't looked into the dark MAGA aesthetic, there really does seem to be a genuine wish among the Trump followers for this kind of a more hostile fascist takeover. They want revenge. QAnon is all about protecting the children until they get shot. Interesting point here. Again, these are either feds or truly just mostly duped people. This is an interesting one here. This woman's shirt has a big Q and has Freddie Mercury on it. Because if you didn't know, apparently Freddie Mercury is one of their ascended masters. The list keeps growing. And I've read somewhere, someone had said there's like 900 total. If you get the list of all the dead, not dead, soon to be resurrected saviors of mankind, Freddie Mercury's one of them. It's 33 says, I'm not sure I caught the connection between voting and the Revolutionary War, but I'm good. Yeah, this Revolutionary War and all this stuff being brought up, it really does kind of time pretty well with Pluto return. So, and whatever stake you put in this, I mean, what, Pluto return 2022, what will happen in the U.S.? Pluto returns to the degree and sign it was during the signing of the Declaration of Independence. So, one of the things about this, of course, is 1776 is brought up here because that's the last time it was in the same position. So again, Satan 2, Pluto 2. Pluto takes 248 years to complete a circle around the sun. And the other thing about Pluto is that it's also Hades. So it's the same character. And what that means is, well, Hades is the one who releases the Kraken. So the timing of Pluto return, this revolutionary fervor on both sides. Both sides are asking for a great reset, a great awakening, wiping out the other side, starting over, building back better. Both sides are crying for the same thing at their fringes. So we have sort of like eschatology on both sides of the political aisle. So this is perfectly timed because it says here, no human on earth has ever experienced a Pluto return because our lifespans are shorter. However, empires and nations have experienced them, and many have seen Pluto returns. Turmoil, scandals, upheaval occurred during Pluto returns, often a very important turning point for a nation or empire, to assess everything is created in the previous cycle while burning down what isn't working to prepare for a new era. So what you have here is a perfect script, a perfect setup, just like with the Great Conjunction. So we have this Great Reset. And if you remember, the Great Reset was a conspiracy theory. It was a conspiracy theory until we had the December 21st, 2020 alignment between Jupiter and Saturn, the Great Conjunction. And then the Great Reset became all the talk of everybody. If suddenly you could just, it's no big deal, it's not a conspiracy theory. So it's a rare alignment between Jupiter and Saturn. The significance of this one was it occurred during a winter solstice, which hasn't occurred since, well, Jesus was born. So it doesn't get more reset-y than going back to year 0 as your reference. Ivar says Trump and Stormy Daniels are played by the same actor. Would it be actress? Fascinating. I'll have to see some pictures, but could Stormy Daniels put on a Trump suit? Very dubious claim, I have to say. Fakeable, yes, maybe in certain circumstances, but there's no way. But I'm open to evidence. Yoga Matt says, every time you pay for TV, you give them money to continue destroying the U.S. Well, America's the challenger, and the challenger must be destroyed. So you remember the space shuttle? You got the space shuttles are in a sequence, and it tells a story, and it's all really explained succinctly by William Cooper, where he breaks down the Masonic symbolism in the moon landing and in the space program. And he says it's a Columbian endeavor to discover Atlantis, and all challengers will be destroyed. So he put this out there that this is the story. And if you look at their basic myth, their sun god gets destroyed. He's the challenger to the darkness. He gets destroyed, gets put back together, and he's reborn. But I think that in the context of the world stage as it is, America's the challenger, America's the outlier, America's the pariah in so many ways. Gun violence being a uniquely American phenomenon on the scale that we have it, it's all been engineered this way. America's a scapegoat for the World Economic Forum. America is the challenger that must, I believe, be destroyed. That's why it's very significant that Twin Towers go up in 68, 33 years later come down. 13 years after, you get the One World Trade Tower. Opens up on 11/3. Challenger blows up 11/3. This Kraken Legend of the Deep trailer I was showing, 1 minute 13 seconds. 113 Election Day, the Kraken. All these things are very well integrated, and they're pointing at this thing. This I would say, whatever this big event is, this big split, it's also perfectly timed. All right, let's continue. Looking towards 6/11 as, I believe, quite likely a parallel 9/11 event. A few other points here. I mentioned this earlier. Seattle's first name was New York. It was renamed to Seattle later by Chief Noah Self. Noah? Interesting name. So anyway, Gotham is also New York. So there's some connections between Gotham and Seattle and New York. And I brought up again the Batman movie, where there's a flood at the end when the Riddler sends out his members to bomb a dam and flood the polls. And right now the Republicans are talking about flooding the polls. So many interesting parallels here, again, between the movies and real life, and it's all intentional. That's the main part, to get. I'm trying to get across here is that the concurrent programming is just a dead giveaway. It's getting very hard for people who want to cling to the fantasy that people died and people cried at any of these events. It's getting very hard to cling to that morbid fantasy. Evidence is not adding up, and more is piling up in favor of what we've been saying, that we're looking at what I best describe it as this: PR stunts with guns. All right, phones are open, 833-311-1984. If that number is still not working, I'm just going to have to, it'll probably reset at midnight and they'll bill it. So in the meantime, you can use the number on the screen. Russia threatens to wipe out the U.S. with just 4 Satan II missiles. One other thing about this, predictive programming has been pointing at 6/14, which is Flag Day, Trump's birthday. So a few days to look forward to. 11/3 is the Kraken thing we've been referencing. But there's a few other very important key dates that are worth looking at in this context. Oh yeah, one other thing. You know, after the Twin Towers came down, the new tower that they put up there 13 years later, 13, a big phoenix number. You know, it burns and they build it back. The new tower was 1,776 feet high. Another 1776 reference. And again, 1776 is encoded. It's a second coming number because 888 is Christ. You double that, you get 1776. Second coming, the phoenix rising from the ashes of the Twin Towers. So it all ties into this I think that we're getting a lot of, I would say, doomsday type stuff here. If you look at the metascript, and it's looking very interesting for the next 9 days. Again, countdown to chaos. Salty Siren says the Kraken identifies as female now. Now, on the topic of the Kraken, let's say it means like the flood the polls we've been talking about. Flood the polls with the insurrection, flood the polls in Batman where they literally flood the polls, or flood the polls with the oceans rising. And so I've been bringing up this thing where in many ways Jeff Bezos is like Nimrod building the Tower of Babel. He's kind of in some ways also you can describe him as like a pope, one of the space popes. But anyway, Bezos is very much associated with Seattle and Amazon. And interestingly enough, recently Amazon, I believe they relocated 1,800 employees because they said there was a crime wave in Seattle. So anyway, here's a scene which involves Jeff Bezos being eaten by a kraken. And this is from a show called Inside Job. Again, Inside Job is a 9/11 reference. So this ties 9/11 to Bezos and the Kraken. So another 9/11 Kraken reference, and this is on water. And it involves his Titanic, his mega yacht, which is another symbol we can get into. But this is actually here's the main thing. The Titanic is a metaphor for America. We're partying, we're living our lifestyles as consumers, we're polluting, we have our carbon footprints, and we're not looking at the iceberg. And the iceberg is climate change. That's going to sink us all. So that's kind of the story we've been given. Don't Look Up, starring Leonardo DiCaprio, had the Earth as Titanic, being led by a bunch of capitalists, heading towards a comet, which is just a space iceberg. So this idea of the poles flooding or climate change could also be another way of representing, or of the Kraken showing itself. So climate change is another form of Kraken-esque representation. So anyway, Bezos, who's gone to space, who's seen the damage from up above that he's done to the Earth, nonetheless still drives around or sails around in his mega yacht, his unsustainable billionaire carbon footprint. So, Inside Job on Netflix has Bezos on his mega yacht Titanic getting eaten by a kraken that comes up out of the water.
The Coast Guard said they can tow your yacht into shore. I got a better plan. Look. Is that a kraken? Hell yes. I'm about to collect on my yacht insurance policy.
Hey, has anyone seen Jeff Bezos?
Is the fight over, guys? This is why I don't allow bathroom breaks!
All right, so there's Bezos being eaten by a kraken. A lot I could say there. Another connection. When Bezos poked his head into the heavens, when Nimrod walked into the heavenly realm against the wishes of God, like in the Bible, it's this. He's basically infringing. He's building this tower as a monument to hubris, man's ego, flaunting God's will. Bezos is flaunting global warming, the wrath of globe. So Bezos is a very Nimrod-esque character. But he launched last year on July 20th, 2021. Bezos launched off into space on the anniversary of Apollo 11, taking off at 9:11 a.m. So what What I draw from that, Jeff Bezos launched at 9:11 a.m., 7:20. So you have a combination there of Apollo 11 and 9/11. Jeff Bezos and his fellow passengers are back. They rose from the launch site at Van Horn at 9:11 a.m. So another connection here again. 9/11, Bezos in his Tower of Babel, in his tower to the heavens. His mega yacht is another similar symbol. Yeah, Salty Siren mentioned that the Kraken has a beak. Yeah, the Kraken is the reason, this has been such a theme. And again, it's tied into Pluto Returns. It's tied into all this stuff. In fact, we were making some interesting connections just between the Lovecraftian mythos and Cthulhu and the Kraken. So many things that tie into it. Very well integrated PSYOP entertainment complex. There's no distinction, no meaningful distinction to be made between news and entertainment. Again, channel news, we're going to be on Rockfin soon. I'm going to go ahead and say Rockfin. We have our username, Infinite Plane Radio. I'll send you a link via email. And also, my books are being pulled from Amazon. So if you haven't purchased anything from Amazon, don't. Feel free to wait. We're going to create our own. I'm just going to self-publish. I do it anyway, but I'm going to find a local printer. We'll cut Amazon out of it. And it's really not difficult to do. If you just need to be able to purchase more up front to make a better profit. But this idea that they're going to censor my books 3 years later and say, well, we don't like this, so nobody can read it. It might be offensive to somebody somewhere because you're a harmful misinformation actor. So they're doing preventative, I guess, it's preventative censorship because they're assuming that this might be offensive to someone somewhere. See, to me, the standard should be if somebody reads the book and they are personally offended by it, they should write a review and say, this offends me. Boom, problem solved. Or if it crosses certain lines, they should be able to sue or get a cease and desist. But I think that there should be a victim or somebody who's aggrieved by what somebody's published before we just decide to delete it. Okay, I think we went the whole day without covering the Mandela effect. A few of the random points here. This is an interesting headline from MSNBC. Opinion, Colin Kaepernick's baton picked up by Gabe Kapler. So the significance here, well, a baton being passed could easily be a reference to a couple of things we've looked at with these PSYOPs, specifically the death of Nipsey Hussle stylized to look like, well, he's 33. They framed it like he was Jesus in the flesh. Anyway, the baton symbolism is interesting. The passing of a baton. And then the other part of it is, so Colin Kaepernick passes the baton to somebody named Kapler. Kaepernick to Kapler. Very notable. And basically, Kapler is sitting out on the national anthem because of the shootings. So I'm just bringing this up. Another world stage character enters the scene, handed a baton, and the name has a similarity. This is just a question for those of you who are climate change hysterics. Who really is to blame for all this? If the asteroid didn't kill the dinosaurs, then man would not have replaced them as the dominant species, and global warming would never have become a thing. So it's the asteroid that killed the dinos 66.6 million years ago that you could really point the blame at. Just seems like it's unfair that we get scapegoated for something we had nothing to do with. And again, climate change is a partisan thing. It's a partisan football. Linda Curtis says pre-crime book burning. Yeah, exactly. Pre-crime book burning. That's kind of what I'm saying. They must know. I mean, how empathetic, I guess. We should thank them. They're preventing tears. Preventing this is the other side of it too. If you really get into it, it's like, well, the people who would be offended by it aren't necessarily the people who are going to be looking for it. So that's kind of strange too. It's like if you're offended by what you find in this person's on this person's bookshelf, well, it's their bookshelf. Governor Abbott issues disaster declaration for Uvalde as funeral services begin. We've looked at that PR stunt in detail, and it is what it is. No one has any evidence to contradict what we have determined it to be, which is fake until proven real. Yoga Mat says, check out Symbols, Patterns, and Gnosis, Jason Bickford. Amazing videos, explains many connections. Feel free to post a link. You can also post it in the Discord server. Roger Stone says, I'm going to get ready to start suing people. He has a meltdown over the Michael Sussman's acquittal. He's going to start suing people. He should sue the hole above the White House. Is that still open, and has he closed it? I always find it bothersome when people save the world and they don't take credit for it. Like Al Gore, he saved the world. 33 years ago, it was pretty much common knowledge that, yeah, we're all going underwater. We're all going to die because of plastic and capitalists. And he never took credit for stopping it. So here's Roger Stone talking about the portal that opened up above the White House and how he's praying day and night to close it. Now it's not even being talked about, so assuming it's closed, is he taking credit for it?
There you can see it. It's very, very clear. It doesn't move day or night. It's harder to see during the day, but you see it at night. And I'm absolutely convinced about the inherent, there it is again, about the inherent evil of what's going on in the White House, what's going on in the country. And I think it's imperative that people know about this, that people of good faith, that Christians know about this, and we begin a national, essentially a prayer assault to close the portal. We were born for this moment.
Yeah. Okay, so his prayer assault must have closed the portal. So I guess my question is, why isn't he taking credit for it? He closed it. Unless it's still there, but I haven't heard anything about it. I'm assuming it's closed. Anyway, I'll get the phones on tonight, probably at midnight. I think they automatically turn on. Again, I want to say thanks very much to all of you who have been consistently joining us here in the chats, showing up, just contributing, adding your pieces to this multi-million piece puzzle. And it's going to take, in fact, you know what? There's 502 people now in our Discord server. So we crossed the 500 mark, which I think is pretty significant if you look at it as a pool of researchers. Yoga Mat says Jason decodes and makes amazing connections. Might take a minute to understand him. Yeah, I'm always interested in looking at people's connections and how they arrive at their conclusions. I'll put a link here to Jurassic Liars. I haven't been posting too many links because oftentimes his videos go down. He takes his videos down right away because he deals with the same kind of censorship, or rather, I guess we can call it that, the marginalization that we do. He's a harmful misinformation actor because he notices the eerie connections between names and birth dates and other things that tell a completely different story. But his video is called 10 Days to June 11th, the day Seattle is struck. I put a link in the chat if you want to check it out. Again, whatever you think about it, the connections there are incredible. Diana South says, Roger Stone and his wife were swingers when I was a kid. He's a pervert. Doesn't he have a tramp stamp of Richard Nixon? Now, just because you're a swinger doesn't mean you're a perv. No judgment. It's just a question of, do they portray themselves otherwise, and is it just some massive instance of hypocrisy, like Nick Fuentes? You know, nobody cares about Nick Fuentes' videos, whatever he's into. I don't think. It's kind of gross to think about Nick Fuentes in any way. But clearly, I'd say it's just kind of incongruent with his character and his professed bigotries. So those of you who are asking in the chat about the book that I co-produced with Jim Fetzer, the capstone event, using fiction as code to get his book through the filters on Amazon. This is from the back of the book. It's called the Capstone Event. Take a look on Amazon. The first casualty of war is truth, but what happens when the war is psychological and waged in secret? Based on the true story of a retired safety officer entangling himself in a mass shooting investigation where nothing is what it seems and the lines between reality and fiction are blurred. This book asks the question, what happens when truth itself is taken captive by powerful forces in high places? Jim Fetzer, a former Marine Corps officer, is a retired university professor who's devoted himself to exposing government deceptions across a wide range of events, from the moon landings and the assassination of JFK to 9/11 and beyond. That's from the back of the capstone event. Yoga Matt says, I appreciate all of you. Again, yeah, thanks everyone for joining. This should be a very, very interesting couple of weeks here, and we're front row seats, and thanks to the generous support of our listeners here, we stay independent, and the lights are not going to go off. And I'm preparing in advance for the days leading up to 6/11 because this is a day to watch. Thanks, Phase Polarizer, for posting a link if you want to get the book. Support Jim Fetzer. Again, I called him up and I said, I heard your book got censored. Let's have it redone as fiction through my publishing company and publish it. And sure enough, his book is still there. It's still selling, and it tells the same story without all the inconvenient facts that got it censored. This is Fepe Akbar by Allergic to Bullshit featuring Lean Dion. After this, the stream's going to cut, and then it's going to resume to the 24/7. And that's because Twitch is gone, so I have to do my archiving from YouTube. So it's going to interrupt for like 30 seconds. It's Infinite Plane Sunday, 5/29/2022. Happy birthday, John Hinckley and JFK Sr. That was Auto Hoax or GTFO by Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms. And when we say Auto Hoax or GTFO, we're actually really only referring to those in the quote truther communities who still don't know the difference between a false flag and a hoax and why it matters. Because the people who promulgate false flag are actually doing damage control for the MSM. So stop helping the other side with their phony explanation meant to guardrail you, to prevent you from getting off the road, from seeing that they actually are steering everybody to a very specific destination. By the way, the bots are insane, and please ban them. X-rated bots. We're joined here by Travis Cloud, Chesapeake Bay Thrifters 737, Kevin Mooring, Sci Obstacles. It's 33 Wrens just landed, T-Dog 135, David A. Pryor, Polecat 78. Yeah, these bots are, I'm pretty sure, I believe these bots are being used by rather being managed by YouTube employees. I don't think they're actually bots. I think these are channels. And I think it's an assault on not just our channel, but maybe on YouTube itself. Maybe they're attacking social media with bots to create a problem. So people say, hey, it's not safe to go watch live streams because you have these really X-rated bots running amok. You know, it makes it unsafe. Kind of like all the gropers in the metaverse. And I hear people are getting murdered in the metaverse too. I haven't delved too deeply into that, but we'll get there. Celestial Wonder says, yay, I've made it live. Get on the text alerts, you won't miss anything. Jenna Lovecraft Reeve says, I saw similar bots in the live cam scenery streams. Exactly. So you're watching kitten videos, and then you have these bots advertising dating apps in the most explicit and disgusting of terms. And I don't think reporting them does anything. It's funny, it's like, I've had 122 plus channels because of the words that I use. And I have people, or rather we have bots, who get away with just flagrantly offending and spamming. Joined also by Rome, Kevin Mooring, Jenna Lovecraft Reeves, and Salty Siren. Kevin Mooring says Sentinels. Jenna says, does reporting them do anything? No. No, of course not. All right, I have a few voicemails. Let me go ahead and play. Let's start with this one here.
Hey, Tim. Hey, I just recorded the Buffalo Sergeant Lieutenant, and he give me a call back.
All right, sounds interesting. Yeah, you know what? It's very easy to get interviews with people, and if you're doing interviews, I'm interested to hear what you learn. Okay, next voicemail. Now, interesting, there's a transcript here, so it actually has words, but I'm not hearing any words. Let me just keep playing. All right, it's going somewhere, I'm sure. Should I keep playing? Letting people show up anyway, so... All right, we'll get back to that in a bit. By the way, please keep killing the bots. I almost want to have... I'm going to have to hide my screen, because what's happening here is the screen is picking up a lot of these bots, which are just not safe for work. This channel is no longer SFW. Does anybody here work? You're going to have to hide your screens now because Infinite Plane Radio is on. And it's not my fault, it's because of these bots. What the heck? Alright, let's get back on track here. I got a little sidetracked there. I think there's something subliminal going on in that music, and Alright, let's see here. Spam penguins, please clear the chat, everybody. These bots are out of control, and it's problem, reaction, solution. No coincidences here. Let's go through some headlines. Who owns 4chan? The media is trying to get to the bottom of this. Who is out there radicalizing these shooters? How come they're all using the same website? How come they're all going to 4chan? Maybe it's because 4chan is run by feds. Maybe that would explain it. Because these are all made for TV characters and they follow a very specific plot path. They have a story trajectory and they all follow the same thing. Uvalde's shooter's dad couldn't see his son because COVID safety procedures. So, one of the reasons why he killed those kids was he wasn't being raised properly because of social distancing and COVID, because of anti-vaxxers, because of misinformation. See what you did. No, I know we all work here. This is just, to me, it's just like, if you work in a place where you're not socially distanced, you know, everyone's going remote now. Now the thing is, these bots are likely being employed, I think, as part of a campaign against it's a campaign against those of us who are trying to use these platforms without any kind of distraction. It's a campaign against us just having coherent gatherings, but also I think it's also a way of making the public think that anonymous users are problematic. If we just got rid of bots and anonymous users and only people who have their social credit scores on the line get to post on the internet, maybe that's where it's going. And I know my social credit score is way in the negative right now. It's several digits back, several zeros behind one. I'm like so far back that unless they clean slate it, I don't know what's going to happen. I won't be given permissions to do anything. I'm probably going to be one of the examples, not just me, but all of us. We'll see. We'll see if they're able to exclude us from their metaverse paradise based on our memes. Or do you have to repent? Like, is there a place you can repent for all the memes that you sent? I didn't really mean it. Joined here by Benton G. The kingdom is within. Moxie Tyson says, hello, y'all. All right, let us continue here, going through our headlines. Russia fires a 7,000 mile per hour Zircon hypersonic nuke missile, weeks away from being used on U.S. warships. The only thing I noted about this picture, the reason why I bookmarked this one, is when you look at the warship launching the missile, it looks like the Statue of Liberty. Now, that's not the Statue of Liberty, that's just the structure of the ship. But this particular angle and this particular photo here makes it look like the Statue of Liberty. Probably not a coincidence. Alright, thank you everyone. I appreciate everybody killing the bots. If you're listening and you're not watching the live stream, if you're not in there, it's a war zone. And I'm just trying to ignore it, but it has not improved. It's 24 hours a day. And if anybody here knows anything about how to hire these bots, I would like to employ several hundred of them to promote what we do here. Q Chronicles, or Chronicles of Anon, spelled with a Q, Chronicles. It's all about saving the children until actual children are killed. Yeah, I've been bringing up the irony of QAnon saying they're all about saving the kids when, originally it was saving the kids, then 8 years later, since they started that, they should update it to saving the children. But to me, it's all about this anonymous group of kids that don't actually exist. In many ways, it's like the Save the Children campaign from the left, from the shooters, the school shooters, which don't exist. So each side is trying to protect their own non-existent children victim martyrs. And by the way, David Hogg's out on the prowl, leader of the Parkland acting troupe, communist insurrectionists. I mean, these are the real insurrectionists, and they're actually succeeding, of course. And on 6/11, I believe he's going to be in Seattle. But there's going to be marches all across the country against guns. And I've been saying for a little while now that NRA is controlled opposition to the Second Amendment. That if the NRA was actually committed to preserving your right to bear arms, they would expose the crisis actors, expose the psyops, destroy the partisan media, as far as this left-wing promulgating gun control psyops. They would destroy the entire left-wing media. It would be pretty much an end. It'd be a death knell for CNN if the NRA came out and said, hey, look, we have evidence that they've been fabricating news to take guns. Why doesn't the NRA do it? Do they not have the resources to investigate? Can they not hire a couple of good conspiracy theorists to explain it and break it down? No, they're turning a blind eye because they're complicit. Not a coincidence that these recent 2 shootings happened really within, a few days of a scheduled NRA convention. So you have protesters. The anti and the pro, by the way, are always going to be controlled in the same exact way. The narrative and the counter-narrative, both controlled by the same puppeteers. Pro-vax, anti-vax, pro-gun, anti-gun. So what you're seeing right now is all contrived. And just the fact there's an NRA event right now being protested kind of tells you everything. David A. Pryor says, save the adults. The Kingdom is Within says, saving the people that don't exist, JPEGs. Yeah, basically, you're protesting on behalf of NFTs. These are just basically images that have some kind of value attached to them because of public misperception. Maxwell Cooper says we need to arm the gender fluid, non binary, pansexual teachers for the children. I was actually thinking that the existence of the QAnon nutcases out there, as demonstrated by the media, would be enough to sell the political left on AR 15s. It's like, why aren't, as you said, the gender binary pansexual teachers, why aren't they arming up? For the not for bowl cut shooters necessarily, but because the Trumpers, the QAnoners. If they're as scared of the QAnoners as they pretend to be, they would be arming up. I think that's a great argument for the Second Amendment. So if you're anti-Second Amendment, look at it from the other perspective. You're ceding power by not arming up. Maybe you just need bigger guns than they have on the right. And you have the moral high ground. Matthew Nixon says, make PSYOPs better again. There's never really been a well-performed PSYOP. They all get debunked. Unless somebody can find one. Is there a PSYOP out there that you find to be well, actually, the best one, but it unraveled after the event. The Kenosha riots and the shooting of Gage Grossarm, Anthony Huber, and the pedo. That was very realistic and very difficult to dismantle, unless you account for certain things that we can't verify. Like, could that segment have been pre-recorded? Are we looking at some kind of squib? Has anybody had the chance to inspect Gage Grossarm's bicep? So, to me, there are still some questions, but I'm comfortable calling that out as a psychological operation / hoax because, for one, the entire narrative afterward unravels it. He was too well integrated with world stage actors like Lynn Wood. And by the way, Lynn Wood was calling for the literal hanging of Mike Pence. And nobody knocked on his door, no Secret Service. Same with Bill Hicks. Bill Hicks was out there on 1-6 saying that we're going to take Joe Biden out one way or the other. And I know the QAnon Schroyer, Owen Shaman, yeah, he's going to jail for the insurrection, but not his boss. Jerry Elbert says, I joined the NRA like 5 years ago and they still send me letters about it. Well, NRA is obvious controlled opposition. Again, you're telling me they don't understand how these PSYOPs work? You know what would be interesting? If you really were serious about it and you really felt like your guns were threatened, you could start your own NRA-like organization from the perspective of somebody knows what about the Psy War and these influence operations, but I think it's just too little too late. If you think about it, and I've been looking back at this, all of the action movies of the past where the heroes have big guns and there's nothing but bullets and guns. Quentin Tarantino, guns, guns, guns. Notice, for all the gun violence, most that we see in the news media, rather that's pointed at in the news media, that's our gun culture. All the video games. I'm looking at it and it's like, wait, all of this stuff isn't necessarily pro-gun. What I mean is, I think a lot of the exaggeration of the power of the gun in movies is actually a subtle type of anti-gun programming to turn the public against guns. A case in point, The Matrix. The Littleton shootings happened right after The Matrix was released, 3 weeks later, and they came out dressed like Neo from The Matrix. And it was pointed out that the movie might have had some kind of effect on them, that they liked the aesthetics of those shooters in the movies and the gun-toting anti-villains, anti-heroes fighting against the system, the Matrix. So that's right there, I think, the starting point of where they started to make us think that anyone who sees through the Matrix is going to arm up and fight and go try to take down the system. And I don't advocate that. I advocate inactivism. What we're doing is very ivory tower in many ways, but my point is the Wachowskis are anti-gun. So why are there movies featuring heroes with guns? So I'm just suggesting that a lot of this, quote, gun culture is inorganic. Like maybe the demand for first-person shooters isn't as great as you would think based on the popularity of these games. Like the shooter in Texas was way into Call of Duty. That was his life, or their life. Call of Duty. And I'm suggesting again, we're looking at fake popular culture, they introduce garbage and then they scapegoat you for what what these patsies do. Frank Murr has joined us. Thank you. It's Sunday, May 29th, the birthday of JFK. How old is JFK right now? How old is the birthday boy? I'm wondering if Kim Kardashian could go sing to him. If the QAnoners could go get JFK to show up today at Dealey Plaza, maybe we could have Kim Kardashian in her Marilyn Monroe dress sing Happy Birthday. And yes, it's also the birthday of John Hinckley, the guy that shot Reagan. Jerry says, I joined for 1 year and realized it was pointless. If you're talking about the NRA, I tend to agree. It puts you into their world stage politics. It puts you into this realm of fear that they're going to take your guns or they're going to vax you. And these are all interrelated. There's a reason why the pro-mandatory vax and anti-gun is on the same side of the fence. There's a reason why there's a sharp division here. And it's because your gun represents your self-defense as far as your physical body. The vax represents your immune system. And so, rather, the vax can replace your immune system in many ways. But the question here is, it's up to you to decide, who's responsible for protecting your body inside and out. Is it you with your guns, or is it the state, because guns are dangerous? Is it your immune system, or is it your government-injected immune system? I think these issues play upon your basic relationship to government, and that's why the statists love the gun grab, and the statists love the mandatory vax and lockdowns. Now, what's interesting about the statists, though, is that they're not actually anti-gun. They just don't want the guns in the hands of their political opponents. It's actually about power. It's a power grab, as evidenced by the desire of the political left, who are very anti-gun, to arm up Ukraine. It's like, send the AR-15s over there. I'm going through some comments. Maxwell Cooper says, Fortnite has re-energized dance culture among the youth. Matthew Nixon says, JFK assassination was probably a hoax now. Well, the QAnoners think that JFK is actually still around and that he was actually speaking in, I think it was Wisconsin the other day, that literally John F. Kennedy. And it is JFK Sunday to the QAnoners. They celebrate it. But they think John F. Kennedy is wearing a Trump suit. Now, again, this to me is biblical. And they keep saying it's going to be biblical. But I find this all to be really somewhat compelling. Because think about this. So JFK again, happy birthday. They're celebrating it today. He's 105 today. It says, may this one be the best yet. We love you, Mr. President. Again, Kim Kardashian ought to sing it in that dress. But this is going on right now. They believe that he is still among us, 105 years old, wearing the Trump suit. So this brings me back to Revelation and where this gets biblical. Because the Antichrist gets the head wound. Isn't there something about, here it is, Revelation 13:3, the death wound was healed. I saw one of his heads as if it had been fatally wounded, and his fatal wound was healed. And the whole world was amazed and followed the beast. And the QAnoners keep chanting, the beast is yet to come. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? The beast is yet to come. And Trump has been saying the best is yet to come, but they say it's all just a play. And the beast is a reference to JFK because they say that Revelations 13:3 is about Jesus coming back, not about some bad guy. That's a misinterpretation. So today is the birthday of our, I guess, second Lord and Savior, John F. Kennedy. Going through your comments here. Jerry says all the main stage actors are just psyops. Sure, it is. And it's really important here to break away from the habit of using the term false flag. I mean, false flags are a very specific thing, but the false flag, false explanation for every one of these events is actually damage control for the MSM. I mean, think about it. What else maintains the integrity of the mainstream media story? You have the mainstream media story, and you have our take on it, which is MSM minus. MSM minus that which they can't actually substantiate with facts. And then you have the false flag theory, which says, oh, the MSM is fundamentally telling the truth, but they're not adding on this. So what side are you on? MSM minus, MSM plus, or MSM? It's all about burden of proof. Who owns it, you or them? Salty says one of his heads, twin Gemini. Oh yeah, we just entered into Gemini a few days ago. 737 says police protecting the shooter from the parents. Yeah, that's all a hoax and a psyop. They did the same thing at, well, I first noticed this actually with the Virginia Tech shooter, where people said the police are standing down. Alex Jones said, oh, it's because it was a black op and they had to go in and kill everybody. The police are standing down. The idea that the police are standing down is brought up at Parkland. It's to convey this idea that there's been such a shift in the balance of power between the average person and the police because of assault rifles that this is bigger than just what the police can handle. We got to get rid of the guns. It's all just psy-war. David Pryor says false flags are to hoaxes like secret space program is to fake space. Exactly. So the mainstream view of outer space, we all know what it is. The view that I would have is that, well, they still need to provide evidence for it. So that's MSM minus, as I've been saying. But the people who believe in the secret space program are adding on additional stuff. So they are exactly what I would call MSM plus. And I hate to get lost in jargon, but I'm trying to make a distinction here between those who assess the news as though it's potentially fake until the evidence has been supplied, and those who accept it at face value, and then add on a bunch of scary stuff and repackage it. Okay, so we're talking about today being the birthday of the beast, JFK, 105. It is as crazy as it sounds, by the way. And this was really aided and abetted by a lot of politicians who took advantage of this, but this is not some fringe. This is the core doctrine. Look at these comments. Come on, guys, Lynn Wood is being played by John F. Kennedy Christ. Could it be more of a confirmation? JFK will return on Easter. And they're constantly talking about how he's going to come back. He's going to come back. He never does. He hasn't yet. Or when he does, he's dressed up as Mike Lindell or Donald Trump. Always in a disguise. He was also accused of, or they were suggesting that the Rolling Stones, and this was back on November 22nd, that the Rolling Stones were actually being portrayed by JFK and JFK Jr. Keith Richards. Yes, JFK Jr. fails to appear at the Rolling Stones concerts. QAnon believers are saying Keith Richards is JFK in disguise. So, my point being, again, this is the second coming narrative attached to this political party. And it's not a fringe. It's just something they don't want to address directly. Alright, let us continue. I'm going through some of this insanity. Now, Negative 48 is the guy promulgating this, and I listened to him for some time. I went to a live stream where there were something like 10,000 people listening, and they thought he was JFK Jr. And the word spread. JFK Jr. is going to speak to us tonight. And I listened, and everyone said it's JFK Jr. And the thing is, he did not refute it. And he played this card several times where he would be on these live streams and he would talk about the second coming of JFK and he'd use Kabbalah and numerology. But no one ever asked him directly. And finally, after about 2 weeks of this, someone said, hey, can you just verify once and for all, are you? And he said, no, my name's Michael Protzman. But by then, many of these people had already made plans to leave their families and go to Dealey Plaza to meet Jesus in person. And that has kind of dwindled down to a couple of groups, but it's not over yet. So this is believed by QAnoners to be JFK, and it's also just a very strange clip. This is your dark MAGA.
Jacqueline Cazares, Jayla Nicole Silguro, Jace Lovarnos, Jose Flores, Leila Salazar, McKenna Lee Elrod, Jacqueline Cazares.
Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, Tim, what's up, man?
Just listening to Donald Trump engaging in what sounds
Oh,
like
you
black
are?
magic. What was that?
Oh, are you watching his rally from yesterday?
Just a clip of it where he's reading off these names and somebody's ringing a gong. Like, what was that?
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. All that Trump and JFK, that's such a bunch of crap. Yeah, but you remember when Donald Trump went to the, what is that thing, the four presidents on the mountain? Mount Rushmore.
Yes.
You remember when he went to that thing a couple of years back? Well, supposedly there was a guy standing up on top of those four big giant heads, and it was supposedly John Kennedy Jr. that was standing up there speaking to these people in this crowd. You see, they kept him real far away so people couldn't really see who he was. So I thought that was kind of weird. If you go back and look at it, you can probably find it.
I found it.
Search
I found
the
it.
web.
And I've heard the claim.
Right.
And see, I don't know exactly. Here's the thing. The death of JFK Jr. is clearly a hoax. So are they gonna bring him back out or a look-alike, which they could do?
I think he's coming back, to be honest. I think he's going to come back. I think I don't know exactly when it's going to happen, but yeah, I think they're going to bring John Jr. back out into the public eye. I think they are, because I mean the whole George magazine thing, and if I have to bring down the whole damn government to prove that they killed my father, you know, that whole thing that was going on. And you know, you guys have been talking about Q. Well, Q is supposedly like 200 really high-ranking military personalities that are all in this thing together. But I would refer to the Q thing as a legion. It's more like a legion of these. And if you know about the Watchers from the scriptures, I know you have a different take on this stuff, but
yeah, the
my
Watchers.
take is
The
there were
Watchers are the
200
ones.
Watchers.
The Watchers are the ones who were assigned to watch and not touch, not mingle, not procreate
Right.
with. Uh-huh.
And then 20 of them got together and they made a pact. They made a pact that said if one of us goes down, we'll all go down. And then they took women because they thought women were very beautiful. So they left their first estate, which is being an angel, took on human form, and then mated with humans and created this race of giants. Do I think giants really existed? Yeah, I do. I really think they do. There's a lot of evidence across the realm that shows that these big giant things, and I'm not talking like 10, 12, 20, 30 feet. I'm talking like a mile high being. Trees, I believe, were probably 50 miles high, 60 miles high. There's a lot of evidence in the realm that points to like that thing in South Dakota.
So
I
wait,
actually went and saw it.
the Devil's Tower, right?
Right, yeah, I went and looked at it myself. I actually went there in 2005. I went to Sturgis. I rode my Harley there. And we went and looked at the Devil's Tower. And I'd tell you what, it looks like a big giant tree stump to me. I mean, that's what it looks like. Now, whether or not it actually is, who knows? But it really does look like a giant tree stump. And there's evidence all across the realm of giant tree stumps. Like this crazy dude, Brian Stavely. I think that's his name, Brian Stavely. the one who promotes the
Ryan. Ryan.
the fossils.
The fossils. The fossils. That's Mud Fossil University. I've looked at this, and yeah, there is some interesting conjecture here, and it is true that sometimes things look like other things. But the basis for the idea that these trees used to extend into the skies is that what something changed, they fell, and what we have left are mountains, which are just tree stumps.
Well, actually, what happened was, if you read the scriptures, it says that when Noah was commanded to build the ark, at that point in time, the angels were sent to cut down these very large trees, because they kind of got the impression that these very large giants, if the trees weren't cut down when the realm flooded, which there's a lot of proof that the realm actually flooded, when the trees were cut down, these big giant things would probably just climb up to the top of the trees. And considering their size and what they were, they could just be snatching stuff out of the water and eat, you know? So there had to be something to keep them from being able to climb to the top, climb to the top of one of these big giant trees and just kind of wait it out till the flood subsided. So, and those entities is what became demons, because they weren't human and they weren't angel. They were something else. They were something that our Creator didn't create from the start. So, I mean, He created man. He created angels with a purpose in mind. They worship Him because they have to, not because they chose to.
Let me bring something up here. I've been talking about General Flynn and Q and how he brings into the Q this group called the Church Universal Triumphant, this angel channeling group. They believe they're fighting this war against ancient evil, the deep state, etc. But anyway, the leader of the group is Elizabeth Clare Prophet, and she put out a book on this topic. She called it Fallen Angels and the Origins of Evil. And the book is essentially about this idea that there was a literal flood and that these rebellious beings were physically killed, but their non-corporeal forms, their spirit remained, and now they just seek the world, vessels. Possession, I guess, would explain.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying, because they weren't angels and they weren't people. They were some hybrid entity. So that when these things died, and I mean, they were doing it with all kinds of things. It wasn't just people. They were doing it with animals. They were doing it with plants, all kinds of different things that they were changing from the original creation, what our Father spoke into existence. And I believe in our Father, and I believe in His Christ. If you don't, I mean, that's up to you.
Well, it's all initially story. I don't know. I don't have enough information. But I mean, I remember reading about this in the book by Elizabeth Prophet, and she spoke of the group of watchers and this idea. And it is a fascinating explanation for a lot of what we see in the world, the origin of evil being actual angels that are chained down. They're chained down here until the end of time. And would that be now, in your opinion?
Well, I think I truly think we're getting very close to that. I mean, because they are in this bottomless pit. They are chained in the bottomless pit. And at some point, Christ Himself is going to open that pit. He's going to open that pit and release these beings upon the realm.
Now, when you say Christ, do you think it might possibly be a reference to a new incarnation, a new avatar? Like, is there any reason to think that Christ couldn't come back as a, let's say, president?
A false Christ. I know there's a lot of conjecture. I guess I don't know if that's the right word, but there's a lot of talk that President Trump is the false Christ. The Nasera Gesera thing. If you looked into it, I've been looking into this stuff for a while now. The Nasera Gesera, that thing that was supposed to reset the whole realm and everybody was going to be debt-free and everybody was going to have plenty of money. Well, that was actually supposed to happen on, I think, the day before 9/11 actually happened. But the day before 9/11 happened, someone come out and said there was, I can't remember the entity that it was, but it was some bigwig in the government. He come out and said that it turns out we're missing $2 trillion and we don't know where this money has gone to. So, and then of course there was going to be a big investigation about where's this $2 trillion. And it just so happens that all that paperwork was stored in Building 7.
Yeah, I've heard this,
it's
and
kind of funny.
in my view, it's an interesting story. As Psyopsicles put it, Gassar has been rebranded with the universal basic income. Personally, my value system, I don't think that we would benefit from some kind of universal basic income. I do believe that,
Oh no!
but I mean, I think it would be destructive at this point, and I think it's based on it's based on what?
Because then nobody would want to work.
Well, who creates the
I mean,
wealth?
already we're to the
I was
point-
watching the Occupy Wall Street group, and it was my first time ever going to a protest. I went just to observe, and I was reporting on it.
Right.
And I remember thinking, this group here believes that they can expropriate the wealth from the top 1% and make everything better for everybody and solve everybody's problems. And it's like, well, what happens when you spend that? And it's just a very destructive bit of social, I would say, cannibalism.
What happens if everybody is rich? Who's going to work? I mean, who's going to work? If everybody's got a lot of money, who is going to work? No one's going to work. They're going to be expecting other people to do things for them.
Well, it kind of depends. It kind of depends. But that's what I'm saying. It's like the idea, though, is that why is that an ideal? How is that any different from the communist Marxist paradise? And I think anybody who promises paradise is probably offering some kind of bait and switch.
Well, yeah, that's very obvious. I mean, there is no way that you can make everybody rich and expect anything to ever get done. Because if everybody's rich, who's going to go to work?
Well,
there's right now,
something else to consider too. I don't understand a lot of the envy towards the so-called rich, because if you think about it, all Americans are kind of in the 1% if you compare everything across the quote globe. And
I agree.
And also there's a standard of living thing that you also have to take into account. And so there's so many things to consider that, I don't really agree with this idea of class envy, and the Democrats love to weaponize that stuff.
Oh, I don't either. I think if a man works hard and makes himself $1 million, why should you hold that against him? I mean, if a man actually works, starts something, produces a business, puts people to work, why is that a bad thing?
And then something else you'll notice, that the commies are also going after this idea that, it's all about this notion that we should have equality of outcome rather than opportunity, and they see it as unfair if you're born wealthy. So the idea of the death tax, is like you shouldn't be able to pass on your wealth to your youth. It should go to the state. There's this mentality here that's just been inculcated into everybody. It ties into environmentalism, and eventually it's going to go into people donating their blood to make bricks for the Mars base.
Yeah, Mars. Come on now. You can't land on Mars just like you can't land on the moon. And space is a joke. I keep thinking that maybe on June 11th, they're going to get a whole bunch of balloons and loft some big structure up into the sky and then drop it on the Seattle Space Needle. I mean, I don't know. That sounds crazy, but I mean, if it can be faked, obviously we have the technology to fake a lot of things. Right? I keep waiting on the fake alien invasion thing. I mean, with this technology they have now, I think you've spoken about this.
There's so many ways. It was the fake meteor showers. Oh, also, I wanted to ask you, though, have you seen Wall-E, the Pixar movie?
Yeah, I did. I actually watched it.
Okay, so you saw then how the spaceship was really just a modern retelling of Noah's Ark?
Yeah, that pretty much was the story. And Wall-E was in where he was at. He was just in a bunch of big giant mounds of trash, and he was just going through recycling things. Was that the kind of the story about Wall-E?
Yeah, well, Wall-E represented basically the trash that covered the Earth and the space junk represented man's sin, and the space ark represented, of course, Noah saving that which could be saved, and of course in Noah's Ark, he's waiting for the dove to bring him the olive branch. He's waiting for a sign of life. And that's what you see in the movie Wall-E. That little white robot that looks like a dove named Eve brings a plant back to the ship, and that brings them to the realization that we can go back to the earth. But I'm just suggesting here it's notable that the global warming catastrophe story has been presented to the youth of the day as a replacement for Noah's Ark.
Well, one of those big time guys come out and said, just give me one generation of people, and I can change their minds. I can make them think a completely different way. And I mean, think about all of the trans things that are going on, transhuman, transgender, everything. We're transforming. This is the thought that they are putting into people's minds now, that we're transforming from this to something else. Like Elon. I mean, come on. Elon Musk, really, that guy's a genius. Give me a break. He's an idiot. The guy's an idiot. Just like
he's
Bill Gates.
Yeah,
Those guys are idiots.
They're saviors. That's what's so
Jeff
wild
Bezos,
about this, is that
another idiot.
they're legitimately
So-
looked upon as saviors. They really are. And so, who today, let's say that the world's flooded because of wickedness. Who today has an ark that could take you somewhere safe? Well, the only person who can get you off the world right now would really be Elon Musk. So you got to buy your ticket. You see what they've done here.
Well, Bezos has got his space program, and Richard Branson's got his space program.
I guess
so
you got
there's
three.
a few of those guys out there.
They're competing.
A few of them out there have space programs, but we know it's all a bunch of crap. I mean, it really is. It's so stupid to think that space is the real thing. I mean,
Well, hey, this has
if
been
it was,
interesting.
why
If you
did they-
can provide in the chat maybe links to any Bible verses about angels chopping down the giant trees. Very interesting topic there.
Okay. I will look for it. I will. I'll probably have to Google it. I think you can still find things on Google. I'm not sure the exact verse, and actually, I believe it's in Enoch. It's in the book
Yeah,
of
I
Enoch.
expected
where
it would be,
talks
but
about-
yeah, if you can dig that up, I'd appreciate it, because this mountains are the remnants of giant trees has always been intriguing to me. If nothing else, just because I like
I think
looking
they
at
are.
the pictures. It's just amazing how nature has these things that just kind of look like they look alike. They're patterns, and it repeats itself.
Right. Well, it's pretty obvious when I see the picture you have on the screen. I mean, it's pretty obvious that's an old petrified tree stump. It's pretty obvious to me.
Now, isn't
that's
that,
what that
before
is.
you go, wait, isn't that on the cover of Close Encounters of the Third Kind? The Devil's
Yes,
Tower?
that's what the whole thing was about. The whole movie was about that tower right there, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, where the so-called space aliens landed behind the tower, and these people were seeing these visions, like the one crazy guy, Richard Dreyfuss. He made a big thing of that right in his living room. He started pulling trees and throwing bricks and all kinds of stuff in his living room. And the first thing that he did was he had a big pile of mashed potatoes, and he was sitting there eating, and then all of a sudden he made it into that tower-looking thing. And then he kind of freaked out. His family left, and he started throwing all this stuff in his house, and he made this big replica of the Devil's Tower. And then him and that girl, they go there, and then they show you the cow imagery where all the cows in the field have been killed, and it looks like they've been dissected by some kind of different being.
Well, look,
and they get there,
the
and
cover
then
art
they show the spaceship.
looks like a space needle. It looks like the space needle on fire. You got the Devil's Tower with a saucer on top, and then if aliens are replacements for angels, in a way, this looks like some kind of big saw chopping down the tree. Some kind of alien.
Right.
You see what I mean? Like there's something there with this image.
And you know, I noticed you talked about JL 26. He makes some good points, to be honest. He makes some good points about Elvis and Donald and Obama and the Space Needle. So he's got some interesting information. So I've looked at him off and on for the last couple of years. I've watched a lot of things over the last couple of years that have made me think a lot differently about the place that we live. And I noticed you did say this about the camera pictures of the sun interacting with the clouds. Well, do you do yourself a favor and go outside on a cloudy day when the sun's in the sky and look at it with your own two eyes, and then make that call and say that it was just a camera thing, but make that call for yourself. And I guarantee you, if you looked at the sun on a cloudy day, it will interact with the clouds.
Okay,
So
I'll take a look.
93.
I'll report back on
Take a
that.
look.
I'll look back on
Take a
that, and
look.
if you can find those verses, I appreciate it. Thanks for the call. Appreciate you calling.
Okay.
All right. So let's go back to our list of topics. What the caller just brought up here was I had addressed the claim by some simulationists that the sun is not in the clouds as it may appear. It's an optical illusion. And we're also talking about the giant trees being chopped down by some ancient aliens or angels, leaving behind what we call mountains. Travis Cloud says Jack and the Beanstalk was removed from the Bible. Yeah, the truth is always in the Apocrypha. Everything they removed. All right, so I had a few things earmarked to discuss today. I don't want to talk about Q, it's boring, but it just keeps coming up. Okay, here's something. A lot of new development with regard to the event in Texas, rather the events. And some of this stuff is kind of fascinating because it seems like there's some kind of a back and forth happening here, where when they pull off these psyops, they will leak fake stories, or rather fake leads, that make it look like we're dealing with crisis actors, and then the person is revealed to, be based, like for example, they showed us someone who had two different dads, and then they later release a story saying, well, maybe one of them's a stepdad and the other one's the dad. So they create these ambiguous stories to get you to run to a false conclusion. At the Buffalo shooting, there was a reporter who had two different names in two different news reports. Later, he clarified it. So they give you false leads so they can say the conspiracy theorists have been debunked. Just heads up, you can't run with every lead that you see. You have to vet every lead, even if it looks promising. Moxie says, anybody have an opinion on J Dreamer Z plasma apocalypse theory? Yeah, his theory is that there's some kind of cap on the top of the dome that's going to be pulled and we're all going to get sucked up into the sky. He said you got to chain yourself down. I've heard it. I don't know a whole lot more about it. I should probably get him on to talk. I wanted to bring this up. For those of you who've noticed a connection between the number 42, the alien agenda, and Seattle and everything else. In 1988, Donald Trump turned 42. And for his 42nd birthday, he threw a party which was kicked off by a, quote, 15-foot spaceship that launched from the stage and sent smoke and flashing lasers towards Trump and his wife. A magician performed, and then dancers performed Michael Jackson's Bad, reworked to honor the real estate mogul. So he has some Michael Jackson alien invasion stuff, all for his 42nd birthday. Just thought I'd bring that up. And I noticed that Kanye West's boots are being honed in on. A lot of people are noticing his boots. And I pointed out the boots at the Dawn Day 2 event because it looked like they were rain boots. And of course the place was flooded, which ties in to much of the script we've been talking about, specifically this flood narrative. So what is it with Kanye's boots? Why is he wearing combat boots? We have all this symbolism we've been discussing with regard to the Black Christ symbolism we've seen. A lot of that ties in with Kanye West and his world stage performance art pieces, the Dawn Day 2, etc., the Coachella, Sunday School. And I'm thinking, well, the other Jesus had Birkenstocks. Peaceful guy. Maybe the combat boots is signifying something. All right, I'm catching up on comments. No, I actually shrunk this. Just so you guys know, if you look up Kanye's boots, they're trending because they're so big, and I shrunk them down. with a false headline. I said he borrowed DiCaprio's boots. Here's the actual picture. And I do think his boots are oversized. And I don't think anything that the Illuminati do is based on just caprice, just arbitrary randomness. Everything has meaning, so what do Kanye's massive boots mean? Linda Curtis says water pants too. Yeah, I think there's something up here. I can tie some stuff up together real quick with regard to this. We'll go through all of it. We've been uncovering this story day by day. Here's an interesting photo. I've been looking at celebrity photos, keeping up with crisis actors, keeping up with the Kardashians. So, this is Kanye dressed up like the Grim Reaper, and there is Northwest, his daughter. So, the point here I'm bringing up is that on 1/9, January the 9th, a 19-story building in the Bronx in the Twin Parks burned. Twin Parks, 1/9, 19-story, very 9/11-y so far. And the Northwest Tower burned. So again, Northwest Tower of Twin Parks on 1/9, 19-story burns. This was the space heater fire. But at this time, we were connecting it to Kanye West. And it was a few other things that we were connecting here, but the narrative we were drawing from the Dawn Day 2 event was that Kanye West's world is burning, that West world is burning, that the West is burning. Specifically, the Bronx fire was signifying with the space heater narrative there that it's the space heater was a result of systemic inequality, that the poor who are being more adversely affected by climate change caused by the rich are having to buy space heaters, which are dangerous. So I guess the space heaters they used don't automatically shut off if they fall. So they had this fire. Again, the Northwest Tower, Twin Parks, fire truck number 42. So all of this was coming out around the time of the Dawn Day event, and I had made note of it, that Kanye West world is burning, and the Northwest Tower, again, Northwest, Seattle, State 42. So here we are looking at Kanye's The Grim Reaper with Northwest, and Northwest is wearing a shirt that says Killer Clowns. KK. Very significant there as well. Other picture I found, I'm going through celebrity pictures now, just a few things. So here's another fascinating one. This is Pete Davidson. Again, comedians have been dying. They've been suffering head wounds. Comedians have been in the news getting slapped, being attacked, because comedy's under attack, free speech is under attack. And this to me is all just symbolic. It's all ritual. Well, Pete Davidson has been in the sights of Kanye, O.J. Simpson, West. They have O.J. Simpsonified Kanye West. This is an obvious setup. That's why it's interesting that Kim Kardashian is wearing Marilyn Monroe dresses. Wearing the dresses of a woman who died under mysterious circumstances. Dating a guy whose father burned to death on 9/11/2001 in the Twin Tower attacks. A fireman, Burning Man. You see the symbolism here. He was 33. Kanye West was a Burning Man at Dawn Day 1. Again, there's a Dawn Day 1 and a Dawn Day 2. All about this twinning. Dawn Day 2 came on the second coming of Pluto. So I'm looking at these overlapping symbols, and here I'm looking at Pete. Innocent looking picture, except behind him, what do you see? Twin pillars. And what's on his atrocious shirt there? That shirt is just hideous, but what's on it? Twin pillars, with his head right between. So you can kind of see here, if you follow the pillars down, it looks like twin towers. You could even make out where the planes would be hitting. Going through some comments, Rusty says, holy crap, I'm late and I have to sleep before work in 4 hours. You can just catch the replay. Again, we're going through these pictures, and I'm picking something up here. Okay, next one. And this is from a group of pictures like farewell to Pete Davidson leaving SNL. And by the way, the name Pete Davidson, Peter, Rock, Chris Rock, other comedian who's attacked. Dave Chappelle also attacked. The name Chappelle, Chapel. The house symbolism is very prevalent here. The Dawn Day 2 house that burned. Pete Davidson was just ritually killed in a movie called The House. Now in this picture you have Pete Davidson giving the sign of the horns in a doorway. Behind him, black and white checkered tiles and an exit sign. So I see exit, Masonic tile, and to his side you see a costume rack. So it looks to me like Pete Davidson is ready for his Masonic staged exit, and it's time for a costume change. And if you look here, this is also very sneaky, very subtle. And again, I don't think any of these pictures are just thrown out there without being thoroughly planned and coordinated. I see a heartbeat across his chest and a tattoo. Also, it's a line there, which also looks like decapitation, like his head has been separated. But now, if you look up at the top of the door jamb, that line in the ceiling makes it look like this is a gallows. Then you have the exit sign, and the door, part of the door here makes it look like there's a rope behind him. So it actually looks to me like he's being executed, like he's being hanged or something. Does anyone else get this execution vibes, Masonic staged exit out of this picture? And think about this too. Why would he die? He's been making jokes about the mental illness of Kanye West. He's been joking about it. His jokes have gone too far. Why did Chris Rock get slapped? His jokes went too far. Lean Dion says Westeros is burned, razed to the ground by a dragon queen in Game of Thrones, makes way for their reset. Yeah, so Westworld burns, Kanye West world is burning, the West is burning. I mentioned the Bronx fire because the Space Heaters is references Space Wars. And the West is separate now because the Russians are leaving the ISS because it's the space commies versus the space capitalists, the space cowboys like Bezos. The space commies don't want space capitalists becoming trillionaires because it threatens their political and economic system. So it looks to me like that's also on the table here. In fact, I did see some specific quotes here about Putin and nuking and bringing an end to the, quote, West. So we'll be digging into this, but this is all just out there in the meta script. So again, Kanye West world's burning, Westeros burned, West world, all of this is overlapping, telling a story. Going through your comments, everybody. T-Dog135 says, Christ was called the Son of David. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. Pete Davidson. Again, Pete David's dad died at 33 in the Phoenix ritual. Phoenix is the same thing as Christ. Originally, the symbol of the Phoenix and Christ were used synonymously. They mean the same thing. Death, resurrection. The eternity of the soul through its various incarnations, the dying and resurrecting Sun King, the corona, the crown of thorns, at the top of the head, correlating to the crown chakra at the top of the 33 vertebrae, which is why he dies at 33. 33, you have a state change from ice to liquid. This is all symbolic. It has to do with the fire snake and the vertebrae on the spine. And of course, Christ is just symbolic of transcendence, transcending the material world. So here we have the World Trade Towers, 33-year-old towers that burn, and they were replacing them with a new tower they were going to call the World Trade Center Phoenix. But instead they went with One World Trade Tower because it would be too obvious. The new tower was opened 13 years later. 13 is a big Phoenix number. 13 is a number associated with death and rebirth. I can explain how they arrive at their explanations for what these numbers mean, and it's all based on the sun and the 12 months, the solar calendar. It's based on just the cycles of time. But again, the new tower opened on 11/3, November the 3rd, so 13 years later, new tower, 1,776 feet high, which is 1776 is the year that Pluto was in its conjunct with America. and we just had the second coming of Pluto. All very interesting as far as the timing, considering that 1776 is significant to the Illuminati and their founding, not just America. Also, 888 in Christian numerology is Christ. Multiply that by 2, you get 1776. So here you have another Phoenix second coming code inculcated into the new tower. But again, at the original tower, Pete Davidson's his dad died at the age of 33. So here's Pete, David's son. Also the name Peter, Rock, all ties in. Salty says, I know why he looks so weird. It's because they're lighting his skin. It's not his natural color. Interesting. Jordan says the juice is loose. Yeah, they set him loose back in December. And this is backstage. Wee says Kanye needs anger management. I think Kanye West is a major world stage player, and you can follow a storyline from Elvis to Bowie to Kanye, and Kanye's been represented on the world stage as, more recently, as the man who fell to earth. He's he's been presented as a Christ. You can see him with a crown of thorns, but there's a new age, and the new age needs a new savior. The Great Reset started really, and it stopped being a conspiracy theory when we had the great conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter. And this was on 12/21/2020. Now this great conjunction happened on a winter solstice. Hasn't happened since year 0. So it's like, wow, we're setting our clocks back to when the Savior was born. But anyway, if you look at the way the story has been playing out, we are being set up, I believe, for a new Christ, a new unifying Savior. We have our new world religion. We have our new world order heaven. Everybody believes in outer space. Everybody believes in sin, aka the virus, and the carbon footprint. Everybody believes that God gets mad if we don't mitigate our behaviors to, not raise the oceans. We've got the global warming as a replacement for the angry God. We have this whole new eschatology. And it's left and right. You have people who don't believe in God, but who fear the globe, who don't believe in anything, spiritual, but they basically are the most religious, fundamentalist people with religious garments. They even have a modern replacement for holy water, which is the hand sanitizer. And it's all based on superstition, in my opinion. But my point is that we've already collectively accepted scientism as the new world religion. That's kind of my point. But we don't exactly have a universally defined explanation for evil. Yes, we have sin, but sin is more like the error. Like you use the wrong product, or you voted for the wrong politician, your carbon footprint's too big. You can fix that. But what is the source of it? The systemic. This is what we're getting into. Systemic evil. And today, they've replaced it, I think, with systemic oppression, with systemic racism. And so I think that what we're seeing now is this all-encompassing explanation for everything that's wrong with the world. And you could just boil it down to Western chauvinism. That's why we had Derek Chauvin, or Derek Western Chauvinism, as I've been calling him, kneeling on George Floyd, who represents BLM and the Communist Marxist World Revolution. And that event itself ties into 9/11 in many different ways. But, Derek actually is named for an infamous hangman who hanged 3,000, a very 9/11-y number. But again, it's all about Western chauvinism taking the blame. It's the scapegoat. It's the challenger to the world system, what America represents. It's the pariah, and it's also pretty much per capita the worst polluter. And these are all things that they bring up because America is being made an example of. That's why you only have the mass shooting epidemic in America. You see, it's a uniquely American problem. The introduction of systemic racism as the ultimate evil was really emphasized with the Buffalo shooting. And you can see how that is being building up. And I'm just suggesting here that we're being prepared for some kind of martyr. Like George Floyd, I think, was a warm-up act for what's coming, in my opinion. And we shall see. I have some very specific predictions, but they're all in my book, The Metascript Decoded. Rocco has joined us, says, aloha everybody, I know I'm late, but glad to be here. Yeah, you can also catch the replay in a couple of hours. Going through some comments again, there's so much here. Once Upon Us says, Kraken Kim Kardashian. Well, you know, the Karen phenomenon was really being popularized at the same exact time that the Kraken meme was being force memed. And I think there may be some connection between a lot of these things phonetically. The other night we were talking about the connections between the Kraken and Cthulhu of the Lovecraftian mythos. And it still has the same hard consonants. 737 says, I love how this ocean of blue wrenches flows. Maxwell says, the official explanation for why Davidson looks so sickly is Crohn's disease. The Barstool Sports nicknamed him. That's terrible. They actually nicknamed him that? Okay, well, I wouldn't be surprised if this is all purposeful. Whenever they set people up in these psyops, they make them look very specific ways. No, there are no wardrobe malfunctions on the world stage. If you see something, they pretty much wanted you to see it. Some bartender gave him a very unflattering nickname. I don't want to repeat it, but I may use it later. I know someone. All right, let's see here. Polecat78 says, Pete has Crohn's disease. Makes me think of The Crow and The Crown. Right. You know, this wouldn't be inconsistent with how they use words that are phonetically similar and proximal to convey things. So, for example, when David Bowie died of cancer at 69, I'm pretty sure cancer was a reference to the summer solstice and the sun's crab walk for 3 days. I think it's a reference to that, which is sort of similar to the winter solstice, where the sun is crucified for 3 days. A lot of the death fakers usually have symbolism connecting them to this astrotheological story. And of course, 69 is the symbol for cancer. So for Pete to have Crohn's disease and having it a reference to the crow or the crown, recently, because of the shooter, we were talking about the movie The Crow with Brandon Lee, and how the crow in that movie is a version of the phoenix. The dove from Noah's Ark is a version of the phoenix, represents the post-reset. The crow, Brandon Lee, character, dies, comes back from the dead, even makes jokes in the movie about being like Jesus. He says, I have 3 nails, can you put me up for the night? To a guy at a hotel. He dies, he comes back. All kinds of basically conflating of Christ with the phoenix. And of course, I mentioned before, the crown connects with this because, of course, you have the crown chakra. And the crown of thorns is what that represents, or the corona of the sun, the illuminated consciousness. Tomanoid 2 says, Derek Chauvin caused climate change. Sam says, if there is a hoax Christ return, it's going to be the Hebrew Israelite one. You get your spaceships, you get the West burned down. I saw it pre-programmed in an Adidas commercial. I believe I've seen that commercial. At the end, I believe I've seen it. At the end, it has this kind of interesting scene with his father and his daughter are looking at someone on the ground. It looked like what you described. West gets burned down. Rusty says, damn good points about this being a uniquely American phenomenon. That's a very profound observation and statement. Yeah, we've been set up. We're as far as like globally, we're a scapegoat, a pariah. I actually think we are the challenger that must be destroyed. And that's part of the space shuttle narrative. A new endeavor to discover Atlantis. Challengers must be destroyed. They destroyed the Challenger at 1 minute and 13 seconds. Or 73 seconds. Fascinating number in these connections when you get into it. Like I said, the new tower came up on 11.3. The Challenger explodes, 11.3. The Phoenix is the Challenger. Christ is the Challenger. He challenges the darkness. He dies. He comes back. Same story. All right, I'm reading some comments. So many unflattering things about Pete Davidson, and I think that's intentional. I think they've created an unlikable character. Tomino says oil derrick caused climate change. Okay, I see what you mean. Hey, you want to call in 833-311-1984? Feel free to comment on any of these things. We're just barely getting into the topic here. I'm getting some strong alien savior vibes off of this Burning Man festival. I've been doing some research, and in 2018, a man actually ran into the fire and said he died. The final Burning Man festival, the one in 2019, had a 33-year-old die in Black Rock City. Again, Black Rock City. Again, Burning Man, Black Rock, Kanye West did the Phoenix thing. Pete Davidson, Peter is the Rock. You'll find a lot of Rock, Burning Man. You'll see why. There's some overlapping symbols here. Now, this particular Burning Man festival looks like the Space Needle on fire with a man on top. Could be Elvis. Jordan says Elvis flying higher than the Space Needle. Now, speaking of, okay, Elvis and Space Needle, this is one of the topics of JL26. I find it notable here that David Bowie has Elvis Presley's birthday, and David Bowie was in effigy as Starman. He was in the Tesla Roadster sent into space in a Space Needle, aka in a rocket. Rocket Man, Starman, David Bowie, Elvis Presley's birthday, goes through a Space Needle into space. The whole world watched. And it was right after the Stone Man Majori shooting, the Parkland shooting. I remember back then, I was like, what's with this Stone Man and Starman? And when you say Starman, you could also say Rock Star Man, because it's Bowie, iconic rock star. So I'm like, Rock Star, Stone Man, what is going on here? Above and below, there's some story being told. Battery 79 says, hello, Think Tankers. Just noticed the stream is live. Yeah, there will be a replay if you miss it. And you can also catch us in video on Spotify. Travis Cloud says, new Elvis movie coming out. Yeah, Elvis movie's coming out next month. The new Tom Cruise movie just came out, and I was talking about the significance of that and Tom Cruise. And he fits into the story pretty intricately. Again, we're looking at death of man who ran into the Burning Man ruled a suicide. Okay, here's some interesting notes. So first of all, let me bring this up because we're looking at predictive programming for this Kraken and what's to come. And here's something that's really stood out to me. So Marjorie Taylor Greene and other Republicans have been saying for months now, flood the polls. Marjorie Taylor Greene telling GOP voters, flood the polls. And then back in 2020, first came the floods, then came the polling places changes, all kinds of flooding and polling among the polls. And I'm like, okay, what's going on here? Then the Batman movie comes out, and the polls get flooded, literally by the equivalent to the right-wingers, the QAnoners, the followers of the Riddler. So that's notable here, of course, because that's how the movie ends. So here's what we have that connects these things. A few things here. The Riddler sent his followers to cause a flood on Election Day with the bombing of a dam. Afterward, you have Batman holding a torch. So Batman holding a torch is the Bat Phoenix symbol. As we've seen since Dark Knight Rises, they've used the bat as a phoenix in all of their imagery on their posters. They even have, I mean, it's just, you've seen it, it's replete with bat as phoenix, just like the crow has the crow as phoenix. So this explains the recent immolation of the guy at the Supreme Court who set himself on fire before the Roe v. Wade drama started. And the guy who set himself on fire in front of the Supreme Court, his name? Wynn Bruce. Like Bruce Wayne? I mean, how is that? So, the new Man Who Fell to Earth has a focus on Seattle and water. And I'll be checking that out for that reason. Because, again, we're looking at the meta script, and this character, the Man Who Fell to Earth, is actually a continuation of really David Bowie's character, the Man Who Fell to Earth, Starman. The Starman who was prophesied in Bowie's 1972 album, who would arrive to save man from himself. which I believe would be global warming, climate change, and systemic racism. So the prediction of the Starman Savior said that he'd be born in 1977, the summer of Sam, which would make Kanye West that person if you go by the storyline. And we've been covering this. But I think this is all part of the big script, and I think since Elvis we have been prepared, and they've been using rock stars to sell us on this. I think we've been prepared for this new Christ to emerge, whatever form it takes. And I happen to think we're really close to the end game here. So here we go. Second coming closer now. I think we just entered Gemini. Things are heating up. Planned protests all across the country. High school's out. Enter Gemini twin mirror. We just had Pluto's return. Donde 2, Satan 2, Pandemic 2, 2 shooters. We have the Batman movie putting out the signal that the far right's going to set something off. And again, at the end, when Batman's holding the torch, he's up to his waist in the water. And he says, it's Wednesday, November the 6th. So it's 11/6. 11/6, hold that up to the water, and you get a backwards reflection of 9/11, which you could also look at as an 11/6. So I'm suggesting here that we have this flood predictive programming pretty strong in the Batman movie, and it's specifically pointing to 11/6, I would say. And what's more, someone pointed out to me that Gotham is New York. Well, we already had our disaster in New York. I think the next one's for Seattle. And listen to this. The first name of New York, Seattle's first name was New York. They changed it later. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, I just saw a bunch of people talking about the new Elvis movie coming out.
Yeah, on the 24th.
I think it's kind of strange that the whole Tom Hanks thing, when that first happened, he was supposedly in Australia filming the new Elvis movie, and then he came down with COVID. He was the first celebrity to get COVID and get quarantined, and now he's going to come out and play the manager of Elvis Presley. I thought they were probably going to release that movie on 6/14 because it's Trump's birthday. Looks like it's going to be released on 6/24 in America, 6/23 in Australia.
Well, on that point, okay, so yeah, I'm glad you brought this up, and I will bounce off that because there's a couple of points this raises. So thanks again for the call, and what this raises is this. Tom Hanks was the first public person to come down with COVID, and he went into quarantine in Australia. He's working on the Elvis movie. Elvis was the one who gave us a live demonstration of a vaccination on TV. He got vaxxed on October the 28th. October the 28th, of course, is Bill Gates' birthday. So Bill Gates' first birthday has Elvis Presley getting a vax on TV. So here's a connection again. Because Tom Hanks was in quarantine, just like in the movie Inferno, about a supervirus called Inferno, where the character starts off under quarantine. And while Tom Hanks was in Australia suffering from the bug, Italy was under lockdown. Infinite Plane Radio.
Yeah, we got disconnected. I guess the gremlins munched the line because.
Yeah, well, as I was saying, so
talking,
Elvis Presley got his vax on TV on the birthday of Bill Gates, and of course, we're talking about the vax in the context of this alien savior, and the vax is a symbol of salvation. It's the
also there's a good point about Elvis Presley was the first one to do a movie at the Space Needle. He was it happened at the World's Fair apparently. That movie he did where they
Hey, Maxwell Cooper brought up this too. The MSM did tell us very early on in the pandemic. They told us that they would be able to use the blood of Tom Hanks to save us all. Tom Hanks's blood to be used for coronavirus research. At the time, he was 63. He was going to call it a Hank scene.
Yeah, exactly. And then think about the movie that he did where he was on the island alone, where he got shipwrecked. I can't remember what it was called, but he had the soccer ball that he put his handprint on, and that was his friend on the island when he was by himself. I can't remember what that movie was called. That was another Tom Hanks movie.
And what of it?
Well, he was isolated. He was isolated in that movie.
Oh,
And he was
quarantined.
delivering mail. So, yeah, he was isolated in that movie, and then he's the first one. Also, another thing, you know, the whole QAnon conspiracy thing was Tom Hanks was the top guy in that, the rituals they were doing. He was
Look,
the
yeah,
one
look,
that
Tom
was
Hanks
supposedly...
is a player in this game.
Yeah.
I think he plays into it. Why
Oh,
else
yeah.
would he take a role in a movie like Pinocchio, where he's a character named
Well, do you remember?
He's a character in Pinocchio named Geppetto. I mean, that's the worst possible name you could take when you're accused of.
Yeah. A pedo, of course. And also, remember, I can't remember if it was in the 80s when he did that show called Bosom Buddies, where him and this guy, they pretended to be girls so they
Yeah,
could
look,
get on
to be honest, look, I'm not really hung up on this. I don't believe that that this elite gender inversion thing's a real thing. I mean, I'm open to the topic, I guess, but I need more evidence. But as far as there being,
Well, I was just bringing up the fact that the first show that Tom Hanks did was a show called Bosom Buddies, as far as I can recall. And then he did the movie The Kid, where
now
he was,
that one there is weird. So the kid is one where he's a 5-year-old. No. Is he a 5-year-old in an adult body dating some older
I think
woman?
he's like an 11. I think he's an 11-year-old, and then he gets a man's body.
But anyway,
wakes
yeah,
up in the
look,
morning.
everybody here literally knows about Tom Hanks and how he's been played into the QAnon thing. But I was more focused here on Elvis at the moment because the Elvis movie's coming out and he's connected to the Elvis thing. And the Elvis as Savior was brought up in the movie Daybreakers, where you have a guy named Elvis who drives a Firebird of the Phoenix on it, and his blood is used to save the world from the vampire plague that caused a global lockdown. I mean, there's literally an Elvis Savior in a pandemic movie.
Right,
and the movie starts off with, "It all started with a bat." It's like it's got a poster that actually says that.
Yeah. Such a joke. I mean, all the programming. I mean, come on now. Bat soup's the reason we got this spam-demic, plandemic that we got because of bat soup.
Well, the thing is, it may be a joke to us, but then you have most of the people who don't buy that believe it's a bioweapon. So they give you all kinds of stories to believe, and very, very few people see the truth. And then the pro versus anti thing always divides the truth community between false flaggers and auto hoaxers.
Yeah, that's correct for sure. I just thought I would bring up the fact that new Elvis movie's coming out, and it's starring Tom Hanks.
Yeah, I'll be checking it out
we know
for sure. I'm going to be watching
Elvis,
it and reviewing it because any of these big movies, like, there's that movie, there's Doctor Strange, and the new Tom Cruise Top Gun I'm going to have to check out.
Yeah, that was a crazy movie. Doctor Strange on the island where he was turning these people into different